Patriarch, can't we continue waiting like this? The first elder, whose legs were a little sore from standing, couldn't help transmitting his voice. He was tired and hungry now. Moreover, he was really jealous of Fengda and the others to death, seeing so much grilled meat that they could see but couldn't eat. However, those were their things. They didn't intend to share them with them, so they couldn't snatch them by force. What else can we do if we don't wait? I don't want to provoke these people. Alas. Guan Yulong said very gloomily and couldn't help but sigh. The clansmen who had been surrounding the door had already dispersed automatically. However, they had no choice but to wait here for their answer. Alas. Being the patriarch was not something a person could do. Patriarch, who are these people? The first elder couldn't help asking curiously. Speaking of which, he had already endured for several hours, but the patriarch didn't allow him to speak. Alas. I'm afraid it's easy to invite a god but difficult to send a god away. Guan Yulong told the first elder about Leng Ruoxue's identity and requested him to keep it a secret. In fact, he was very clear that Leng Ruoxue would probably not let the Guan Yu family off easily. Alas. Their Guan Yu family had really kicked an iron plate this time. He didn't have any other requests now, but he hoped that the Guan Yu family's outcome would not be too tragic after this incident. He was satisfied. After all, there were few people sending charcoal in the snow these days, but there were many people adding insult to injury. If others knew that the Guan Yu family had offended the Alchemist Association, then the Guan Yu family would probably be really finished. And this matter was provoked by that unfilial son, so it was really difficult for him, the patriarch, to bear the blame. Patriarch, if this matter isn't handled properly, it will really have a huge impact on the family, the first elder reminded. Alas. He finally knew why the patriarch was so submissive now. Guan Yu Lai really brought a disaster to the family. At this moment, they still didn't know that this matter was not caused by Guan Yu Lai but the head of the sixth elder who was hanging and swaying. Yes, I know. First elder, I didn't discipline this matter well. I'll take the initiative to resign from the position of the patriarch and pass the patriarch to Shi'er after this matter is over. Guan Yulong said very cautiously. Patriarch, this isn't your fault. You don't have to do this, first elder comforted. The black python was finally willing to wake up while the two of them were communicating via voice transmission. It looked up at everyone present with hazy eyes, then fixed its gaze on Guan Yulong and said, I thought about it very seriously. Your sixth elder actually dared to question a level 7 transcendent divine beast. His suspicion has seriously hurt my heart, so compensate me with some mental damage compensation. Mental damage compensation? Guan Yulong was stunned and his face was full of disbelief. Did it want money? However, he couldn't understand why a snake wanted money. It didn't know how to spend it. Yes? Why can't you bear to part with it? The black python raised its head and looked directly at Guan Yulong with its cold eyes. It might not be Mrs. Beast, but it knew very well that Miss wanted to raise too many people or beasts, so it wanted some money to be the living expenses of these pythons. After all, Miss said that they would be given full authority to handle this matter, and they were not interested in anything other than money. No. I just don't know how much mental damage compensation you want. Guan Yulong hurriedly asked. Alas. He was willing to pay a little if he could use money to settle this python. No need, just 10 billion purple coins will do. The black python said after some thought. 10 billion. Guan Yulong almost lost his balance and fell to the ground when he heard what the black python said. Damn. This python really opened its mouth wide. 10 billion was a third of the assets of the Guan Yu family. Could it be that their Guan Yu family would lose a third of their assets just for this python's injured little heart? Thinking of this, his heart ached. Patriarch, what should we do? The first elder looked at the patriarch whose face had turned the color of pig liver and couldn't help asking via voice transmission. First elder, I've let down the ancestors of the family. Guan Yulong replied with a slight sob. Boo-hoo. A snake was going to take a third of the family's assets. How much would its master have to pay? Patriarch, what's the point of saying these now? Why don't you ask it? Can't we give sixth elder to them to play with less money? First elder suggested. In his opinion, sixth elder was not as important as the assets of the Guan Yu family. First elder, this isn't too good, right? The sixth elder is a member of our Guan Yu family after all. If we hand him over, where will the dignity of our Guan Yu family be? What will the other families think of us in the future? Guan Yulong didn't agree with the first elder's words. He didn't really want to save the sixth elder, but he couldn't leave him alone for the sake of the family's reputation. Could it be that we really have to take out 10 billion to end this matter? The first elder asked very reluctantly. Although many shops in the Guan Yu family were very profitable, 10 billion was not a small sum. Moreover, no family could easily take out 10 billion except for the three major families, so their Guan Yu family actually did not have that much cash. First elder, do you have any good ideas? Guan Yulong said expectantly. Alas. Apart from Shi'er, the first elder was the person he trusted the most. However, Shi'er was not here now, so the only person he could discuss with was the first elder. Patriarch, should we look for that young lady again? The first elder frowned and thought for a while. However, his mind was in a mess now, and he couldn't think of any good ideas at all, so he could only suggest to start with Leng Ruoxue. It's useless. First elder, did you forget her words? We only have the qualifications to negotiate with her after coaxing her food. Alas. Guan Yulong said very helplessly. Alas. The first elder also sighed in his heart. Your Excellency Black Python, we don't want the sixth elder anymore. Can you ask for less money? Our Guan Yu family really can't take out so much money. The first elder looked at the Black Python pitifully, trying to obtain its sympathy. Alas. Since the patriarch couldn't be this evil person, then let him do it. Okay, I'll charge you 1,000,000 less, the Black Python said shyly. It looked at the sixth elder, who was still hanging in the air and had fainted from the sun, and pondered in its heart. This old fellow isn't worth 1,000,000, right? It couldn't help but regret it when it thought of this. Boo-hoo. Why was it so kind? It actually agreed just because the old man looked pitiful. Previous chapter. Next chapter. The first elder was stunned and fell silent because he really didn't expect that their Guan Yu family's sixth elder was actually only worth 1,000,000 in the eyes of that Black Python. In fact, he was wrong. The sixth elder was worthless in the Black Python's eyes. It only agreed because it saw that the first elder was already so old and opened its mouth to retort, so it didn't refuse with good intentions. Guan Yu, is there a problem? The Black Python couldn't help asking when it saw Guan Yu Long not speaking for a long time. No, no problem, Guan Yu Long said with a black line hanging on his forehead. Boo-hoo. Could he say that there was a big problem? He only wanted to solve this matter quickly now, so he could only admit that he was unlucky. Therefore, he ignored even the Black Python calling him Guan Yu Long. Oh, I agreed to let your Guan Yu family use the sixth elder to repay the debt, so you can pay 1,000,000 less, the Black Python reminded kindly, as if it was afraid that they would forget. We don't need the sixth elder to repay the debt, Guan Yu Long said hurriedly. Alas. The Guan Yu family had already paid 10 billion. Would they still care about a mere 1,000,000? Guan Yu brat, actually, this old man is really useless. You have to give him food. You've really lost too much. The Black Python sighed, but it couldn't help being smug in its heart. Hehe, it was smart, right? It really admired itself too much. Moreover, it wanted some money because it knew that the Guan Yu family would definitely not let the sixth elder go, so killing the sixth elder or not made no difference to it. Can you invite your young miss out? Guan Yu Long said speechlessly and changed the topic. He didn't want to talk about the sixth elder now. No, you haven't paid yet. The Black Python refused immediately. They had to pay according to the Mrs. rules. Before they saw the money, they couldn't let her go or let him see the Mississippi. We don't have that much money on hand, so you have to give us a few days. Find that young lady first. I want to talk to her, Guan Yu Long said nicely. Boo-hoo. After the Black Python fell asleep, the young lady also entered the house to take an afternoon nap. As a big man, he couldn't go directly into the house to look for her through these covetous pythons, right? Hand over the money and the person at the same time. Otherwise, don't even think about seeing Miss again, the Black Python said stubbornly. Our family really doesn't have that much money now, Guan Yu Long said anxiously, looking like he was about to cry. Boo-hoo. Who would put so much money at home for no reason? Of course, money had to flow. It's fine if you don't have money or something. I don't mind as long as it's worth 10 billion, the Black Python said very nicely and gave them a good idea. First elder, please take my token to the warehouse. Guan Yu Long said speechlessly after hearing the Black Python's words. Alas. Beasts were smarter than humans these days. Would their family still be worried about not becoming strong if there were a few more shrewd clansmen like the Black Python in the Guan Yu family? Yes. The first elder was also very helpless. He took the token handed to him by Guan Yu Long and turned to leave the yard. Seeing that its goal had been achieved, the Black Python ignored Guan Yu Long and lay directly on the ground. Guan Yu Long also found a random place to sit down. For a time, no one from either side spoke, and the atmosphere instantly became depressed. About an hour later, the anxious first elder returned to the yard. He hurriedly handed the ring in his hand to Guan Yu Long after seeing him. Then he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his heart aching. Brother Black, the money is ready. Guan Yu Long looked at the things in the ring through his divine sense and then said to the Black Python. Yes, don't lie to me. I might not know how to count, but my young miss won't let you go if she knows that you dare to lie to me, the Black Python warned and then rolled up the ring in Guan Yu Long's hand with its tail. Your Excellency Black Python, don't worry. The value of the things inside is only much higher, the first elder said hurriedly. Alas. In order to not cause trouble for the family, he chose the best items to take apart from money. Moreover, the value estimated was lower than the market price, so he was very confident that the other party would definitely be satisfied with the things in the ring. That's good, miss. The Black Python nodded with satisfaction and then shouted at the top of its lungs. Its loud voice not only woke Leng Ruoxue up, but also Feng De and the others, who had run to the corner to sleep. What's the matter? What happened? Feng De and the others hurriedly got up, ran to the Black Python, and asked worriedly. It's okay, hee. Miss, this is our food allowance. The Black Python transformed into a little black snake, crawled onto Leng Ruoxue's wrist, and handed the ring hanging on its tail to her. It shook its head very happily. Boo-hoo. They ate too well every day. They didn't need to do anything except cultivate, so they all gained weight. Hee, it was finally able to contribute to Miss today. It was so happy. At least you have a conscience. Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and caressed the little black snake's head. She really didn't raise them for nothing. They actually knew how to earn money. Hee. The Black Python smiled shyly. In fact, it really didn't do anything. Leng Ruoxue removed the ring hanging on the tip of the black python's tail and checked what was inside with her divine sense. She was very satisfied with the first elder's performance. It seemed that this old man was sensible and didn't use some trash to fool them. In that case, she naturally wouldn't kill the Guanyu family. After all, she was not a violent and bloodthirsty person. Alas! Look at how sensible and protective this food of hers was. One had to know that there were too many ingrates who were not familiar with her now. However, even if a food could be raised to such an extent, why couldn't some humans? Guanyu Long and the first elder praised in their hearts. They were sincerely envious, jealous, and hateful towards Leng Ruoxue for possessing such a sensible Gu family's food. Patriarch Guanyu, since you've coaxed my food, let's talk about what happened between us now. Leng Ruoxue looked up at Guanyu Long, who was looking at her expectantly. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Miss Leng, I'm very sorry for my son's actions, Guanyu Long hurriedly said. Alas! One of his food cost 10 billion. He really didn't know how to compensate this eldest Mississippi. Patriarch Guanyu, we are not fools, so don't talk about a fool, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. She didn't care about that fool Guanyu Lai at all. Moreover, she came willingly. Then what does Miss Leng want to talk to me about? Guanyu Long said uneasily. Alas! When he saw these people today, he knew that his good-for-nothing unfilial son didn't have the ability to snatch them back at all. They obviously came knocking on his door deliberately. However, he couldn't explain it. Since Leng Ruoxue had made it clear, he naturally had no concerns. Otherwise, he was really afraid of angering her. After all, that unfilial son really had the motive to snatch, so he couldn't blame her at all. Let's talk about how you chased the guests out of the inn. Leng Ruoxue said lightly. When did this happen? Guanyu Long asked in puzzlement. He had been keeping an eye on the preparations for the flower viewing convention recently. Moreover, something had happened to the moon-gazing restaurant, so he really didn't know about this matter. A few days ago, I heard that you had to chase us out of the inn in order to give the Wu family an explanation. Fortunately, we left early. Otherwise, we might have been injured. Leng Ruoxue touched on the sore spot and said with a faint smile. Give an explanation to the Wu family? Why should we give an explanation to the Wu family? Guanyu Long immediately exploded when he heard the word Wu family. You have to ask yourselves. I'm also puzzled. The Guanyu family is stronger than the Wu family in terms of status and position on the boundless heaven continent. However, they actually have to look at the Wu family's expression. I really can't understand. Can Patriarch Guanyu give me a satisfactory explanation? Leng Ruoxue said very indifferently. She had stayed in the Guanyu family for 2 days and was very clear that Guanyu Long would explode if he heard the Wu family. Therefore, there was no need for her to sow discord at all, hee. That's impossible. I absolutely won't give that dead thing any explanation. Guanyu Long denied resolutely because he really didn't do it, and no one had told him. Patriarch, the moon-gazing restaurant has indeed invited a few guests. The first elder gently tugged at Guanyu Long's sleeve and whispered. The sixth elder, who was incompetent and good at causing trouble, hated it to the core. He originally thought that it was young Master Lai who provoked the matter and had some complaints about the ninth young master who led the wolf into the house. However, he now understood that the source of the trouble was the sixth elder. When did this happen? Guanyu Long questioned with a cold face and was very displeased. It was when Wu Qianer was injured. You didn't let me intervene, so I handed the matter to the sixth elder to handle. However, I didn't expect him to actually chase the guest who injured Wu Qianer out of the moon-gazing restaurant. First elder explained in a whisper, but his words couldn't hide from Leng Ruoxue and the others at all. Why didn't you tell me about this? Guanyu Long said through gritted teeth. He also looked at the sixth elder, who was still hanging, and the resentment in his heart couldn't subside. I was afraid that the patriarch would be angry. In addition, when I found out, the guests had already been driven out. Later, something happened to the moon-gazing restaurant. I was busy dealing with the matters there, so I forgot about this matter. Alas. It's all my fault for being careless. If I knew that these ancestors were the ones who were chased out, I would have invited them back even if I had to flip the entire moon-gazing city. The first elder said with a face full of regret. Boo-hoo. He was also responsible for this matter. What's the point of saying all this now? Let's think about how to deal with the aftermath. Alas. Guanyu Long sighed. Was this considered a disaster that came in pairs? Especially since this matter involved the Wu family, he couldn't let it go, and the anger in his heart became even greater. Have you discussed it? Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly and looked at the first elder and Guanyu Long, who had been whispering. May I know what Miss plans are for this matter? Guanyu Long said very politely. Boo-hoo. He didn't dare to be rude. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, it would absolutely be a great calamity for the Guanyu family. When I left the moon-gazing restaurant, I asked the shopkeeper to tell the Guanyu patriarch not to regret it, so do it yourself. I don't care if you want to be my enemy. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Guanyu Long's forehead. Boo-hoo, threatening him again. He didn't receive the message from the shopkeeper. He couldn't help being a little angry at this point. He was the patriarch of the Guanyu family, but the people below actually hid so many things from him. How ridiculous. Miss, the patriarch and I didn't receive the message from the inn's shopkeeper. If we knew, we definitely wouldn't allow this to happen. The first elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and explained. This isn't a reason, so you should think about how to give me an explanation. Tomorrow is the flower viewing convention of Moon Gazing City. I know you will take this very seriously, so I won't ask you to do anything during this period. The time I give you is 3 days after the flower viewing convention. You have to give me an answer, Leng Ruoxue said very understandingly. Thank you for your understanding, Miss, Guan Yulong said gratefully and seemed to be relieved. In fact, he was really afraid that this eldest miss would not let it go. He was even more afraid that the news that their Guan Yu family had offended the Alchemist Association would spread. That way, their family's status in the boundless heaven continent would plummet. As the patriarch, this was the last thing he wanted to see. Ningda, let's go. Leng Ruoxue called out to the corner. Coming. Ningda, whose belly was full from the grilled meat, walked to Leng Ruoxue with some difficulty and said respectfully. You must be very full now. Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. She took out a pill and handed it to Ningda. Hee hee. Ningda took the pill and directly put it in his mouth, immediately feeling much more comfortable in his stomach. Let's go. Hurry up and throw away the trash on your tail. Leng Ruoxue looked at the pythons and said to the water python. It turned out that the unlucky sixth elder was still hanging and swaying on the water python's tail. Alas. The Guan Yu family had already paid but didn't know how to return their trash. Yes, I'll return him to you. This old man stinks to death. The water python hurriedly threw the stinky old man hanging on its tail in front of Guan Yulong with a look of disdain when it heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Guan Yulong looked at the sixth elder who had been thrown in front of him and hesitated about whether he should take back this trash. In fact, he wanted to destroy this trash that occupied a lot of space more now. Patriarch, lock the sixth elder in the cell first. The first elder, who saw through Guan Yulong's thoughts, said hurriedly. Alas. He knew that the sixth elder was dead for sure this time. However, he didn't pity the sixth elder because he had really harmed the family badly this time. Yes. Guan Yulong nodded. Sorry for being rude. The first elder said to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Then he walked forward, picked up the sixth elder's collar, and brought him out of the yard like he was carrying a sack, throwing him into the cell. Patriarch Guan Yu, we'll take our leave. Leng Ruoxue stored the pythons in the bracelet and said to Guan Yulong. Okay, I'll send you off, Guan Yulong said very warmly. There's no need. If Patriarch Guan Yu sends us out personally, we won't have any peace in the future, Leng Ruoxue teased. Alright then. Guan Yulong said helplessly. Boo-hoo. It's because you like peace and quiet that you harmed us. Alas. How could this have happened if we knew their identities beforehand? However, the Wu family should be in a worse state than them, right? His mood instantly brightened up when he thought of this. One had to know that Wu Ming would not be as flexible as him. He knew very well that the Wu family would not let this eldest miss go, so he seemed to have foreseen the tragic state of the Wu family. Happy. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue looked at everyone and said. With that, she swaggered and left the Guan Yu family clan smoothly. Walking on the streets of Moonview City, Ningda wanted to say something but stopped himself. Old Ning. Say whatever you want to say. Don't be so coy like a woman, Fengda couldn't help but say. Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard Fengda's words, making Ningda instantly blush, wanting to find a hole to burrow into. What do you want to say? Leng Ruoxue asked very kindly, neutralizing Ningda's embarrassment. Miss, are those pythons really your food? Ningda asked curiously. Could the python meat he ate be one of those pythons? Yes, I guess so. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. Those snakes were caught together with icy. However, she had some feelings for them after raising them for so long, so she really didn't want to eat them. She often scared them, hee hee. Miss, those are legendary beasts, many of them are transcendent divine beasts. It's a pity to eat them, Ningda said on behalf of those giant pythons. Is that so? If I remember correctly, you ate the most just now, Leng Ruoxue teased with a spurious smile. That's because it's already grilled. I'm afraid of wasting them. Ningda wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and defended himself. Boo-hoo. Miss was too evil. She must have done it on purpose. Makes sense. Being thrifty is a virtue. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Miss, what do you intend to do with the Guan Yu family? Ningda hurriedly changed the topic, afraid that Miss would mention the python meat he had just eaten. Toss around. Leng Ruoxue spat out 2 words softly and stopped talking. Ningda was speechless. He lowered his head and walked while thinking, can't Miss say a few more words? Boo-hoo. He was really curious. Ningda, the Alchemist Association has arrived. Where are you going? Leng Ruoxue reminded Ningda, who had been walking with his head lowered. We're here so soon. Ningda said awkwardly. Boo-hoo. It was embarrassing again. He actually got distracted. Hee hee. Fengda and the others let out low laughter. Miss, let's go in. Ningda said shyly with a red face. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly, and then everyone walked directly into the Alchemist Association. After entering the guild, Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to their temporary yard. In the yard. The little old man was sitting on a stone bench with several alchemists surrounding him. They seemed to be asking him questions, and he was answering them very patiently. Lass, you're back, the little old man asked in surprise when he unintentionally saw Leng Ruoxue and the others. Grandpa Du, what do you mean? Could it be that you are unhappy that we're back early? Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly. With my understanding of you, I thought you would stay in the Guanyu family until the end of the Flower Appreciation Festival, the little old man said with a naughty smile. Master, luckily you didn't go out with us that day. Otherwise, you would have been snatched away like us. Zheng Yan said with a smile, his handsome face seemed to be full of regret. Yes. Fortunately, I didn't go out with you that day. Otherwise, the Guanyu family probably wouldn't be able to compensate for the loss of kidnapping me even if they went bankrupt, the little old man teased happily. Alas. He only knew how lonely he was these 2 days that the girl and the others were not by his side. If he wasn't afraid of ruining the girl's plan, he would have probably killed his way to the Guanyu family and walked into their trap. Grandpa Du, Guanyu Long has already compensated 10 billion for my food, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, her beautiful face full of satisfaction. What's going on? The little old man's face was full of curiosity. He knew that the clansmen of the Guanyu family had not eaten for the past few days. Could it be that they had to spend a lot of money so quickly? 10 billion. That was not a small sum, almost equivalent to the entire wealth of a medium-sized family. Master, I'll tell you. Zheng Yan pulled the little old man and began to tell him what had happened. They looked like they were sleeping, but they didn't miss out on what they should hear and see. The little old man couldn't help but laugh loudly after hearing this. The alchemists who were also listening by the side were all dumbfounded, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Moreover, they secretly decided in their hearts that no matter who they provoked in this world, they couldn't provoke these people because they were really too terrifying. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Grandpa Du, the Flower Appreciation Festival is tomorrow. Let's go take a look. Leng Ruoxue suggested. Okay, I wonder how the Wu family will react when they see you, the little old man said with anticipation. Well, following the girl and the others would definitely not be boring. Definitely not in a good mood, especially when Wu Qian'er sees me, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Lass, let's try our best to keep a low profile tomorrow. If they don't take the initiative to provoke us, then we'll stay put, the little old man said with a chuckle. He was not looking forward to what was about to happen tomorrow. That was because he knew that the Wu family would definitely not be able to control their anger when they saw them, so they didn't need to find trouble at all. Yes, being low-key has always been my style. If anyone wants me to not be low-key, then I can only be high-profile for him to see. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of indifference. Miss, do you need me to prepare anything? Ningda quickly said after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words because he knew the character of the Wu family and knew that they would not be at ease. What you need to prepare is to pretend not to know me tomorrow, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. It was more interesting to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Why? Ningda asked in puzzlement with a long face. Is there a need to ask? What if the Wu family knows about our relationship? What if they retreat? Therefore, we have to not recognize you. Fengde explained with a smile. The Wu family won't, Ningda muttered softly. The eyes of the Wu family were at the top of their heads. They would not take the Alchemist Association seriously unless they needed their help. It's settled. I'm going to sleep. Help yourselves. Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. Then she pulled the freak into the room. Miss. Ningda called out aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. Why does Miss always sleep? Stop shouting. Miss hates it when others disturb her sleep. Fengde hugged Ningda's shoulder and reminded him. Actually, Miss didn't go to sleep. Miss went into the space to cultivate. Oh, I'll take my leave then, Ningda said gloomily and left the yard. The alchemists tactfully followed closely after seeing President Ning leave. Fengde and the others entered the room seeing that there were no outsiders. The next morning. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked out of the room after leaving the bracelet. Miss, should we look for old Ning? Fengde asked when he saw that it was almost time, but Ningda actually hadn't arrived yet. There's no need to look. He's already here. A knock sounded on the door just as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking. Fengde hurriedly opened the door after hearing it. Miss, I'm sorry. I had insomnia yesterday and slept late, Ningda explained, his cheeks burning. It's okay. Your mission today is to bring us into the venue of the Flower Appreciation Festival. After that, you have nothing to do, Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes. Ningda was a little unwilling, but he had no other choice. Boo-hoo. It was his identity that harmed him. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue ordered, and everyone left the Alchemist Association valiantly. The venue of the Flower Appreciation Festival was arranged in a square in Moon-Gazing City. At this moment, the periphery of the square had been encircled by the Moon-Gazing family and a shed had been set up. It could accommodate thousands of people and had a VIP seat and ordinary audience seats. Miss, the venue of the Flower Appreciation meeting is up ahead. Ningda suddenly said to Leng Ruoxue after walking for a while. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. In fact, she had already seen it because there were all sorts of colorful flowers everywhere she looked. They were fighting for beauty and were actually blooming. Miss, there's still some time before the Flower Appreciation Festival. Shall we go in now? Ningda asked. There were not many people outside the venue now because the Flower Appreciation Festival had yet to begin. Of course we're going in, Leng Ruoxue said. She came so early because she wanted to enter early. These beautiful flowers would not be the ones being watched when there were more people later. Okay. Ningda brought Leng Ruoxue and the others around to the left. The flower viewing convention was divided into 3 entrances, one on the left and one on the right, and the largest was in the middle. That was also the main entrance with the most people, and the people on both sides were relatively fewer. He knew that Miss wanted to keep a low profile, so he naturally wouldn't bring Miss and the others in through the main entrance. Ningda, are so many flowers provided by the families? Leng Ruoxue looked at the flowers that were almost 1/3 full in the venue and couldn't help asking curiously after entering the inner hall. She really didn't expect there to be so many families raising famous flowers to admire. These flowers were not ordinary flowers that were planted just to beautify the yard, but genuine famous flowers and herbs. Some were very precious and could be used for medicine. Yes, famous flowers and famous herbs are very popular among the top families of the boundless heaven continent. The flower viewing conference in Moon Gazing City just happened to give them a chance to showcase their taste. Therefore, the major families won't make things that they can't show embarrassing. After all, this also concerns the face of the various families. Therefore, the flowers and plants in the flower viewing conference are considered rare treasures, Ningda explained. There are also women other than these flowers and plants, right? Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Yes, this is also part of the Flower Appreciation Festival, Ningda said. Miss Leng, President Ning, you're here. A voice suddenly interrupted Leng Ruoxue and Ningda's conversation. Isn't this the first elder of the Guanyu family? You're early. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. At this moment, no guests or audience had entered the venue except for the guards, servants, and maids arranged by the Guanyu family. We're specially here to welcome Miss Leng and President Ning, First Elder said ingratiatingly. In fact, they didn't know if this eldest miss would come to cause trouble. However, the patriarch still asked him and Fifth Elder to come and wait early to avoid neglecting this eldest miss that they couldn't afford to offend. First Elder, don't worry. I'm here to participate in the flower viewing convention. I won't cause trouble for no reason if no one takes the initiative to provoke me, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Alas. It seemed that the Guanyu family really valued this flower viewing convention. They actually looked like they were facing a formidable enemy seeing her. Miss Leng, the patriarch specially sent us here to wait for you because he was afraid of neglecting you, the eldest quickly explained. Boo-hoo. Why was this little girl so shrewd at such a young age? In fact, the patriarch really had this purpose in sending them to wait. Oh, arrange an inconspicuous spot for us since the first elder is here. I want to keep a low profile, Leng Ruoxue said rudely. Okay, Miss Leng, the VIP seats. First elder was about to say something when he was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue. We don't want the VIP seats. We just want ordinary seats, Leng Ruoxue said. Okay, this way please, First elder answered helplessly. Then he led Leng Ruoxue and the others to an inconspicuous spot with Fifth elder. Miss Leng, is this place okay? First elder asked anxiously when they arrived because this place was really too inconspicuous and relatively remote. However, their vision was excellent, and they could just see the middle of the stage. Yes, thank you. I'm very satisfied. Leng Ruoxue motioned for everyone to sit down after speaking. Old Ning, your seat is in the VIP seats. Fengda reminded kindly after seeing Ningda sit down with him. Alas. If old Ning were to sit here too, there would probably be no more fun. Miss, I would like to sit with you. Ningda looked at Leng Ruoxue aggrievedly with tears in his eyes. The first elder and fifth elder beside him were all terrified when they saw Ningda's expression. Heavens. Was this person really the President Ning they knew? Why did he look like a puppy abandoned by its master now? Be good. Go to the VIP seats and sit, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. How did Ningda learn to pretend to be pitiful? It had only been a few days. Alright then. Boo-hoo. He had to sacrifice himself for Mrs. Plan. Ningda stood up reluctantly and walked back to the VIP seats every 3 steps. Fifth elder, stay here and accompany Miss Leng and the others. First elder said to fifth elder. Yes, the fifth elder answered hurriedly. Miss Leng, you can instruct fifth elder at any time if there's anything. First elder turned his head to Leng Ruoxue. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. It would be a waste not to use it since the Guanyu family was willing to send her an errand. First elder bowed slightly to Leng Ruoxue and the others and left after speaking. Miss Leng, please don't stand on ceremony if you have any instructions, fifth elder said very respectfully. Don't worry, I won't stand on ceremony. Fifth elder, eat this first. Leng Ruoxue took out a pill and handed it to fifth elder. Humph. Was it possible to find someone to watch her? The fifth elder took the pill, hesitated, and then resolutely ate the unknown pill. Boo-hoo. He went all out for the sake of the family. Don't be scared. It's not poison. I just don't want you to be recognized. Leng Ruoxue teased happily as she looked at the fifth elder's expression that said he was ready to die. What pill is that? Fifth elder couldn't help asking curiously. Appearance-changing pill. Fifth elder, sit down. You will block my vision if you stand. Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Oh. The fifth elder hurriedly sat down in the empty seat beside them after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. The audience in the venue increased as the time for the conference approached. Miss Leng, our flower viewing convention will last for a week. During this period, apart from seeing many precious flowers and plants, the highlight will be the talents competition of the daughters of the major families. The daughters of the families who won the championship will obtain the grand prize. After a while of silence, the fifth elder took on the task of explaining to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Talent performance? What are they? Fengde couldn't help asking curiously. Of course it's the specialty of the daughters of the various families. I'm not sure what it is exactly now. However, the daughters of the various families will learn various skills from a young age so that they can prepare for marriage in the future. No man will want a daughter without any skills, the fifth elder said. Oh. Miss, looks like no man will want you by the standards of the boundless heaven continent. Fengde teased with a light smile. Who said so? I want it. The freak glared at Fengde and said with displeasure. Humph. Who dared to say that no one wanted Shuer? He was anxious with whoever. Did they think he didn't exist? Humph. Do I need to rely on my talents to attract men? Leng Ruoxue said disdainfully. Only women who were not very talented in cultivation would be used by the family as a tool for marriage. The sad thing was that those women were actually happy about it. Alas. This was really the sorrow of women. Miss Leng is of course an exception, the fifth elder hurriedly echoed, thinking to himself that ordinary men couldn't afford to have such a strong woman. Moreover, he didn't think that any man would dare to let the future president of the Alchemist Association perform for everyone in public. Alas. Wasn't that courting death? Of course not, Fengde said hurriedly. Shuer, the conference has begun, Empty reminded her and then looked at the stage. In the middle of the stage. After the host went on stage, he gave an opening speech before the patriarch went on stage to give his speech. Guan Yulong strode onto the stage that was nearly 2 meters tall. His gaze first scanned the audience, and then paused on Leng Ruoxue and the others when he looked at them. He nodded slightly without leaving a trace and began to speak. Fifth elder, are all the VIPs you invited here? Leng Ruoxue looked at the VIP seats and found that there were still a few empty seats, which seemed to be the seats of the Wu family. Humph. The Wu family was really extraordinary arrogant. The Flower Appreciation Festival had already begun, but they hadn't arrived yet. The Wu family isn't here yet. Fifth elder also glanced at the VIP seats and said. Does the Wu family want to forfeit? Leng Ruoxue deliberately guessed. The Wu family won't forfeit. Miss Leng, they're already here, the fifth elder reminded. When he was speaking just now, he happened to see the Wu family members walking into the VIP seats from the corner of his eye. Alas. The Wu family always used this method to show that they were different. In fact, it was really unnecessary. Because this didn't mean that the Wu family was superior to others. To reverse it, it was precisely because they deliberately did so that the Wu family's social relations among the various families were not good. Where's Wu Qianer? Leng Ruoxue looked at the Wu family's lineup and found that Wu Qianer was not among them. This would not do. Wu Qianer had to come even if no one from the Wu family came. She should be backstage. The talent performance of the daughters of the various families will begin after the patriarch finishes his speech. Wu Qianer is the first to go on stage, the fifth elder explained. Alas. Poor Wu Qianer. Good luck. He couldn't help gloating and praying. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. It was good that he was here. At this moment, Guan Yulong had already ended his speech and announced the official start of the first round of the competition. Wu Qianer was the first young lady to go on stage. After Guan Yulong finished speaking, she, who was already prepared, strode elegantly and arrogantly onto the stage like a proud phoenix. TCH, look at her proud appearance. What's there to be smug about, a young lady from an aristocratic family said disdainfully when she saw Wu Qianer go on stage. Sister Xing'er, Miss Wu does have the right to be arrogant, a young woman in white who looked very pure and beautiful said very impartially. Big Sister Fang, there's no need for her to be so smug. Does she really think that the champion will definitely belong to her? Humph. How can the champion be hers with Big Sister Fang around, the woman called Xing'er said indignantly, her cute and beautiful face fuming. Sister Xing'er, don't spout nonsense. How can I compare to Miss Wu? You will make things difficult for me by saying this, Bai Fang said with a troubled face. Alright, I won't say it. However, Big Sister Fang, no matter who wins in the end, you are the true champion in my heart, Xing'er said with certainty. They had a good relationship even though Bai Fang was not the first daughter. Moreover, she liked the elegant, beautiful, and outstanding Bai Fang very much. The daughters backstage had different thoughts. Wu Qianer, who was on the stage, began her first performance. After Wu Qianer stood on the stage, she first very politely gave a few opening remarks and said some pompous words, and then began her performance today. Her talent performance was the zither. The waiter had already prepared the zither when she spoke. After a few short words, she sat in front of the zither table and began to play today's song, Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. In the corner of the audience. It seems like Wu Qianer wants to marry out quickly. Leng Ruoxue teased as she listened to the melodious and pleasant zither music coming from the stage. Well, Wu Qianer's zither playing was really good. She must have practiced a lot. However, with her unruly character, the Guan Yu family probably wouldn't want her no matter how good she was at playing the zither. Ahem. The fifth elder coughed awkwardly when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words because he really didn't know how to respond to this. Miss Leng was right. Wu Qian'er really wanted to marry off quickly. Fifth elder, are you sick? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid, her beautiful watery eyes innocent. Yes, my throat is a little uncomfortable, the fifth elder said shyly. Alas. None of the daughters who came to participate in the Flower Appreciation Convention this year were easy to deal with. Hopefully, nothing bad happened. I have medicine for you. Leng Ruoxue handed him a pill very kindly and then looked at the fifth elder expectantly. The fifth elder looked at the pill in Leng Ruoxue's hand and was depressed. Boo-hoo. She wanted to give him medicine again. He was just saying it casually, but he couldn't not want it. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and take it and put it in his mouth. Fifth elder, it's not poison. Why are you eating so painfully? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help teasing after seeing fifth elder's expression. The fifth elder's face was red because he really didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that he was afraid of poison, nor could he say that he didn't like to take medicine. Boo-hoo. It was a dilemma. Miss, don't give away such good pills casually. Fengde glanced at the fifth elder and complained seemingly petty. I didn't give it away casually. Fifth elder isn't a casual person, Leng Ruoxue answered aggrievedly. Miss, our pills can be sold for a lot of money. Even people who are not casual have to take money, understand? Fengde said very seriously. Okay, take more money for others next time. I won't take the money this time for fifth elder's sake, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Alright, there won't be a next time. Fengde pretended to be satisfied and nodded. The fifth elder, who was beside them, felt even more depressed when he heard the two of them talking in unison. Did they think that he didn't pay? However, the first time was an appearance-changing pill, and the second time was unknown medicine. Both times were not what he wanted to eat. Would he not be a fool if he paid? Boo-hoo. A group of baddies. In the audience, Leng Ruoxue and Fengde were teasing the fifth elder. The VIP seats were also extraordinarily lively. After the patriarchs of the major families greeted each other, they sat down in their seats and prepared to enjoy the performance. The patriarchs of the various families were all full of smiles. However, there was one person sitting listlessly in his seat with the words "Do not approach strangers, please don't disturb" written on his face. Most of the patriarchs were tactful when they saw this situation, but there were also those who were ignorant. President Ning, I've heard a lot about you. I'm the patriarch of the Feng family. Nice to meet you. The middle-aged man who claimed to be the patriarch of the Feng family walked in front of Ningde and said very politely. Go away, don't bother me. Ningde said without giving him any face. Normally, he might give some face to deal with these so-called patriarchs, but he really didn't have the mood now. Boo-hoo. He was depressed and annoyed at everyone, so even Guan Yulong tactfully didn't dare to disturb him. The patriarch of the Feng family, who had walked over to try to worm his way into being friends, blushed and stood awkwardly on the spot. He couldn't leave or stay, but even if he was angry, he didn't dare to vent it on Ningde, so he could only bear with it. Hehe, Patriarch Feng, I have something to tell you. First elder looked helplessly at the depressed Ningde and hurriedly mediated. Oh, First elder, what's the matter? The Feng family's patriarch hurriedly asked and descended the ladder handed to him by the first elder. Otherwise, he really didn't know what to do. Patriarch Feng, come over and you'll know, the first elder said with a smile. Then he whispered a few words in the Feng family's patriarch's ear, who walked in front of him, and the Feng family's patriarch returned to his seat obediently. Hehe, Brother Wu, your daughter played this phoenix-seeking phoenix really well. I hope your daughter's wish will come true and find a good husband as soon as possible. At this moment, a patriarch started flattering Wu Ming again. Hehe, that's too much. As the saying goes, there's always someone better. Qian'er's tune might be passable, but which of the daughters who came to participate in the competition this year aren't talented people? Therefore, I really don't dare to be arrogant. Wu Ming said with slight modesty, but the smugness on his face couldn't be concealed. Patriarch Wu is too modest. With Miss Wu's talent, winning the championship is a matter of course, another patriarch echoed. Yes. Hehe, actually, we can't just congratulate the Wu family head, we have to congratulate the Guan Yu family head too. A patriarch of a middle-class family brought up the topic. Moreover, he didn't realize that his words had already displeased someone. What does it have to do with me? Guan Yulong said irritably with a black face. If Miss Wu wins the championship, she will be the young madam of your Guan Yu family, so of course we have to congratulate you, Patriarch Guan Yu, the patriarch explained. However, after speaking, he realized that most of the patriarchs were looking at him as if they were watching a good show. No one wanted to echo him at all. What was going on? This was the first time he was qualified to participate in the Flower Appreciation Festival this year, so he was not aware of the entanglement between Guan Yulong and Wu Ming. Otherwise, he would not have said such words at all. However, he was rejected by the Guan Yulong family from then on because he thought he wanted to curry favor with the two families. The only Flower Appreciation Festival did not achieve his desired goal because no family was willing to befriend him after angering him. After all, basically all the top families followed Guan Yulong's lead. Are you so sure that Wu Qian'er will win the championship? Guan Yulong narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Of course. Many patriarchs think highly of the Wu family's young miss, the patriarch said matter-of-factly. He had privately chatted with some patriarchs before the flower viewing convention began. Most of the patriarchs supported Wu Qian'er, so he was so sure that Wu Yi would definitely win the championship. I don't think so. Guan Yulong rolled his eyes at Wu Ming and said without giving him any face. The patriarch was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? He could sense that something was amiss even if he was slow. Moreover, he happened to see the gloating expressions of many patriarchs, and his heart turned cold. Boo-hoo. Did he say something wrong again? Everyone didn't dare to speak because Guan Yulong was a little angry, so the atmosphere instantly became depressed. After a while, finally, a patriarch couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere and said bravely, "Why isn't young Master Guan Yu here?" "Sheer has something more important to do and hasn't rushed back yet," Guan Yulong said lightly. Alas. In fact, he knew very well that Sheer had run out because he didn't want to participate in the Flower Appreciation Festival. It was a little unreasonable not to participate in the Flower Appreciation Festival as the young master of the Guan Yu family, but he could still find a suitable excuse for his son. "What is more important than the Flower Appreciation Festival?" a patriarch said in disbelief, his face full of disapproval. "Sheer went to the Alchemist Association to obtain the reward for the champion of this year's Flower Appreciation Festival. He'll be back in a few days," Guan Yulong explained calmly. "Humph. You can't say anything about this reason, right? The prize for the champion of the flower viewing convention is a heaven-grade pill named the 100-flower pill. The 100-flower pill has the effect of beautifying and beautifying. No woman can refuse it at all. However, ordinary women can't afford the 100-flower pill because refining the 100-flower pill requires more than 100 famous flowers and herbs as the main ingredient. Not only does it take time and effort, but only alchemists can refine it. Therefore, the cost of 100-flower pill is extremely high, and 100-flower pill on the market can be sold for a sky-high price." "Oh, no wonder." The patriarch nodded in understanding. "May I know if young Master Yu from the Taoist temple can rush back before the Flower Appreciation Festival ends?" Wu Ming asked casually. "Of course you can," Guan Yulong said confidently. "Humph. Sheer promised him that he would return before the flower viewing convention ended. But why did I hear that young Master Guan Yu only left home for 3 to 4 days? It took nearly a month to travel from Guan Yu City to Carefree City. Can young Master Guan Yu really make it back in time?" Wu Ming said with a spurious smile. "Patriarch Wu, could it be that you burned your head because you fell into the toilet? My Sheer has obviously been away for almost a month. How is it 3 or 4 days like you said?" "You remembered it wrong," Guan Yulong lied through his teeth, and even revealed the embarrassing matter of Wu Ming falling into the toilet in public. "You." Wu Ming was so angry that he couldn't say anything. Damn Guan Yulong, how dare he say this matter? Humph. He wouldn't let this old thing go. He would definitely have the chance to get rid of Guan Yulong when his precious daughter became the young madam of the Guan Yu family, so he could only bear with it now. Wow. Seems like the rumors are true. The patriarchs couldn't help whispering when they heard Guan Yulong's words. There had been rumors on the streets these 2 days that the Wu family's patriarch had fallen into the toilet. However, they had always thought that someone was being malicious. However, after hearing Guan Yulong's words today, they were sure that it was true. Immediately, the patriarchs looked at Wu Ming with a hint of gloating and pity. Wu Ming's face became as colorful as a color palette when he saw the strange gazes of the patriarchs. However, he couldn't flare up on the spot, so he could only swallow his anger. If he really became angry because of Guan Yulong's words, then it would probably become even more true. Guan Yulong was so happy seeing Wu Ming's expression change as if he had eaten a dead fly. Humph. Want to marry his daughter to his son? Dream on. That was simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Of course, the toad was referring to Wu Qian'er. His son was a beautiful swan. Wu Qian'er, who was in the middle of the stage, had already finished playing her last note. She stood up and nodded slightly to the audience, who gave her enthusiastic applause to thank her after Phoenix Seeking Phoenix was done. However, she immediately exploded when her gaze came to a corner of the audience. Damn it, why are you commoners here? Wu Qian'er couldn't bear it anymore and roared when she saw Leng Ruoxue and the others. The audience immediately stared at her in disbelief when she roared. Damn! Was this the beautiful woman who was as elegant as a fairy just now? Why was the contrast so huge? The current Wu Qian'er was a shrew. However, it was precisely because of her roar that everyone's gazes were successfully attracted to her in an instant. Everyone in the venue followed Wu Qian'er's gaze and looked in the direction that made her angry. Immediately, everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. They all rubbed their eyes and realized that the person they saw just now was still around. Only then did they confirm that what they saw was real and not an illusion. Immediately, the audience exploded. Wow, how can there be such a beautiful woman? She's really too beautiful, an audience shouted in disbelief when they saw Leng Ruoxue. Huh, the stunning beauty I told you about a few days ago was her. Do you believe me now? A certain someone who had seen Leng Ruoxue on the street a few days ago also smiled happily. I wonder which family is she from, someone guessed. Probably not the daughters of noble families. Most of the daughters of noble families are participating in the Flower Appreciation Festival, someone immediately echoed. Hey, did you see the 3 stunningly beautiful men surrounding her? They're all rare handsome men. Who are those 3? Could they be from the 3 great families? Only the 3 great families can raise such an outstanding handsome man and beauty. The 5th elder, who was also sitting in the corner, looked at some people who were calm and composed in front of him and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Their mental quality was really good. He was a little embarrassed as he listened to the discussions of those people and felt that his face was burning. However, these people didn't take it seriously at all, as if they were not the ones being discussed. That miss had been leaning on that freak and had no intention of getting up at all. He turned his head and looked at Wu Qian'er, who was so angry that she wanted to jump down and beat her up on the stage, and shook his head with slight disappointment. Then he sighed softly and thought to himself, alas. There's no comparison. Compared with Wu Qian'er, the daughter of a noble family who had received all sorts of training since she was young, this Miss Leng was more like a noble princess. No, more like the empress who was admired by everyone because Miss Leng's aura made even him, a man, feel inferior. She was really too strong. Damn it, I'm asking you a question. How dare you not answer me? After a while, Wu Qian'er couldn't help but flare up again when she saw that no one was paying attention to her. In fact, no one would notice that she was ignored at all if she didn't speak. However, because she exposed this fact, the audience, including some people in the VIP seats, all laughed loudly without giving any face. Guan Yulong laughed the loudest among them. So noisy. Leng Ruoxue, who had been pretending to be asleep with her eyes closed, slowly opened her beautiful eyes and said very displeased. Alas. There would always be trouble knocking on her door. Wu Qian'er was indeed unwilling to be left out and came knocking on her door. Huh, Shuer, there's a mad dog barking. You can ignore it. Empty, who was beside her, smiled gloatingly. I'm afraid I can't ignore it. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Then she looked at the fifth elder not far away, her beautiful eyes saying, I didn't choose this. Alas. The fifth elder sighed helplessly after seeing Leng Ruoxue's expression. He knew now that it was useless even if he stayed by these people's side because Wu Qian'er was an unstable factor. That unruly daughter would not let them go even if these people didn't find trouble with Wu Qian'er. Miss Wu, who do you think you are? Do we have to answer you just because you ask us? Leng Ruoxue looked at Wu Qian'er, who was hopping mad on the stage and was as angry as a cockfight. I'm the eldest daughter of the Wu family. You commoner, answer my question quickly. Wu Qian'er roared furiously. What are lowly commoners? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. She seemed to have always heard people talking about lowly commoners since she came to the boundless heaven continent. Did those people think that their identities were very noble? Humph. People who didn't know how to respect others would never obtain others' respect. Is there a need to ask? Of course, lowly commoners are referring to people like you, Wu Qian'er said with a smug face. Humph. These people had already been chased out of the inn by the Guan Yu family, but they actually had the face to participate in the Flower Appreciation Festival. They were really too shameless. Miss, I'll go get rid of this pig. Fengde couldn't help but say when he heard that damn woman on the stage actually scolding his young miss. Humph. It didn't matter if she scolded them, but could others scold his young miss? Fengde, calm down. We are humans. We will not bicker with pigs. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Humph. It was not the time to teach Wu Qian'er a lesson yet. Today was only the first day of the Flower Appreciation Festival. Wu Qian'er could not be absent for the later rounds. Otherwise, it would be boring. Huh, Shuer is right. Humans can't be calculative with pigs. Fengde, calm down. Empty said with a light smile. Hee, the more nasty Wu Qian'er scolded now, the greater the blow she would suffer in the future. Therefore, scold. Scold as much as you want. It wouldn't hurt to be scolded by others. They wouldn't care now. However, this was the first time he was being scolded as a commoner after living for so long. He really didn't know if there were still good people in this world if they were all considered commoners. Leng Ruoxue looked up at Wu Qian'er on the stage and said calmly, May I know what kind of people Miss Wu is? I'm the daughter of the Wu family. Of course, I can be considered one of the most honorable people in the boundless heaven continent. A confident smile hung on Wu Qian'er's beautiful face as she said cockily. Oh, I hope Miss Wu will always remember what you said today, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then she stopped talking and continued to lean in the freak's arms and closed her eyes. Damn it, who allowed you to sleep? Lying in a man's arms in public is really too shameless. Wu Qian'er roared with some jealousy, her beautiful face a little distorted from anger. Humph. If she remembered correctly, it was this man who kicked her that day. However, she was in a fit of anger at that time, so she didn't pay too much attention to his appearance. She only realized that this man was actually so handsome today, even more outstanding than Guan Yushi. The other two men also had world-shaking features like heavenly people. The three of them were definitely comparable to the young masters of the three great families. However, she knew that these three people were not the three famous young masters. Then who were they? Why were all such outstanding men surrounding that woman who made her gnash her teeth in hatred? It was too much. She was so jealous that she was a little crazy. My woman is in the arms of her man. Who dares to say that she's shameless? The freak said with a cold face and very displeased. His bright starry eyes swept sharply at Wu Qian'er on the stage. If looks could kill, Wu Qian'er on the stage would probably be riddled with holes. You said she's your woman. What evidence do you have? Wu Qian'er said with a face full of jealousy. What? Do I still have to take out evidence to prove that Shuer is my woman? Could it be that you specialize in other people's illegal marriage? But I've never heard of anyone in the boundless heaven continent meddling in this matter. When did such an organization appear on the boundless heaven continent? The freak asked doubtfully. Everyone roared with laughter after hearing what the freak said. Fengde and the others were laughing so hard that they were almost rolling on the ground. Huh, she's a busybody. Fengde laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks, but he didn't forget to mock. And *TCH. Aren't you being too nosy? Lin Yuan said disdainfully. Humph. Wasn't it courting death to be jealous of his young miss? Even if they didn't attack, just one sentence from each of them was enough to make her vomit blood from anger. That's right. The audience echoed cooperatively. In the VIP seats, Guan Yulong looked at the commotion caused by Wu Qian'er and felt even more disgusted with her in his heart. However, this was not the Wu family's territory, so how could Guan Yulong tolerate Wu Qian'er ruining their Guan Yu family's flower appreciation festival? Wu Ming, how long does your daughter intend to stand on the stage for? Don't delay the other young ladies' competition, Guan Yulong reminded. However, he was also a little regretful in his heart. Why didn't Miss Leng take the opportunity to teach Wu Qian'er a lesson? He really didn't want Wu Qian'er to obtain the champion. Otherwise, he would have to fulfill his promise, and that was something he was absolutely unwilling to do. Wu Ming rolled his eyes at Guan Yulong and didn't say anything. However, he gave the butler beside him a look. After that, the butler beside him left the VIP seats. After the butler left, he looked at Leng Ruoxue in the corner of the audience and pondered in his heart. Was this woman the one who got someone to beat up his daughter? What a rare beauty. Now he finally knew why Qian'er had a conflict with this woman. Guan Yulong, who was not far away, watched coldly from the side. Humph. He knew what tricks Wu Ming was up to without even guessing. However, he knew very well that Wu Ming was destined to be tragic because that woman was not to be trifled with. If Wu Ming dared to have any bad ideas, he would probably die without a burial place. On the stage, Wu Qian'er, who had received the butler's secret signal, walked down with a belly full of grievance. Humph. She would definitely not let that damn woman go. However, she had to wait for the Flower Appreciation Festival to end. After all, this competition was the most important to her. She still hoped to win the champion so that she could be the young madam of the Guan Yu family. As for the man, he might be more handsome than Guan Yushi, but his status was really not worthy of her, so forget it. She was destined to be high and mighty. How could she give up her bright future for a commoner? She couldn't help daydreaming. Backstage, the cute girl named Xing'er couldn't help but say after seeing Wu Qian'er, Miss Wu, you were really too ungentlemanly just now. How could you shout and shout at the audience? What does this have to do with you? I'm happy. Wu Qian'er immediately released her pent-up anger when she saw Xing'er's gloating face. Humph. Their Wu family was on par with the Luo family, so others would give Luo Xing'er some face, but she was not afraid of Luo Xing'er at all. You really don't know what's good for you. I'm just concerned about you. Luo Xing'er said aggrievedly. Tears glittered in her clear eyes as if she was about to cry. No need. Wu Qian'er didn't appreciate it at all. Humph. How could she easily believe in concern when she was in an aristocratic family? In fact, she was even worried about the so-called friendship. Sister Xing'er, Miss Wu is in a bad mood. Cut it out. Bai Fang walked to Luo Xing'er and comforted her understandingly. They had seen everything that happened backstage clearly. They didn't know what feud Wu Qian'er had with those people, but the protection of that incomparably handsome man for his woman had already penetrated deep into her heart. Alas. As a woman, didn't she desire a man who could protect her the most? Therefore, the scene just now had already left a deep ripple in her heart. Big Sister Fang, I'm just being nice. Luo Xing'er muttered softly, feeling a little guilty. In fact, she wanted to see a joke, but she didn't expect Wu Qian'er to really not give her any face, so she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sister Xing'er, Miss Wu is in a bad mood, so don't provoke her. It's my turn next, so you have to be good. Bai Fang coaxed gently. After Wu Qian'er left the stage, a few more young ladies went on stage to compete in succession. However, their talents were far inferior to Wu Qian'er's, so they didn't attract much attention. She was next. Thinking of this, she couldn't help being a little nervous. Okay. Luo Xing'er nodded obediently. She also knew that women in a rage couldn't be provoked, so she naturally wouldn't provoke Wu Qian'er again. Little Sister Xing'er, I'm going on stage. Bai Fang heard the host calling her name. She greeted Luo Xing'er and walked elegantly onto the stage. After Bai Fang went on stage, she didn't say anything unnecessary. Instead, she looked around the audience with her beautiful eyes that were as limpid as autumn water. When her gaze reached the seats of Leng Ruoxue and the others, her gaze even swept lightly over the freak. Unfortunately, the freak didn't even raise his head, which couldn't help making her a little disappointed. She sat down in front of the zither with a depressed heart. She also wanted to perform with the zither, but the tune was different from Wu Qian'er's. Wu Qian'er played the melodious and tactful, phoenix-seeking phoenix, while she wanted to play the majestic and imposing, general's endowment. When her first note floated into the ears of everyone present, it couldn't help making their eyes light up. The guests and audience below the stage did not expect this woman, who looked as weak as water, to play such an exciting tune. For a time, everyone looked at Bai Fang in a different light, and Bai Fang became the focus of everyone's attention as she wished. This woman isn't simple. Empty looked at Bai Fang, who was performing in the middle of the stage, and said meaningfully in the corner of the audience. She is the concubine daughter of the Bai family, Bai Fang. She might not be from the first wife, but she is one of the best among the daughters of the Bai family. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also talented. If you don't like her, I am willing to be your matchmaker, the fifth elder said hurriedly. Unfortunately, he expressed his feelings wrongly. I say, old man, do you think that woman is worthy of our family's commander Wu? Isn't that a toad lusting for swan meat? Stop worrying about that. Fengde pouted gently and said disdainfully. To be honest, he had always hated women who seemed weak because such women were too good at pretending. Moreover, all the weak and pitiful women he had seen were scheming. The fifth elder was depressed. Boo-hoo. Why was it so difficult to curry favor with them? He would say the wrong thing accidentally. Alas. He just wanted to curry favor, but he did it on purpose. However, that Baifeng was really not worthy of his excellency. Fifth elder, thank you. However, I'm not the one who likes you. Empty glanced at the freak and teased with a light smile. He had lived for so long and had seen countless people. Therefore, how could that woman's thoughts be hidden from him? Unfortunately, that woman was destined to not get what she wanted. The fifth elder looked at the smile on Empty's face and then followed his gaze to gently glance at the man who was as beautiful as a freak. He pondered in his heart, what does your excellency mean? Could it be that Baifeng has taken a liking to this freak? Then she's dead for sure. A woman who dares to snatch another man won't have a good end. Moreover, her opponent is the woman that even their Guan Yu family is quite afraid of. Alas. Baifeng is plucking fur from a tiger. She's really tired of living. Fifth elder, how many people are behind you? Leng Ruoxue opened her beautiful eyes and asked lightly. There are still many more. Fifth elder said after some thought. Many families sent their daughters to participate in the competition, so the number of people participating in the first round was the greatest. Fifth elder, we'll go back first today. I won't be coming for the next few days. However, I'll be coming for the finals, so you can rest assured. Leng Ruoxue gave the fifth elder a pill to calm him down so that he wouldn't be on tenterhooks. Alas. These performances were really boring. She would rather find someone to have a good fight with than see those women flirting on the stage. When did she become so violent? Go back now. But the competition has just begun, fifth elder said in surprise. Yes, I'm not interested in these competitions, Leng Ruoxue said honestly. She stood up with the freak and then turned to Empty. Continue staying here if anyone wants to watch. However, be careful. I'm not interested in these things either, Empty said softly, implying that he wanted to leave with Schwer. After all, he wouldn't have come here to show himself if he didn't want to accompany Schwer and the others. Miss, we'll go back with you, Fengde and the others said hurriedly. Alas. They were quite disappointed in the flower appreciation assembly. Those famous flowers and famous grass were quite good looking, but those young ladies from noble families were nothing to look at. Who would be interested in these ordinary women in front of their Mrs. Stunning appearance all day long? Then let's go. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Just like that, they strode out of the venue of the flower appreciation meeting under the accompaniment of Baifeng's magnanimous zither music. On the stage, Baifeng was instantly depressed when she saw the person she was paying attention to leave without hesitation. She accidentally played the zither wrong. Fortunately, her reaction was fast enough, so the effects were not too big. She hurriedly walked off the stage after playing. The fifth elder watched as Leng Ruoxue and the others left. He looked at their backs and then at Baifeng, who was fleeing in a sorry state. He sighed helplessly. Alas. Women who think too highly of themselves were the worst. His antidote. Suddenly, he remembered that he was still in disguise. However, when he chased after her, she was long gone. When he ran to the Alchemist Association, he was told by the people of the Alchemist Association that they were all in seclusion. Therefore, he could only live with this unfamiliar face for several days gloomily. There were a few times that he was almost rejected by the Guan Yu family. Boo-hoo. After Leng Ruoxue and the others left for a while, Ningde, who was sitting on pins and needles in the VIP seats, realized that his young miss and the others had all disappeared. Upon seeing this, he hurriedly greeted Guan Yu along and left the Flower Appreciation Convention in a hurry. However, when he returned to the association, he was also informed that everyone was in seclusion. He was depressed when he heard this. 5 days later. Leng Ruoxue and the others left the bracelet with smiles and came to the yard. Miss, we can finally advance to Great Mystic, Fengde said happily. They had gained a lot from cultivating in seclusion in the bracelet for 5 days. They could take the Silver Snow Pill and become Mystic Kings after advancing to Great Mystic. This was great. Okay, let's advance first and then go to the Flower Appreciation meeting. Today is the finals. Leng Ruoxue reminded. The highlight was today. Yes, Fengde and the others quickly agreed. To them, the flower viewing convention was just a pastime. Improving their strength was the most important. Alas. It's so good to be young. Leng Qingtian looked at the energetic young people in front of him and sighed with emotion. Young people's cultivation speed was indeed faster than these old fellows. Old man Lin and the others had been in seclusion for a much longer time than Fengde and the others, but there had been no movement until now. Alas. He didn't know how it was. Of course it's good to be young, the little old man hurriedly echoed. Little peacock, bring us to the place where Grandpa advanced last time. Leng Ruoxue summoned the little peacock from the bracelet and ordered. Yes, miss, the little peacock hurriedly answered. Then, after everyone sat on its back, it left the Alchemist Association with Leng Ruoxue and the others and flew toward the same place as last time. About an hour later, the little peacock brought everyone to the uninhabited mountain where Leng Qingtian advanced last time. The little peacock stopped flying and said to Leng Ruoxue, "Miss, we're here." "Okay." Leng Ruoxue nodded. They jumped off the little peacock's back after it landed. "Big brother, find a place to advance each." Leng Ruoxue reminded. "Okay." Leng Ruohan nodded. Then everyone scattered and chose a spacious place to sit down. They released their beasts and prepared to advance. After a while, everyone's heaven-earth laws descended one after another. Immediately, golden light flashed all over the barren valley, rising and falling, continuing for a long, long time. After Leng Ruohan and the others advanced to Great Mystic, Leng Ruoxue gave each of them a silver snow pill. After everyone took the silver snow pill, a new wave of advancement arrived as scheduled and not long later. After a long while, the noisy valley finally returned to its former calm. Leng Ruoxue was very happy seeing the excited expressions on everyone and the beasts' faces. Their strength had improved again. "Miss, I'm a mystic monarch too," Lu Tao said happily as she ran to Leng Ruoxue excitedly. "Yes, congratulations," Leng Ruoxue said happily. Then she looked at Cui Zhu, who was not far away. These two girls were the first people she saw after she opened her eyes, and they were her subordinates who had followed her from the beginning. They were now mystic monarchs, and she was very happy for them. "Miss, boo-hoo. Cui Zhu missed you so much." Cui Zhu, who had been excited, hurriedly ran over and sobbed after receiving Leng Ruoxue's gaze. She could finally keep up with Mrs. Footsteps. She had been cultivating in the space since she emerged from seclusion last time because she didn't want to be Mrs. Burden. She had always hoped that she could help Mississippi. "Silly girl, haven't you always been by my side?" Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. "But..." Cui Zhu pouted. "She often went into seclusion." "Alright, you're all mystic monarchs now. You can be considered powerhouses on the boundless heaven continent. Don't be like a child and cry all the time." Leng Ruoxue coaxed softly. Then she couldn't help reaching out to pinch Cui Zhu's face. She found that Cui Zhu was becoming more and more cute. Her little face was red, making her want to ravage it. "Miss." Cui Zhu sighed helplessly. "Boo-hoo. She was not Qing Zhu. Why did Miss pinch her face?" Our Cui Zhu is becoming cuter and cuter," Leng Ruoxue couldn't help teasing. "Miss is too evil to bully Cui Zhu. Boo-hoo. I'm going to ignore you." Cui Zhu ran to a corner to hide shyly after speaking. Everyone and the beasts couldn't help laughing when they saw Cui Zhu's actions. Miss was right. Cui Zhu was indeed very cute. "Alright, stop laughing. We should leave this place. The Flower Appreciation Festival is about to begin." Leng Ruoxue reminded. They still had to watch the show. With that, she pulled the freak directly onto the little peacock's back, and then everyone sat down. "Miss, sit tight. I'm going to take off," the little peacock said. With that, it flapped its two powerful wings, flying straight toward the blue skies. After returning to Moon-Gazing City, Leng Ruoxue ordered Little Peacock to go to the Alchemist Association first because she was afraid that Ningda would be waiting for them in the association. After all, she had asked someone to tell Ningda that he would come out of seclusion 5 days later. After the Little Peacock flew everyone back to the yard, they saw Ningda waiting for them at the yard gate gloomily as if he had been abandoned. "Miss, where did you go?" Ningda looked at the little peacock that landed in front of him and couldn't help asking. "Boo-hoo." He thought that Miss and the others had yet to come out of seclusion, so he didn't dare to disturb them at all and had been waiting outside the yard. However, he didn't expect Miss and the others to not be here. This couldn't help making him feel a little uncomfortable. Could it be that Miss ultimately couldn't accept him? Old Ning. We went to advance. I'm a mystic monarch now, Fengde interrupted happily. After Fengde finished speaking, Ningda, who had been wallowing in self-pity, realized that they were actually mystic monarchs. Boo-hoo. Perverts. How many silver snow pills did Miss have? Fengde and the others were only elementary mystic 5 days ago, but their cultivation levels were actually the same as his now. He was also a mystic monarch, and it took him a long time to advance. However, these people were all Miss's subordinates, so it was normal for them to be so abnormal, he comforted himself. Ningda, come up. Let's go to the Flower Appreciation Festival, Leng Ruoxue said to Ningda, who had been standing there foolishly. Previous chapter. Next Oh. Ningda jumped onto the little peacock's back and then looked at Leng Ruoxue hesitantly. He hesitated for a while and finally couldn't help saying, Miss, give me a appearance-changing pill too. I can sit with you this way. He had been wanting to refine a few appearance-changing pills these few days, but he actually didn't have enough herbs on hand, so he could only give up helplessly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue agreed without hesitation. In fact, she didn't give Ningda the appearance-changing pill on the first day for Guan Yulong to see. She just wanted Guan Yulong to know what choice she should make. She was a pacifist after all. Hee. Really? Ningda looked at Leng Ruoxue in disbelief. Boo-hoo. Why did Miss agree so easily? All the excuses he had already thought of were useless. Of course, I never lie, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Huh, the reason why I didn't give you the appearance-changing pill last time was that I hoped Guan Yulong could make a sensible choice. It was also to let him know that the Alchemist Association didn't fall out with their Guan Yu family, Leng Ruoxue added and explained her thoughts simply. Oh, I understand, Ningda said happily. Boo-hoo. He thought that he was despised by Miss because he was an outsider. He was immediately happy knowing that it was not for this reason. Ningda, did the major families do anything these few days? Leng Ruoxue asked casually. The Guan Yu family has always been very quiet. However, the Wu family has been asking about the residences of Miss and the others. Moreover, there seemed to be a few forces secretly asking about Miss and the others. Ningda reported everything he knew, afraid that he would miss a single thing. Which forces are they? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help asking. The Luo and Bai families, Ningda answered honestly. The Luo family and the Bai family? Leng Ruoxue frowned in thought. She had no dealings with the Luo family. Could it be that the Bai family wanted to avenge that Bai Ru? The Luo family might not be as strong as the Wu family, but they have always been on good terms with the Guan Yu family. As for the Bai family, they are only at the bottom. Logically speaking, they should be paying attention to the movement of the Guan Yu family the most, but they sent people to inquire about Mississippi. I really don't know why. Ningda said doubtfully. He had actually thought about this question for a few days, but he had never thought of an answer. Could it be that they want to have ideas about Miss? Aren't they overestimating their capabilities? Fengde guessed with a face full of disdain. Humph. Not just anyone could have ideas about his young Miss. Not to mention that Commander Yi would fly into a rage, even they wouldn't do it. Humph. Anyone who dares to have designs on Shuer, die, the freak roared directly without thinking after hearing Fengde's words. Oh right, Miss, there's another thing. Wu Qian'er was beaten up again a few days ago. 2 drops of cold sweat hung on Ningda's forehead as he thought, alas. Violent freak, unlucky Wu Qian'er. Beaten up by who? It seems like she has a lot of enemies, Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. That Wu Qian'er was really unlucky. However, she didn't want the person who beat up Wu Qian'er to ruin her matter. Therefore, she hoped that Wu Qian'er didn't lose an arm or a leg. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't let the person who beat Wu Qian'er off. I don't know. Ningda was also a little puzzled. He knew that Miss and the others definitely didn't do this. Who could it be? He couldn't understand. Is Wu Qian'er's injury serious? Leng Ruoxue asked with concern. Not serious, just some superficial wounds. She went on stage normally the next day after taking our association's pills. Ningda said with a naughty smile. He gave Wu Qian'er the snake accumulation pill that he refined together last time. Yes, well done. Wu Qian'er can't be absent from the competition, Leng Ruoxue praised. Miss, we've arrived at the venue of the Flower Appreciation Festival, the little peacock suddenly interrupted. It took off as soon as Ningda sat on its back. However, because the venue was not very far, it only flew for a few minutes before reaching its destination. Okay. Leng Ruoxue and the others jumped down from the little peacock's back. The little peacock landed at the entrance they entered from on the first day. Moreover, there was no one else at the door except for the guards. The group walked straight into the venue in a grandiose manner. The guards at the door hurriedly bowed when they saw them and then watched their backs very respectfully. Miss Leng, you're finally here. The 5th elder, who had been waiting in the venue, ran to them as soon as Leng Ruoxue and the others entered. 5th elder? Leng Ruoxue looked doubtfully at the 5th elder, whose eyes were brimming with tears. What was going on? Why did 5th elder look like he had seen a long-lost relative when he saw their expressions? Was there a need to? Miss Leng, quickly give me the antidote to the appearance-changing pill. Boo-hoo. 5th elder choked. It had been 5 days, and he had been in deep water and fire every day. The patriarch and 1st elder laughed hysterically when they saw him, while the other elders and clansmen kept staring at him doubtfully. No matter where he went, almost everyone would find an excuse to follow him, afraid that he would sneak into the Guan Yu family to cause trouble. Boo-hoo. He was really too pitiful. 5th elder, I can't give you the antidote if you still want to sit with us today. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. He. She really forgot about the antidote. However, she believed that 5th elder's life these few days must be very exciting. Miss Leng, I'm not sitting with you anymore, the 5th elder said tactfully. It was the last day. He was helpless alone if anything really happened. He knew very well that the patriarch could not stop Leng Ruoxue and the others from finding trouble if they really wanted to. Therefore, he shouldn't court disaster. Oh, then eat this. Leng Ruoxue took out a pill from her ring and handed it to the 5th elder. Thank you, Miss Leng. 5th elder took the pill and hurriedly threw it into his mouth. 5th elder, please tell your patriarch that the flower appreciation meeting will end today. The time limit I gave him is 3 days, Leng Ruoxue reminded him. After speaking, she led everyone past the 5th elder and walked toward their seats from last time. Previous chapter. The 5th elder looked at the backs of Leng Ruoxue and the others and sighed softly. Alas. What should come will come. This eldest miss was indeed a trustworthy person. The Flower Appreciation Festival would end today. He knew that if they couldn't give Leng Ruoxue a satisfactory answer, their moon-gazing family would probably become history. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked to the corner of the audience and sat down. Miss, what do you intend to do with the Guan Yu family? Fengde couldn't help asking curiously as soon as he sat down. That will depend on the Guan Yu family's sincerity. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. She didn't like violence, so it would naturally be best if it could be resolved peacefully and satisfy her. Swear, I think the patriarch and first elder of the Guan Yu family are sensible people. However, it's hard to say for the Wu family. Leng Qingtian said after some thought. Grandpa, the Wu family won't let us go. They are waiting for the Flower Appreciation Festival to end just like us, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. The audience in the venue was almost here as Leng Ruoxue and the others conversed softly. The eyes of the audience lit up when they saw that the empty seats were finally full again today. Wow, I didn't expect to finally see them again today, an audience whispered excitedly, afraid to disturb them. Yes. Beauty was always pleasing to the eye, so everyone was naturally happy to see the stunning beauty in their hearts. Miss, those people seem to be talking about you. Cui Zhu said excitedly. Calm down, just ignore it. We are only small supporting characters. We can't become the focus of everyone and steal the limelight from those young ladies from the influential families. Otherwise, we will definitely become public enemies. Leng Ruoxue said calmly and earnestly. Miss, this isn't something we can control. Cui Zhu said speechlessly. In fact, what she wanted to say was that Miss, you have long been the public enemy of those young ladies from noble families. You probably can't keep a low profile even if you want to. It doesn't matter. It's enough as long as we can take care of ourselves. It's their business what the others want. We can't interfere. However, the prerequisite is that they don't provoke me. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then she leaned into the freak's arms and leaned comfortably on him. Okay. Cui Zhu looked at Mrs. Lazy appearance and sighed helplessly before looking at the stage. At this moment, the host had already stood in the middle of the stage and was giving a routine speech. After his long speech, he directly announced that the finals of the flower viewing convention had begun. After 6 days of preliminaries and semi-finals, only the 5 daughters of the noble families were qualified to participate in the final. There would be 3 rounds of competition today. According to the rules of the finals, the talents for the first 2 rounds were specified in advance. The other round was to choose their own talents, so the 5 daughters of the noble families would show their best talents and compete. After the first young lady from a noble family went on stage to perform, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help closing her eyes in boredom in the audience. To be honest, she actually wanted to give this young lady some face. However, this unknown young lady was performing the zither, and the tune she played made her want to sleep, so she had to follow her heart. Alas. She couldn't be blamed for this. Wow. Which family's young lady is this? The tune she plays actually makes me want to sleep. Well, if I have insomnia in the future, find her to play a tune so that we can have a good night's sleep, Fengde said very viciously. Damn, this was obviously a hypnosis song. Was this the top 5 of the Flower Appreciation Festival? Who selected this? Wasn't this deceiving the audience? Fortunately, they didn't spend money to buy tickets in, otherwise, they would definitely get the Guan Yu family to refund the tickets because this was obviously red fruit deceiving the consumers. Hehe, the grand finals of the Flower Appreciation event takes a comprehensive score. Her piano skills are very ordinary, but being able to enter the grand finals means that she has still obtained recognition in other areas of talent, Ningde, who had participated in the Flower Appreciation event many times, explained. Oh, old Ning. Then do you think this young lady has a chance of becoming the champion? Fengde asked curiously. Definitely not, Ningde said resolutely. With Wu Qian'er around, the champion would definitely not fall into the hands of others. The other young ladies from the families were just Wu Qian'er sidekicks. How could they snatch her limelight? Old Ning. Do you mean that the other daughters of noble families are not as outstanding as Wu Qian'er? Fengde said in disbelief. Why didn't he think that Wu Qian'er was so good? Humph. A woman who couldn't even compare to a strand of their young Mrs. hair could probably only show off in front of these second-rate daughters. What I mean is that the Wu family is very despicable. Even if Wu Qian'er isn't the best, Wu Ming will sweep away all obstacles for her. However, Wu Qian'er is indeed talented, so it's not wrong for the champion to fall to her. Ningde frowned and explained. While the two of them were chatting privately, the competition between the first young lady of the aristocratic family had already ended. The second person to go on stage happened to be Wu Qian'er. The zither was one of Wu Qian'er's best talents, so after she went on stage, she only bowed slightly to the audience on the stage and directly sat in front of the zither table to play. What is this? Why does it resemble Phoenix seeking Phoenix? Fengde couldn't help asking as he listened to the pleasant and melodious tune on the stage. This should be Phoenix Flight. Ningde listened carefully and then said, It seemed like Wu Fuer was determined to marry. With this in mind, his eyes gently glanced at the VIP seats. He heard that the young master of the Guan Yu family would be coming today, but he didn't see it. Alas. The young master of the Guan Yu family is really unlucky to be remembered by such a woman, Fengde said with a face full of sympathy. Swear, do you think Wu Qian'er will cause trouble for us after the performance? Empty, who was beside Leng Ruoxue, asked very curiously, his beautiful face actually full of anticipation. Not if she has a brain, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently with her eyes closed. Huh, she's brainless, Empty said disdainfully, not optimistic about Wu Qian'er's intelligence. Doesn't she still have her father? Wu Ming, that old man isn't stupid, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. In fact, she was really right. Even if Wu Qian'er wanted to cause a fuss, she didn't have the guts to do so as long as the competition didn't really end because Wu Ming had already given her an ultimatum. He said that if she dared to do what she did on the first day, he would definitely not let her go. Therefore, as long as the champion didn't fall on her head, she wouldn't dare to cause trouble even if she was given 100 guts. Therefore, she hurriedly left the stage after playing the song because she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself if she stayed for another second. Seems like you were right. Empty teased after seeing Wu Qian'er glare at them and then run away. In fact, Wu Qian'er is also a little smart. Unfortunately, her jealousy is too strong, so she's destined not to achieve anything big, Leng Ruoxue analyzed. Well, she didn't mean that she couldn't be jealous, but it was the worst if she developed a possessive desire for something that didn't belong to her. Wu Qian'er's situation was like this because as far as she knew, the young master of the Guanyu family didn't want to marry her at all. However, she had already treated herself as the young madam of the Guanyu family, so it could be seen how unrequited she was. If it weren't for this thought of hers, they probably wouldn't have had a conflict at all, nor would she have targeted the Wu family. Even if she isn't jealous, she won't be able to achieve anything with her character, Empty said objectively. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After Wu Qian'er's competition ended, Bai Feng and the other 3 young ladies also went on stage one by one. After Bai Feng went on stage, her clear eyes swept lightly in the direction of Leng Ruoxue and the others, and then her gaze fixed on the freak. However, she quickly looked away and directly began her performance after staring for a few seconds. However, the man she liked didn't even look at her until the end of her song, which couldn't help making her feel very disappointed. Therefore, she left the stage with a resentful face after playing the song. Swear, you have a worthy opponent. Empty couldn't help teasing when he saw Bai Feng's happy and slightly resentful expression. Opponent? Is she worthy? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Humph. Not every woman was qualified to be her opponent. Women who coveted her man also had to pay the price. In fact, she had felt Bai Feng's gaze that day but she just ignored it. She's really not worthy, Empty said with a loud laugh. His hearty laughter immediately attracted the attention of many people, causing Leng Ruoxue and the others to become the focus of everyone again. Empty, that's enough. If you continue smiling, those audience might eat you up. Leng Ruoxue also teased. Well, the destructive power of the peerless handsome man's smile was not small, so she forbade the freak from laughing in front of outsiders. You should keep an eye on your man. I don't dare to trouble you with my affairs, Empty said hurriedly because he could already feel a certain freak's gaze staring at him with ill intentions. TCH, my man is very obedient, Leng Ruoxue said confidently. Yes. I'm very obedient. The freak took the opportunity to quickly express his opinion. He was a filial fiancé. He had to be obedient. The 3 of them chatted happily in their seats, and the competition on the stage continued. Unknowingly, the first round of the competition had already ended. The second round of the competition was dance. Everyone chose their best dance to participate in the competition. After the 5 of them went on stage one by one and performed their dance, the scores for the first 2 rounds were out. Among them, Wu Qian'er had the highest total score for the 2 rounds of the competition and was temporarily in first place. The second place was Bai Feng, and the third place was Luo Xing'er. However, the 3 of them had very close scores, so in theory, the 3 of them had hope of becoming the champion. The other 2 young ladies could only be their contrast. The third round of the competition was to choose their own talents. This was also the last competition of this year's flower viewing convention because the 5 young ladies would definitely not hide anything anymore. After the third round of the competition began, the one with the lowest score went on first according to the scores for the first 2 rounds. Therefore, the daughter who was ranked last was the first to go on stage. After the 2 rounds of the competition, the daughters of the last 2 rankings were officially eliminated. After all, the audience wanted to see the performance of the top 3 more, so there were naturally not many people paying attention to the performance of the first 2 daughters. The third to go on stage was the daughter of the Luo family, Luo Xing'er. After the cute girl went on stage, she began the performance without hesitation. After Luo Xing'er's performance, it was Bai Feng's turn. In fact, the true competition of this year's flower viewing convention should be between her and Wu Qian'er. Luo Xing'er might be outstanding, but she was indeed inferior to the 2 of them in terms of talent. Otherwise, Luo Xing'er would not have ended her competition with a random song just now. Big Sister Feng, you can do it. Not only was Luo Xing'er not depressed after getting off the stage, but she was also very happy to cheer for Big Sister Feng, whom she liked. She didn't like Wu Qian'er, so she really hoped that Big Sister Feng could win this championship. Okay, I will. Bai Feng nodded. With that, she walked directly onto the stage. However, this time, after she went on stage, she did not look in the direction of Leng Ruoxue and the others but directly began the performance. In the last match, her performance talent was still the zither because the zither was her best, and the tune she played was actually Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. Everyone in the audience and the VIP seats were stunned when the note was out because according to tradition, the other young ladies would not perform the songs that others had played in the competition. After all, the effect of the competition would be too obvious if 2 people performed the same song. The major families were obviously unwilling to offend the other families because of a competition. However, Bai Feng surprised everyone today. Previous chapter. Next chapter. In the VVIP seats. Lord Bai, this song was played by my daughter. What does the daughter of the Bai family mean? Wu Ming glared at the patriarch of the Bai family with a displeased face and questioned. She's my brother's concubine's daughter. She hasn't seen much of the world since she was young, and it's her first time participating in such a competition today, so she probably doesn't know. She definitely didn't do it on purpose. Patriarch Wu, please believe me. Your daughter's zither skills are top-notch. Fenger can't compare. The patriarch of the Bai family wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and hurriedly explained. At the same time, he cursed the unruly Bai Feng half to death in his heart. Damn it, she shouldn't implicate their Bai family even if she wanted to die. Wu Ming was famous for being ruthless. Moreover, he had already warned Bai Feng to keep a low profile in this competition and not snatch the limelight from Wu Qianer. After all, their Bai family couldn't afford to offend the Wu family. However, Bai Feng actually ignored his words. He really didn't know what she wanted to do. So she's a bastard daughter. No wonder she's so unpresentable. Wu Ming mocked rudely. Hee, I'm sorry. The patriarch of the Bai family suppressed his anger. Humph. How could he have used a concubine daughter to participate in the competition if his daughter wasn't disappointing? In fact, he was still very satisfied with Bai Feng's performance these few days. After all, if his daughter participated in the competition, she might not have such good results. However, Bai Feng made him a little angry today, and she made him cry softly in front of the Wu family. Humph. He would settle this score with her when he returned. Do you not have confidence in your daughter winning the championship? If that's the case, let her withdraw from the competition directly so that she won't be embarrassed when the results are announced later. Guan Yuelong reminded coldly from the side after hearing their conversation. He was very happy to see someone defeat Wu Qianer. He just didn't know if those daughters of noble families had the guts. After all, many people were very afraid of the Wu family. Who said so? My daughter is the best. Wu Ming roared furiously. Is that so? Why can't I tell? Can you tell? Guan Yuelong said to the patriarch present with a face full of smiles, neither angry nor angry. The patriarch sitting in the VIP seats had black lines hanging on their foreheads when they heard Guan Yuelong's words. They thought to themselves, Patriarch Guan Yuelong, aren't you harming us? Even if they thought so in their hearts, they didn't dare to say it in front of Wu Ming. One had to know that Wu Ming was famous for being despicable. Who knew what kind of underhanded means he would play behind his back if they really displeased him? Often, no one dared to provoke such people. Why didn't anyone answer me? After a while, Guan Yuelong couldn't help asking angrily when he saw that no one responded. Because everyone thinks my daughter is outstanding. Of course no one will respond to you, Wu Ming said in a good mood seeing Guan Yuelong deflated. The temperature of the scene immediately dropped several degrees after Wu Ming's words. No one dared to say anything seeing Guan Yuelong's ugly expression. Patriarch Guan Yu, is young Master Guan Yuxi back? After a long while, a patriarch cleverly changed the topic, not daring to bear Guan Yuelong's anger. Yes, he's back, Guan Yuelong said lightly. Oh, didn't the young master come? The patriarch asked, as if he wanted to chat with Guan Yuelong. Unfortunately, Guan Yuelong was not interested at all because he was still angry. Of course he's here. He's not interested in someone's performance, so he should be here after the competition. Guan Yuelong rolled his eyes at Wu Ming and said irritably. In fact, Xier was already here, but he didn't appear in the VIP seats. It's okay. He has to marry Qianer no matter if he's interested or not, Wu Ming said nonchalantly. Anyway, the Guan Yu family couldn't refuse as long as his daughter won the championship. Wait for your precious daughter to win the championship. Guan Yuelong reminded her. However, he couldn't help thinking about how to prevent Wu Qianer from winning the championship. At this moment, two handsome men were also sitting in a corner on the other side of the audience. The two men were sitting diagonally opposite Leng Ruoxue and the others, so they could easily see Leng Ruoxue and the others. Hey, is that woman your sweetheart? Luo Fei looked at the drop-dead gorgeous beauty opposite him and asked with a face full of amazement. Yesterday, his sister had praised Bai Feng in front of him a lot, as if she was the only woman in the world. Later, she knew that the little girl planned to make Bai Feng her sister-in-law. After he knew, he couldn't help but laugh at the girl's whimsical thoughts. Not to mention whether he was interested in Bai Feng, it was impossible to become the young madam of the Luo family with Bai Feng's identity. Yes, your sister's taste isn't good either. That Bai Feng is very ordinary. Guan Yuxi didn't expect to actually see Leng Ruoxue today and couldn't help teasing his good friend in a good mood. Yes, which woman isn't ordinary compared to your beloved? Luo Fei said speechlessly. Boo-hoo. He was not interested in Bai Feng at all. He didn't expect Guan Yuxi to tease him with this. Alas. I just have a crush on her. She doesn't know of my existence, so don't spout nonsense. It won't be good if others misunderstand, Guan Yuxi reminded very cautiously, his handsome face carrying a trace of disappointment. Then you're not allowed to talk about Bai Feng either. Let's not talk about anyone. Luo Fei began to state his conditions. Okay. Guan Yuxi nodded in agreement. At this moment, Wu Qianer was playing her last song on the stage. The Flower Appreciation Festival had truly ended after her performance. Finally, the song ended. The entire competition ended when Wu Qianer's final note sounded. Miss, this time, Wu Qianer actually didn't play a tune like Happy Moon, Wedding Night, and the like. Instead, she chose a tune full of concepts like Mountain River. Unfortunately. This isn't her style, Fengda said with a look of pity. Fengda, I just found out that you know music today, Leng Ruoxue said in surprise. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Hehe, I just think that the last song she played was not nice and didn't match her style. Who asked her to be so desperate for marriage? Phoenix Seeking Phoenix and Phoenix in Flight have all been played. Shouldn't we enter the bridal chamber next? Fengde said with a smile. After all, this matched Wu Qian'er's desire for marriage. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead uncontrollably. However, she had to admit that Fengde's words were reasonable. Fengde, Wu Qian'er is staring at you. Empty reminded with a light smile. Alas. One was marked by the company one kept. Everyone around Shuer was so venomous. Upon hearing Empty's words, Fengde couldn't help but look up at Wu Qian'er, who had just finished playing the song. Good gracious, she was indeed staring at her. Could it be that this woman had heard what he said just now? Then why didn't she flare up? This shouldn't be the case. This wasn't like her. Leng Ruoxue also looked up at Wu Qian'er on the stage, and then said calmly, could it be that Miss Wu likes my subordinates? Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting? How can such a lowly person be worthy of me? Wu Qian'er raised her head arrogantly like a phoenix and said very disdainfully. Hey, you big milk cow, who are you calling lowly? I don't care even if a woman like you comes to me for nothing. Humph. I advise you not to take yourself too seriously. You're not noble at all, Fengde said very rudely. Everyone in the audience roared with laughter when they heard the big milk cow's call. Wu Qian'er might not be tall, but her chest was extraordinarily spectacular, so they all felt that this name was very appropriate. Big, milk cow? Damn it, you're the big milk cow. Wu Qian'er roared angrily. Her beautiful face flushed red with anger after hearing everyone's laughter. I'm sorry. It seems like I have to teach you. Only female milk cows produce milk, so I can't be called a milk cow. Moreover, I don't have such big breasts. Fengde said angrily. Why I won't let you go. Wu Qian'er was so angry that she was trembling. Her clear eyes glared at Leng Ruoxue and the others as she said fiercely. I wonder how Miss Wu wants to deal with us. Leng Ruoxue asked curiously with her beautiful face. I want to sell all of you to the brothel. However, before I go, I'll find a few strong men to play with you, haha. Wu Qian'er said a little smugly. Her intense anger made her forget what kind of place this was for a moment, so she accidentally said what was on her mind. The audience and the guests in the VIP seats were dumbfounded before Wu Qian'er finished speaking. They couldn't believe that such vicious words would be said by Wu Qian'er in public. I really couldn't tell that this daughter of the Wu family was so vicious. Yes. If the so-called daughters of noble families are all like this, I would rather marry a commoner woman. Well, I can't take this kind of woman even if she wants to. She's really too vicious. She can sell people because of a small dispute and wants to. If there's a conflict between husband and wife, I think she will murder her husband. Poor young Master Guan Yu. Everyone began discussing one after another, their voices so loud that even Wu Qian'er, who was still standing on the stage, couldn't ignore them. Damn it, all of you shut up. Wu Qian'er roared without caring about her image. Her anger made her beautiful face a little distorted. What? Miss Wu wants to sell us too, someone in the audience shouted. Hehe, I just found out today that the Wu family is a human trafficker. It seems like we have to be careful lest we get caught and sold by her one day. Leng Ruoxue teased without being angry, and her beautiful face even had a drop-dead smile. Don't spout nonsense. Our Wu family is a top-notch family, not a human trafficker. Wu Qian'er was so angry that she lost her mind and roared like thunder. But you said you wanted to sell us and even said you wanted to find a few strong men to play with me. I don't know when you'll find them for me. I can't wait anymore. Leng Ruoxue narrowed her beautiful eyes and said anxiously. Humph. I'll definitely let you have your wish. Don't worry. Wu Qian'er said fiercely. Oh, when? Can you give me a time limit so that I won't wait for nothing? Leng Ruoxue asked anxiously, looking like she would not stop until she was given time. Humph. Let's sell them first, Wu Qian'er said proudly. Are you favoring men over women? What right do you have to sell them first before finding the burly man for me? You're a woman too. You can't be so biased. Leng Ruoxue said very displeased, her beautiful face full of grievance. What's the rush? Do you lack men that much? Wu Qian'er roared impatiently. For some reason, she felt that something was amiss, but she couldn't put her finger on it. I didn't lack it originally, but since you're going to sell my man, I lack it. Leng Ruoxue said matter-of-factly, still looking at Wu Qian'er aggrievedly. Shuer, don't let her sell me away. Boo-hoo. I don't want to leave you. You have to protect me. The freak lay on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder and sobbed cooperatively. Alas. He had to cooperate since Shuer wanted to play. However, that woman Wu Qian'er was dead for sure. Humph. It was the first time in his life that a woman wanted to sell him away. She was really tired of living. Empty also had the same thoughts as the freak. However, they didn't say a word now and just looked at Wu Qian'er on the stage like they were watching a good show. Don't be scared. I will protect you. I will beg Miss Wu to sell us to the same brothel, Leng Ruoxue quickly comforted. Shuer, what about me? Empty looked at Leng Ruoxue and asked. His clear and innocent beautiful eyes stared at Leng Ruoxue intently. Moreover, there were faint tears in his eyes, as if he would cry directly if Shuer said anything wrong. I'll protect you too. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she said speechlessly. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Miss, what should I do? No one can separate us. Boo-hoo. Lu Tao's eyes were red as she sobbed very sadly. Lass. You can't leave an old man like me behind. The little old man also participated and said pitifully. Hee, it was really fun. Even the 3 major families wanted to provide for him. However, the daughter of the Wu family actually wanted to sell them. He really wanted to know which brothel dared to take him in. Alas. Miss Wu, you see, my family and subordinates can't leave me, so you can't separate us. If you want to sell, you have to sell us together. Otherwise, I won't agree. Leng Ruoxue sighed and said helplessly. Yes, Miss Wu, please sell us together. I was wrong. I shouldn't have called you Big Milk Cow just now. Look at your figure. It's a pity to call you Big Milk Cow. I should call you Big Milk Cow with the best figure, Fengde said with a face full of regret. Why you all? Wu Qian'er was so angry that she was about to vomit blood, and she even stammered. At the same time, in the VIP seats. Upon hearing Wu Qian'er's words, Guan Yulong, who was drinking tea, spat out the tea that he had yet to swallow. Fortunately, it all happened to spray onto Wu Ming. You. Wu Ming, who was already very displeased, became even angrier seeing that he was sprayed with water. His daughter was spouting nonsense downstairs, and he got someone to spray water on him. One could imagine how terrible his mood was. I'm sorry, Brother Wu. Your daughter's words have really broadened my horizons, so, hee. I only found out today that the Wu family still has that kind of livelihood. Guan Yulong said with a smile. He had even changed his way of addressing Wu Ming to Brother Wu. It could be seen how good his mood was. Even if Wu Qian'er won the champion of the flower viewing convention, he could rest easy. After all, he didn't believe that Wu Qian'er could live to the day she married her son after offending that eldest young lady. However, a young lady from an aristocratic family actually had such thoughts. He had to sigh that the Wu family's upbringing was indeed good. Humph. Children are insensible. You actually believe nonsense. It can be seen how low your intelligence is, Wu Ming said with slight sarcasm. He knew that Guan Yulong wanted to see him make a fool of himself, but how could he let this fellow do as he pleased? It's not important whether I believe it or not. It's not like you're selling me, Guan Yulong said nonchalantly. It was enough as long as Leng Ruoxue believed it. Guan Yulong, it's been so long. Why isn't the final ranking out yet? Wu Ming asked and directly changed the topic. He really didn't want to discuss the topic with Guan Yulong just now. Otherwise, he would be angered to death. Probably because the ranking isn't good. First Elder, go take a look. Don't make our brother Wu wait anxiously. He still has to take care of his business. Guan Yulong said to the First Elder happily and secretly made a gesture that only the 2 of them knew when no one was paying attention. The First Elder understood and then left the VIP seats. After the First Elder left the VIP seats, he looked at the judges' seats and then went to the audience to find his young master. Young master. First Elder looked at Guan Yushi. First Elder, why are you here? Guan Yushi asked in surprise. Could it be that father was looking for him? I'm here to take a look, the First Elder said with a smile. Alas. The Flower Appreciation Festival was about to end today, but he and the Patriarch had yet to think of how to explain it to that eldest Mississippi. He couldn't help being a little worried when he thought of this. Sport? First Elder, you're really free. It's so lively over there, why isn't anyone caring? Luo Fei teased with a light smile. Care? Who? We can't care about the Wu family's young miss, First Elder said helplessly, his face full of difficulties. First Elder, who will be the champion of the Flower Appreciation Festival this time? Luo Fei asked the advisor knowingly. How would I know? I'm not a judge. First Elder glared at Luo Fei and said indifferently. Didn't you just come from the judging panel? You really don't know? Luo Fei said in disbelief. In fact, he just wanted to know if the champion was Wu Qian'er, but this old man insisted on keeping him in suspense. Alas. He was really anxious to death. I don't know. The judges are in a difficult position, and the champion is difficult to evaluate, so the result isn't out yet. It probably will take a while. First Elder explained. If the champion is Wu Qian'er, does she really have to marry that woman? Luo Fei asked curiously. Of course. Our Guan Yu family is a very trustworthy family, the First Elder promised. They would keep their word, but they were afraid that the Wu family would not have the fortune. Looks like I have to congratulate you in advance, Luo Fei teased. Do you want to die? I won't marry her. Guan Yushi rolled her eyes at Luo Fei, her handsome face full of displeasure. Can you do whatever you want? Luo Fei gloated. Since you're congratulating me, then I'll also congratulate you and Miss Bai on getting married early. Guan Yushi said, unwilling to be outdone. Humph. How could wanting to see him make a fool of himself be such a beautiful thing? Don't. I was wrong, okay? Luo Fei quickly begged. He didn't want to marry that weak and sickly woman who would collapse from the wind. I'm afraid she would not want to marry you even if you wanted to marry her. First Elder said in realization. Alas, that bastard daughter of the Bai family was quite ambitious. What a pity. She was inviting trouble onto herself. Hopefully, she wouldn't do anything irrational. After all, the Bai family and the Guanyu family had business dealings. That's great, Luo Fei said happily after hearing what the first elder said. He didn't have time to care for that kind of woman all day. Moreover, he hated women who looked weak and sickly since they were young but had better bodies than anyone and liked to pretend to be pitiful. At this moment, Wu Qian'er was glaring fiercely at Leng Ruoxue and the others on the stage. Leng Ruoxue also glared back at her, unwilling to be outdone. Neither side spoke. At this moment, under the arrangement of the host, Bai Feng and Luo Xing'er also walked onto the stage and waited for the final result to be out. Previous chapter. After Bai Feng and Luo Xing'er went on stage, they did not stand with Wu Qian'er but maintained a distance from her. Miss Wu, it's wrong for you to quarrel with the audience. After a while of silence, Bai Feng couldn't help persuading her. Her voice was so soft that water seemed to seep out. Slap. A slap landed on Bai Feng's beautiful face. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Wu Qian'er roared furiously after raising her hand to slap Bai Feng. Humph. She was almost angered to death by Leng Ruoxue and the others just now, and she couldn't do anything to those people, so she could only vent all her anger on Bai Feng, and this was somewhat related to the tune Bai Feng played just now. I'm sorry. Half of Bai Feng's face immediately swelled up after being slapped, and she said with tears in her eyes. However, her gaze seemed to glance at the freak. Her aggrieved and pitiful appearance was enough to make most people pity her, but it absolutely didn't include Leng Ruoxue and the others. Hey, big sister Feng is just trying to persuade you out of goodwill. How can you be so barbaric? Luo Xing'er, who couldn't take it anymore, quickly protested. Good intentions? I'm afraid only you will think that she's being kind, idiot. Wu Qian'er said disdainfully. You. Luo Xing'er was so angry that she couldn't say anything. She might look very powerful, but she couldn't muster up any aura when facing an unreasonable person like Wu Qian'er. Leng Ruoxue, who had been sitting in the corner, looked at the farce on the stage and thought, are they being rebellious? However, that Bai Feng was quite intriguing. Unfortunately, she expressed the wrong feelings. Just as there was some silence on the stage and off stage, a stinky smell suddenly drifted out of the venue. At first, no one paid attention because the smell was very faint. However, as the stink became stronger, no one could ignore it anymore. Where did this smell come from? It stinks. An audience member covered his mouth and nose. Yes. It stinks. Wow, even our sewers smell 100 times better than this. The audience exploded. In the corner of the audience, Ningda also covered his mouth and nose and looked at Leng Ruoxue. Miss. Okay, Leng Ruoxue answered softly. Then she took out a jade bottle from her ring and motioned for Ningda to distribute it to everyone. She thought that it was fortunate that she had taken the antidote early. Otherwise, she would definitely be smoked to death. Schwer, this smell. Empty asked after taking the antidote, but he stopped mid-sentence. Wu Qian'er, the stink is coming from you. Before Leng Ruoxue could say anything, a scream sounded from the stage. The audience's attention was instantly attracted to the stage. Don't spout nonsense. How can I stink? Wu Qian'er roared furiously. She could smell the stink too. She didn't know where it came from at all. However, Luo Xing'er actually wronged her. How ridiculous. I'm not spouting nonsense. It's really from you. Big sister Feng, come and smell it. Luo Xing'er didn't suspect anything and got Bai Feng to smell it too. Sister Xing'er, how could Miss Wu have this smell on her body? Don't spout nonsense. Bai Feng forced a smile. In fact, she obviously knew that this smell came from Wu Qian'er, but so what if she knew? She couldn't say it in public. She was not Luo Xing'er after all. I knew you wronged me. Humph. Wu Qian'er glared at Luo Xing'er fiercely. She would not let her go. I didn't wrong you. Big sister Feng, smell it and you'll know. It's definitely from her, Luo Xing'er said stubbornly. Sister Xing'er, speak no more. Bai Feng pulled Luo Xing'er to the side and advised her softly. No one knew what Wu Qian'er would do if she continued. Oh. Luo Xing'er answered softly, feeling incomparably depressed. Boo-hoo. It was also a mistake to be honest. In the VIP seats, Guan Yulong looked at the gloomy Wu Ming and asked gloatingly, Brother Wu, why does your daughter stink? Can you explain? How can my daughter stink? Don't listen to other people's nonsense, Wu Ming roared furiously. They had all heard what Luo Xing'er said just now, so he was in a fit of anger. However, that old man Guan Yulong actually came to provoke them. How can Xing'er spout nonsense? I watched that child grow up. She won't panic, Guan Yulong said with certainty. Yes, my daughter won't lie. She said it came from Miss Wu, so it must be, Luo Xian said very cooperatively. Humph. How dare she say that his daughter was spouting nonsense? She was really going too far. But Miss Bai said no? You said that your daughter doesn't know how to lie, so you're saying that Miss Bai lied? Wu Ming narrowed his eyes and tried to sow discord. That's what you said. I'm just saying that my daughter won't lie. It's not my business whether other people's daughters lie or not, Luoxian said calmly and nonchalantly. Patriarch Bai, what do you think? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked. The patriarch of the Bai family was so anxious that cold sweat rolled down his back, but he didn't know what to say. Boo-hoo. The Bai family was not the Luo family. They had the Guan Yu family backing them up. If he said anything wrong, it would offend both parties, so he had to pretend to be stupid. Brother Wu, don't make things difficult for them. How can they answer your question like this? Guan Yulong very kindly helped the Bai family's patriarch out of the predicament, receiving the Bai family's patriarch's incomparably grateful gaze. Humph. It's absolutely impossible for my daughter to stink, Wu Ming said with certainty. Patriarch Wu, imagination like this won't solve anything. Why don't each of our two families test it so that we can seek justice for Miss Wu? Guan Yulong suggested. In fact, he really hoped that the smell came from Wu Qianer. However, Wu Ming would not admit to Luo Xinger's words alone, so the best way was to convince that old man. Okay. Wu Ming nodded in agreement. Then he whispered a few words to the butler behind him, and the butler turned and left the VIP seats. Guan Yulong also said a few words to the guard beside him. The guard turned and left after receiving the patriarch's order. Brother Wu, don't blame me for adding insult to injury. If that stink really comes from your daughter, then the champion of this flower appreciation festival will probably not be fated to your daughter. Guan Yulong said the ugly words first lest Wu Ming refused to admit it at that time. Of course. Wu Ming nodded without hesitation. He was too confident and believed that the smell absolutely didn't come from Qianer, so he didn't object and Guan Yulong said this. Brother Wu is really sensible. Guan Yulong put on a high hat, not caring if his words were appropriate. After a while, the Wu family's butler and Guan Yulong's guard returned. Patriarch, this stink is indeed coming from Miss Wu, the guard reported honestly. And this. The Wu family's butler wants to bribe me to help them hide it, the guard added as he handed over another silver card. Oh, since it's from the Wu family, take it. It's a waste not to take it. Guan Yulong said with a smile. At this moment, he was rather happy. He could finally get rid of Wu Qianer. It was really great. Patriarch Xie. The guard openly took the silver card under the murderous gaze of the Wu family's butler. The patriarchs sitting around were all well aware of the result of the verification. Therefore, even if the Wu family's butler didn't say anything, it wouldn't affect the final result. It seemed like Miss Wu was definitely not fated to be the champion. Brother Wu, looks like your daughter won't have the chance to become the young madam of our Guan Yue family. Alas. What a pity. Guan Yulong said with a face full of pity. Guan Yulong, even if this smell comes from Qianer, it won't affect the ownership of the champion. No one else is qualified to be the champion except for our Qianer, Wu Ming said with certainty. Alright. Your daughter's talents are indeed the best among the 5 young ladies. We can't treat her favorably just because she has a strange smell. Therefore, for the sake of the Wu family, we can give her the championship. However, don't even think about the young madam of the Guan Yu family. Our Guan Yu family can't marry a young master's wife with a stinky smell. Guan Yulong thought for a while and then said very cautiously. In fact, he knew Wu Ming very well, so he was prepared that he would not keep his promise. However, the champion could be given to him, but the position of the young madam was absolutely not allowed. Do you want to go back on your word? Wu Ming stood up from his seat and roared angrily. You were the one who didn't keep your promise first. Now, you're blaming me. What kind of logic is this? Moreover, Brother Wu, how can you blame me for your daughter being disappointing? Think about it. Which family would want a woman with a strange smell as the future mistress of the family? Even if I agree, the elders of the family won't agree. Would you marry such a woman for your son? Guan Yulong said without anger or anger. Guan Yulong's words immediately left Wu Ming speechless, and the atmosphere fell silent again. Wu Qianer and the others were standing in the middle of the stage, waiting for the final result. For some reason, Wu Qianer felt a sense of unease enveloping her heart. 2 people had come to her side to smell her just now. They might not have said anything, but it was precisely because of this that she felt even more uneasy. Just as Wu Qianer was feeling uneasy, the host endured the stink and walked onto the stage. He didn't even open his mouth and directly announced the winner. Then he left as if he was fleeing for his life. Miss Wu, congratulations. Bai Fang actually walked to Wu Qianer as if she didn't smell any stink. Humph. I told you long ago that the champion will definitely belong to me. Wu Qianer rolled her eyes at Bai Fang, completely indifferent to her goodwill. Yes, Miss Wu is the best, Bai Fang said and slowly walked off the stage. Luo Xinger had already escaped the stage with the host after announcing the results. Humph. You commoners, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen the champion? Wu Qianer was so smug that she was about to fly into the sky after winning the championship. She turned her gaze to Leng Ruoxue and the others provocatively and said with contempt, haha. The entire stage belonged to her alone now. Leng Ruoxue, who was sitting in the corner, looked at Wu Qianer as if she was watching a joke. Then she said lightly, I only found out today that the flower viewing convention is actually charity. Damn it, what do you mean? Wu Qianer widened her eyes in puzzlement. It means that you actually let a stinky woman be the champion. However, we won't look up to you, Feng De explained with a crazy laugh. Damn it, I won't let you go. Wu Qianer was about to explode with anger after hearing Feng Da's words. Bring it on. You can sell or kill as you please, Feng De said nonchalantly. He hoped that the Wu family would not disappoint them. They had just advanced, and their hands were itchy. Just you wait. Wu Qian roared. She realized that her body was a little itchy after shouting. However, she didn't dare to scratch it in public and couldn't run down the stage directly because she was still waiting for the award. Ah. So itchy. Damn it, where did the person who gave the award go? She endured the itch and cursed in her heart. Yes, yes. We'll wait, Fengde said with a smile. Humph. They would wait to see a joke. After a while, the first elder in charge of the award ceremony covered his nose very reluctantly and walked onto the stage. After standing in front of Wu Qianer, he saw Wu Qianer lying directly on the stage before he could hand the prize to her. Her body kept twisting and rubbing on the stage, and her hands didn't idle around. What was going on? First elder was a little dumbfounded. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation after presenting so many awards. This was too strange. The first elder stood foolishly in front of Wu Qianer and watched her squirming on the stage like a green bug, hesitating whether to interrupt her because even a fool could see that Wu Qianer's body was very itchy now. How long had it been since she showered? Everyone in the audience was stunned when they saw Wu Qianer's actions. Then they began to discuss again. Wow, is the daughter of the Wu family crazy? We're in public, she's really too uneducated. She scratched my clothes. This Miss Wu's skin is so black. Oh, she has embarrassed the Wu family. That's right. First elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said helplessly, Miss Wu, have you scratched enough? No, I'm so itchy. Wu Qianer said impatiently. Then she tore open her clothes and began scratching again with only a belly band. First elder screamed and hurriedly turned his head. Boo-hoo. He didn't want to marry this woman. The Wu family mustn't rely on him. He was so scared. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help laughing after seeing the first elder's actions in the corner. She thought, this first elder of the Guan Yu family is quite interesting. Damn it, what's so funny? Wu Qianer couldn't help roaring in anger when she heard Leng Ruoxue's laughter. However, her hands had no intention of stopping at all. What? Miss Wu, are you so overbearing that you even care about your smile? Leng Ruoxue asked lightly, a drop-dead gorgeous smile hanging on her beautiful face. However, Wu Qianer ignored her at all and only cared about tickling. However, the first elder stole a resentful glance at her. Miss, will Wu Qianer strip naked later? Fengde asked curiously. Big brother Feng, do you want to see her naked body? Lu Tao asked lightly, her calm and beautiful face unreadable. No. Fengde said hurriedly. At the same time, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Boo-hoo. How could he have forgotten that Lu Tao was beside him? However, as soon as Fengde finished speaking, Wu Qianer took off her skirt and began to scratch her thigh. There were no red fruits, but it was about enough. It seems like Big Brother Feng's wish is about to be realized, Lu Tao said a little sourly. She was quite displeased that the man she liked actually wanted to look at other women. If she was displeased, it meant that someone was going to be unlucky. Yes. Alas. Lu Tao, men are all like this. It's good to be calm, Leng Ruoxue said coldly. Her words were obviously adding oil to the fire, making Lu Tao even angrier. Miss. Fengde looked at his young miss aggrievedly with a long face. Boo-hoo. He didn't offend the young miss recently. Why did the young miss prank him like this? Swear, you can't wrong all the men just because Fengde wants to see them. I don't want to see other women, the freak hurriedly promised and stepped on Fengde while adding insult to injury. Yes, swear, not all men are as lecherous as Fengde, empty echoed, the word wronged written on its beautiful face. Boo-hoo. You're too evil. Fengde felt like dying when he heard what they said. Boo-hoo. No one would stop him if anyone gave him a piece of tofu. Captain, take care. Don't take things too hard, Lin Yuan comforted him sympathetically. He didn't know what else to say except to console him. He wanted to add insult to injury, but he didn't dare to. Lin Yuan, give me a piece of tofu. Fengde said aggrievedly with tears in his eyes. Boo-hoo. He felt even more aggrieved seeing everyone's sympathetic gazes. Captain, I don't have tofu. I have an iron plate, do you want it? It's also from the Millennium Meteoric Iron. It's very sturdy. I guarantee that it won't break, Lin Yuan said. Thank you. Keep it for yourself. Fengde said gloomily. Boo-hoo. A group of baddies. Everyone couldn't help laughing seeing Fengde's expression. Suddenly, groans were heard by Leng Ruoxue and the others. They looked in the direction of the sound doubtfully. It turned out that the sound was coming from the stage. They saw Wu Qianer on the stage scratching her itch non-stop and letting out comfortable groans. The first elder, who was closest to her, had an awkward face. She couldn't leave or stay. Miss, this voice is really too unpleasant. She can scratch it, but what's her name? Cui Zhu said with some disgust. Lin Yuan and the others didn't dare to follow her words, afraid that they would become public enemies again. Yes, Cui Zhu makes sense. First elder, can you shut Miss Wu's mouth? My subordinates say that her voice is unpleasant. Leng Ruoxue nodded and then shouted at the first elder on the stage loudly. I don't want to touch her. Come up and shut her up yourself if you want to. First elder's forehead was full of black lines as he said with displeasure. Boo-hoo. Why was this girl so bullying? Even if he was closer, there was no need to prank him like this. The audience roared with laughter. If you don't want to touch her as a man, then I'm even less interested as a woman, Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. Then she turned to Cui Zhu and said, let's bear with it. All right then. Cui Zhu said reluctantly. In the VIP seats. At this moment, the atmosphere in the VIP seats was even lower. Everyone didn't dare to speak when they saw the black-faced Wu Ming, lest they became cannon fodder. Brother Wu, aren't you going to send people to get Miss Wu down? Your Wu family will lose all your face if you don't go up now. Guan Yulong could only take the lead seeing that no one dared to speak. He was the organizer of the flower viewing convention after all. This matter would also have a certain impact on the flower viewing convention, but compared to the Wu family scandal, that little effect could be ignored. He was so happy. Why haven't you sent anyone to bring Miss down yet? Wu Ming, whose face was black, roared furiously when he saw that the butler was still standing behind him. Patriarch, I sent someone, but Miss refused to come down no matter what, and our subordinates didn't dare to touch her, the butler hurriedly explained. Boo-hoo. Who would dare to touch Miss at this time? With the patriarch's temper, whoever touched her would really die. It seems like Brother Wu has to take Miss Wu in person. Alas. Your daughter is really stubborn. Guan Yulong suggested, his handsome face full of sympathy. Humph. You don't have to tell me. Wu Ming didn't appreciate it at all. He was only angry just now. He didn't expect none of these subordinates to succeed. It was really infuriating. Brother Wu. Even if our families have a good relationship, I'm afraid I can't award the champion to your daughter in this state. I hope you can understand. Guan Yulong said with a troubled face after Wu Ming stood up. Humph. Give it to whoever you want. Our Wu family doesn't care at all. Wu Ming roared with a fierce gaze and then left the VIP seats angrily. After Wu Ming left the VIP seats, he went straight to the stage and knocked out the happily scratching Wu Qianer. Then he looked at Leng Ruoxue meaningfully and left the flower appreciation convention with Wu Qianer. Now that the champion's seat is empty, all the patriarchs, tell us, who is qualified to obtain this champion? Let's choose one from the other 4 young ladies to make up for it. Guan Yulong asked very democratically after Wu Ming left, his searchlight-like eyes gently scanning the patriarchs present. Patriarch Guan Yu, this is the job of the judges. Why are you asking us? A patriarch who was slightly closer to Guan Yulong deliberately asked. Didn't the judges evaluate Wu Qianer? But you also know her current situation. If she continues to be the champion and news spreads, it won't look good on us. Guan Yulong explained. Patriarch Guan Yu, you are the organizer of the flower viewing convention. You decide this matter. I have no objections, another patriarch said. In fact, no one was stupid. They knew very well that if Wu Ming knew that they were the ones who selected the champion to replace his daughter, he would definitely vent his anger on them. Therefore, they were unwilling to take the lead. How can that do? It's precisely because I'm the organizer that I have to listen to your opinions. Hurry up and tell me, don't waste time, Guan Yulong said with a smile. In that case, let's vote and decide. Luo Xian suggested. In fact, he knew what Guan Yulong meant. He was forcing everyone to make a choice. Yes. A good vote and fair. Guan Yulong agreed very much. Then he ordered someone to bring paper and pen and send them to the patriarchs present. It's an anonymous vote. Guan Yulong added. In fact, even if he didn't say it, those patriarchs didn't intend to write their names. After a while, the results of the voting were out. Bai Fong had the highest number of votes among the 4 young ladies, and the other 3 each had 1 vote. Looks like Miss Bai is what everyone wants. Guan Yulong said happily. Lord Bai, congratulations. The patriarchs present also congratulated the patriarch of the Bai family. Thank you for thinking highly of me, your niece, the patriarch of the Bai family said with a forced smile. In fact, he was about to cry in his heart. Boo-hoo. It was impossible for him to stay out of this now. Wu Ming would definitely not let him go. Send this result to the first elder. Guan Yulong ordered the guard beside him. Yes, the guard replied and quickly left the VIP seats. In the corner of the audience. Schwer, looks like the Wu family's patriarch has his eyes on you, empty teased with a light smile. Alas. Wu Ming's glance before he left was obviously up to no good. Alas. There's nothing we can do. How can we fight against those families without a backer? Leng Ruoxue shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly. Why don't we find a backer too? Empty suggested with a smile. Do you think it's so easy to find a backer? Leng Ruoxue glanced at Empty and said lightly. Oh, that's true. Empty was depressed. Ningda, who was sitting beside them, broke out in cold sweat as he listened to their conversation. You can't bully me like this. However, he looked at Fengda and the others, who were calm and composed, and realized that his tolerance was a little poor. Boo-hoo. He had to train. If Miss said they were a disadvantaged group, then they must be. At the same time, the first elder on the stage also received the patriarch's order. He cleared his throat and explained to the audience loudly, There was an accident just now, so I'll announce the champion of the next flower viewing convention again. The audience looked at each other and whispered among themselves. Was the champion going to be changed? However, with such a scandal just now, the daughter of the Wu family was indeed not suitable to be the champion anymore, so they quickly calmed down. The champion of this year's flower viewing convention is Bai Fong, First Elder hurriedly announced when he saw the discussions quietened down to prevent any unexpected mishaps. Boo-hoo. Don't make any mistakes. After speaking, he was relieved to see that the audience did not have much reaction. Wow, big sister Fong, it's you. That's great. I told you long ago that only you are the champion in my heart, Luo Xing'er said to Bai Fong happily backstage after hearing what the First Elder said. Sister Xing'er, thank you. However, it's not good for us to be so happy after something like this happened to Miss Wu. Alas. In fact, I pity her, Bai Fong said worriedly. Her incomparably beautiful face was full of difficulties and sympathy, but she couldn't help cursing in her heart. Humph. Who cared about this lousy champion? She was just a substitute. In fact, what she wanted the most was. I know Big Sister Fong is the kindest, but some people are not worthy of sympathy, Luo Xing'er said. Little Sister Xing'er. Bai Fong seemed to want to defend Wu Qian'er, but she opened her mouth and didn't say anything. Big Sister Fong, quickly go on stage. The First Elder is about to give you the award, Luo Xing'er urged. Sometimes, she really didn't like Bai Fong's kindness. It was because Bai Fong was too kind that she was always bullied. Previous chapter. Okay. Bai Fong nodded and then walked onto the stage reluctantly. Miss Bai, congratulations, the First Elder said directly after seeing Bai Fong come up. The stink would not disappear for a while even though Wu Qian'er had already left. Therefore, what he wanted to do the most now was to distribute the prizes quickly. Otherwise, he would have to sacrifice himself on this stage. First Elder, I. Bai Fong hesitated. Her beautiful eyes secretly glanced at the freak, and then at Leng Ruoxue, hesitating. Miss Bai, this is your reward for being the champion. Take good care of it. First Elder handed Bai Fong a ring and reminded her. First Elder, I can't accept this champion. Bai Fong didn't take the ring and summoned her courage. At the same time, she felt a little uneasy, not knowing if the First Elder would see through her thoughts. What did you say? First Elder frowned and asked with slight displeasure. I can't accept this champion. I'm not qualified, Bai Fong said very modestly, her beautiful face full of determination. If you're not qualified, then who is? Your score is the highest among the 4 young ladies. Moreover, this was decided by the collective vote of the patriarchs. This is what everyone wants. Don't decline anymore, First Elder explained. Humph. He really didn't like Bai Fong acting in this way. In his opinion, excessive modesty was hypocritical. First Elder, in terms of talent, I can't compare to Miss Wu. In terms of beauty, I can't compare to that miss, so I'm really not qualified to obtain this champion. I'm willing to give the champion to that Mississippi. Bai Fong turned her gaze to Leng Ruoxue. The First Elder's head hurt after hearing Bai Fong's self-righteous words. His impression of Bai Fong was originally quite ordinary, but now it had fallen to rock bottom in a straight line. He secretly looked at Leng Ruoxue, who had a gorgeous smile on her face, and couldn't help but grumble in his heart. Who do you think you are? Do you think I need you to give way? The audience and the patriarchs in the VIP seats had a headache after hearing what Bai Fong said and sighed in unison. Alas. What was this? However, Bai Fong, who was on the stage, didn't realize that her suggestion would actually backfire. In fact, it was not Bai Fong's fault for thinking this way because she had always. He was a little smug. Everyone would know how magnanimous she was now. Moreover, she believed that the woman who was not qualified to participate in the flower appreciation meeting would definitely be grateful to her. In fact, it was not Bai Fong's fault for thinking this way because she had always thought that only the daughters of the major families were qualified to participate in the flower banquet. There was a rule that the participants had to be the daughters of the various families and could be from the direct line of descent, but it was actually not the case. Otherwise, what would happen to those families without daughters who could participate? Therefore, it was enough as long as there were families who admitted that the daughters participating in the flower banquet were from their families. This had long been an open secret among the families, and no family would fall out because of such deceit. Wow, miss, that lady is so nice. She actually wants to give you the championship, Lu Tao said very innocently, her beautiful face full of joy. Yes, you are indeed very kind, Leng Ruoxue said with a spurious smile and looked at Bai Fong as if she was watching a joke. I really think Miss is better than me, so please believe in my sincerity. I'm not joking, Bai Fong said very sincerely. Isn't it obvious? There's no need to say it from your mouth. Moreover, whether you're joking or not has nothing to do with me, so save it. Leng Ruoxue said without gratitude. Miss, you misunderstood me. I really think this honor should belong to you. Bai Fong looked at the freak with tears in her beautiful eyes and said aggrievedly, as if she had been wronged. I don't know how to sing, dance, or play the piano. I'm useless except for my face. So, you don't have to have any ideas about me, Leng Ruoxue declined bluntly. She hated this hypocritical woman to death. However, she neither hit nor scolded her. She couldn't rush up and beat her up even though she really wanted to. Miss Bai, do you think our flower viewing convention is owned by your family? How can you give up the championship just because you want to? First Elder couldn't take it anymore. 2 drops of cold sweat hung on his forehead as he said very angrily. This Bai Fang's actions now made him feel like vomiting because he was very close to Bai Fang, so he saw all her thoughts. I'm sorry, First Elder. Bai Fang was very embarrassed. However, when her gaze turned to Leng Ruoxue again, it was full of guilt. Miss, I'm really sorry. First Elder didn't allow me to give you this championship. In fact, I really think you are more qualified than me. Bai Fang's words angered the First Elder so much that he almost vomited blood. The First Elder, who had always thought of himself as very gentlemanly, kept cursing in his heart. Damn it. Did I not allow you to give up the championship? I have to take it even if you want to. He really didn't know what this woman's head was made of. Why did she think so highly of herself? She looked like a pretty smart girl, but she was actually stupid. Could it be that this was the legendary relationship that would lower one's intelligence? To be precise, it should be single love. Apart from the First Elder, the audience and Leng Ruoxue and the others were at a loss for words after hearing what Bai Fang said. In the VIP seats, Guan Yulong looked at the farce on the stage, glanced at the patriarch of the Bai family indifferently, and said mockingly, Miss Bai is really kind-hearted. Yes, this child has been kind since he was young. He doesn't even dare to step on an ant to death. The patriarch of the Bai family didn't hear the mockery in Guan Yulong's words and said happily instead because he couldn't wait for Bai Fang to take the initiative to give up the championship. This way, the Wu family wouldn't blame them. Guan Yulong tactfully shut his mouth and stopped talking after hearing what the patriarch of the Bai family said. The other patriarchs naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. Alas. What else could they say since she thought that her niece was being noble and virtuous? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter. In the corner of the audience, Leng Ruoxue looked at the guilty Bai Fang on the stage speechlessly. She really didn't want to bother with this top-grade person. However, just because she didn't want to bother with him didn't mean that he wouldn't take the initiative to come closer to her. Miss, I'm so sorry. Bai Fang couldn't help saying guiltily when she saw that Leng Ruoxue didn't react. Stop. Shut up. You don't have to be sorry, Leng Ruoxue said, unable to bear it anymore. She hated Bai Fang even more in her heart. To be honest, it would be fine if Wu Qian'er was an unruly and mature woman. However, people would think that she was bullying such a weak and pitiful woman no matter how she dealt with her. She might not care about what others thought, but such a woman was really difficult to deal with. The weaker a woman looked, the more deceitful she would be. Bai Fang happened to be such a woman, so this couldn't help giving her a headache. Miss. Bai Fang's beautiful eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Leng Ruoxue hesitantly, her beautiful face full of grievance. Miss Bai, I've seen too many women, but this is the first time I've seen someone as self-righteous as you. Hee, you've broadened my horizons, Fengda said with a smile. Humph. He really wanted to beat this woman up if they weren't in public. Who did she think she was? That's right. This Miss Bai is really the best. She obviously doesn't want to be the champion, but she still makes it sound so dignified. Do you think everyone else is stupid? Lin Yuan exposed Bai Fang's thoughts unceremoniously and said mockingly. I'm not. I mean it. You misunderstood me, Bai Fang explained. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks, making her look even more pitiful. What does it have to do with us if you really don't mean it? Just be your champion. Our Miss isn't a trash acquisition station. Humph. If Miss wants your lousy champion, it won't be your turn. Ningda said with some displeasure. He thought he was knowledgeable and had seen countless people, but this was the first time he had seen such a top-grade woman. In Feng Da's words, it was an eye-opener today. Bai Fang cried even harder after hearing Ningda's words. Hey, you guys are too much. Big Sister Feng is just being nice. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but why are you bullying her like this? Luo Xing'er, who was backstage, hurriedly jumped on the stage to complain when she saw her beloved Big Sister Feng being bullied. Miss Luo, do you think we bullied her? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyes and said coldly. Of course. You made Big Sister Feng cry. Do you still dare to deny it? Luo I don't care if Miss Luo thinks we bullied your Big Sister Feng. However, what I want to say is that everyone here is not blind. Moreover, if you really like her so much, then look after your Big Sister Feng. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Leng Ruoxue said very coldly. Then she stood up and said to the freak and the others, let's go. Okay. The freak and the others stood up and everyone left the venue of the flower viewing convention in a grandiose manner. Leng Ruoxue didn't say a word on the way back to the Alchemist Association. Fengda and the others thought that their young miss was angry, so they all followed her cautiously and obediently. Lu Tao couldn't help asking when they returned to the temporary yard, Miss, that Bai Fang is really too annoying. Are we going to let her go just like that? They just want to give me their championship. They didn't hit me or scold me. What can you do? Do you really want others to say that we're bullying others? Leng Ruoxue asked in return. She didn't mind her subordinates doing something if they had a good way. However, if they didn't, then they should stay obediently. But I'm really angry, Lu Tao said gloomily. The one being bullied was obviously her young miss. Lu Tao, let me tell you. You have to be patient if you want to deal with that kind of woman. You can't be impatient, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. In fact, weak and scheming women had always been as difficult to deal with as Wu Qian'er, so patience was the most important. Oh, Lu Tao answered gloomily, still feeling uncomfortable. Hehe, Lu Tao, don't worry. That woman will definitely provoke us again. Feng De came to Lu Tao's side and comforted her. Yes, damn it, I almost forgot about you. Lu Tao grabbed Feng Da's ear and transformed into a female lion as she roared furiously. Since she couldn't teach that by Feng a lesson, she would teach her man a lesson first. Humph. How dare he look at another woman's body? She really had to beat him up. Lu Tao, I was wrong. Let me go. Feng De begged repeatedly. It would be very embarrassing to be treated like this by his woman, but it was okay to lose some face as long as Lu Tao could be happy. There were no outsiders here anyway. Wrong? What did you do wrong? Lu Tao narrowed her eyes and asked in puzzlement. Boo-hoo. I shouldn't be so curious. Spare me. Don't spank me, Feng De pleaded. Don't worry, I won't spank you. Miss, do we still have instant noodles? Lu Tao asked with a naughty smile. Yes, as many as you want. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Boo-hoo. Miss, why aren't we done yet? Feng De said gloomily. Boo-hoo. He didn't want to kneel on instant noodles. How can we finish it since it's convenient? Qing Ju makes drops whenever he has nothing to do, so don't worry. I'll provide as much as you want, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Miss, can we not? Feng De discussed. No. Lu Tao roared. Hehe, this is between the two of you. You decide. I'm only in charge of supplying goods, Leng Ruoxue said very irresponsibly. Miss, it's getting late. I'm going back first. At this moment, Ningde couldn't help but say. Oh, the maidservant beside Miss was so violent. Poor Feng De. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Ningde looked at Feng De sympathetically and then left the yard without looking back. Old Ning, don't go. What should I do if you leave? Feng De couldn't help crying when he saw Ningde leave. Boo-hoo. Ningde left, so his instant noodles didn't run away. Stop howling. I'm not dead yet. A roar sounded from outside the yard. Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. It's getting late. Let's rest early too. Leng Ruoxue brought them directly into the bracelet. After entering the space, Lu Tao grabbed Feng Da's ear and returned to the room. Tao Tao. Tao Tao, woo. I was wrong. Leng Ruoxue and the others stood outside the purple bamboo hut and couldn't help smiling when they heard Feng Da's pleading voice coming from his room. Alas. Poor Feng Da, Empty said sympathetically. Miss said that as a man, you have to be obedient. Otherwise, the family law will serve you, Cui Zhu explained. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but have 2 drops of cold sweat drip down her forehead when she heard Cui Zhu's words. Did she say such a thing? Why didn't she remember? Swear, I'm very obedient. The freak hurriedly expressed his opinion because he believed that if he was not obedient, then the family laws he would receive would definitely be more powerful than Feng Da's. Boo-hoo. Swear was a tiger. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and then caressed the freak's head like she was petting a puppy. Big sister, baby wants to sleep again. Suddenly, baby jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms, its beautiful blue eyes looking at her reluctantly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue gently caressed baby's soft fur and nodded. She understood what baby meant by sleep, but she was more curious about what would happen when baby woke up again. Big sister, Ball wants to sleep too. The round ball also flew over and joined in the fun. You want to sleep too? Leng Ruoxue hugged Qiuqiu and said in surprise. Why did these 2 little things want to sleep? Okay. Qiuqiu nestled in Leng Ruoxue's arms and nodded vigorously. Then sleep well. I'll put you in the cultivation room later, Leng Ruoxue said. Okay. Baby and Ball nodded and then fell asleep in Leng Ruoxue's arms. Miss, don't they sleep often? Cui Zhu asked in puzzlement. We should sleep for a longer time this time, Leng Ruoxue explained. Then she walked into the purple bamboo hut with the 2 little beasts and placed them on the bed in the cultivation room. Swear, don't worry. It's just a promotion. The freak comforted Leng Ruoxue seeing her worried appearance. I know. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then she looked at the 2 little beasts by the bed for a while before pulling the freak out of the cultivation room. The next day. Leng Ruoxue and the freak saw Empty drinking tea on a stone chair in front of the purple bamboo house as soon as they left. Drinking tea so early in the morning? Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. The tea hadn't left her hand since Empty had paid for the tea. Hehe, I'm bored. Empty said with a chuckle. Are you still bored? Are Lin Yuan and the others not up yet? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. They woke up earlier than her when they were not in seclusion. It was really abnormal that they were not awake yet today. Mommy, Uncle Wu gave them special training yesterday, hehe. Little Fire jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms from nowhere and said coquettishly. Special training? Leng Ruoxue was stunned. No wonder she hadn't woken up yet. One had to know that special training without was very tiring. Yes. They are too weak. I gave them special training and asked them to learn those advanced mystic techniques in 3 days, Empty explained. In 3 days. Empty, isn't your request a little too high? The freak couldn't help saying. Is it high? They have been here for a long time compared to you, Empty said nonchalantly. He wanted to pressure those little fellows. Otherwise, why would their strength increase rapidly? Yes, it's good to let them try, Leng Ruoxue agreed. Big sister, Ningda is here, and he brought a few uninvited guests. Qing Ju appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others and reminded them. An uninvited guest? Then let's go take a look. Leng Ruoxue said with interest. Okay, the freak and Empty agreed. Leng Ruoxue brought the two of them out of the bracelet with a thought. However, she realized that she had also brought horror out after exiting. Mommy, let me play outside for a while. I won't run around. Little Fire couldn't help pleading with tears in its eyes knowing that Leng Ruoxue wanted to send it back. Alas. Alright then. Leng Ruoxue's heart softened. The three of them sat down on a stone bench in the yard. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The door isn't locked, Leng Ruoxue sent a voice transmission to Ningda. Well, she had already seen who the uninvited guest was. Miss Leng, young Master Guan Yu and young Master Luo are here to visit you, Ningda said with a face full of unwillingness. Boo-hoo. He really didn't want to bring these people here if possible. Mainly because he didn't want to bring that self-righteous Bai Fang. However, Guan Yushi said that she came on his father's orders. He couldn't turn Guan Yushi away either. However, he was a little resentful that they brought that woman along. Oh, please take a seat, young masters. Leng Ruoxue said politely. There was only a stone bench in front of them even though she said please take a seat. Therefore, Guan Yushi and Luo Fei looked at each other and then Guan Yueshi sat down. May I know what's the matter, young masters? Leng Ruoxue asked lightly, her beautiful face full of curiosity. Miss Leng, I'm here on behalf of my father, Guan Yueshi explained. Oh, what about young Master Luo? Is he also representing my father? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and said indifferently. No, I'm here to see Miss Leng, Luo Fei said honestly. He was very curious about Leng Ruoxue, so he followed after knowing that Guan Yushi was coming to visit. Since you're here, don't stand on ceremony. Help yourself. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Okay, I won't stand on ceremony then. Luo Fei mimicked Ningda and found a random place to sit down. Miss Leng, is this how you treat your guests? Luo Xing'er said with some dissatisfaction when she saw her brother actually sitting on the stone steps. Yes, I'm the most hospitable person. I've never treated guests as outsiders. However, if guests treat themselves as guests, then it's none of my business. Leng Ruoxue said without anger. Xing'er, come here and sit down, Luo Fei called out. He knew that his sister was feeling unfair for him, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with sitting on the ground. Big brother, you are the young master of our Luo family. How can you sit on the ground? Luo Xing'er said indignantly. Xing'er, don't make things difficult for big brother Luo. Miss Leng definitely didn't do it on purpose, Bai Fang, who had been silent, comforted. However, not only did her words not have the effect of comforting, they were like oil on fire, making Luo Xing'er even angrier. Big sister Fang, you're too kind. You always think too highly of others, Luo Xing'er said angrily. Miss Luo, are you dissatisfied with me? Leng Ruoxue asked the advisor while glancing at Luo Fei. Leng Ruoxue interrupted Luo Xing'er. You should be happy that I'm willing to receive you. Even Lan Lai and Leng Wudi have to sit underground, let alone the Luo family's young master, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Who are you lying to? How can you know Lan Lai and Leng Wudi? Just say that you know Sun Teng, Luo Xing'er said disdainfully. Humph. Even she didn't have the chance to know the famous three young masters. How could this woman know them? I really do, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Miss Leng, you can't be so vain. No one will laugh at you if you don't know them. Really, we won't look down on you, Bai Fang said, thinking that she was very understanding. She had already asked her uncle yesterday and knew that this woman had no background at all, so her confidence multiplied. Should I be moved to tears by Miss Bai's words? Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes and asked speechlessly. There's no need to be grateful. I just hope to be friends with Miss Leng, Bai Fang said very generously, impressed with her thoughts. As long as she became friends with this woman, someone would definitely be able to see her beauty. She couldn't help thinking happily. Miss Bai is of noble status, I can't match up to you. Forget about being friends. Leng Ruoxue refused tactfully. However, she knew that with Bai Fang's self-righteousness and thick skin, she definitely wouldn't understand. Miss Leng, one should be confident. Don't worry, I won't look down on you because you don't have any status or position, Bai Fang said very sincerely. Miss Bai, didn't you say you were coming to apologize to Miss Leng? Guan Yushi couldn't help but interrupt. Bai Fang's words made him a little uncomfortable. Damn. He wanted to curse. He had seen many women, but this was the first time he had seen someone as shameless as Bai Fang. Yes, Miss Leng. I'm really sorry about yesterday. I might have been kind, but I didn't expect to hurt your self-esteem. I'm really sorry, Bai Fang said guiltily. Bai Fang's words made everyone except Luo Xing'er fall silent. Hey, don't be ungrateful. Big sister Fang specially came to apologize to you. Don't be so ungrateful. Luo Xing'er couldn't help criticizing Leng Ruoxue when she saw that she didn't react for a long time. Ningda, send the guests away. Leng Ruoxue was so angry that she was amused. She didn't want to waste time talking to them and directly ordered them to leave. Alas. Please leave. Ningda sighed and then stood up helplessly. Miss Leng, we are guests. How can you treat guests like this? Who will dare to visit you in the future if news of this spreads? Bai Fong reminded. I don't need anyone to visit me, okay? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of displeasure. Miss Leng, aren't we friends? You can't treat your friends like this. People will think you're heartless, Bai Fong said anxiously. She couldn't be driven out like this. She hadn't even spoken to the person she liked, so how could she be willing to go like that? I don't care about what others think. Please leave this place immediately, Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. She would definitely beat someone up if she let this woman stay any longer. However, this woman kept speaking gently. If she really hit her, there would probably be no end of trouble, and she would have to tangle with her endlessly. Therefore, the best way was to ignore her. Big Sister Fong, this woman is too barbaric. She won't accept your goodwill at all. Let's leave quickly and not court a rebuff, Luo Xing'er advised. You're not allowed to scold my mother. You're a bad person. I want to bite you. Huer, who had been lying in Leng Ruoxue's arms for a long time, finally couldn't take it anymore. Ah. In an instant, everyone only saw a fiery red light flash quickly, and then Bai Fong let out an ear-piercing scream. By the time everyone saw what was going on, little fire had already laid back in Leng Ruoxue's arms and flashed its incomparably sharp little claws in a show of force. Blood was flowing down Bai Fong's face, and she was rolling on the ground in pain. Big Sister Fong. Luo Xing'er squatted on the ground in fright and looked at Bai Fong worriedly. Xing'er, let's go. Luo Fei picked up Bai Fong who was on the ground reluctantly. Big brother, we can't leave like this. That cat scratched Big Sister Fong. We have to seek an explanation for Big Sister Fong, Luo Xing'er said guiltily. Humph. She would never allow Big Sister Fong to suffer like this. Xing'er, stop messing around. Let's leave this place, Luo Fei couldn't bear it anymore. Humph. How could you blame me? If you hadn't been provoking me, why would that kitten be angry? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Big brother. Why are you so useless? If you don't want to stand up for Big Sister Fong, I'll do it. Luo Xing'er said furiously. In fact, she was more or less guilty that Bai Fong would be injured. What she didn't expect was that didn't the cat say that it wanted to bite her? Why did its target change to Bai Fong? Up to you. If you insist, I'll tell father when we get back and pretend that I never gave birth to you, Luo Fei warned. He was angry with his sister's idiot. He left the yard with Bai Fong, who had fainted from the pain. Big brother. Luo Xing'er didn't expect her brother to really leave just like that. She couldn't help stomping her feet in anger. Xing'er, let's go. Guan Yushi said helplessly. Alas. It seemed like they couldn't negotiate today. Big brother Guan Yu, don't you care about Big Sister Fong anymore? Luo Xing'er asked in disbelief. She didn't understand why her brother and Big brother Guan Yu had such a reaction. Shouldn't they seek an explanation for Big Sister Fong's injuries? She doesn't belong to me. Why should I care about her? Guan Yushi asked in puzzlement. In fact, it was good enough that he didn't blame that stupid woman. Why should he care about her? Big brother Guan Yu. Luo Xing'er didn't know what to say. It shouldn't be like this. Xing'er, bear the consequences if you don't leave. Guan Yushi left the yard after speaking. Big Sister Fong is injured. The Bai family won't let you go. Just you wait, Luo Xing'er threatened indignantly before leaving angrily. After seeing everyone he brought leave, Ningda looked at Leng Ruoxue anxiously and said, Miss, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen either. This isn't your fault. Don't take it to heart, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. She could ignore Luo Xing'er's threat before she left, so why would she blame Ningda? Mommy, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Little Fire said shyly. However, it didn't feel guilty at all. Humph. It would still scratch that annoying woman if there was a next time. Silly, what trouble is this? Leng Ruoxue comforted. She didn't even care about the Guan Yu family, let alone the mere Bai family. Huh, Little Fire actually knows how to scratch people too, Empty teased with a light smile. Schwer's beasts were indeed extraordinary. Even plant attribute beasts knew how to scratch people. Hee, I'm also learning from Big Brother Darling and the others. I finally have the chance to scratch you in person today, Little Fire said with a naughty smile. Your little claws are indeed sharp, the freak praised as he took Little Fire from Leng Ruoxue's arms and pinched its little claws. Hee, thank you, Daddy. I grind it often, Little Fire said proudly. Where did you grind it? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Huer's entire body was full of treasures. Alas. What a waste. He took away the powder I ground away with the things Big Brother Qing Ju found for me, Huer explained. Oh, it's okay. It didn't go to waste. Leng Ruoxue was relieved. Miss, what do you intend to do with Bai Fong? Ningda hesitated but still asked. What do you mean? Leng Ruoxue was puzzled. What else could she do? I'm talking about the injury on her face, Ningda explained. Bai Fong was injured, and it was on her face. The Bai family would probably ask for compensation, and with his understanding of Leng Ruoxue, Miss would definitely not care. She has the 100 flowers pill. Those injuries are nothing, Leng Ruoxue comforted. She didn't take Bai Fang's injuries seriously at all. That's true, Ningda said. He had forgotten about the 100-flower pill. One had to know that the effects of the 100-flower pill were to nourish one's appearance and beauty. Ningda, go busy yourself. Don't disturb us if there's nothing important. Leng Ruoxue ordered Ningda to leave. After Ningda left, she returned to the bracelet with the freak. Have a chat. I'm going to concoct some pills. Leng Ruoxue threw the freak and empty in front of the purple bamboo hut. After speaking, she walked directly into the alchemy room of the purple bamboo hut. What pill does Shuer want to concoct again? Empty sat down in a chair and asked curiously. I don't know. The freak was also a little strange. They didn't seem to lack pills now. With Sheng En and the little old man around, there was no way they could use up all the pills. Do you think Shuer wants to prank me again? Empty said expectantly. Won't you know when she comes out? The freak said helplessly. Just like that, the two of them sat in front of the purple bamboo hut, chatting and waiting. In the main mansion of the Guanyu family. Young Master. After returning to the family, Guan Yushi didn't return to her room but went directly to Guan Yulong's study. Young Master. The guard outside the study bowed very respectfully when he saw Guan Yushi. Yes, I want to see father. Guan Yushi nodded slightly. Please wait a moment, the guard said and then walked into the study to report. A moment later, the guard emerged. Young Master, the patriarch invites you in. Guan Yueshi nodded and pushed the door open to enter. Sheer, why are you back so soon? Guan Yulong, who was sitting on the main seat, asked in puzzlement. He had asked Sheer to bond with Leng Ruoxue and the others. Why were they back so quickly? There was an accident. Hello, first elder and fifth elder, Guan Yushi said speechlessly and then bowed very politely to the two elders. What happened? First elder asked anxiously. Boo-hoo. They couldn't afford to offend that little ancestor. Alas. Guan Yushi sighed and then told them what had happened. Young Master, why did you bring that woman? That woman is a big trouble, first elder said angrily. Alas. Young Master was really too muddle-headed. I don't want to either, but she's crying on the streets, begging and kneeling. If I don't bring her, the people on the streets will think I did something to her. Guan Yushi said gloomily. First elder, at this point, it's useless to blame the young master. Let's think about what to do. In short, we have to coax that little ancestor. Fifth elder said with a slight headache. Alas. How did the Bai family raise such a top-grade daughter? And the Luo family too. Patriarch Luo and the young master seemed to be quite smart. Why was his daughter so stupid? She was still counting money for others even though she was being used. How? I can't even take that Bai Fang anymore, first elder said speechlessly. Alas. It was fine if she pretended to be a good person on the stage. After all, they were in public. Leng Ruoxue couldn't kill her in public even if she was angry. However, she had provoked her into coming to their house now. She was really too much. Patriarch Luo requests an audience. The guards outside the door suddenly reported while they were discussing a solution. Let him in. Guan Yulong said with a displeased face. Yes, the guard replied and left. Soon, Luo Xian pushed the door open and entered. Hello, brother Guan Yu, the first elder, and the fifth elder. Luo Xian greeted them after entering the study. However, Guan Yulong and the others all had stern faces and ignored him. Hehe, what's wrong with you? I didn't provoke you. Luo Xian smiled awkwardly and said helplessly. What are you doing here? I didn't invite you today, Guan Yulong said irritably. I missed you. That's why I came, Luo Xian explained with a smile. Cut it out. You're here for your precious daughter, right? Let me tell you, I have no choice. Do as you deem fit. Guan Yulong said bluntly. Boo-hoo. Their Guan Yu family couldn't even protect themselves. How could he have the leisure to care about others? Brother Guan Yu, you watched Xing'er grow up. She might be a little willful, but she definitely doesn't have any bad intentions, Luo Xian said amiably. Alas. Xing'er had poor taste, but he knew very well that Leng Ruoxue's identity was absolutely not simple since she could stay in the Alchemist Association. Do you know what your precious daughter did? Guan Yulong couldn't help asking. Xing'er didn't do anything. Didn't she just have a verbal conflict with that Miss Leng? This isn't a big deal. Moreover, didn't Miss Leng's cat scratch White Fang? Luo Xian said. He had specially come to Guan Yulong to help make up for the small conflict between Xing'er and Leng Ruoxue. This was enough to prove his importance to Leng Ruoxue, so he felt that Miss Leng shouldn't blame Xing'er because of this. Didn't Luo Fei tell you anything? Guan Yulong said in disbelief. If he were to be scolded by others, he would definitely chop that person into pieces because this was absolutely a provocation. He went to see Bai Fang off and hasn't returned yet. I came to find you immediately after hearing what Xing'er said. Brother Guan Yu, I know that Miss Leng's identity is not simple. Can you help me introduce her? I don't want to have an unhappy relationship with her over such a small matter, Luo Xian said with a fawning look. He had been friends with Guan Yulong for many years, so he believed that Guan Yulong would definitely help with such a small matter. If you're sincere, you should go directly to the Alchemist Association and not come to beg me, Guan Yulong said helplessly. Alas. In fact, he didn't have much of a relationship with Leng Ruoxue. How could he help? Moreover, he hadn't even resolved his own matter. I asked the butler to go, but President Ning refused. He even said that he wouldn't see me even if I went, Luo Xian said honestly. Boo-hoo. He didn't want to offend the Alchemist Association. However, it was obvious that his daughter had already angered President Ning. You're fast. Humph. You even said you were coming to find me immediately. You're playing tricks in front of me, Guan Yulong scolded angrily. Hee, brother Guan Yu, we've known each other for so many years. You won't fuss about it with me, right? Luo Xian said with a smile. I will. I'll tell you again. I can't do anything about this matter, Guan Yulong said with a headache. His own matter was already annoying enough, but this old thing actually came to cause trouble. It was really infuriating. Brother Guan Yu. Luo Xian refused to let go of Guan Yulong's sleeve, his watery eyes still looking at him pitifully. Damn, you old thing. You're already in your 50s. Stop doing such disgusting actions and expressions, okay? Guan Yulong jumped up in surprise and said a little unbearable. Luo Xian had always liked to use such actions to achieve his goal when he was young, but he really had no choice in this matter. Are you really not going to introduce me? Luo Xian asked, still tugging at Guan Yulong's sleeve. I can't even protect myself now. How can I care about you? Guan Yulong had no choice but to tell the truth. I thought you had a good relationship with Leng Ruoxue. Didn't you tell me not to offend her? Luo Xian said in puzzlement. After the flower viewing convention yesterday, Guan Yulong had told him to keep an eye on his daughter and not provoke Leng Ruoxue. However, his disappointing daughter had offended her today, so he came to Guan Yulong to think of a way. She refused to see him after all. Good my ass. I reminded you out of goodwill because someone in my family offended her. In fact, the matter in my family hasn't been resolved yet. Guan Yulong roared furiously. No way. Brother Guan Yu, where did that woman come from? Even you can't do anything. Could she be from the Leng family? Luo Xian guessed. I don't know if she is from the Leng family, but what I can tell you is that she absolutely doesn't make me fear her because of the Leng family. Do you understand? Guan Yulong said very implicitly. After all, it was impossible for him to reveal Leng Ruoxue's identity to Luo Xian, even if their relationship was good. Oh, brother Guan Yu, what should I do now? Could she? Luo Xian said worriedly, but he couldn't finish his sentence. Shier, tell Uncle Luo what happened. Guan Yulong said helplessly. Alas. He didn't have a willful daughter like Luo Xing'er, but he had an ignorant and incompetent son, so he could understand Luo Xian's feelings. Okay. Guan Yu described the incident in front of Luo Xian again. Now you know. Guan Yulong said sympathetically. In fact, this originally had nothing to do with Luo Xing'er, but she insisted on sticking up. Yes, what should we do now? Luo Xian was at a loss. He really didn't want to bring an undeserved calamity to the family because of his ignorant daughter. Alas. I don't know either. Guan Yulong looked at Luo Xian, who was in the same boat as him, very helpless. Patriarch Luo, why don't you go to the Alchemist Association personally and probe Miss Leng's intentions while you're at it, the first elder suggested. The time limit that girl gave them was almost up. If they couldn't give her a satisfactory answer at that time, their moon-gazing family would probably be unable to escape calamity. Alas. That's the only way. Guan Yulong sighed heavily. Then let's go now. Luo Xian said impatiently. Okay. Guan Yulong nodded. Then the two of them went straight to the Alchemist Association, but they were refused entry. At the entrance of the Alchemist Association, Guan Yulong and Luo Xian looked at each other helplessly. What should we do now? They asked in unison. I don't know, Guan Yulong said. Alas. Whether they met or not, it would be useless even if he had any ideas. This was like punching cotton, making people very depressed. Why don't we go back first and come back tomorrow? Perhaps Miss Leng's anger will subside tomorrow, Luo Xian suggested. However, wishes were good, but reality was cruel. They were given the cold shoulder for 2 days in a row. Moreover, rumors suddenly spread all over Moonview City. Some said that Leng Ruoxue injured someone, while others said that Leng Ruoxue stole someone else's fiancé. All the blame was instantly on Leng Ruoxue, who was concocting pills in the bracelet without knowing anything. In the main mansion of the Guan Yu family. In the study, Guan Yulong paced around like an ant on a hot pan, his handsome face full of worry. Patriarch, stop spinning. I'm dizzy, First Elder said, unable to bear watching. First Elder, I'm anxious. Miss Leng has been unwilling to see us. I don't know what she's thinking, Guan Yulong said gloomily. He and Luo Xian had been going to the Alchemist Association for 2 days in a row, but they were both denied entrance. Today was the last day of the deadline Leng Ruoxue gave him. However, he didn't think of a good solution, so he wanted to see Miss Leng and discuss with her what she meant. Who knew that she would shut up and not see him? Patriarch, I don't want to see you. There's no point in being anxious. Moreover, isn't there still a day today? Why don't you send someone to scout first? When will I be willing to see you? You can go over, the First Elder suggested. The fate of their Guan Yu family was in Leng Ruoxue's hands, so they couldn't decide whether she would see them or not. That's the only way, Guan Yulong said helplessly. He called the guard over and gave instructions before sitting down weakly in the chair. Patriarch, calm down. I believe our Guan Yu family can survive this crisis, the first elder said confidently. He saw that Leng Ruoxue was not an unreasonable person, so he believed that this matter would definitely be resolved perfectly as long as their Guan Yu family was sincere enough. Hopefully so. Guan Yulong sighed softly. Sheer has been out for so long. Why isn't he back yet? Guan Yulong asked. Rumors had been flying around the city for the past 2 days. Moreover, they were targeting Leng Ruoxue and the others. Therefore, he sent his son to investigate this matter early in the morning, hoping to use this matter to give Leng Ruoxue a favor. However, it was almost noon, and Sheer was still not back. This couldn't help making him a little anxious. Patriarch, calm down. It's useless even if you're anxious. First elder advised. Alas. The patriarch's temper had been getting more and more anxious these few days. I know. Guan Yulong smiled bitterly. Compared to Guan Yulong's distress, Leng Ruoxue and the others knew nothing because they had been staying in the bracelet for the past 2 days. In the heaven and earth bracelet. The freak and Empty were still sitting on the stone chair in front of the purple bamboo hut, chatting randomly. However, his eyes were fixed on the activity in the purple bamboo hut. Boo-hoo. Schwer had already been in for 2 days, and he didn't know what she was busy with. However, he didn't dare to enter and disturb her, so he could only wait outside anxiously. Freak, don't look anymore. Schwer will come out, Empty said helplessly. This fellow was about to become a wife-seeking rock. He didn't even focus on chatting with him. It's been 2 days. I wonder what Schwer is doing inside, the freak said with some dissatisfaction. He originally thought that Schwer would come out soon, but he didn't expect there to be no movement after so long. It's only been 2 days. What's the rush? Empty rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Fortunately, Schwer didn't go into seclusion. Otherwise, this fellow would definitely become a real rock when Schwer emerged. The door of the purple bamboo hut suddenly opened and Leng Ruoxue walked out while the two of them were chatting. Schwer. I missed you so much. The freak hurriedly rushed forward and hugged Schwer tightly. Freak, I'm sorry. It took too long to concoct pills, Leng Ruoxue said guiltily. She originally thought it would come out soon, but it actually took 2 days. Schwer, what pill did you concoct? It actually took so long, the freak complained with some dissatisfaction. Many types. I haven't refined pills for a long time, so I accidentally lost track of time, Leng Ruoxue said shyly. Hee, Schwer, if you don't come out, this fellow will become a wife-seeking stone, Empty said with a light smile. I'm sorry, freak. By the way, is there anything important these 2 days? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Probably not. However, I heard from Qingju that Guan Yulong and the patriarch of the Luo family came twice, but they were rejected by the Alchemist Association, the freak said after some thought. Oh, looks like Ningda wants to take them down a notch. Has Ningda not been looking for us for the past 2 days? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. That shouldn't be the case. That Ningda fellow reported almost every day. He came once. However, Ling told him that you were refining pills and that Fengda and the others were cultivating, so he didn't come again, the freak explained. Big sister, Ningda also went back to concoct pills, Qingju added in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Oh, freak, let's go out, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. If she remembered correctly, today should be the last day of the deadline she gave Guan Yulong. Yes. The freak and Empty nodded. Mommy, take me out to play. At this moment, Little Fire emerged from nowhere and jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms coquettishly. Alas. All right then. Leng Ruoxue looked at Little Fire's cute appearance and couldn't bear to refuse. Hee, Little Fire loves mommy the most, Huor said happily. Leng Ruoxue gently caressed the soft fur on Little Fire's body and brought the two of them and the beast out of the bracelet with a thought. In the yard, Rise, which was basking in the sun, immediately crawled over and coiled around Leng Ruoxue's wrist after sensing her master's aura. Rise, you've worked hard. Leng Ruoxue caressed Rise's golden scales. Hee, not at all, Rise said shyly. Schwer, where are we going? The freak asked curiously. Let's go out for a walk. We'll visit the Guan Yu family on the way, Leng Ruoxue said. Guan Yulong had come twice but hadn't seen her. However, she didn't think Guan Yulong had thought of a good way. Okay. The freak and Empty nodded. The three of them and 2 beasts left the Alchemist Association. However, they were stopped by a person who looked like a guard just as they walked out of the Alchemist Association. Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the person blocking their way. She said lightly, what do you mean? Judging from the clothes on this person, it was undoubtedly the Guan Yu family. Miss Leng, our patriarch requests an audience, the guard said very respectfully. He was the patriarch's attendant, so he knew a little about Leng Ruoxue's identity, so his attitude was very respectful. Oh, Leng Ruoxue answered softly and stopped talking. It seemed that old fellow Guan Yulong had learned to wait for the rabbit. The guard was stunned after hearing what Leng Ruoxue said. What did this mean? Was Miss Leng going to see him or not? Lead the way. Leng Ruoxue said with some amusement, seeing the cautious appearance of the guard in front of her. In fact, she was going to the Guanyu family anyway, so she could take advantage of the situation. Yes, the guard said happily. Boo-hoo. He finally didn't disappoint the patriarch. Miss Leng, please, the guard said respectfully. Then he led the way while Leng Ruoxue and the others walked slowly behind, watching the commotion as they walked. However, she found that people on the streets were pointing at her and whispering not far away. Empty, can you hear what they are saying? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. Those people's voices were too soft. It would be a little difficult for her to hear them with her strength. However, looking at their mouths, it seemed to be related to her. Moreover, it was definitely not something good. Swear, they said that you snatched someone else's fiancé, Empty said with a black face. With his strength, the whispered discussions of those people could not be hidden from him. He did not really want to tell Swear, but since she asked, he had to tell the truth. What? Leng Ruoxue was stunned. Rob someone else's fiancé? Who did she rob? Why didn't she know? Nonsense. I'm enough for Swear. There's no need to snatch others. The freak was furious when he heard that. This person was really too wicked. How dare he frame Swear like this? Humph. This person better not be caught by him. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a fate worse than death. Miss Leng, there have been rumors in the city recently that you stole someone else's fiancé and even got someone to injure your love rival, the guard said carefully. He didn't think it was true, but rumors were terrifying. If there were too many rumors, even if it was fake, it would become true. Whose fiancé did I snatch? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. There were no other men beside her except for the freak? Could it be Empty? Swear, don't look at me like that. I don't have a fiancé. Empty knew what was on Swear's mind when he saw her suspicious gaze, so he quickly clarified. Could it be Zhang En if it's not you? Leng Ruoxue guessed. She hadn't been in the boundless heaven continent for long and didn't know many men. The one who interacted the longest was Empty and Zhang En. Apart from this, she really couldn't think of anyone else. It definitely won't be Zhang En, Empty said with certainty. Could it be Grandpa Du? Leng Ruoxue said in surprise. Swear, your imagination is a little too rich. How can it be that old man? Don't forget, the rumors say that you stole someone else's fiancé, Empty said speechlessly. Alas. Even if you wanted to snatch a man, you had to snatch a young and beautiful one. Who would snatch an old man Zayo? But I didn't snatch it. Could it be Lan Ming? Leng Ruoxue continued guessing. Miss Leng, you don't have to guess anymore. Our young master has already gone to investigate this matter, the guard said helplessly. Oh, then thank the young master on my behalf, Leng Ruoxue said politely and then quietly contacted Qing Ju in her heart. Big sister, what's the matter? Qing Ju asked in puzzlement. As his big sister's artifact spirit, he could feel that his big sister was very angry now. Humph. Which idiot provoked his big sister? Qing Ju, there have been rumors in Guanyu City recently that I stole someone else's fiancé. Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. It was enough that she had a freak. Why did she have to snatch another man? This was Honggua's slander. Humph. She would definitely not let that person go if she knew who deliberately spread this news. There's actually such a thing? It's really too despicable. Qing Ju was angry when he heard this. He hurriedly enveloped the entire moon-gazing city with his spiritual sense. This way, the people who spread the rumors would have nowhere to hide. Humph. Anyone who dared to bully his sister would die. Previous chapter. Big sister, don't worry. I'll find out who that person is. Qing Ju hurriedly comforted her after doing all this. Humph. Don't even think about running away as long as that person was still in the city. Qing Ju, you've worked hard. Leng Ruoxue nodded and cut off her connection with Qing Ju. The few of them continued walking. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others didn't say anything along the way after knowing the rumors. Instead, they pondered. Miss Leng, please wait for a moment. I'll go and report, the guard said respectfully. Before they knew it, they had arrived outside Guan Yulong's study. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and continued thinking. The study door was opened in a moment. Guan Yulong and the first elder hurriedly welcomed them with smiles on their faces. Miss Leng, welcome, hee. Guan Yulong was so happy. He was just worried that she wouldn't want to see him. He didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to take the initiative to come. This was great. I heard that the Guanyu family's patriarch wants to see me. Unfortunately, I'm refining pills and can't be disturbed, Leng Ruoxue explained simply. Oh, I see. Guan Yulong was relieved. He felt much more relaxed knowing that Leng Ruoxue didn't deliberately disappear. May I know why the Yu family's patriarch is looking for me? Leng Ruoxue asked the advisor. Hee, Miss Leng, let's sit inside and talk. Guan Yulong said with a smile. All right then. Leng Ruoxue didn't stand on ceremony and pulled the freak and Empty straight in. Then she found a random seat and sat down. Guan Yulong and the first elder also sat down, but neither of them spoke first. Patriarch Guan Yu, speak frankly. Today is the last day of the deadline. You have to give me a satisfactory answer, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Miss Leng, to be honest, we've racked our brains for several days but still haven't thought of any good ideas. Therefore, we've decided to listen to you for everything. No matter what conditions Miss Leng propose, as long as my Guan Yue family can do it, we will definitely be satisfied. Guan Yulong said with a smile, his expression looking very sincere. Really? Leng Ruoxue asked casually. Of course, Guan Yulong said with certainty. What if I want the entire Guan Yu family? Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly. This has to be discussed with the elders, Guan Yulong said with a slight headache. Boo-hoo. In fact, he was mentally prepared. After all, her food would take away 1/3 of the assets of the Guan Yu family, so it was not strange that Leng Ruoxue would make such a request. There's no need to discuss. I'm just joking with you. I don't care for such a big burden from the Guan Yu family. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. She was not in need of money now, so the Guan Yu family was not very useful in her eyes. Guan Yulong was depressed. He didn't expect his family to be treated as a burden and despised. However, thinking about his family, he felt that Leng Ruoxue was right. It was indeed a burden. However, you have to do something for me, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. What is it? Guan Yulong asked anxiously. Boo-hoo. This little fox must have asked him to do something bad. I heard there are a lot of rumors about me in Moon Gazing City recently, right? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. Yes, I've already asked Xier to bring people to investigate, Guan Yulong said hurriedly. Did Leng Ruoxue ask him to do this? That would be too easy. Oh, Patriarch Guan Yu, you chased us out of the Moon Gazing restaurant because of the Wu family, right? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Probably. Guan Yulong braced himself and replied. He didn't order the matter, but it was indeed because of the Wu family. Then chase the Wu family out of Moon Gazing City. As long as you chase the Wu family out of Moon Gazing City in order that no one from the Wu family is allowed to enter from now on, we'll forget about what happened between us, Leng Ruoxue said softly. Alright. Guan Yulong and the first elder's gazes collided, communicated silently, and then answered. Boo-hoo. He knew that what this little fox wanted him to do wouldn't be so simple. He didn't like the Wu family, but he really didn't want to completely fall out with the Wu family now. However, if he really ordered to prohibit the Wu family from entering the city and chase them out, then the Guan Yu family and the Wu family would really fall out. However, the Guan Yu family would be the unlucky ones if he didn't do this, so the Wu family had to be sacrificed for the Guan Yu family. Then I'll wait for the good news from Patriarch Guan Yu in the Alchemist Association. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Guan Yulong must have thought at first that she wanted him to help find the person who spread the rumors. Humph. How could it be so easy? That was just a smokescreen. Otherwise, why would Guan Yulong agree so readily? Okay. Guan Yulong nodded. Patriarch Guan Yu, we'll take our leave first. Come to the Alchemist Association if you need alchemy in the future. I'll get them to give you a 50% discount, Leng Ruoxue said very generously. Thank you, Miss Leng, Guan Yulong said with a smile, thinking, fortunately, luckily, not only did he not fall out with the Alchemist Association, but he also gave his family a discount. Even though it was only a 95% discount, it would save a lot of money. However, he didn't expect that the price of the pills in the Alchemist Association would increase before long. Therefore, not only did he not take advantage of it at all, he even spent more money. You're welcome. In fact, apart from you chasing me out of the Moon Gazing restaurant and your son snatching me away, there's no deep enmity between us, right? Therefore, let people go wherever they can. Why make it so irreconcilable? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile as if she didn't care about these things at all. Yes. Guan Yulong forced a smile. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. We've already paid 1/3 of our assets just because we chased you away and robbed you. Moreover, we're going to completely fall out with the Wu family. What else do you want? Boo-hoo. No matter who we provoke in the future, we can't provoke this little demon. She's really too terrifying. Patriarch Guan Yu, we're leaving. You don't have to see us out. Leng Ruoxue gave the freak and empty a look after speaking, and the 3 of them left Guan Yulong's study. However, they were stopped again just as they exited the study. Leng Ruoxue looked at the middle-aged man blocking them speechlessly and said with some displeasure, You're blocking my way. Miss Leng, I am the patriarch of the Luo family, Luo Xian. I have something to discuss with you, Luo Xian hurriedly said. Of course, he could see that Leng Ruoxue was a little unhappy. However, he was not confident if he did not make things clear with her. What do you want to talk about? Leng Ruoxue was helpless. She had been a rabbit twice today. Alas. These people were really. Miss Leng, I mainly want to apologize to you on behalf of my daughter. She's young and insensible. Don't take it to heart with her. Luo Xian said very friendly. Won't she come if she wants to apologize? Moreover, she doesn't have anything to apologize to me. It's only right and proper for her to help her brother and friends. We just have different sides, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. There were really too many spoiled young ladies. Wouldn't she be dead tired if she fussed over every one of them? Luo Xian was depressed. He had been worried for 2 days, afraid that Leng Ruoxue would bear a grudge against his daughter. However, she didn't take it seriously at all. Wouldn't he have been worried for nothing? Boo-hoo. Patriarch Luo, I can let your daughter go this time. However, I can't guarantee that I will be so magnanimous if there's a next time, Leng Ruoxue warned. Humph. As the saying went, she could ignore the repeated provocations, but don't blame her for being heartless if she provoked her again and again. I know. I'll send someone to watch her. Thank you, Miss Leng. Luo Xian was finally at ease. Boo-hoo. Fortunately, Leng Ruoxue was not unreasonable. Otherwise, he would really have a headache. You're not looking at her, but by Fang, Leng Ruoxue reminded. With that, the three of them and the two beasts left the main mansion of the Guan Yu family. Ningda immediately reported to them as soon as Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to their residence. Old Ning, you're really fast. Miss just returned and you're already here, Fengda, who had just emerged from the bracelet, couldn't help teasing. Hehe, what have you been doing for the past 2 days? Ningda asked curiously. Miss was concocting pills, but he didn't see Fengda and the others. Only Mrs. Beasts were guarding the yard, not allowing anyone to disturb them. We're cultivating advanced mystic techniques. Fengda said proudly. Hehe, they had already learned advanced mystic techniques of the same attribute. Oh, miss, did you go to the Guan Yu family? Ningda guessed. He knew that Guan Yu Long had been coming for the past 2 days, but he had already gotten someone to send him away. However, he also heard that the guards of the Guan Yu family had been guarding the door. Yes, Guan Yu Long still owes me an explanation. I happened to be free, so I went to ask for it myself, Leng Ruoxue explained indifferently. Miss, the Guan Yu family is very rich. Don't be soft-hearted. Ningda reminded with a naughty smile. I didn't ask for money, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. She didn't lack money now, so she didn't care so much. Ah. Then what do you want? Ningda was puzzled. He really couldn't think of any better solution other than putting all the Guan Yu family's money in his pocket. Could it be that Miss wanted the Guan Yu family to deal with the Wu family? I want him to chase the Wu family out of Moon-Gazing City. Leng Ruoxue said simply. Miss, the Wu family will definitely not let you go. Why don't you just let the Guan Yu family destroy the Wu family? As long as you mention it, Guan Yu Long will definitely agree for the family. Ningda couldn't help asking. When did Miss become so kind? It shouldn't be like this with his understanding. There's no need. They will chase the Wu family out of the city and the two families will fall out. Moreover, I want to keep the Wu family for Fengda and the others to practice, so they don't have to do anything. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Oh. Ningda understood. He knew it. Miss shouldn't be so kind, hehe. Miss, when are we going to attack the Wu family? Fengda couldn't help asking eagerly when he heard that there were unlucky people training. What's the rush? There will be times when you perform. Oh right, Ningda, from today onwards, the price of all the pills in the Alchemist Association will increase by 10%, Leng Ruoxue said to Ningda. Why? Ningda said in puzzlement. The pills on the market now were not cheap. Why did Miss still want to increase the price? Because I promised Guan Yu Long to give them a 50% discount if they came to buy pills, Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Okay, I'll inform them later, Ningda said hurriedly, feeling pity for Guan Yu Long in his heart. Alas. Poor guy, he was fooled by Miss again. Ningda, do you know the rumors in the city these few days? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and asked indifferently. She guessed that Ningda didn't know. Otherwise, he would never have hidden it from her. What rumor? I'll get someone to investigate later, Ningda asked with a puzzled expression. He had also been concocting pills these 2 days, so he really didn't know what the news outside was. There's no need. Rumor has it that I stole a certain woman's fiancé and beat her up, Leng Ruoxue said with a slight headache. She thought for a while but couldn't think of which woman she beat up. There's such a thing? Miss, who have you beaten up? Ningda suppressed his smile and asked. How could there be such a rumor? It was too ridiculous. Lan Ninger, Sun Meilin. But I've never fought these people myself. They were all beaten by my beasts. Leng Ruoxue counted with her fingers. Miss, you're just short of the Leng family not provoking the 3 great families. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Ningda's forehead as he said speechlessly. Alas. Miss really didn't have affinity with the opposite sex. The ones who found trouble with her were actually women. I never provoke others on my own accord. It's others who provoke me. I'm very innocent, Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. Miss, whose man did you snatch from? Ningda asked carefully, afraid that he would anger Mississippi. I already have a freak. Why should I snatch other people's men? Moreover, how can there be anyone beside them who can compare to a freak? Leng Ruoxue said honestly. It was troublesome to have more men, so one was enough for her. That's right, the freak agreed. Schwer's words couldn't help making him a little smug. Then has he been someone else's fiancé? Ningda probed. Boo-hoo. Heaven took pity on him. He only wanted to help Miss analyze who was the most likely. Really? Of course not. I'm Schwer alone. The freak patted Ningda's head furiously and said with a displeased face. Oh. Ningda covered his head and looked at the freak aggrievedly. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the yard. Young Master Guan Yu, why are you here? Feng De, who went to open the door, couldn't help being a little surprised to see the people outside. I have something to tell your young miss, Guan Yushi said anxiously. Oh, please come in. Feng De said hurriedly. Guan Yushi came directly to Leng Ruoxue after entering the yard and said, Miss Leng, I found the person who spread the rumors. Who is it? Leng Ruoxue and the others asked in unison. They were more curious about this person. The rumors came from the mouth of a gangster. According to the gangster, someone gave him a large sum of money to spread it. Unfortunately, he didn't recognize that person, Guan Yushi explained. The gangster was playing in the casino when he brought people to capture the gangster. Moreover, it was said that he was generous and lost a lot. Oh, where is that hooligan? Leng Ruoxue asked. Outside. I'll get someone to watch him. Does Miss Leng want to see him? Guan Yushi said very understandingly. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Please wait a moment. Guan Yushi walked a few steps out of the yard and ordered the guards guarding outside. Soon, the hooligan who spread the rumors was brought over. Did you say that I stole someone else's man and injured that woman? Leng Ruoxue asked coldly as she looked at the trembling hooligan. Yes. Yes, miss, please spare me. Boo-hoo. I was just blinded by money. Boo-hoo. Let me go. I have an old man and a young one. The timid little gangster wailed, trying to attract the sympathy of everyone present. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. Moreover, he was interrupted by the freak before he could say anything. Shut up. I'll kill you right now if you continue crying, the freak threatened impatiently. Humph. How dare he make a man forswear? He would definitely make this person suffer a fate worse than death if he knew who this person was. The hooligan immediately stopped crying when he heard that. He didn't want to die. Let me ask you, how much did that person give you? The freak kicked the hooligan fiercely and questioned. 10,000 purple coins, the hooligan answered honestly with tears in his eyes. Damn it, how dare you wrong my young miss for 10,000 purple coins? I think you're tired of living. Feng De was furious when he heard this and kicked the hooligan again. Boo-hoo. The hooligan choked, and blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Boo-hoo. If he knew that these people were not to be trifled with, he shouldn't have been so greedy back then. You still have the cheek to cry. Damn it. Feng De couldn't help kicking the little hooligan a few more times seeing his cowardly appearance. Feng De, stop kicking. He will die if you continue kicking him, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. This hooligan was only a spiritualist with a low status and strength. He could not withstand the few kicks from the freak and Feng De. Boo-hoo. The hooligans cried even louder in pain. These people were really too barbaric. Let me ask you, what did the person who asked you to spread the news look like? Leng Ruoxue questioned. I don't remember. I knew she was a woman, the hooligan answered cautiously. Damn it, why did we keep you if you don't remember? Feng Dahua came up again and said fiercely. Feng De, I'll leave this hooligan to you, Leng Ruoxue ordered. Okay. Miss, don't worry. We will definitely be responsible for making this guy suffer a fate worse than death. Feng De grabbed the hooligan by the collar and locked him up in the woodshed, ready to serve the hooligan after outsiders left. Young Master Guan Yu, thank you for catching this hooligan for me. Leng Ruoxue turned her head and said to Guan Yushi. You're welcome. In fact, I couldn't help much either, Guan Yushi said guiltily. He had only caught the person who spread the rumors. Unfortunately, the mastermind was not found, and the hooligan was clueless. This is already very good, Leng Ruoxue comforted politely. Miss Leng, I'll continue investigating this matter, Guan Yushi said very seriously. There's no need to trouble young Master Guan Yu. My people will investigate this matter. Leng Ruoxue refused because she knew that Guan Yushi probably wouldn't be able to find anything even if she investigated. After all, he didn't have Qing Ju's ability. Moreover, she felt that there was no need to owe Guan Yushi a favor. Miss Leng suffered such injustice in Moon-Gazing City. As the young master of the Moon-Gazing family, I should seek justice for you. This is my responsibility, Guan Yushi said very stubbornly. Up to you then. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. Goodbye. Guan Yushi bowed slightly and then turned to leave. Miss, could this be caused by the Wu family? Feng De asked curiously. No, Wu Qianer has been injured for a while. If we wanted to spread such rumors, we wouldn't have waited until now. Moreover, Wu Qianer is the legitimate daughter of the Wu family. She can't hide her fiancé from others. I think the other person is the most suspicious. Leng Ruoxue analyzed. Are you talking about Bai Fang? Empty said understandingly. The rumor spread after Bai Fang was injured, so she was indeed the most suspicious. Moreover, Bai Fang coveted her man. However, this Bai Fang was a little too brainless. As a member of an aristocratic family, it was very easy for others to find out if she had a fiancé or not. What benefits did she have to spread such a rumor? Did she think that she could break her up with just a few rumors? What a fantasy. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She really couldn't think of anyone other than that woman who would do such boring things. Previous chapter. Next chapter. For a moment, everyone's eyes focused on the freak. Why are you looking at me? I don't know that woman, the freak roared furiously. Boo-hoo. What were their gazes like? Commander Yi, Bai Fang is interested in you. Feng De said bluntly. Alas. Even a fool could see the redness in Bai Fang's eyes. What does that have to do with me? The freak said angrily. Damn, that woman was crazy. Why were they booing along? You are a source of trouble, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Boo-hoo. Swear, why are you saying this about me? It's not my fault that I'm good-looking. The freak was aggrieved, very aggrieved. Hee, whose fault is that? Empty said with a light smile. Fortunately, the person Bai Fong liked was not him. Otherwise, he would be the one worrying now. You, the freak roared in anger. Hee, it's not my fault. You're not my child, don't blame me. Empty teased fearlessly. Alright, stop arguing. We're only guessing if it's Bai Fong. Let's wait for Qing Ju's result. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to wrong others, but she wouldn't let anyone who wronged her go, be it the mastermind or the accomplice. Hee, swear, I have a good idea. We can immediately know if it's that woman, Empty said with a smile. Qing Ju might have been watching the entire moon-gazing city, but it would be useless if that woman didn't do anything. The best way was to let that woman take action. What idea? Leng Ruoxue was curious. Come closer. Empty looked at Leng Ruoxue and the freak mysteriously. Oh. Leng Ruoxue and the freak's eyes met. They looked at each other and then cooperatively moved their ears closer. No, I won't do it. The freak objected loudly after hearing it. Boo-hoo. He didn't want to leave Schwer. I think this idea is good. Be good, freak. Cooperate. Leng Ruoxue caressed the freak's head and coaxed. Schwer, can you really bear to do it? The freak's bright starry eyes held tears as he asked sadly. Freak, be good. Leng Ruoxue comforted him. Boo-hoo. All right then, the freak said reluctantly. His starry eyes glared fiercely at Empty. Boo-hoo. It was all his rotten idea. Outside the Alchemist Association. A handsome and invincible man was chased out of the Alchemist Association. Schwer, don't chase me away. It's really not my fault. Boo-hoo. I don't know any Miss Bai at all. The freak knocked on the closed door of the Alchemist Association and roared loudly. The abnormality in front of the Alchemist Association quickly attracted a large number of passers-by to watch. Everyone pointed at the freak. Could this person be the rumored male lead? He's indeed a drop-dead gorgeous disaster, someone who had never seen a freak whispered. Yes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been snatched away by others. Alas. How pitiful. They're actually being chased out now, someone said with great pity. Which Miss Bai is he talking about? Someone who didn't know the truth asked curiously. Who else could it be? It must be Miss Bai Fong. However, if I were to choose, I would choose Leng Ruoxue too. Then Miss Bai can't even compare to a strand of Miss Leng's hair, someone said, and this person obviously knew some inside information. Oh. The pedestrians on the street were discussing spiritedly, but the freak was abnormally angry in his heart. Damn it, these people were really not ordinary gossip. He had already become the male lead of the rumors, but even though he was angry, he had to pretend to be sad and depressed as he walked on the streets in a daze. As he walked, the sad freak actually came to the outskirts. He casually found a clean big green rock to sit down and then fell into a daze. Young Master Yi, why are you here? A gentle female voice sounded in the freak's ear after some time. Who are you? Do you know me? The freak raised his head, pretending to be depressed, and said in surprise. Damn, why did this damn woman only come now? He waited until he was about to fall asleep, cursing in his heart with great dissatisfaction. I'm Bai Fong. Why don't you recognize me anymore? Bai Fong said sadly. Should I know you? The freak's face was full of question marks, thinking, this woman is really shameless. She actually acted so familiar. Young Master Yi, I will be sad if you say that, Bai Fong said pitifully with tears in her eyes. Oh, but I really can't remember. I've seen you before. The freak sighed softly and said helplessly. However, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn it, whether you're sad or not has nothing to do with me. He was already very angry that he was arranged to perform, but he couldn't show it, which showed how depressed he was. Young Master Guan Yu and the others went to your residence that day. Did you forget? Bai Fong reminded. She was also scratched by that damn cat. She would probably be disfigured if it weren't for the 100-flower pill in her hand. However, what made her even angrier was that her uncle was actually unwilling to stand up for her to settle the score with Leng. Humph. Even though her uncle refused to help her, someone would help her. Oh, I remember now. There's also Miss Luo, right? The freak said in realization. Yes. Bai Fong gritted her teeth and said with raging jealousy. Humph. He didn't even remember her, but he still remembered Miss Luo. She was really angry. However, she still had a perfect smile on her face no matter how angry she was. Ah. If I remember correctly, you seem to have been scratched by Schwer's cat. How did you recover so quickly? The freak said with seeming surprise. I took the 100-flower pill, Bai Fong explained. Fortunately, she didn't give the pill to her uncle. Otherwise, her uncle would definitely not care about her. Oh, I see. The freak nodded. Young Master Yi, what are you doing here? Bai Fong asked again, unwilling to give up because she was a little uncertain. Was this man really chased out by Leng Ruoxue? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Don't mention it. It's a long story. The freak sighed softly, as if there was something difficult to say. Did you quarrel with Miss Leng? Bai Fong probed, her beautiful face full of concern. Yes, Shuer actually accused me of having another woman. Boo-hoo. I'm so sad. I've always been devoted to her. I don't even have a sow by my side, but she actually suspects me, the freak complained, his beautiful face full of grievance. Young Master Yi, don't be sad. Miss Leng doesn't know what's good for her. Stop thinking about her. There will be a woman who loves you more than her, Bai Fong comforted, but she was secretly smug. It seemed like the news she received was true. They really fell out. This was great. This was a rare opportunity for her. In fact, you can't blame her. There have been some rumors in the city recently that she stole someone else's fiancé and injured someone, so she suspected me. The freak couldn't help defending Shuer. Young Master Yi, you're a good man. Miss Leng treats you so well, but you're still so considerate of her, Bai Fong said with envy all over her face. However, she was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. She really didn't know what was so good about Leng Ruoxue other than being prettier. Why was this man so loyal? Because I love her. No woman can compare to her in my heart, but I didn't expect her to suspect me because of a few rumors. Boo-hoo. The freak said sadly. Young Master Yi, why are you so loyal to her since she doesn't trust you? There are many good women in the world. You will find a woman who loves you more, Bai Fong couldn't help persuading. Really? Is there a woman who loves me more than Shuer? The freak said with a face full of disbelief. Of course, Bai Fong said resolutely and confidently. Where is it? Why don't I see it? The freak looked around and said with some disappointment. Young Master Yi, what if I say? I've admired you for a long time. Bai Fong himself with red cheeks and a shy face. Her little heart was thumping crazily, and she was extremely nervous. She didn't know if the man in front of her would accept her initiative to confess her love. He wouldn't think she was too frivolous, right? She thought uneasily. Miss Bai, thank you for your comfort. Don't joke around. We only met once, the freak said gratefully. We didn't just meet once. I saw you at the Flower Appreciation Festival, Bai Fong said shyly with her head lowered. So what? Don't tell me you fell in love with me just like that, the freak said with a look of disbelief. Young Master Yi, I really like you. In fact, I fell in love with you at first sight, Bai Fong whispered with a red face. Miss Bai, I already have a fiancé, the freak reminded. I know, I don't mind being small. Bai Fong touched on the sore spot. No, the freak refused, his handsome face full of difficulties. Why not? Don't you like me? I'm not inferior to Leng Ruoxue, Bai Fong said indignantly. She had finally found a chance to get close to her beloved, so of course she wouldn't give up easily. I promised Shuer that I wouldn't marry a concubine, the freak said honestly. It's okay. I can beg her. I believe she will definitely fulfill our wish. Moreover, didn't she chase you out already? Then what right does she have to request you? Bai Fong said confidently, as if she and the freak were already in love. Miss Bai, what exactly do you like about me? The freak couldn't help asking. Boo-hoo. Couldn't he change it? I like your gentleness and thoughtfulness. When I first saw you, I saw that you were very good to Miss Leng, so I liked you at that time because I also wanted to obtain that gentleness and consideration, wanted you to treat me like that, Bai Fong said with yearning and daydreaming, her limpid eyes lighting up at the freak from time to time. Miss Bai, to tell you the truth, I'm actually not a gentle and considerate man. I'm hitting women. The freak rolled his eyes and couldn't help but say. Alas. He really didn't know what this woman was thinking. Did she want to snatch that man away just because other men were good to her? Didn't she think that that man would treat her the same? I believe in my taste. If I become your woman, you will definitely treat me the way you treat Leng Ruoxue, Bai Fong said very confidently. No, I won't treat any woman like that except for Shuer, the freak said uncontrollably. He really didn't know where this woman's confidence came from. But didn't she chase you out already? Will you still love her as much as before? Bai Fong reminded rudely. So what? Even if she chased me out, I won't accept other women casually. I only love her, the freak said with a faint smile. I've never thought of replacing her place in your heart. I just want to stay by your side and I'm satisfied, Bai Fong said aggrievedly. She didn't believe that this man would refuse such a small request of hers. Stay by my side? I'm sorry, I don't need a maidservant. The freak pretended to be stupid. I don't want to be your maidservant, Bai Fong said angrily. Damn it, this man actually pretended to be stupid. She just said that she was willing to be a little girl, but this man actually pretended to be stupid. Then what can you be? The freak continued to pretend to be stupid. I said I'm willing to be your little one, Bai Fong said. I told you, that's impossible, the freak refused resolutely. Are you afraid that Leng Ruoxue will disagree? It's okay. I'll beg her, Bai Fong said very seriously. How do you want to beg her? The freak was a little speechless. Wasn't this woman a little too thick-skinned? I will beg her to fulfill our wish, Bai Fong said with great determination. She had done so many things in hopes of achieving her wish. What do you want from me? A slightly displeased female voice suddenly interrupted their conversation. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue walked out from behind a huge tree. She couldn't help but burn with anger as she looked at the man and woman in front of her. Shuer, don't misunderstand. There's nothing between me and her, the freak hurriedly explained after seeing Leng Ruoxue. However, this became guilt in Bai Fang's eyes. Who said we're nothing? We were once engaged. How can you abandon us? Bai Fang steeled her heart and said with certainty. At this point, she could only try her best. Anyway, she would not stop until she achieved her goal. So you are the other main character in the rumors? Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. That's right. Now the entire moon-gazing city knows that not only did you snatch my fiancé away, you even injured me, so I'm a victim, Bai Fang boasted shamelessly without knowing where her confidence came from. So you were the one who spread those rumors. Leng Ruoxue's words were not a question but a statement. So what if I am? Bai Fang said nonchalantly. She didn't think Leng Ruoxue would do anything to her. After all, the Bai family had a certain status in the boundless heaven continent. Moreover, there was the Sun family backing their Bai family. Do you think you can obtain this man with just a few rumors? Leng Ruoxue looked at the freak and asked curiously. Humph. Didn't I successfully break you up? Bai Fang said with a face full of pride. At this moment, she was too busy being smug, so she didn't realize that Leng Ruoxue was trying to worm information out of her. Therefore, she was extremely honest. Who said you've already broken us up? It's too early for you to be smug. Let me tell you, this man is mine in life and my ghost in death. If he wants to have a change of heart, I would rather kill him than let another woman have it easy, so give up. Leng Ruoxue said without any emotion. Alas. This self-righteous woman was really not ordinary stupidity. No, that's impossible. Young Master Yi, tell her that you're willing to marry me. Bai Fang couldn't believe it. Had her plan failed prematurely? I won't want anyone but Shuer, the freak said coldly. Humph. He couldn't be bothered to continue acting. This woman's self-righteousness was disgusting. No. It shouldn't be like this. You should be willing to marry me. I just want to be a concubine, not snatch you from her. Can't this do? Bai Fang's watery eyes welled up with tears as she said pitifully. No, I only want Shuer, the freak said emotionlessly, hating this woman to death in his heart. Miss Leng, I really like young Master Yi. Please agree to let me be his concubine. I'll serve you well and respect you. I promise I won't compete for favor. I'll be satisfied as long as I stay by his side and see him every day. Bai Fang suddenly knelt in front of Leng Ruoxue and pleaded. 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her cheeks. She looked really pitiful now. Leng Ruoxue looked at the woman in front of her speechlessly. To be honest, she had never seen such a thick-skinned woman in her life. The matter was exposed, but this woman could still plead with her bitterly. Humph. What did she think she was? She would not be protective of the fairer sex. I say, are you shameless? Who is rushing to be my concubine? I've already refused, but you still won't give up. Lu Tao, who couldn't take it anymore, jumped out from behind the tree and scolded angrily. That's right. There are all sorts of birds in the big forest. How can there be such a shameless woman like you in the world? Can you be any more shameless? Fengde and the others also walked out from behind the tree and said with disdain. Bai Fang looked at the people who suddenly appeared in front of her and was stunned, but she quickly calmed down because she believed that these people would not make things difficult for a weak woman. Miss, what should we do with this woman? Zheng Yan asked Bai Fang disdainfully. Kill him. Leng Ruoxue said very coldly. She hated being schemed against the most, especially when this woman actually dared to have designs on the freak. It was even more unforgivable. Hee, miss, leave this woman to me. I've just concocted a new poison that hasn't been tested yet. Zheng Yan said with a naughty smile. He had also concocted many strange things under the influence of Leng Ruoxue, so today was a good time to test the effects. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Zheng Yan took out a black pill from his storage ring and grabbed Bai Fang like he was picking up a chicken. He was about to send the pill into her mouth when he was suddenly interrupted. Stop. How can you bully a weak woman with so many people? Luo Xing'er ran to Leng Ruoxue and the others and accused. Xing'er, save me. Bai Fang seemed to have seen her savior. Big Sister Fang, I. Luo Xing'er was in a dilemma. Her father had told her to mind her own business when he brought her here, so. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes gently swept over the people who came with Luo Xing'er. Then she turned her gaze to Luo Xing'er and said with a faint smile, Miss Luo, didn't your father tell you to mind other people's business less? Xing'er. Luo Xian called out with great displeasure. Alas. This daughter was really too worrisome. Father. Luo Xing'er answered softly. Softly. Then she glared at Leng Ruoxue and returned to her father's side reluctantly. Miss Leng, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Luo Xian said apologetically. Miss Leng, I know that Big Sister Fang was in the wrong this time, but she also loved her too much, so can you pity her and not fuss about it? She just wants to be a concubine, it won't affect you much. Can't you agree to her request? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help speaking up for Bai Fang's pitiful Luo Xing'er before she could answer. Xing'er, what nonsense are you spouting? Luo Fei knew that something bad was about to happen when he heard his sister's words, so he quickly reprimanded her. Hee. Miss Luo and Miss Bai are really sisters. In that case, why don't you marry the same man so that you won't be separated in the future? Leng Ruoxue suggested with a light smile. She was a little speechless about this retarded Luo Xing'er. She really didn't know what was in her head. How can that be? Luo Xing'er quickly declined. She liked big sister Fang a lot, but she was not willing to share half of her husband with her. Are you unwilling? Miss Luo, haven't you heard of the saying, don't do to others what you don't want? You actually want to impose something that you're unwilling to do on others. It's too funny. Leng Ruoxue said with slight sarcasm. I. That's because big sister Fang likes him. Luo Xing'er pointed at the freak and quibbled. Oh, do I have to share half of my man with her just because she likes it? Who do you think she is? Who do you think you are? Leng Ruoxue said disdainfully. Xing'er, shut up. Luo Xian roared anxiously when he saw his daughter becoming more and more out of hand. Father, Luo Xing'er still wanted to say something, but this time, Luo Xian didn't want to give her the chance to say anything. A slap landed on Luo Xing'er's face with a bang. Father, you actually hit me. Luo Xing'er's eyes welled up with tears as she said in disbelief. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth, indicating that Luo Xian's slap was not light. I told you not to spout nonsense and meddle in other people's affairs. Luo Xian roared angrily. Alas. This daughter of his was really spoiled by them. She actually couldn't differentiate right from wrong. She obviously knew what Bai Fang had done, but she still spoke up for that woman. He knew that if he didn't teach his daughter a lesson now, it would be difficult to say whether this daughter would still be alive when Leng Ruoxue attacked. However, Xing'er wouldn't understand from her appearance. Patriarch Luo is such a good father. Leng Ruoxue said with slight mockery. Humph. Did Luo Xian think she would let Luo Xing'er go just like that? What a fantasy. I'm sorry, Miss Leng. I didn't teach my daughter well. Please spare my daughter on my account. Luo Xian pleaded. Father, why are you begging her? I didn't do anything wrong. Luo Xing'er cried indignantly. Her father had never hit her since she was young, but not only did he hit her today, he even had to beg that woman. She really didn't know why. Xing'er, shut up. Luo Fei couldn't bear it anymore and roared. This sister was really too insensible. Didn't father do it for her? It seems like Miss Luo doesn't appreciate it. Coincidentally, I don't intend to let you go either, Leng Ruoxue said ruthlessly. To be honest, she really didn't have the desire to kill this little flower who grew up in a greenhouse because she felt too little of a sense of accomplishment. However, Luo Xing'er challenged her bottom line again and again. Alas. If she really showed mercy, this brainless young miss would probably think that she was afraid of the Luo family. Miss Leng, please show mercy, Luo Fei pleaded. Zheng En, deal with Bai Fang first. Leng Ruoxue ignored the Luo father and son and ordered Zheng En directly. Okay. Zheng En pinched Bai Fang's chin and threw the black pill in his hand in. Then he let go of Bai Fang and carefully observed her reaction. Ahem. Bai Fang, who had regained her freedom, coughed violently, wanting to cough out the pill. Unfortunately, the pill melted in her mouth and disappeared long ago. A few minutes later, Bai Fang suffered severe abdominal pain, and a small portion of her body ulcerated, starting from her face. Ah. It hurts. Bai Fang rolled on the ground in pain and kept shouting. Unfortunately, Leng Ruoxue and the others were not protective of the fairer sex, and Luo Xian, Guan Yulong, and the others naturally would not speak up for Bai Fang. They did not want to offend Leng Ruoxue for an irrelevant woman. As for Luo Xing'er, she was trembling in fright from Bai Fang's tragic state and did not dare to say another word. Bai Fang, who ordered you to do this? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. She didn't believe that Bai Fang would dare to spread such rumors wantonly without anyone backing her up. No. No one ordered me. Bai Fang's eyes flashed with panic. She knew that she couldn't say it even though her stomach hurt. Otherwise, that person would not let her go. Aren't you going to say it? Zheng En, give her another pill, Leng Ruoxue ordered emotionlessly. Miss, she'll be dead if you add one more pill, Zheng En reminded. One pill could torture Bai Fang and she would not die even if she wanted to. However, he was afraid that Bai Fang would benefit from eating 2 pills. Don't worry. She won't die from 2 pills, but the pain will double. Double, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. She knew the medicinal purposes of the medicine once Zheng En took it out, which was why she was comfortable with the increase in dosage. Moreover, how could she let Bai Fang die easily? Alright. Zheng En took out another pill, then pinched Bai Fang's chin, threw the pill in, and immediately let go of his hand in disdain. He even took out a piece of cloth to wipe his hand, as if the illness on Bai Fang's body was contagious. Ah. So painful. So painful. Bai Fang's pain was indeed more serious. Moreover, it was only abdominal pain just now, but now it developed to the pain all over her body, and her body emitted a stink that made everyone present couldn't help covering their mouths and noses. Miss Bai, didn't anyone tell you not to offend an alchemist no matter who you offend? If an alchemist wants you to suffer a fate worse than death, there will be thousands of ways. The current you probably don't even have the strength to commit suicide, right? However, if you tell me the truth, I will consider letting you die a faster death. Leng Ruoxue listed her conditions. I will speak, let me die peacefully. Bai Fang, who was twitching and shrinking into a ball on the ground, said painfully. Very good. Only those who know the facts can die peacefully. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with Bai Fang's cooperation. Leng Ruoxue, I'm very jealous of you, but I know that I'm not your match, so I can only pretend to be pitiful in front of you. However, someone told me a method, which is to separate your gang, so I sent someone to do it. However, I didn't expect me to still fail, haha. Bai Fong laughed painfully. She knew that even if she died, that man would not look at her again. However, she had lost her life for that man. She really didn't know if what she did was worth it or not. You speak too much nonsense. You just have to tell me who instigated you to do it. As for the others, you can slowly savor them in hell. Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. What told me all this was? Bai Fong was about to say it when a white light flashed. Immediately after, Bai Fong stopped breathing. Miss, she's dead. Zheng En probed Bai Fong's nose and said. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Damn it, someone actually killed Bai Fong in front of so many people, and they didn't even notice. This really depressed her. Swear, don't be depressed. The one who killed Bai Fong was at least a mystic sovereign, and he was good at concealed weapons, Empty said comfortingly. In fact, he was also quite depressed because he felt that he was a little careless. He actually didn't realize that someone was hiding near them. I'm fine, Leng Ruoxue said gloomily. Miss, what should we do with Luo Xing'er? Zheng En asked and changed the topic. He didn't want Miss to make him unhappy because of Bai Fong. Didn't you want to test the medicine? Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Yes. The experiment time was too short just now, Zheng En said with some regret. However, it would probably not be easy to let Luo Xing'er test the medicine. She had her father and brother to protect her. Alas. A child with a father and brother was a treasure. A child without anyone to love was a blade of grass. Bai Fong was the best example. No, I don't want to. Father, save me. Luo Xing'er was a little scared silly seeing Bai Fong's tragic state. After seeing Bai Fong die, her mind went blank. She finally returned to her senses and heard these two people saying that they wanted to test her on medicine. She was so scared that she hurriedly shouted. Boo-hoo. She didn't want to become as painful as Bai Fong, covered in pus and emitting a stink. She didn't want to. Miss Leng, please show mercy and let Xing'er go. Luo Xian continued to plead. He only had one daughter, and she had been spoiled since childhood. Alas. Don't worry. She doesn't deserve to die, so I won't kill her. However, my subordinates wanted to test the medicine, so she had to sacrifice herself. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Testing medicine, wouldn't that be worse than death? Luo Xian was even more afraid when he heard this. Boo-hoo. With Bai Fong's example, how could he watch helplessly as his daughter tested medicine for others? Therefore, he steeled his heart and knelt in front of Leng Ruoxue with a plop. Miss Leng, please let my daughter go. I'll do anything as long as you let him go, Luo Xian pleaded bitterly. Luo Fei hurriedly knelt down when he saw his father kneeling. Miss Leng, Xing'er is insensible and offended you. I'm willing to suffer on her behalf. Use me to test the medicine. Luo Fei said. Feier, don't spout nonsense. You are the hope of our Luo family. You can't. Alas. Father is old. The Luo family will rely on you in the future. Miss Leng, use me to test the medicine. Xing'er is my daughter. It's the fault of a child not teaching the father. I should suffer on her behalf, Luo Xian hurriedly said. What deep affection between father and son. You love your daughter. Unfortunately, the people you love might not be grateful to you. Leng Ruoxue looked at the silly Luo Xing'er and said mockingly. Alas. Luo Xing'er had a good father and a good brother. Unfortunately, she didn't know if Luo Xing'er knew how to cherish. What are you doing? Miss didn't say she wanted to kill Luo Xing'er. Don't make things difficult for Miss, Lu Tao said with some dissatisfaction. Humph. These people were too much. They knew that Miss valued familial love, but they actually did this. Miss Leng, Xing'er is my daughter. Luo Xian wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue before he could say anything. I told you, I won't kill her. However, the death penalty can be spared, but the crime of living is unforgivable. If I let her go, with her intelligence, she will definitely think that I'm afraid of your Luo family. Therefore, for her own good, don't protect her anymore, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. In fact, the reason why she didn't kill Luo Xing'er was not only because she didn't take her seriously, but also because of Luo Xian and his son. If they were as indiscriminate as Luo Xing'er, they could just kill her, but they were not that kind of people. No, we will watch over her. Miss Leng, please let her go. Luo Xian hurriedly promised. Look at her. Can you look at her? If you can look at her, you wouldn't have brought her here today. If I'm not mistaken, she probably wants to come no matter what, so you had no choice but to follow her. Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. Humph. She knew that some uninvited guests would be attracted when Qing Ju teleported everything here to Guanyu City. However, she didn't care for her innocence. Leng Ruoxue's words left the Luo father and son speechless. They knew very well that it was because of their soft-heartedness that Xing'er had offended this eldest miss again. Alas. Zheng En, do it. Leng Ruoxue ordered. She would not learn her lesson until this Miss Luo suffered a little. Okay. Zheng En walked to Luo Xing'er, who was standing foolishly, and took out a pill. He pinched her chin and was about to deliver it to Luo Xing'er's mouth, but... No. I swear on my bloodline that I am willing to recognize Leng Ruoxue as my master, to be my slave for life, and never betray her. Luo Xian wanted to save his daughter, but he found that his body couldn't move anymore, and Luo Fei was the same. Therefore, in a hurry, he swore a bloodline oath and recognized Leng Ruoxue as his master. Buzz. A contract law descended from the sky just as Luo Xian finished speaking. A blood contract array enveloped Leng Ruoxue, the Luo father and son. The contract was formally established in a few minutes, and then the contract law slowly disappeared. Leng Ruoxue widened her eyes and looked at Luo Xian gloomily. This damn old man didn't cause any trouble with the bloodline contract. It was really infuriating. She had never thought of taking the Luo family in as a servant. Moreover, this bloodline contract was very overbearing because even though the contract was issued by Luo Xian alone, anyone related to Luo Xian, be it the main or side branches, would become her servant, even their descendants. To put it bluntly, the descendants of the Luo family already had masters before they were born. As for the seniors of the Luo family, they were even worse. They had worked hard for their entire lives and were finally made masters by their descendants. Not only that, their lives were in the hands of their masters. Master, please let Xing'er go. Luo Xian said helplessly. Boo-hoo. He knew that he was a little impulsive, but he had no choice. Could he watch helplessly as his daughter was tortured? He still had lingering fears about Baifang's tragic state. Old man, are you stupid? You've already become my young Mrs. Servant. How Miss wants to deal with your precious daughter now can be done with a word. Moreover, you don't even have the right to object, Fengde reminded with a chuckle. Luo Xian was a little dumbfounded. Yes. How could he have forgotten about this matter? Boo-hoo. He originally thought that this eldest miss would not make things difficult for Xing'er since his entire family had become Leng Ruoxue's people. However, he had forgotten the master-servant relationship between them. Did he make a fool of himself? Boo-hoo. Master, let Xing'er go and let me try that medicine. Luo Fei pleaded helplessly. Alas. They didn't even have the mood to resist in front of Leng Ruoxue now because they would die without a burial ground with a single thought from Leng Ruoxue. She didn't even have to do anything. Alright, I won't give her that medicine since you've become my servants now. However, I'll give her another one, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Master. Luo Xian and Luo Fei stared at Leng Ruoxue with pleading eyes. Zhengyan, give this to Luo Xing'er. Leng Ruoxue took out a pill and handed it to Zhengyan. Yes. Zhengyan took the pill, ignored the pitiful gazes of the Luo father and son, and threw the pill directly into Luo Xing'er's mouth. Humph. Don't offend an alchemist no matter who you offend, or your end will be tragic. Master, what medicine did you give Xing'er? Luo Xian asked carefully. Boo-hoo. At this point, he knew that it was useless to beg. However, it was also fine to let his daughter suffer less. It could be seen that his request was becoming lower and lower. Medicine that can make her lose her voice, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Oh. Fortunately, Luo Xian was relieved. He just couldn't talk. It was okay, as long as he didn't have to suffer. Luo Xing'er quickly lost her voice after taking the medicine. She opened her mouth to speak but couldn't say anything. Moreover, she heard Leng Ruoxue's words, but she didn't dare to be disrespectful to her in the slightest. Moreover, she had a trace of instinctive fear for Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue looked at the terrified Luo Xing'er and said indifferently to Luo Xian and his son, leave with Luo Xing'er. Remember, you are now my servants. I can take your lives at any time, so go back and teach her a good lesson. Don't blame me for being heartless if she dares to be indiscriminate again. Hehe, if Luo Xing'er dared to provoke her again, even if she killed Luo Xing'er, the father and son of the Luo family would not dare to say anything, much less bear a grudge against her. This was the benefit of the bloodline contract. She suddenly felt some pity for Luo Xian now. He swore an oath and handed the lives of his entire family to her. Although she was a little unwilling to accept it, Luo Xian must be even more depressed than her at this moment. However, Leng Ruoxue did not expect Luo Xian to know about bloodline contracts because, as far as she knew, this kind of contract had been lost for a long time. At least, no one on the Ling Feng continent knew about it. Could it be that the level of space here was higher than on the Ling Feng continent? She pondered. Master, don't worry. I will definitely teach her a lesson, Luo Xian hurriedly promised. Boo-hoo, impulse kills. Just as Leng Ruoxue thought, he was so depressed that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Unfortunately, the lives of their entire family belonged to Master now. They couldn't die even if they wanted to unless Master killed them. Yes, if there's a next time, it's death. Leng Ruoxue reminded. I promise there won't be a next time, Luo Xian said. After speaking, he didn't leave directly but led his children to stand very respectfully behind Leng Ruoxue. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue looked at Baifang's corpse and was about to burn it when Feng Zhan's voice suddenly sounded in her heart. Master, leave such a small matter to me. You don't have to do it yourself, Feng Zhan said after watching the commotion in the bracelet for a long time. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and let Feng Zhan out. After Feng Zhan emerged, he affectionately rubbed his little head against Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face. Then he spat a small flame on Baifang's body. It only took a few seconds to burn Baifang to ashes. The father and son of the Luo family looked at the small and cute little red bird, and their foreheads were full of cold sweat. They were even more surprised. Heavens! What kind of fire was this? The temperature was actually so high. They could still feel the hot temperature even though they were not very close. This little bird that was not even the size of a palm was really too strong. Luo family, you might be my master's servants, but listen up. Whoever from your Luo family dares to be disrespectful to my master will end up like that annoying woman. Humph. I won't show mercy. Feng Zhan flew in front of Luo Xian and the others and threatened. You too. If anyone wants to test the temperature of this king's flame, don't hesitate to bring it on. Feng Zhan said to Guan Yuelong and the others, his words still full of threat. How can we be enemies with Miss Leng? Guan Yuelong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, this little bird is really too terrifying. He decided that if any blind person in the Guan Yu family annoyed Miss Leng, he would definitely be the first to deal with it. He couldn't let this little bird find an excuse to burn their main mansion. Humph. At least you're sensible. I'll tell you the truth. Our master has a lot of beasts that specialize in scratching and biting people. I, on the other hand, am in charge of setting off the fire drops. Therefore, you have to be careful. My master can't be provoked, Feng Zhan continued. We understand, the first elder of the Guan Yu family said hurriedly. Boo-hoo. This girl's beast was also so difficult to deal with. Very good. Hee, master, am I right? Feng Zhan nodded with satisfaction and then flew to Leng Ruoxue's shoulder to curry favor. Previous chapter. Okay. Leng Ruoxue coaxed helplessly, thinking, Feng Zhan. We have to keep a low profile and not be smug. Swear, the matter has been resolved. Let's go back, the freak suggested. Boo-hoo. His innocence had finally been found. Damn it, if Bai Fang hadn't been killed, he would definitely make the woman who dared to have any ideas about him suffer a fate worse than death. However, even if she was dead, she would still not have an easy life. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and everyone returned to their residence. After returning to her residence, Leng Ruoxue realized that the Luo father and sons had also returned. She asked curiously, what are you doing here? Miss, we are your servants now. Who should we follow if not you? Luo Xian said aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. He could tell that his master didn't like them. However, raw rice had already been cooked. They couldn't deny it even if they wanted to. You don't have to follow me. Go back to your Luo family. I'll send someone to contact you if there's anything you need to do. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she said speechlessly. Oh, all right then. Luo Xian replied. Then he led his children away. Miss, there are also some old farts in the Luo family. I'm afraid a round of beating will be unavoidable after Luo Xian returns to the Luo family. Ningde gloated. Hee, this matter was really too dramatic. None of them expected Luo Xian to actually do this for his daughter. This was very rare in the families. Presumably, Miss did not intend to kill Luo Xing'er because of Luo Xian's love for her daughter. Yes, I won't kill Luo Xing'er even if he doesn't release the bloodline contract. However, physical pain is unavoidable, Leng Ruoxue said. She had never experienced fatherly love in both her previous life and this life, so she was more or less touched that Luo Xian loved his daughter. Moreover, she had also said that she would not kill Luo Xing'er. However, she didn't expect Luo Xian to love his daughter so much that he couldn't bear to let her suffer physical pain. Alas. Hopefully, Luo Xing'er could understand the hearts of her father and brother and truly grow up. Miss, I think that Luo Xian is scared silly, Fengde interrupted. Fengde, you will understand the heart of a parent when you have a child, Leng Ruoxue said. Yes, it's really rare for such familial affection to exist in an aristocratic family, Ningde said. Luo Xing'er might be a little out of line, but her father and brother were sensible people. Yes, or I wouldn't have let Luo Xing'er go. By the way, Ningde, we plan to leave Moon Gazing City tomorrow, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Leave? Then what should I do? Ningde quickly put on a long face and pretended to be pitiful when he heard that. Of course you should continue being your president. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid. Old Ning. We'll visit you when we have time. Be good and don't cry. Fengde teased with a naughty smile. Miss, can I go training with you? Ningde asked bravely because he knew that he might not have a chance in the future if he didn't dare to ask. No, you have to continue being your president, Leng Ruoxue refused. If Ningde was not the president, she might have brought him along with her based on his performance during this period. However, his identity was not there, so she could not take him away. Oh, miss, you're leaving tomorrow. Rest early today. Ningde said gloomily. Then he bowed to Leng Ruoxue and left. Everyone, rest early. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Leng Ruoxue said to Fengde and the others after Ningde left. Then, with a thought, she brought everyone into the bracelet. The next morning. Leng Ruoxue and the others saw the alchemists of the Alchemist Association blocking their way collectively as soon as they emerged from the yard. Miss Leng, the president asked us to send you off. He said he had something to do and didn't want to come, an alchemist said. Oh, thank you. We're leaving. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She knew that Ningde probably didn't dare to come because he was afraid of being too sad. Leng Ruoxue and the others left Moon Gazing City after bidding farewell to the people from the Alchemist Association. They admired the scenery by the side of the road as they walked. However, they were stopped by a group of men in black not long after. Miss Leng Ruoxue, the leader of the men in black said coldly. No, you've got the wrong person, Leng Ruoxue denied. She didn't know what these people were for, but she couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Hee, Miss Leng really likes to joke. The leader of the men in black laughed gloomily, the displeasure in his eyes flashing for a moment. I never joke with people I don't know, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Miss Leng, don't pretend to be stupid. Why would we stop you if we don't know you, the leader of the men in black said proudly. Then why are you asking me who I am? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and said with displeasure. These men in black really had too much nonsense. It would be better to tell them the reason directly. We have to confirm it out of courtesy. Miss Leng, our patriarch invites you to be a guest, the leader of the men in black said without anger and made his intentions clear. No, I don't know your patriarch, Leng Ruoxue refused bluntly. Then she looked up at the men in black in front of her with her beautiful eyes. There were about 50 people in this group of men in black, and their overall strength was not bad. The person in the lead was a mystic sovereign, and the others were also at the mystic monarch level. However, these people looked at her as if they were looking at prey, which she disliked very much. Humph. Our Wu family's patriarch invited you as a guest. Don't you know what's good for you? Before the leader of the men in black could say anything, a man in black roared first impatiently. So what if I don't know what's good for me? I don't know any patriarch of the Wu family. Do I have to go just because he invited me? What kind of logic is that? Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly, her beautiful face full of disdain. Our patriarch invited you because he thinks highly of you, so you have to go no matter what, the man in black continued with an arrogant expression on his face. What if I don't go? Leng Ruoxue asked calmly. Miss Leng, we invited you nicely. Don't blame us for being nasty if you're unwilling to go. The patriarch said that we have to kidnap you even if we have to. The leader of the men in black said with a light smile. Oh, if I understand it correctly, are you planning to force me if I don't go? Leng Ruoxue asked uncertainly. Miss Leng, the patriarch has ordered us to invite you no matter what, the leader of the men in black said honestly. I see. The man in black didn't say it explicitly, but Leng Ruoxue already understood what he meant. She either took the initiative to go or tied her up. However, she knew that she had another choice. She just didn't want to go. Humph. Why should she obediently deliver herself to the door when the Wu family had invited her? Even if she wanted to visit, it had to be when she wanted to go. No one could force her when she didn't want to go. Since Miss Leng already knows, don't make things difficult for us. Hee, we don't want to hurt Miss Leng, so. The leader of the men in black advised kindly, but he was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue before he could finish. No. Leng Ruoxue refused very bluntly. Boss, this woman is obviously refusing a toast and taking a forfeit. Why are you still so polite to her? A man in black said impatiently. Humph. No one had dared to not give their Wu family face in the boundless heaven continent. Miss Leng. The leader of the men in black didn't give up and seemed to want to continue persuading her. However, he was interrupted by Leng Ruoxue before he could say anything. I said I won't go, Leng Ruoxue said emotionlessly. She had never liked being forced since she was young, so she was very uninterested in the Wu family's method of inviting people. Miss Leng, don't blame me for not caring for the fairer sex since you don't give me face. The leader of the men in black narrowed his eyes and said coldly. What? Do you want to snatch it in broad daylight? Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly. That beautiful smile dazzled the eyes of the group of men in black, making them dizzy. They were all stunned. Miss Leng, we didn't want to do this either. However, you refused to go, and we have to complete the task the patriarch gave us, so we can only let Miss Leng down, the leader of the men in black explained very coldly after coming back to his senses. Guards, take Miss Leng away and kill the others. The leader of the men in black ordered his subordinates confidently after speaking to Leng Ruoxue. Yes. The subordinates in black had been waiting for their leader's instructions and hurriedly answered. Miss, they want to kill us. Boo-hoo. Lu Tao grabbed Leng Ruoxue's sleeve and said with tears in her beautiful eyes. The word, scared, was still written on her beautiful face. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She heard it. Girl, don't be scared. We have always been protective of the fairer sex. We won't kill you. We'll kill those men if we want to, a man in black hurriedly comforted her with lecherous eyes. Who cares about your protective feelings for the fairer sex? Humph. Lu Tao felt that she had been teased and said very displeased. You don't want it? I'll make you beg me for it later. The man in black laughed hysterically and looked Lu Tao up and down obscenely. Well, he didn't have a chance with that stunning beauty. However, he wouldn't lend her if he could eat her. He was daydreaming. Pa. 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 Fengde went forward and slapped the man in black several times. Damn, how dare you tease my woman? Do you think I'm dead? The man in black was a little stunned by the sudden slap and did not recover for a long time. However, when he recovered and wanted to take revenge, Fengde had already returned to his team, and he did not see who hit him at all just now. Miss Leng, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your subordinates. If you don't go, their end will only be death, the leader of the men in black advised again. Do you think you can snatch me away? Kill them? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Where did these people get their confidence from? Could it be that they were treated as easy prey because they hid their strength? Humph. There are so many of us. You can only surrender, so it's better to be sensible, the leader of the men in black said confidently. We won't be captured. Kill if you want to and snatch if you want. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to talk nonsense with them anymore and said directly. Humph. Miss Leng, I'm persuading you nicely, but you don't know how to grasp the opportunity. Don't blame me. Brothers, attack, the leader of the men in black ordered directly. As soon as he gave the order, many men in black surrounded Leng Ruoxue and the others. Little black shirt, did so many of you come? Fengde said with a face full of pity. Alas. There were too few people. They each couldn't get two. It was really a pity. Damn it, don't call us little black shirt, the leader of the men in black said very displeased. They were the elites of the Wu family, and now they were actually called little black shirt. This was too embarrassing. But I can't call you Blackie. My young Mrs. Dog is already called Blackie, Feng Degu explained as if it was difficult. You. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. The leader of the men in black was angry. Damn, this despicable man actually compared them to dogs. It was really infuriating. Cheer up. It's better than nothing even though there are fewer people. Leng Ruoxue comforted them. Alas. She knew that they despised the other party for having too few people, seeing how uninterested Fengde and the others were. Then listen to Mississippi. It's barely passable. Fengde said with dissatisfaction, muttering from time to time. Okay, play slowly. I'll take a break. Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak and ignored the existence of the men in black. She found a clean place to sit down and planned to watch from the side. Seeing this, old man Wu He also sat down beside them. Previous chapter. Schwer, there are so many of them. Are we going to do nothing? Empty asked impatiently. Of course, you're not allowed to attack. Otherwise, my subordinates won't have any practice, Leng Ruoxue reminded. Among these people, other than the leader of the men in black, the others were all on par with her elder brother, Fengde, and the others, so it was most suitable to use them for practice. Oh. Empty answered gloomily. Boo-hoo. It had been a long time since he beat someone up. He also wanted to exercise. Let's go to the Wu family after we deal with these people. I'll leave those old farts of the Wu family to you then, Leng Ruoxue said very generously. Really? You said it yourself. Don't go back on your word. Empty said hurriedly. He had to settle this matter first lest someone snatch it from him. Of course, the freak and I won't snatch it from you, Leng Ruoxue promised. Lass, didn't you not want to go to the Wu family? The little old man said doubtfully. From what the girl said, could it be that she wanted to take the initiative to deliver herself to him? Of course I don't want to go since they invited me. I have to go willingly if I want to, Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. TCH, I think you're obviously asking me to practice with these people on purpose. Empty said understandingly. He had long seen through Schwer's little thoughts. You're really getting to know me better, Leng Ruoxue said with a slightly smug smile. All right. She admitted that she deliberately wanted to anger these people, but not wanting to be forced to go was also one of the reasons. While Leng Ruoxue and the others were chatting, Leng Ruohan and the others were already fighting with the group of men in black. Compared to the high fighting spirit of Fengde and the others, the men in black were extraordinarily depressed because they never dreamed that these people who seemed to only have the strength of an elementary mystic would transform into mystic monarchs instantly. Moreover, their individual combat strength was above theirs. Freak, should we find that leader to practice? Leng Ruoxue looked at the leader of the men in black who had been standing there without moving. Alas. This leader of the men in black was too confident in the strength of his subordinates. Therefore, he couldn't help being a little dumbfounded when he saw the strength of his elder brother and the others at first glance. Okay, the freak answered with a naughty smile. His hands were a little itchy seeing the saber flashes, sword shadows, and mystic energy flying not far away. Leng Ruoxue and the freak's gazes collided, and they smiled at each other. Then the two of them stood up in unison and walked toward the leader of the men in black. What do you want? The leader of the men in black looked at Leng Ruoxue and the freak cautiously. At this moment, he looked like a good woman who had encountered a lecher. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time, seeing that more than half of his subordinates had died in just a few minutes. The two people in front of him were obviously not to be trifled with, but he was actually careless just now. Boo-hoo. Don't be afraid. We won't use force on you. Leng Ruoxue said with some amusement. Amusement. This leader wasn't like this just now. Alas. He was still a mystic sovereign. How disappointing. Yes, there's no need to be afraid. We are only mystic monarchs, but you are a mystic sovereign. We are the ones who are afraid, the freak comforted with a stunning smile on his face. You. Stay away from me. The leader of the men in black didn't believe them at all. Boo-hoo. These people were liars. Their subordinates were obviously mystic monarchs, but they actually pretended to be elementary mystics. It was too much. No. Leng Ruoxue refused and pulled the freak closer. You really don't have to be afraid. We're really just mystic monarchs, the freak said speechlessly. Alas. Wasn't this man too useless? Where did the courage to threaten them go? Who will believe you? You obviously hid your strength too. I won't be fooled, the leader of the men in black said very stubbornly. Alas. To be honest, no one believes it. Freak, let's cut the crap with him and attack directly. Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. Alright. The freak nodded helplessly. Alas. It seemed like he could only use force. Do you want to attack in groups? This isn't fair to me, the leader of the men in black hurriedly roared. How can there be so much fairness in the world? Moreover, the two of us can't be considered as group attacks at all. In terms of group attacks, it's you two. Leng Ruoxue said with slight mockery. Where are your beasts? Don't tell me you don't have any beasts, the freak reminded. What he implied was that he could release beasts to help him fight. Wait for me, the leader of the men in black said and summoned all his beasts. They flew in the sky and ran on the ground. The beasts of the leader of the men in black returned to their original forms as soon as they were released. They glared at Leng Ruoxue and the freak covetously. Leng Ruoxue looked at the huge beasts in front of her. There were actually 7. Among them, the weakest was a level 5 legendary beast, and the strongest was a level 2 transcendent divine beast. It seemed that this leader of the men in black had some capabilities. Otherwise, it was impossible to contract so many beasts. Do you need my help? Empty walked over and said with a light smile. There were so many beasts. Schwer should give him 2 no matter what. There's no need. Just watch from the side, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Schwer, give me that level 2 transcendent divine beast. I'll practice too, Empty pleaded shamelessly. No, I can share the ugliest among these beasts with you, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. The ugliest few? The beasts of the leader of the men in black looked at each other, not knowing who they were talking about because none of them would admit that they were the ugliest. Schwer, that doesn't match my image. Empty looked at the few beasts and said with slight dissatisfaction. Forget it if you don't want it, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Yes. I want it. Empty said hurriedly. Boo-hoo. Schwer was too evil. He couldn't help but grumble in his heart, but his hand movement directly attacked the ugliest lizard. The huge, slightly cumbersome lizard saw that this man was the first to find it and was extremely depressed. Boo-hoo. Why was this? Could it be that it was the ugliest? Even though it never thought so. Previous chapter. Freak, let's begin too. Leng Ruoxue summoned Fengzhan and said to the freak. Master, leave those 2 flying in the sky to me. Fengzhan said excitedly. Okay, Leng Ruoxue answered. Then her gaze collided with the freak's. The 2 of them communicated silently and attacked the leader of the men in black at the same time. For a moment, 2 streams of light, one red and one black, suffused with silver light, were released from Leng Ruoxue and the freak's hands like 2 intertwining beautiful galaxies, and they entangled the man in black. Leng Ruoxue liked to use fire attribute skills, and the freak naturally used the dark attribute. This was the first time they used it on their enemies since they advanced to Mystic Monarch and cultivated advanced mystic techniques. They had also used advanced mystic techniques when they sparred with Cheng Wu and the others previously, but they had not used their full strength, so they were naturally not very clear about the power of their mystic techniques. Today was just the right time to test it on this man in black. The mystic technique Leng Ruoxue used was called Fire Brilliance, a single-body advanced fire attribute mystic technique. She liked it very much when she learned this mystic technique for the first time because this mystic technique was very beautiful. The mystic technique released would carry dazzling silver light, and its power was relatively shocking. However, this was the first time she released 100% mystic power, so she was naturally very looking forward to the power created by this mystic technique. The freak's dark attribute mystic technique was called Dark Light, which was also an advanced offensive mystic technique with a corrosive effect. To be precise, dark attribute mystic energy had additional functions, so most mystics didn't like to fight mystics with the dark attribute because it was really too much of a loss. Damn it, it's actually the dark attribute, the leader of the men in black said gloomily. After really fighting and seeing the mystic techniques they used, he already knew Leng Ruoxue and the freak's strength, and he knew that they were not lying to him because the 2 people in front of him were really only mystic monarchs. However, weren't they a little too abnormal? These 2 people were absolutely the strongest mystic monarchs he had ever encountered. Moreover, the man with the very freakish appearance was actually of the dark attribute. Boo-hoo. Every mystic hoped to possess darkness attribute mystic energy, but they didn't want to meet an enemy with the dark attribute. However, he just happened to encounter one. Alas. The leader of the men in black felt that he was really unlucky. One had to know that there were very few mystics with the darkness attribute. He didn't expect to meet them today. Moreover, even though he blocked the 2 attacks just now, his clothes were still corroded by the darkness attribute mystic power to form a hole, and white smoke was coming out. Freak, this old man is very powerful. He actually dodged it, Leng Ruoxue said gloomily. Boo-hoo. She used 100% of her mystic energy. She actually didn't injure this man in black. Yes, I like powerful ones. You can beat them up without any qualms. To put it simply, you can take the beating, the freak said with a naughty smile. At the same time, a black mystic energy thinner than a strand of hair was quietly released from his fingertips. But this old man's defense is very strong, and his strength is above ours. We will have some teeth when we eat, Leng Ruoxue reminded. No, let's eat slowly, the freak said nonchalantly. Damn it, have you said enough? It's my turn now, the leader of the men in black roared furiously. These 2 juniors really didn't take him seriously. Of course, they actually discussed him in front of him and even called him an old man. It was really infuriating. Old man, attack if you want to. This isn't a competition. There's no need to inform us. Leng Ruoxue said without gratitude. Damn it. The man in black roared, and a ray of light blue mystic power gathered in his hand. However, before he could cast his mystic technique, he was hit by a fiery red mystic technique shining with silver light. His body was slashed with several wounds, and his clothes were torn into pieces. You actually launched a sneak attack, the leader of the men in black roared angrily, and a trace of red blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. How can this be called a sneak attack? We're fighting. Don't tell me I have to wait for you to gather your mystic energy to attack me before I attack. Even a fool can't be fooled like this. Leng Ruoxue said with a slightly mocking smile. Miss, you can do it. Kill this little leader in black. Suddenly, Feng Da's hooting sounded in Leng Ruoxue's ears. It turned out that Leng Ruohan and the others had already eliminated the more than 50 men in black. At this moment, they were surrounding them to watch the commotion. Empty had dealt with 3 beasts. Currently, its eyes were on the 4th beast, and the 2 beasts flying in the sky were confronting Feng Zhan, staring at each other. Yes, freak. It seems like we have to work hard. Leng Ruoxue nodded and then said to the freak. Swear, I'm going to use my specialty, the freak said with a naughty smile. At this moment, the black mystic energy he had just released had already floated to the side of the leader of the men in black. However, the leader of the men in black did not notice at all and only glared fiercely at the 2 of them. Yes, me too. Leng Ruoxue instantly cast several blazing flames after speaking. In an instant, red light filled the sky and fire danced, dyeing half the sky a dazzling red. Moreover, the temperature in the air rapidly rose, so hot that Leng Ruohan and the others retreated a distance. It's so hot, swear. Empty complained and quickly dealt with the 4th beast he had targeted, leaving the troublesome place. Wow, master, it's so comfortable. I like it. Feng Zhan was overjoyed as he felt the scorching temperature. It loved fire the most, so such a temperature was its favorite. Feng Zhan liked it, but the 2 beasts that stared at him didn't like it at all. Moreover, they were afraid that they would be grilled if they stayed any longer. However, they were sadly entangled by Feng Zhan and couldn't escape at all. Boo-hoo. Alas. I better send you on your way early. See how kind I am, Feng Zhan said narcissistically. Then he spat out a mouthful of southern spirit flame. In an instant, the flames devoured the 2 beasts that had yet to attack. Ah. Master, save us. The 2 beasts couldn't help asking for help before they were devoured by the flames. However, how could the leader of the men in black care about his beasts now? He had long been scared silly by Leng Ruoxue's instantaneous mystic technique. No. This is impossible. How can you instantly use a mystic technique? The man in black's face was full of disbelief. In his memory, no one could instantly use a mystic technique at all because every time he used a mystic technique, he needed the support and nurturing of countless mystic powers. Just like what he did just now, if his mystic power was insufficient, he would be unable to release a mystic technique at all. The higher the level of a mystic technique, the more mystic power it naturally required. Therefore, even a mystic supremacy could not immediately cast it a second time after releasing a heaven-level mystic technique. Why can't I instantly cast mystic techniques? Leng Ruoxue asked with a face full of question marks. Because no one can instantly use mystic techniques at all, the leader of the men in black said gloomily. At the same time he spoke, he set up an earthen yellow curtain wall in front of him. TCH, others can't, but it doesn't mean I can't either. I have a lot of mystic energy, so I can send it as many times as I want, Leng Ruoxue said angrily and counted in her heart. 3, 2, 1. She had just counted when she heard a bang. The fire blaze she instantly released broke through the curtain wall and attacked the leader of the men in black. The leader of the men in black was caught off guard. Perhaps he was too confident in his defense, so when he vomited blood and fell to the ground, his widened eyes were still full of disbelief. It was the undying eye. It's finally resolved. Leng Ruoxue clapped with satisfaction. Swear, I haven't used my specialty yet. Why did you kill him? The freak said resentfully. Boo-hoo. Swear was bullying. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect him to be so weak, Leng Ruoxue said guiltily. He's only a mystic sovereign. How sturdy can you count on his body? The freak complained, his face full of grievance. Are you two going to let me live? The mystic monarch killed the mystic sovereign, and you actually despise my weak body. You're too much. Empty couldn't bear it anymore and said. These 2 perverts. If he was the leader of the men in black, he would be angered to death by them. Leng Ruoxue and the freak were stunned. Are we really too much? Master, I've already cleaned up the battlefield. Shall we go to the Wu family? At this moment, Feng Zhan flew to Leng Ruoxue's shoulder and said ingratiatingly. Leng Ruoxue looked up gently at her surroundings when she heard Feng Zhan's words. Sure enough, she saw signs that had just been burned, and flames were burning in some places. Feng Zhan was really fast. Feng Zhan had cleaned up the battlefield before she could say anything. Yes, well done. Leng Ruoxue caressed Feng Zhan's soft feathers with a smile in her eyes and praised. Hee. Feng Zhan laughed foolishly. Feng Da and the others praised. Of course. This is my forte, Feng Zhan said cockily. Miss, shall we go to the Wu family? Fengde said eagerly. Hehe, the Wu family should have more people than this. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then she moved the little peacock out of the bracelet and beckoned everyone to sit on it. After everyone was seated, the little peacock flapped its wings and flew toward the martial immortal where the Wu family was. 3 days later. Near noon, everyone arrived at martial immortal city happily. Outside the city gate. Leng Ruoxue, who was sitting on the little peacock, looked at the tall and mighty city walls of martial immortal city and hesitated about how to enter. Miss, shall we go in? The little peacock asked cautiously. Yes, I'm thinking whether we should keep a low profile or keep a high profile, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Miss, of course we have to be more high profile. Being low-key will make people think we're easy to bully, Fengde said with a naughty smile. Schwer, I agree with being more high profile. Anyway, we're here to cause trouble, there's no need to keep a low profile, Empty agreed. Okay, let's start with the city walls of martial immortal city. Hehe, let's see if the city walls are sturdy enough, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly, as if her suggestion was similar to eating and sleeping. Hehe, okay. Fengde and the others rubbed their palms excitedly. Little peacock, find a less crowded place to land. Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes, miss, the little peacock replied. Then it flew to an uninhabited corner of the city gate and descended. Leng Ruoxue moved Big Harry and Air Mao out of the bracelet and said to the two beasts, Big Harry, Air Mao, let me try if this city wall is sturdy. Okay. Harry number 2 was excited. This was their favorite thing to do. After speaking, Harry Ball transformed back into its original form. Then 2 giant bears more than 10 meters tall approached the city wall and slapped down with its huge bear paw. A crack appeared on the city wall after the slap, but the city wall did not collapse. Fur was a little depressed at first sight. Well, it seemed that they used too little strength. At this point, they increased their strength and slapped down from the sky. After that, a third of the cracked city wall collapsed with a bang. The 2 beasts were overjoyed at the sight and hurriedly replenished their strength. Pa! 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 The originally intact city wall turned into a gorgeous ruin in the blink of an eye. Ah! What happened? The guards guarding the city were scared stiff and quickly became alert. The guards who escaped death and were almost buried in the city wall also began to search for the enemy. Who are you? Did you push the city walls of martial immortal city? The guards searched and couldn't help asking when they found Leng Ruoxue and the others standing in the corner, as well as the 2 huge bears. No, look at which one of us seems to be so strong. Leng Ruoxue denied resolutely. Hehe, she would not admit anything without evidence. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use left, right. Then why are you standing here? A guard asked doubtfully. Humph. These people's traces were really too suspicious. We just arrived at martial immortal city and were about to enter the city, but who knew that your city walls were so weak? Alas. It seems like the security in this city isn't much better, Leng Ruoxue said with great disappointment. Who said so? Our martial immortal city is famous for its good security, a guard argued indignantly. Your city walls have collapsed, yet you still dare to say that the security in your city is good? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and said doubtfully. These are 2 separate matters, the guard said uncomfortably. Did you find anyone suspicious? At this moment, another voice interrupted. Then a middle-aged man appeared in front of them. Second butler, we haven't found anyone suspicious, the guard quickly reported. Oh, then who are they? The second butler sized up the freak and the others. However, his face couldn't help revealing a stunned expression when his gaze landed on Leng Ruoxue. Second butler, they want to enter the city, but the city wall collapsed before they could enter, the guard said hurriedly. Obviously, he believed Leng Ruoxue's words. Enter the city? Humph. I think they are very suspicious, and those 2 bears are even more suspicious. The second butler's green eyes glared and said fiercely. However, he was thinking in his heart that this woman was really too beautiful. The patriarch would definitely reward him heavily if he gave her to the patriarch. He was daydreaming. Second butler, is it? Are you trying to frame us without evidence? The freak asked calmly. Humph. As the second butler of the city lord's mansion, why would I do such a thing? The second butler pretended to be displeased. Why not? I heard that the second butler of the city lord's mansion has always been underhanded. Alas. Your city lord will definitely not let you go if he finds out, Leng Ruoxue said fearfully with a gorgeous smile on her beautiful face. Nonsense. I have always been loyal to the city lord. Humph. Guards, capture these people who dare to slander this butler and await punishment. The second butler roared angrily, but the guards were a little hesitant and didn't attack. Leng Ruoxue and the others also looked like they were watching a good show. What are you waiting for? Catch them quickly, the second butler ordered with might. Second butler, they want to enter the city. A guard rolled his eyes and reminded. Alas. Who would dare to come to their martial immortal city in the future if they knew that the city lord's mansion actually captured people entering the city casually? Humph. They are suspicious people. I suspect that they were the ones who caused the collapse of the city walls of our martial immortal city, the second butler said with certainty. In fact, he was right because Leng Ruoxue was the one who got the 2 hairy beasts to do it. However, Leng Ruoxue would not admit to such doings without evidence. Second butler. Butler, our city walls are very sturdy. How can they make them collapse? A guard argued with a face full of disbelief. It was not that he did not believe second butler, but he was too confident in the city walls of martial immortal city. After all, the city walls had thousands of years of history and had always been very sturdy. There were no cracks on the city walls even during the most chaotic times in the past. Therefore, he felt that the possibility of human destruction was not high. The possibility of natural collapse was very high after a long time. However, he did not dare to voice these doubts in front of the second butler. How is it impossible? Our city wall has been here for many years, so it's easy to be destroyed by them. The second butler glared at the green bean eyes and roared loudly, cursing this guard in his heart. Damn it, don't drag me down if you don't cooperate with me. He had decided to offer this stunning beauty in front of him to the city lord. Seems like this second butler wants to push the blame of the city walls being weak onto us. Alas. I didn't expect the Wu family to actually fall to the point where they can't even repair the city walls. It's really too disappointing. Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of regret. Nonsense. This city wall was destroyed by you, yet you dare to quibble with me. Humph. Do you have the guts to go to the city lord's mansion with me and ask the city lord to adjudicate? The second butler said provocatively, feeling even more smug in his heart. He was really too smart. He would be a great contribution if he could trick this woman to the city lord's mansion. He believed that the city lord would definitely reward him. Why should we go to the city lord's mansion with you? Leng Ruoxue pretended to be puzzled. That's right. How embarrassing would it be for us to go just like that? Lu Tao echoed. What? Are you afraid? The second butler's lecherous green eyes kept circling Lu Tao. This beauty was not bad either, he would keep her for himself. What a joke. What are we afraid of? Fengda said nonchalantly with a face full of contempt. Since you're not afraid, come with me to the city lord's mansion and ask the city lord to adjudicate. I naturally have nothing to say if the city lord thinks you're not guilty, the second butler said in a seemingly fair manner. Alas. All right then. We'll go with you to prove our innocence. Leng Ruoxue seemed to be very helpless. Helpless. If someone was willing to lead the way for them, why didn't they go? At least you know your place, the second butler said proudly. Then he ordered a guard to lead the way and half escorted Leng Ruoxue and the others into the city. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked on the streets of martial immortal city and chatted as if no one was around. Swear, this martial immortal city can't compare to the moon-gazing city. Leng Ruohan couldn't help but sigh. The two sides of the streets of the martial immortal city were bustling and shops were standing, but he felt that something was missing. Moreover, the gazes of the pedestrians on the streets seemed to be full of sympathy. What was going on? He was puzzled. Yes, the Wu family is inferior to the Guanyu family in strength. It's normal that this martial immortal city isn't as luxurious as the Guanyu city, Leng Ruoxue deliberately said loudly. Nonsense. Our martial immortal city is also one of the best in the boundless heaven continent. How can it be inferior to moon-gazing city? The second butler was displeased when he heard this and hurriedly explained. One of the best. Then where do you put Blue Cloud City, Proud Cold City, Sun Zhou City, and Carefree City? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. I'm talking about the best families in our martial immortal city. The second butler wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and explained. He was a little arrogant, but not enough to compare the martial immortal city with the four cities. Second butler really knows how to take advantage of the situation. Fengda said with a face full of mockery. I'm telling the truth, the second butler emphasized. Second butler, how far are we from your city lord's mansion? I can't walk anymore. Leng Ruoxue deliberately provoked him. How could they let this second butler bring them to the city lord's mansion so easily? Moreover, this second butler was not up to any good. We'll be there after taking a turn, the second butler said helplessly. Alas. Could this woman be made out of paper? It wasn't far, but she was actually tired. Even the young miss of their Wu family wasn't as delicate as her. We still have to take a turn. No, I'm tired and can't walk anymore. Leng Ruoxue stopped and decided not to walk for the time being. Then she took out a recliner from the bracelet and lay down directly. The freak, Leng Ruohan, and Empty did the same. Lu Tao quickly took out a huge sun-shrouded tent and fixed it on the ground to block the sunlight for them. Cui Zhu took out a small table that was half the height of a person and placed snacks on it. Fengda and the others quickly formed a circle to block their miss, the freak, and the others from being watched. Then they took out a small chair from their storage ring and sat down. The two hairy beasts sat directly on the ground and guarded the tent on each side like two guardian deities. Everyone's smooth movements made the second butler dumbfounded and his face full of disbelief. What was going on? He was a little dumbfounded. Second butler, my young miss is taking an afternoon nap. Why don't you go back first and pick us up here in the afternoon? Fengda looked at the sky and said. Afternoon nap? Here? The second butler was a little slow to react. This was the first time he had seen someone sleeping on the streets in the morning. Moreover, the streets were still crowded now, and he even felt many strange gazes. Yes. Miss is sleepy. She won't leave until she has had enough sleep. Hee, second butler, our young miss has two hobbies. One is to eat, and the other is to sleep. So, please don't take it to heart. Fengde said with a smile. He felt great seeing the second butler's face that was like the gray under the pot. But we're on the streets. How can we sleep here? We're about to reach the city lord's mansion. You can sleep there. The second butler advised kindly. Boo-hoo. Don't sleep here. He didn't want to accompany them in the sun. However, he was afraid that they would run away if he left. After all, he only arranged for one guard to follow him, so he was quite conflicted. Should he leave or not? Second butler, if our miss wants to sleep, no one can stop her. I think you shouldn't accompany us here. We don't know when miss will wake up. Fengde advised kindly. It's okay. I have nothing to do anyway. You're unfamiliar with the place. No one will dare to bully you with me here. The second butler thought about it and then made up his mind to risk his life to accompany the emperor. Humph. He didn't believe that this woman could sleep for long. Second butler, don't blame me for not reminding you. Miss is very good at sleeping. Fengde said with a light smile. Hee, the sun won't kill you. Hee, it's okay. I can wait, the second butler said stubbornly. Fengde and the others ignored him, seeing how stubborn the second butler was. Anyway, he could wait if he wanted to. They were not the ones who were tired. They had food and water, so they could treat this place as the wilderness. It was not a big deal. However, they did not believe that the second butler could wait for too long. 3 hours passed unknowingly. Fengde and the others set up their tents and took an afternoon nap not long after they were full, leaving the second butler and a guard standing foolishly under the sun waiting. Second butler, how long do we have to wait? The guard, who was parched and dizzy from the sun, asked impatiently. It should be soon. The second butler looked up at the scorching and dazzling sun hanging high in the sky and said uncertainly. Damn. Who were these people? All of them went to take an afternoon nap. They actually left the two fools outside to guard them. Boo-hoo. This was too much of a bully. He was full of regret now. Second butler, it's been 3 hours, the guard reminded. Boo-hoo. It would be night soon if they continued sleeping. I know. I order you to wake them up now, the second butler said after some thought. Humph. He had to send someone to wake them up since they refused to wake up themselves. Yes. The guard braced himself and then carefully walked into a tent. Not long after the guard entered, he heard a scream coming from the tent, startling the second butler and the pedestrians on the street outside. What's the matter? What happened? The second butler outside the tent asked anxiously. The scream just now was really too tragic, making his heart nervous and scared. Second butler, there's a monster inside. I was bitten. The guard raised his bloody hand in front of the second butler with tears in his eyes and said with lingering fear. Boo-hoo. Was this considered a work injury? What monster? The second butler asked curiously. Damn, was this guard scared silly? How could there be monsters in the world? I didn't see clearly. It was too dark inside. However, the monster's teeth are so sharp. My hand would have been gone if I hadn't reacted quickly, the guard said with a face full of fear. The cold sweat flowing out of his back wet his clothes. Go and treat your wounds. Call some more people along the way, the second butler said helplessly. He didn't believe in any monsters. He reckoned that they were bitten by these people's contract beasts. Yes. The guard immediately disappeared without a trace as if he had been pardoned. After the guard left, the second butler frowned and pondered on how to wake these people up. He thought for a long time and also tried to shout loudly. However, these people did not react at all. Moreover, he did not dare to go in to call for people because he was afraid that he would be bitten like the guard. A quarter of an hour later, the guard who had treated his wounds rushed over with a team. Second butler, I'm back, the guard reported. Okay, enter the tents and wake them up separately, the second butler hurriedly ordered. Yes, the guards answered. However, they were abnormally careful when they entered the tent because they had learned from the guard's mistakes. After all, they didn't want to be bitten. However, in the blink of an eye, the tragic cries of the guard sounded one after another as soon as they entered the tent. Immediately after, they saw the guards fleeing from the tent with injuries on their faces. Second butler, it's really too terrifying, a guard reported with a pale face and cold sweat on his forehead. Did you see the monster too? The second butler asked hurriedly. I only saw 2 green eyes, and then I was bitten, the guard said hurriedly. Boo-hoo. Could it be a wolf with green eyes? He couldn't help letting his imagination run wild. Fortunately, he was only thinking in his heart. Otherwise, if those proud beasts knew that they were actually treated as wolves, they would probably be bitten even more miserably. That should be their contract beasts, the second butler said with certainty. Alas. What should they do? They wanted to go in and wake those people up, but they had beasts guarding them and didn't allow them to come close at all. Could they only wait foolishly outside? He was a little unwilling to wait like a fool, but he couldn't bear to give this opportunity to make a big contribution. Second butler, what should we do now? The guard asked. Just wait. The second butler frowned slightly and said helplessly. In the end, his greed overcame his unwillingness, so they only waited outside the tent like watching dogs. After a long time. In the bracelet. Leng Ruoxue, the freak, Leng Ruohan, and Empty sat on stone chairs in front of the purple bamboo hut, chatting and observing the commotion outside. Swear, how long do you intend to sleep for? Empty raised his eyebrows and asked with a naughty smile. Alas. He wanted to laugh seeing the second butler's conflicted appearance. Swear really knew how to prank people. Well, it depends on my mood. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Hee, second butler and the others must think that she was still sleeping. In fact, she had already entered the bracelet to watch the show. Alas. Poor second butler and the Wu family's guards. Empty sighed and expressed deep sympathy for their encounter. What's so pitiful about them? They will see God sooner or later anyway, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Those people were already dead in her heart, so she would not pity them at all. Swear, even God won't be willing to see them, the freak said with a smile. He knew who the god Swear was referring to, so he was very sure that God didn't want to see those people from the Wu family at all. Aren't they very pitiful then? Leng Ruoxue said sympathetically. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Qing Ju appeared in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others. After entering the martial immortal city, he had taken on the heavy responsibility of monitoring the martial immortal city. He had some progress now. Qing Ju, why are you here? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but hug the pink and cute toddler gently. Big sister, make a guess. Qing Ju kept her in suspense. Could it be that something happened in the Wu family? Leng Ruoxue guessed as she caressed Qing Ju's pink little face and began to take advantage of it. Yes. Big sister, the Wu family's patriarch has already thought of your place for you, Qing Ju said with a smile, his beautiful face full of mystery. Where does he want of me? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. That old man from the Wu family really dared to have designs on her? She originally thought that the old man only wanted to avenge his daughter. The Sun family. Qing Ju said softly and then looked at Leng Ruoxue with smiling eyes. The Sun family again? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. Alas. When she just came to the boundless heaven continent, that windless city lord planned to give her to a certain person of the Sun family, causing her to disguise herself for a long time. She didn't expect the Wu family to actually have designs on her too. However, she was no longer a little rookie who had just entered the boundless heaven continent now. The Wu family who dared to have designs on her was also destined to meet a tragic end. Yes. From what Wu Ming said, there's an old fart in the Sun family who loves beauty, and that person's status in the Sun family is higher than that of the patriarch, so he planned to use you to curry favor with that old fart from the Sun family. Originally, he didn't have this plan. However, it seems that the Wu family's situation is a little bad now, and his relationship with the Guan Yu family has been broken, so he urgently needs the Sun family's help, Qing Ju explained. Qing Ju, I didn't expect you to obtain so much information just after we arrived in Martial Immortal City. Amazing. Empty said ingratiatingly. Well, Qing Ju was the little butler of this space, so he couldn't offend this little thing no matter who he provoked. We were lucky. Qing Ju said shyly. He wouldn't have known so much if he hadn't happened to meet Wu Ming discussing these filthy designs with his trusted butler. Qing Ju, tell Fengde and the others to leave the tent tomorrow morning. Freak, let's rest too. Let the second butler guard the night for us. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Let's start repairing the second butler. Okay. Qing Ju left Leng Ruoxue's arms and immediately went to do what his sister ordered. Leng Ruoxue and the freak returned to the purple bamboo hut hand in hand. Only Empty and Leng Ruohan were still sitting on the stone chair and drinking tea. The next day, Leng Ruoxue and the others walked out of the tent after having their meals near noon. The second butler and the guards, who had been guarding outside the tent, were overjoyed to see them finally coming out. They were just short of jumping up and cheering. Previous chapter. Next. The weather is good. We can take an afternoon nap again, Fengde said lightly as he looked at the wind, sun, and blue sky. Plop. Some of the guards couldn't take the blow and fell directly to the ground. The others were almost vomiting blood from anger even though they didn't fall. Boo-hoo. What kind of people were they? Why did they only know how to sleep? Second butler, you've worked hard. We slept but we got you to protect us outside. Luckily we didn't sleep for too long, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile, her beautiful face full of gratitude. This is what we should do. After all, you are guests of our martial immortal city. The second butler suppressed his anger and said with a salivating smile. However, he couldn't help cursing in his heart. Damn, did you not sleep for long? It had been an entire day and night. Moreover, what made him depressed was that he obviously sent people to watch them. Why did it become protecting them through their mouths? It was really infuriating. Second butler, bring us to the city lord's mansion. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Okay, please follow me. The second butler temporarily put down the unhappiness in his heart. Then he ordered someone to lead the way and led Leng Ruoxue and the others straight to the city lord's mansion. After making a turn, everyone arrived at the city lord's mansion. Leng Ruoxue nodded with satisfaction as she looked at the word city lord's mansion hanging outside a gorgeous and grand mansion. She said to the second butler is really not lying to me. We really arrived at the city lord's mansion after taking a turn. Of course. The second butler smiled proudly. Big Harry, Little Harry, go and knock on the door for me. Leng Ruoxue looked at the two hairy beasts, who was following beside her, and ordered. Yes, miss, the two hairy beasts said very respectfully. Then they waved their huge bare paw, secretly gathered some mystic energy, and knocked on the door very politely. Knock. 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 A moment later, there was a loud crash as the door of the city lord's mansion shattered, and even the wall collapsed. It's not my fault. The door to your city lord's mansion is too weak. The two hairy beasts looked at their huge palm and said aggrievedly, looking like they were about to cry. The second butler and the guards were dumbfounded when they saw this situation. They recovered after a while. Then the second butler scolded, you two stupid bears, who asked you to knock on the door? Damn it. The second butler wanted to stop Leng Ruoxue when she asked the two bears to knock on the door. However, the door was shattered by the two bears before he could say anything, so he was quite depressed. Boo-hoo. I asked them to knock. What's the matter? We're the guests. We're already at the door, but you're still walking slowly behind. You don't have any sincerity at all. Therefore I can only get my beasts to knock on the door. Humph. The quality of your door is too poor. Could it be that it's made of paper? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of displeasure. Our door isn't made of paper. They used too much strength. The second butler said with a wronged face. Boo-hoo. This woman was so fierce. It made his little heart tremble. We didn't use much strength. Boo-hoo. The two hairy beasts were very, very aggrieved. They only added a little mystic power when they knocked on the door. They really didn't use much strength. Second butler, did you hear that? My beasts didn't use any strength at all. Alas. It seems like your Wu family is down and out now. You can't even afford a good door. Do you want me to sponsor you? Leng Ruoxue said very generously with a face full of sympathy. The second butler's forehead was full of cold sweat, and he didn't know how to respond to this. In fact, he wanted to say, please sponsor me. But he didn't have the guts. Because that would really confirm the fact that the Wu family had already fallen from grace. Who has the guts to say that our Wu family has fallen? They really don't want to live anymore. The second butler didn't say anything despite being in a dilemma. However, the person who came running out after hearing the knock wasn't so polite. That someone roared furiously after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Isn't it? Leng Ruoxue looked at the leading middle-aged man who ran out of the door doubtfully. Of course not. Damn it, where's our door? The middle-aged man said arrogantly. Then he realized that the doorway seemed a little empty and his vision was much wider. The door had disappeared. On the ground. Leng Ruoxue kindly pointed at the broken door on the ground. Damn it, who has the guts to smash our Wu family's door? Do you want to die? The middle-aged man was so angry that his face and neck were red as he roared. I don't know, Leng Ruoxue said lightly. They didn't smash it. Who are you? Why are you outside our Wu family's door? The middle-aged man questioned doubtfully, his eyes carrying a hint of amazement. Second butler, who is this person? Why doesn't he respect you? Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and provoked. Third butler, they are the people I brought back. The second butler was already a little angry when he was ignored. Now that Leng Ruoxue provoked him, he was even more angry, so he also roared. Second butler, so you're here. I'm sorry, I didn't see you, the middle-aged man called third butler said apologetically. Second butler, looks like you are indeed a little small and inconspicuous. Leng Ruoxue mocked. Humph. Third butler, they are people I invited. Move aside quickly. The second butler half-ordered as he looked at the third butler blocking the door. At this moment, his heart was already burning with anger, and he was so angry that he was about to explode. Damn third butler, he would deal with him when there's a chance. Second butler, who are they? How can you bring people of unknown origin to the city lord's mansion? The city lord will blame us if he finds out. The third butler's small eyes rolled around Leng Ruoxue and the others, not knowing what sort of evil plans were running through his head. It's my business if the city lord blames me. Move aside, the second butler said impatiently. Humph. He couldn't let his credit be snatched away by the third butler. No, I don't know their identities yet, so we can't let them in. The third butler and his subordinates blocked the door and said loudly. We won't enter since you won't let us in. Let's go. Leng Ruoxue turned to the freak and the others. Then she said to the second butler, looks like your status in the Wu family doesn't amount to much. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue led the freak and the others to prepare to leave. However, she was stopped by the anxious second butler after taking 2 steps. Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at the second butler with slight dissatisfaction. Second butler, what's the meaning of this? They don't let us in, and you don't let us go. Could it be that you want us to camp outside the city lord's mansion? No. No, I want to invite you in, the second butler said anxiously. What a joke. He waited on the streets for the entire night just to trick this stunning beauty into entering the city lord's mansion. How could he let her go? Wouldn't everything he did be in vain then? But the third butler won't let us in? Forget it, let's not make things difficult for you. We won't disturb you anymore, Leng Ruoxue said very understandingly. You can't leave. Don't forget why you're here. If you leave, your innocence won't be washed away, the second butler reminded. What he implied was that if you left, I would blame you for the fall of the city wall. Alas. But the third bolter is blocking the door like a dog. Leng Ruoxue said awkwardly. It's okay. Don't worry about him. I'm number 2 in the city lord's mansion. He has to listen to me, the second butler said confidently. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded with relief, thinking, you're quite silly. Immediately after, Leng Ruoxue heard the 2 butlers of the city lord's mansion arguing. Damn it, move aside quickly. I'm bringing them to see the city lord, the second butler roared at the top of his lungs. Not just anyone can enter our city lord's mansion. Moreover, I suspect that they were the ones who shattered our door, so. The third butler said calmly, and he stopped mid-sentence. Humph. Don't think that he didn't know the second butler's little thoughts and wanted him to let him go easily without giving him some benefits. No way. Third butler, you're mistaken. We didn't deliberately break the door of your city lord's mansion. That's obviously because your door has been neglected for a long time and the quality is no longer good, so it shattered with a light knock. You can't blame us. Hey. Second butler was also there at that time, he knew the situation best, Leng Ruoxue explained. Well. She couldn't let this shifty-eyed third butler wrong them. Yes, that's indeed the case. The second butler nodded because he really didn't see how much strength the 2 bears used. The door shattered like paper. He was a little skeptical at one point, but there was no evidence that the door was deliberately broken by the 2 bears. More importantly, his goal was to bring Leng Ruoxue to see the patriarch, so these small things were nothing. The door could be repaired if it was broken. Where could he find this stunning beauty if she escaped? In that case, the destruction of the main gate of our city lord's mansion is indeed related to you. The third butler smiled proudly, his small eyes staring at the second butler intently, his eyes clearly saying, I want benefits. It's not impossible to say so, but this can only be considered an accident. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile, her beautiful face without the slightest fear. Humph. I don't care if it's an accident or not. I only know that the door to the city lord's mansion is broken, so. The third butler said fiercely, but he only spoke halfway. Third butler, I have something to tell you. The second butler was very helpless seeing third brother being so stubborn. Alas. He was the one responsible for the safety of the mansion. He would also be in the wrong if this matter blew up in front of the city lord. It seemed like it was impossible for him to monopolize the credit. Boo-hoo. The third butler hurriedly walked to him after hearing what the second butler said. Then the 2 of them came to the corner and whispered. After a while, the 2 butlers, who had already negotiated the conditions, walked to Leng Ruoxue and the others together. Then the third butler said reluctantly, humph. Enter on the account that second butler spoke up for you. Third butler, you're not a good dog. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then she swaggered into the city lord's mansion with the freak and the others. Not a good dog? What did that mean? The 3 butlers stood rooted to the ground like fools, unable to understand for a long time. Hee, everyone, I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. The second butler smiled charmingly and said ingratiatingly. This was his future benefactor. Therefore, he had to do more pleasing work before she flew to the top. Thank you, second butler, Leng Ruoxue said politely. No trouble, the second butler said with a smile. After speaking, he brought Leng Ruoxue and the others to a yard. Upon reaching the yard, Leng Ruoxue glanced at the words Peony Garden written at the entrance of the yard and walked in directly. Everyone, are you satisfied here? The second butler asked with a smile. This Peony Garden was one of the best courtyards in the city lord's mansion. Usually, only esteemed guests were qualified to stay here. However, he believed that the city lord would not blame him for letting this stunning beauty stay here. Not bad, Leng Ruoxue said with satisfaction. Then she raised her beautiful eyes to size up the environment in front of her. Well, the yard was indeed not bad. There were about 10 guest rooms, each exquisite and luxurious. The garden of the yard was full of peony flowers, and there were many precious varieties among them. It seemed like the Wu family wanted this peony court to live up to its name. Hee, it's good that everyone is satisfied. I'll take my leave first, the second butler said very politely and then left the place like his butt was on fire. Lin Yuan asked in puzzlement after seeing the second butler leave, Miss, didn't he suspect that we collapsed the city wall and brought us to the city lord for judgment? He actually arranged for us to stay in such a good place. Previous chapter. Next, what else? Do you think he should arrange for us to stay in a cell? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and teased. That's not what I mean. I just feel that this second butler's mental state is a little abnormal, Lin Yuan said honestly. He's too smart. How is it abnormal? Empty said with a light smile. Alas. Why would it be like this if the second butler didn't want to obtain benefits from Schwer? Don't think about it. Let's take it easy since we are here. Leng Ruoxue said calmly and then sat down on a stone bench in the yard. Schwer, we're walking into a trap. We're fish on the chopping board now. We're at the mercy of others, the freak pretended to be afraid, but there was no trace of fear on his peerless face. Yes. But I want to experience the feeling of little fish eating people, hee. Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Well, since she had already entered the house, she couldn't come for nothing. Schwer, when should we take action? Empty asked curiously. Up to you. If your hands are itchy, I have no problem attacking you now. Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Anyway, they were here to challenge the dojo. There was no difference whether they kicked early or late. Schwer, give me a few of your explosive balls, Empty said with a smile. For you. Empty, this is newly refined by me. It's much stronger than the ones I've used before. Leng Ruoxue explained with a smile. Then she took out 5 small black balls and handed them to Empty. Schwer, why did this explosive ball shrink? Empty played with the thumb-sized black ball in his hand and said in puzzlement. The explosive ball he had used in the past was at least the size of a baby's fist, but it was much smaller now. Concentrated is the essence. Don't look down on the power of this explosive ball just because it's small. Leng Ruoxue warned with a smile. Is that so? Then I'll try. Empty threw a small black ball into the distance. Boss Empty, where did you throw that little ball? Fengde asked curiously. I don't know either. I threw it casually, Empty said irresponsibly. Can I throw one too? Fengde said with slight desire. Why not? Here, take it and play. Empty said very generously. With that, he handed the remaining black balls in his hand to Fengde. Hee. Fengde took the ball and threw it far away like Empty. A moment later, an explosion sounded in the distance, and the entire city lord's mansion was in a mess. Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but laugh when they heard the explosion. Schwer, the city lord's mansion should be in chaos. Empty gloated when he heard the footsteps in the distance. Yes, I heard from Qingju that Wu Ming's study was blown up. Leng Ruoxue said happily. Alas. Why didn't Wu Ming die from the explosion? That would save them a lot of trouble. Really? Did anyone from the Wu family get injured? Fengde asked curiously. Yes, but it's not very serious. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Miss, give me a few balls to play with too. Lin Yuan said eagerly after hearing the explosion. Here, distribute them yourselves. Leng Ruoxue took out a bag and handed it to Lin Yuan. Hee, thank you, miss. Lin Yuan took the bag and specially found a corner to distribute the loot with everyone. After distributing the loot, they also threw the ball in their hands far away. A few minutes later, there were several loud bangs again. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was in a mess. In the main yard of the city lord's mansion, Wu Ming looked at the ruins behind him and was about to explode with anger. Damn it, who did this? He would definitely be cut into pieces if he found this person. Head butler, did you find the thief? Wu Ming sat on a stone chair in the yard and asked with a black face. Patriarch, I've already sent people to look for him. There's no news yet, the head butler said carefully as he looked at his injured arm. They're all trash. How long has it been? We can't even find a single person, Wu Ming said angrily. Wu Ming heard another bang. Bang, after shouting. He was even angrier now. Where is it this time? Wu Ming said furiously. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. His big hand slapped the stone table fiercely, and with a bang, the stone table shattered. I'll go take a look, the head butler said hurriedly. Then he escaped from the main yard anxiously. Boo-hoo. He was afraid that his outcome would be the same as the stone table if he didn't leave. After the head butler left, Wu Ming felt that he had nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. He stood up and kept pacing around the yard. After some time, the head butler finally returned. Patriarch, there have been explosions in many courtyards of the Wu family other than Peony Garden, the head butler said cautiously, breaking out in cold sweat from fright. Damn it, who did it? Wu Ming roared again after hearing this news. We didn't find anyone suspicious. The head butler braced himself. Patriarch, what happened? Suddenly, a slightly old voice interrupted. First Elder, why are you here? Wu Ming was about to curse, but he forcefully suppressed it after hearing that voice. Humph. How can we not come after such a big commotion? First Elder said with slight displeasure. Patriarch, can you give us a reasonable explanation? A thin old man beside the First Elder questioned coldly. They were originally in seclusion, but they were awakened by the explosion, so they had to end their seclusion early. I'm not sure now, Wu Ming said carefully, cold sweat flowing down his back. How can you say you are not sure as the Patriarch? The thin old man was angry when he heard that. I've already sent people to investigate, but there are no results yet, Wu Ming explained. Oh. Then tell me what's the situation now? The thin old man pointed at the head butler. Second Elder, many courtyards of our Wu family exploded. Moreover, many people were injured. No one is dead at the moment, the head butler said hurriedly. Haven't found the enemy yet? Second Elder asked. No, I think they've probably run away long ago, the head butler guessed. Run away? Humph. Our Wu family's defense is so tight. How can the enemy run away so easily? I think the possibility of a traitor is very high. Call the third butler over, Second Elder ordered with full force. Yes, the senior manager quickly answered and turned to look for the third butler. Soon, the head butler led the third butler to the yard of the main mansion. Greetings to the Patriarch and the elders. Cold sweat rolled down the third elder's forehead as he said anxiously. Boo-hoo. He was responsible for the safety of the Wu family. He couldn't escape the blame now that such a thing happened. It's over, he's dead meat. The Patriarch and the elders won't let him go. Third butler, tell me, did anyone suspicious enter and leave the Wu family today? Second elder raised his eyes slightly and asked lightly. Reporting to second elder, we didn't find anyone suspicious, the third butler quickly replied. Really? Not even a stranger? Huh? Second elder narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Ah. A few people came to the Wu family, but they were brought back by the second butler, so there's nothing suspicious, the third butler hurriedly explained. He also hoped that the stunning beauty would be rich, so he didn't even report the matter of the door shattering. How could he treat Leng Ruoxue and the others as suspicious people? However, they were really strangers. Where are those people? Second elder grabbed the third butler's collar and asked loudly. Second butler arranged for them to stay in Peony Garden, third butler reported hurriedly. Peony Garden? Who are they? Why did second butler arrange for them to stay there? Second elder said with a puzzled face. One had to know that only esteemed guests were qualified to stay in Peony Garden. Could it be that the person was from some aristocratic family? Who are those people? Wu Ming asked in surprise. He actually knew nothing about the guests at home. Humph. These people really didn't take him seriously. Yes. Second butler and I discovered a stunning beauty, so we specially brought her back to offer her to the patriarch. The patriarch and first elder had been discussing something just now, so we didn't have the time to report it, third butler hurriedly explained, and didn't forget to count his credit. You're really good subordinates. The patriarch will definitely reward you. The second elder looked at Wu Ming with a spurious smile and said mockingly. Damn it, who asked you to do such a thing? Wu Ming pretended to be angry, and his face flushed red. However, he was not angry, but shy. Head butler, I heard you say that Peony Garden is intact when I came in. At this moment, first elder, who had not spoken for a long time, asked. Yes, there were explosions in all the courtyards except Peony Garden, the head butler said honestly. Patriarch, that young lady is really a blessed person. Third butler hurriedly flattered when he heard this. Unfortunately, his flattery was not timely. He received several glares as soon as he finished speaking. Third butler, do you have a brain? Don't you think it's suspicious that only Peony Garden is intact? Second elder asked angrily, exasperated at his failure to live up to expectations. Alas. He had always thought that third butler was smart and sharp, but he realized today that third butler was also a pig brain. What's suspicious? That miss is lucky, the third butler asked foolishly. Alas. The second elder sighed heavily and couldn't be bothered with the third butler. Patriarch, let's go see the lucky young lady that the third butler mentioned. First elder suggested. Okay. Wu Ming nodded in agreement. However, he couldn't help thinking in his heart, if it was really the stunning beauty that the third butler mentioned, would they still be staying in Peony Garden now? They would probably have run away long ago, right? After speaking, the first elder turned and walked at the front, while Wu Ming and the other elders followed closely behind. The head butler and the third butler followed behind them step by step. When first elder and the others arrived at Peony Garden, they happened to see Leng Ruoxue and the others sitting in the yard. After seeing the stunning beauty mentioned by the three butlers, Wu Ming's eyes immediately burst out with a terrifying glow. He didn't expect the beauty they were talking about to be the Leng Ruoxue he missed so much. Since Leng Ruoxue was here, why hadn't his subordinates returned yet? He couldn't help thinking gloomily. Schwer, looks like we have a guest, the freak sitting beside Leng Ruoxue said calmly as he looked at the uninvited guest who appeared in front of them. Yes. Alas. These guests are really too rude. They actually barged in without knowing to get someone to report. What if they are bathing? Leng Ruoxue complained. Miss, this is the territory of our Wu family. You are the guests, second elder reminded her. His shrewd eyes kept looking at Leng Ruoxue and the others. Moreover, the more he looked, the more questions he had in his heart. This was because other than the few people sitting on the stone bench who were slightly stronger and were mystic monarchs, the others were actually elementary mystics. However, why could these people ignore his might? One had to know that he deliberately wanted to show them his strength when he spoke just now. So what? This might be the Wu family's territory, but it's mine and my subordinates staying here now. Therefore, even if you are the masters, you should inform them when you come in to disturb them. This is the most basic courtesy. Look at you, you're so old. Don't tell me you don't even know this. Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of disdain. Humph. Damn old man actually wanted to use the might of a mystic sovereign to intimidate them. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. What a sharp-tongued woman. It seems like I underestimated you, the second elder said with a very calm expression. However, he had long exploded in his heart because no one had dared to speak to him like this since he became the second elder of the Wu family. Previous chapter. You don't have to underestimate yourself. I know how to respect my elders, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Hee, we haven't seen each other for some time, but Miss Leng is still so energetic, Wu Ming said with a smile and tried to smooth things over. Well, he couldn't let Leng Ruoxue anger the second elder. Otherwise, the second elder would kill this beauty in a fit of anger, and then his plan would all be in vain. Have we met before? Why don't I remember? Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of question marks. Humph. She really couldn't tell that this Wu Ming was still acting familiar. However, she didn't intend to give this patriarch Wu a good attitude. Miss Leng really likes to joke. We met once at the Flower Appreciation Festival. Moreover, my daughter seems to be a little unhappy with Miss Leng, Wu Ming said without anger. Leng Ruoxue didn't give him a good face, but he just happened to like Leng Ruoxue like this. Hee. Beauty wouldn't be attractive if she didn't have a little personality. Wu Qianer. So you're her father? Leng Ruoxue said in realization, as if she had just found out. Yes. Wu Ming nodded. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and sized up Wu Ming. Wu Ming was about 40 years old. His facial features were not very handsome, but he was tall and his strength was passable. He was a mystic sovereign, but she really didn't like Wu Ming's gaze as if he was looking at prey. Miss Leng, are you satisfied with me? Wu Ming felt Leng Ruoxue's gaze and teased. Not very satisfied. You're too old and ugly. Did you really give birth to Wu Qianer? Leng Ruoxue said honestly and asked doubtfully. Pfft. Feng De and the others ignored Wu Ming's livid face and laughed hysterically just as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking. Miss Leng is really honest. Wu Ming suppressed his anger and said through gritted teeth. Yes. Of course. Only honest children have candy to eat. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Patriarch, do you know this young lady? The first elder, who had been looking at them coldly, spoke again. Yes, we met once in Moon-Gazing City, Wu Ming explained. Miss Leng, right? You're a guest. May I know why Miss Leng wants to blow up the other courtyards of our Wu family? First elder said expressionlessly, but his words were full of blame. Who is this old man? What evidence do you have that I blew it up? Go and ask the guards at the door. Have we ever left Peony Garden? Leng Ruoxue said calmly, neither angry nor angry. I am the Wu family's first elder. Guards. The first elder introduced himself and then shouted out of the yard. What instructions does the first elder have? A guard walked in quickly. Have you been guarding Peony Garden? First elder questioned. Yes, the guard said quickly. Did you leave? First elder asked again. I have never left, the guard said. First elder, did you hear that? There's always someone guarding the door. Would they not know if we leave? Therefore, don't think that we're wrong just because we're new here. We're guests, Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly. Feng De and the others were impressed when they heard Leng Ruoxue's words. As expected of the young miss. Her ability to lie through her teeth was better than ordinary people. At this moment, they were thinking that they didn't have to leave at all if they wanted to do something. Moreover, those guards wouldn't notice even if they left. Cold sweat broke out on the first elder's forehead. He didn't know what to do. They were obviously the most suspicious person, but he had evidence of their alibi, and the person proving was actually one of their own. Alas. He was a little stuck in the middle now. Miss Leng, don't take it to heart. First elder was just joking with you. Wu Ming smiled and gave first elder a way out. Yes. The Wu family was attacked, so I have to be careful. Please don't blame me, Miss Leng, first elder said adaptably and took his exit. It's right to be careful. I won't blame first elder, Leng Ruoxue said very generously. Miss Leng, why didn't anyone inform me that you came to the Wu family? Wu Ming suddenly asked. What he implied was, where did the people I sent go? Why didn't they return with you? Didn't second butler inform you? Your Wu family's efficiency is really too poor. Leng Ruoxue pouted her pink lips slightly with dissatisfaction. Didn't I send someone to invite Miss Leng a few days ago? Why didn't they come back with Miss Leng and the others? Wu Ming had no choice but to make things clear, seeing Leng Ruoxue pretending to be stupid. I don't know. I don't see anyone. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was very sincere. How is this possible? Wu Ming said with a face full of disbelief. He had sent more than 50 people. He might believe it if they said they didn't see him if they only sent one person. However, they didn't see so many people. Who were they kidding? I really didn't see it. Did you see them? Leng Ruoxue turned to Feng De and the others. No, Feng De and the others answered in unison. Patriarch Wu, look, I'm not the only one who didn't see anyone. My subordinates didn't see anyone either, Leng Ruoxue said incomparably innocently, the word wronged clearly written on her beautiful little face. Patriarch Wu. I'm only Mrs. Subordinate. I shouldn't say this, but I still have to say. Did the people you sent fool around somewhere? Leng Fengda asked with a face full of curiosity. That's impossible. Wu Ming hurriedly denied. The people he sent were all the elites of the family. How could they ignore his orders and go out to fool around? One can never be too careful. Feng Deliang said with a whoosh, but he was already laughing in his heart. Miss Leng, why did you come to Martial Immortal City since you didn't see the people I sent? Wu Ming asked doubtfully. Obviously, he didn't completely believe Leng Ruoxue and the others. We were passing by this place. We were going to enter the city, but the quality of your Martial Immortal City walls was too poor. It actually collapsed before we entered the city. The second butler suspected that we were the culprits, so he brought us to the city lord's mansion. Alas. You have a loyal good subordinate. Leng Ruoxue looked at Wu Ming with envy after explaining. The city wall collapsed. Wu Ming and the elders looked at each other in shock. Then anger rose in their hearts. Humph. No one reported such a big matter. Were those guards dead? Patriarch, our Wu family's door has also shattered. At this moment, the third butler, who saw that the situation was a little off, hurriedly reported. However, his voice was actually softer than a mosquito because of fear. What did you say? First elder roared with widened eyes. He said that your Wu family's door shattered. Leng Ruoxue kindly said for the third butler, who was trembling from fright. How is this possible? Wu Ming and the elders had looks of disbelief. No one knew better than them how sturdy the door of their Wu family was. Moreover, the city walls would not be destroyed with a single touch. What's impossible? I heard your Wu family's city walls and doors are old. Alas. This kind of situation will happen after years of neglect, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. That's impossible. The walls and doors of our Wu family might not be destroyed even if the mystic supremacy comes, the first elder roared. Say, old man. Aren't you a little too confident? That paper-thin city wall and door of your house will break even if I poke it gently, let alone a mystic supremacy, Fengde said mockingly with a face full of contempt. Paper-thin? Ignorant thing. That door is made of mystic wood, and the city walls are also made of granite. It's very sturdy. The first elder stomped his feet in anger from Fengde's words and roared at the top of his lungs without caring about his image. Mystic wood? I've never heard of it, Fengde said lightly. First elder, calm down. No matter how sturdy the mystic wood is, it's only a rotten piece of wood. Therefore, I suggest you build an iron door with the Millennium Meteoric Iron to guarantee its sturdiness. Not even granite. You have to use obsidian. The bugs can't bite it, Leng Ruoxue suggested kindly. However, her suggestion angered the Wu family because the two things she mentioned were very precious refining materials. They were expensive, and even the three major families couldn't afford to build such a door and city wall. The first elder was so angry that he couldn't say anything after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Only his chest kept heaving violently, which showed how angry he was. Where did second butler go? After a while, the first elder, who had calmed down slightly, roared out of the yard. Alas. He couldn't do anything to these people, so he remembered the second butler who brought them here. First elder, I'm here. The second butler, who was hiding in a corner outside the yard and eavesdropping, ran in fearfully. Where did you go? Did you bring these people here? The first elder raised his leg fiercely and kicked the second butler, venting all his anger on the unlucky second butler. It's me. The second butler was kicked down by the first elder and fell to the ground. A trace of red blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, which showed how ruthless the first elder's kick was. Why did you bring them back? First elder roared. In fact, what he wanted to say was, did you bring them back to anger me? I suspect that the incident on the city wall has something to do with them, so I brought them back and asked the patriarch to decide, the second butler said carefully, feeling nervous. Nonsense. If they are really suspicious, you should lock them up in prison, not Peony Garden, first elder roared directly. So this isn't a cell? I knew it. How can the Wu family's cell be so good? Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of regret. Patriarch. The second butler looked at Wu Ming pitifully. Boo-hoo. He did it for the patriarch. First elder, calm down. How could Wu Ming not understand the second butler's meaning? He hurriedly advised and pulled the first elder to a corner to whisper to him. After a long while, they returned after muttering. Miss Leng, since you've come to the city lord's mansion, we can be considered to be fated. Stay here for the time being. As for your suspicion, I'll give you an explanation after Patriarch and I investigate the matter, First Elder said with a serious expression. Give me an explanation. Alright, since the First Elder said so, I'll stay here for a day. Leng Ruoxue said very reluctantly. 1 day? The First Elder frowned. How was 1 day enough? According to the Patriarch's plan, this woman was very useful, so he naturally had to cooperate with the Patriarch. Miss Leng, I'm afraid we won't be able to find anything in a day. First Elder said awkwardly. Is your Wu family so inefficient? Leng Ruoxue asked in realization. First Elder was depressed. He just wanted to keep Leng Ruoxue, so he found a random excuse. This matter is more complicated, First Elder said after taking a deep breath. He finally realized that he couldn't say too much to this little girl, or he would definitely be angered to death by her. What's so complicated about it? Didn't the wall collapse and the door shatter? Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly, despising this old fox's words in her heart. That's not what I think. We still have to find witnesses. Miss Leng needs witnesses too. First Elder said matter-of-factly. After speaking politely to Leng Ruoxue and the others, he left Peony Garden with a large group of people. After Wu Ming, the First Elder, and the others left, Empty looked at Leng Ruoxue and said with a light smile, Swear, looks like they have an agreement. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. It seemed like the Wu family was really one and the same. None of them were good. Miss, what should we do now? When should we take action? Fengde said impatiently. It was just a small test just now. He wanted to kill the big fish now. Go take a look around the yard. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Then she summoned Rise and ordered her to cast an invisibility spell on them. After that, Fengde and the others left Peony Garden invisible. Fengde and the others walked around the yard, looking around. There was a fire here and an explosive ball there. It was as if they were strolling in their own backyard. It was so enjoyable. Previous Wu Ming left Peony Garden. He immediately brought the first elder and second elder to a relatively intact room and explained the Wu family's current situation and his plans in detail. However, an explosion sounded again while they were discussing something. What happened? The first elder immediately stood up in shock and ordered someone to check. Soon, the people who went to investigate returned. Reporting to the patriarch and the two elders, another explosion occurred in a place and caused a fire, the guard said gloomily. You didn't find anyone again? First elder asked in disbelief. There's no one at all, the guard said. This was also what made them depressed. After all, the Wu family's defense was so tight that even a mosquito couldn't fly in. However, they didn't see who was causing trouble in the Wu family. Alas. Did anyone come out of Peony Garden? Second elder asked. He still felt that the person inside was the most suspicious. No one came out. Someone has been guarding the door, the guard said with certainty. Patriarch, if this continues, we won't even have a place to sleep at night, First elder reminded. First elder, of course I know that. But we can't find any enemies at all. Wu Ming also had a depressed face. Humph. There were really not many people who dared to cause trouble in the city lord's mansion in Martial Immortal City. Patriarch, bad news. Miss went to Peony Garden. Suddenly, the second butler came to report anxiously. What did you say? Does Qianer know where Leng Ruoxue lives? Wu Ming said furiously. Qianer hated Leng Ruoxue to the core, so he had already ordered the second butler and the others not to let Qianer know about this. Patriarch, Miss heard that the Peony Garden wasn't destroyed, so she wanted to move there. I couldn't stop her, the second butler said aggrievedly. Boo-hoo. It was very difficult being a subordinate. Didn't you tell her that someone lives there? Wu Ming said angrily. He knew his daughter's temper very well if Qianer knew who lived there. I told you, Miss didn't listen and even wanted to chase that person away, the second butler said honestly, a little resentful of his Miss's willfulness. First elder, second elder, I have to take a look. Qianer and Miss Leng were once unhappy, Wu Ming said helplessly. Alas. At this juncture, he couldn't count on Qianer anymore, so he had to coax Leng Ruoxue. Go. The two elders nodded. Okay. Wu Ming strode to Peony Garden. In Peony Garden. Wu Qianer was standing with her hands on her hips, shouting at Leng Ruoxue and the others like a shrew, damn it, get out of the Wu family. The Wu family doesn't welcome you. Scram? I don't know how to scram. Why don't Miss Wu give me a demonstration? Leng Ruoxue covered her nose and smiled gently. You. Wu Qianer pointed at Leng Ruoxue, a little angry. A white light flashed and Leng Ruoxue said lightly, I hate it when others point at me. Ah. Wu Qianer screamed in pain. A finger fell to the ground, and one of her hands was already dripping with blood. Qianer. Wu Ming happened to hear Wu Qianer scream when he arrived at Peony Garden and hurriedly ran over. Father. My finger. You have to avenge me. Wu Qianer fainted from the pain after speaking. Send Miss back to her room. Wu Ming turned to the second butler who followed him and ordered. Yes, the second butler answered and then reluctantly left with Wu Qianer. Miss Leng, Qianer is young and insensible. There's no need to be so heavy-handed. Wu Ming said with slight displeasure. Qianer was the daughter he doted on for so long after all. He was unwilling to let others bully his daughter even though she was crippled now. Heavy-handed? Just one finger of hers is already considered light compared to her rudeness to me. If Patriarch Wu came a moment later, I'm afraid Wu Qianer's life would not be preserved. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Humph. She had never been a soft-hearted person. He had pointed at her nose and scolded her. Wouldn't she be a joke if she didn't react at all? She's just young and insensible. She didn't deliberately offend Miss Leng. Wu Ming braced himself. Patriarch Wu, wouldn't the world be in chaos if everyone used age as an excuse and didn't have to bear the responsibility? Moreover, I don't think I'm as old as your daughter. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Wu Ming had a headache after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words because he now realized that Leng Ruoxue was really too difficult to deal with. Patriarch Wu, don't blame me for being ruthless if you can't take care of your daughter, Leng Ruoxue said provocatively. Don't worry, Miss Leng. I'll send someone to watch her. Wu Ming suppressed his anger and left Peony Garden angrily after speaking. Swear, are we letting Wu Qianer go just like that? Empty asked curiously after Wu Ming left. How is that possible? Leng Ruoxue rolled her eyes. Empty knew why they came to the Wu family. How could they let the Wu family go? But Wu Qianer should be afraid already. I don't think she will take the initiative to come knocking on our door, Empty said with a smile. Shall we make a bet? Leng Ruoxue smiled mysteriously. Bet on what? Empty was interested. Don't you think Wu Qianer won't fall into the trap again? I'll bet that she will come. How about it? Leng Ruoxue suggested with a smile. What's the stakes? Empty asked excitedly. 10,000 purple coins. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. She wouldn't bet too much against her own people. Okay. Empty nodded. He could afford 10,000 purple coins. Boo-hoo. He could not afford more. Miss, can we bet too? Fengda asked with a salivating face. Do you have money? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile. We don't have any. Boo-hoo. Fengda was depressed. Their money was given by Mississippi. Moreover, it seemed like it was not even 10,000 in total. Previous chapter. Then what are you betting on? Hurry up and cook. Let's rest after dinner so that the fish can take the bait, Leng Ruoxue said with a slightly smug smile. Miss, it's only noon. Fengde reminded speechlessly. They had stayed in the tent for almost a day yesterday, so should they return to their rooms early to sleep today? What about noon? Can't I take an afternoon nap and a night nap together? Leng Ruoxue asked aggrievedly. Okay. Fengde said hurriedly. Alas. Who would dare to not let Miss sleep? Then quickly go and cook. I'm a little hungry, Leng Ruoxue ordered. Yes. Fengde answered. Then he led Lin Yuan and the others to prepare food. Leng Ruoxue and the others found their own rooms to rest after lunch. Late at night was the time when the moon was dark and the wind was strong, suitable for investigation. A black shadow quietly sneaked into the peony garden where Leng Ruoxue and the others were staying. After sneaking into the pitch-black main room and coming to the bed, the black shadow took out an incomparably sharp, cold, and intimidating saber from its ring, and gathered a trace of mystic energy to directly stab at the person on the bed, and stabbed several times with hatred. The man in black stopped in surprise when the room lit up. When he turned back, he saw everyone standing behind him and looked at the bed in disbelief. Miss Wu must be exhausted. Leng Ruoxue said with concern. No. This is impossible. Weren't you sleeping on the bed? Wu Qian'er widened her eyes and questioned. She had sent her trusted aide to investigate thoroughly, but Leng Ruoxue appeared behind her now. How could she accept this? It's just a pillow sleeping on the bed, Leng Ruoxue reminded. What? Wu Qian'er didn't believe it. She hurriedly lifted the blanket and saw that a pillow had indeed been pierced by her. Now you believe me. Leng Ruoxue sighed softly and said sympathetically. How did you know I would come? No matter how stupid Wu Qian'er was, she knew that she had been discovered long ago. However, she was really unwilling. Her father refused to take revenge for her and said that Leng Ruoxue was useful. However, she didn't believe it at all. Humph. Don't think she didn't know that her father obviously took a liking to her beauty and wanted to take it for himself. He even lied to her. We smelled your smell before we entered Peony Garden, Fengde reminded with a naughty smile. Alas. You have to cover your smell even if you want to do something bad. What smell? I don't have any smell. Wu Qian'er immediately exploded when she heard Fengde. Of course it stink. It stinks for hundreds of miles. Of course, you usually can't smell it yourself. Fengde explained. No, I don't stink. Damn it, I don't stink. Wu Qian'er roared irrationally. She raised the saber in her hand crazily and stabbed at Leng Ruoxue fiercely. She wanted to kill this woman. Swish. A white light passed through Wu Qian'er's body. With a bang, Wu Qian'er fell to the ground. Leng Ruoxue looked at the dagger stabbed into the wall, then at everyone and whispered, I'm just defending myself. Yes. Self-defense. Everyone hurriedly echoed. However, the freak pouted with dissatisfaction and looked at Leng Ruoxue with slight complaint. Swear, you don't need to defend yourself. I'll protect you. He originally wanted to attack, but Swear didn't give him the chance. Boo-hoo. I was wrong. That was just my instinct, Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly. Miss, your dagger. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already pulled out the knife from the wall and returned it to Leng Ruoxue. Thank you. Leng Ruoxue released a trace of water mystic energy from her fingertips, washed the dagger, and then stored it in her storage ring. Miss, what should we do with Wu Qian'er? Fengde asked. Wu Qian'er should be dead. However, he didn't know if Miss wanted to destroy the corpse or hand it to Wu Ming. To Wu Ming, of course. Ask the guards at the entrance to the yard to invite Wu Ming over. Tell him there are assassins, but they've been killed, Leng Ruoxue said with a naughty smile. Okay. Fengde replied and then happily went to inform the guards. After a while, Wu Ming, who received the report, came to Peony Garden like his but was on fire. He looked at the man in black lying on the ground, cold sweat breaking out on his body, and his heart turned cold. Alas. It was indeed Qian'er. Why was his daughter disobedient? Great, she was killed now, but he was helpless. What? Does Patriarch Wu know this assassin? Leng Ruoxue sat in a chair, held a cup of tea, and took a sip. No. Wu Ming was very depressed, but he had to deny it at this time. Fengde, take off the veil on his face and let Miss see who this person is. Leng Ruoxue ordered lightly. She really didn't expect Wu Ming to be ruthless enough to disown his daughter's corpse. Alas. He was really heartless to do this. Yes, Fengde quickly answered and walked directly to Wu Qian'er's side. He was about to do as his young miss said, but was stopped by Wu Ming. Wait, Miss Leng. Leave this to me. I'll give Miss Leng an explanation, Wu Ming hurriedly said. What explanation does the Wu family head want to give me? I'm a guest of the Wu family since I live here, but your Wu family actually sent people to assassinate me. Fortunately, I'm alert. Otherwise, I would be the one lying on the ground now. Leng Ruoxue's face became stern and she said very displeased. This person isn't from the Wu family, but I will give Miss Leng a satisfactory explanation. Miss Leng can be at ease. Wu Ming suppressed the anger in his heart and said. He just needed 2 more days. In that case, give me some time, Patriarch Wu. I can't wait endlessly. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and said coldly. I will definitely satisfy Miss Leng in 2 days, Wu Ming promised. Then he ordered someone to carry the corpse of the man in black out of Peony Garden. Miss, what is Wu Ming doing? Why do you want us to wait for 2 days? Feng De asked in puzzlement after Wu Ming left. You'll know when the time comes. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly and kept them in suspense. Well, Wu Ming was waiting for someone, and she was also waiting for a big fish, so let the Wu family live for 2 more days for the time being. 2 days passed quickly. Leng Ruoxue and the others had been living comfortably these 2 days because no one came to disturb them. However, Wu Ming was not so comfortable. His daughter was dead, but he didn't dare to let others know. He even had to give an explanation to the enemy who killed his daughter. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood when he thought of this. Alas. But Leng Ruoxue was useful to him. Otherwise, he would have pinned that woman down and imprisoned her for him to vent. In the garden of the main courtyard, Wu Ming was looking at the colorful flowers in front of him with a gloomy face, a little lost in thought. Patriarch, the people over there have arrived. The head butler walked to Wu Ming's side and whispered. The patriarch had been in a very bad mood these 2 days, so many servants didn't dare to approach the main mansion, and he, the head butler, couldn't avoid it. Please. Wu Ming looked up and hurriedly said. The people over there had finally arrived. There's no need to invite us. We're already here. A gloomy voice sounded from behind Wu Ming. Wu Ming turned around and saw 2 middle-aged men in black standing behind him. These 2 people might have ordinary looks, but their strength was unfathomable. They were already standing behind him, but he actually didn't realize it. One had to know that he was a mystic sovereign. Seniors, you've worked hard. Wu Ming hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. There's no need to be so polite. Where is he? We left after picking him up, a man in black said. At Peony Garden. However, there are many people there. Moreover, I can't tell their strength, Wu Ming explained. It's okay. We don't care how many people there are, another man in black said arrogantly. Humph. They were both mystic supremacies. Even if the other party was also a mystic supremacy, there was only one, so they were not afraid. One of Leng Ruoxue's subordinates is an alchemist, so they have a good relationship with the Alchemist Association, Wu Ming reminded them, muttering in his heart. You're not afraid of the Alchemist Association, but he can't not care. What's the big deal with the Alchemist Association? You don't have to take it to heart. As long as our old ancestor is satisfied, he might destroy the Alchemist Association if he's happy, the man in black said cockily. Do you mean to bring people away now? Wu Ming asked carefully. Of course. The old ancestor is still waiting, the man in black said matter-of-factly. He had never seen the painting that Wu Ming offered, but a beauty that the old ancestor valued so much must be a stunning beauty. But as far as I know, Leng Ruoxue has a fiery character. I'm afraid she won't leave with the 2 seniors willingly. Wu Ming revealed his worries. Alas. He could only do so for the Wu family's future even though he was a little reluctant. It's okay. We have our ways. The 2 men in black looked at each other and smiled confidently. That's good. I'll bring the 2 seniors to Peony Garden now. Wu Ming said ingratiatingly. Hee, hugging the Sun family's thigh, their Wu family would absolutely be able to suppress the Guanyu family in the boundless heaven continent in the future. His mood immediately improved when he thought of this. What was the pain of losing a daughter? How many children would he not have in the future with his age? Moreover, Wu Qian'er was not his only child. Okay. The 2 of them nodded and followed Wu Ming to Peony Garden. However, the 2 of them didn't enter directly. One of them even took out a withered branch from his ring, lit it with fire, and threw it into Peony Garden. Seniors, this is? Wu Ming asked curiously. You shouldn't know. Don't ask too much, a man in black reprimanded with slight dissatisfaction. Yes. Wu Ming immediately became well-behaved and stopped talking after being scolded. 2 men in black strode into the yard after the dry branch burned up. They looked at the people lying on the ground in the yard and went straight for their target. After all, there was only one woman in the yard, which was very easy to recognize. She's indeed a rare beauty, the 2 men in black praised with amazement. Hee, it's good that the 2 seniors are satisfied, Wu Ming said with a charming smile, his face full of flattery. Bullsh*T, what's the use of us being satisfied? This is the woman the old ancestor likes. The 2 of them roared very displeased. Yes, it's good that old ancestor is satisfied. Wu Ming quickly corrected himself. Well, he didn't expect that the inconspicuous dried branch to be so useful. It was really too magical. This is the reward the old ancestor gave you. A man in black threw a storage ring over. Thank you, old ancestor. Thank you, seniors. Wu Ming took the ring and sent his divine sense in slightly. He said happily after seeing the things inside. Our Sun family will not treat you badly as long as you are loyal, the man in black said. Yes, senior. What should we do with the others? Wu Ming asked again. I'll give the others to you, a man in black said generously. They only had this woman as their target, and they were not interested in the others. With that, a man in black summoned his beast and placed Leng Ruoxue on it. The 2 of them left martial Immortal City. In the sky, Leng Ruoxue slowly opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the man in black not far away. She said calmly, where is this place? You're awake? A man in black said in surprise. This shouldn't be the case. How did this woman wake up so quickly? Isn't it obvious? Leng Ruoxue looked at the man in black like he was an idiot. Stay here obediently since you're awake, another man in black said. Humph. It's okay even if you're awake. How can a mere mystic monarch turn the situation around? Previous chapter. But I don't want to stay here obediently. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly, her naughty little hands quickly pulling the feathers of the beast below her butt. Ah. Ah. The black eagle-type transcendent divine beast screamed in pain as its huge body shook non-stop. Your beasts can't fly steadily enough. Leng Ruoxue said with some dissatisfaction. Stop it. One of the men in black couldn't bear it anymore and roared. Damn it, this was his beast. He usually treasured it very much, but who knew that in just a short while, several large feathers on his beast's back had become bald. How dare you shout at me? Leng Ruoxue said with tears in her eyes. Her aggrieved appearance was so pitiful that it made one's heart ache. Forget it, it's not a big deal, another man in black said nonchalantly while standing. It was not his beast anyway, so of course his heart didn't ache. Instead, he felt a little heartache for this beauty. That's right. I like grilled chicken the most, and I'm especially good at plucking feathers, Leng Ruoxue said proudly. Then a small flame suddenly jumped out of her fair finger. What do you want? A man in black asked fearfully as he felt the temperature of the flame. Eat grilled chicken. Leng Ruoxue threw the small flame at the unlucky beast after speaking. Then she let the little peacock out and jumped lightly onto its back. Ah! Master, save me, the poor eagle screamed in pain. The owner of the beast hurriedly released his water attribute mystic energy when he heard the cry for help, wanting to help his beast put out the fire. However, not only did his water fail to put out the fire, it even played a supporting role. Damn it, what kind of flame was this? He was a little dumbfounded, and it only took a few minutes before his beast passed away. Damn it, you actually killed my contract beast. Two men in black floated in the air. One of them had a pained face and gritted his teeth. Boo-hoo. This beast was the highest level among his beasts, but it actually died just like that. He really couldn't take this lying down. Calm down, she's someone the old ancestor likes, another man in black reminded. His pair of searchlight-like eyes kept looking Leng Ruoxue up and down. This woman was really unexpected. Moreover, what kind of flame was she? The temperature was so high. She actually killed a level 6 transcendent divine beast in just a few minutes. It was really too terrifying. I know. The man in black glared at Leng Ruoxue fiercely, his face full of unwillingness and hatred. However, he knew that now was not the time to kill Leng Ruoxue. Humph. He would not let this woman go when the old ancestor didn't want her. Don't calm down. Hurry up and explode. I'm embarrassed to attack first if you're not angry, Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly, her beautiful eyes full of accusation. Damn it. The owner of the beast roared uncontrollably and released the might of a mystic supremacy. He was now very sure that this woman did it on purpose. Humph. Since she dared to provoke him, let this woman compensate him for his strength. Of course, he would not kill Leng Ruoxue. Is this all a mystic supremacy can do? Leng Ruoxue continued to provoke fearlessly. Hehe, Qingju's defense was really good. This mystic supremacy level pressure posed no threat to her at all. You're courting death, the beast master roared furiously and then launched an attack directly at Leng Ruoxue. Fighting is too barbaric. I don't like fighting. Leng Ruoxue's figure moved slightly and easily dodged the attack. Then, with a thought, she moved Empty, Icy, the freak, and the little old man out of the bracelet to be her helpers. Icy jumped directly into her arms as soon as it emerged. Schwer, take a rest at the side. Leave these two to me and the little old man, Empty said happily. These were two mystic supremacies. They could exercise their bodies. Lass. I haven't exercised for a long time, the little old man said eagerly, rubbing his palms together. Alas. I shouldn't have let you out. Leng Ruoxue looked at the little old man, who was also floating in the air, and said helplessly. It seemed like she had nothing to do now. Hee. Schwer, let's just watch the battle honestly. The freak jumped onto the little peacock's back and hugged Leng Ruoxue. In the space just now, Empty and the little old man had said that these two people were theirs. They were in a hurry to snatch them, and even Icy couldn't snatch them. Yes, that's the only way. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly. At this moment, Empty and the little old man had already begun fighting with the men in black. Didn't you say that you're not afraid no matter how many people there are? There are only two of us now. One-on-one, it's absolutely fair. The green mystic energy in Empty's hand was released as if it was free, causing the men in black fighting him to dodge left and right in a sorry state. Damn it, why was this person's strength so strong? The man in black who was not fighting couldn't help cursing, but he didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest. However, what made him vomit blood even more was that this person's mystic energy didn't seem to have been exhausted. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Didn't you say you wanted to destroy the Alchemist Association? Humph. Let's see who will destroy who first. At this moment, the little old man roared very furiously. This person actually dared to have designs on the Alchemist Association. He absolutely couldn't stay. Thinking of this, he also imitated Leng Ruoxue and released several fiery red mystic techniques consecutively to attack the black-clothed person. However, he couldn't release mystic techniques non-stop like Schwer. After every cast, he needed to take a pill to replenish the mystic energy he had expended. Fortunately, the girl had many herbs and he was an alchemist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take such a method of eating. Despicable. Too despicable. The man in black who was fighting with the little old man was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw the inconspicuous little old man actually eating pills while fighting with him. Damn, wasn't this bullying? Bullying him because he couldn't bear to part with the pills. Boo-hoo. He really couldn't bear to, and he didn't have so many pills. Blades flashed and smoke filled the air on the side of the little old man, while Leng Ruoxue and the freak sat comfortably on the little peacock's back and watched the battle while eating fruits. Mystic Supremacy's combat strength is indeed extraordinary, Leng Ruoxue praised. Hee. Amazing. Truly amazing. Master. Let's end this quickly. Icy nibbled at the red fruit in its hoof, raised its eyes slightly, and said impatiently. Alas. How could it take so long to deal with a mystic supremacy if Master was at his peak? Unfortunately. Master's injuries had not healed, and his current strength was only slightly better than ordinary mystic supremacies. Icy, go eat your fruit. I'm not in a hurry, so why are you in a hurry? Empty said with some displeasure. Boo-hoo. He didn't know that his strength was much weaker now, but he actually urged him. Do you need my help? Icy said helplessly. No need. Don't snatch it from me. Empty glared at Icy while releasing his mystic technique. All right then. Icy lowered its head and continued eating the fruit in its hoof. A moment later, Empty and the little old man, who had finally had a kick, looked at each other. The two of them launched their strongest attacks at the same time. At this moment, the two men in black were already so tired that they were out of breath and could only be at the mercy of others. Bang! 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 With a few loud bangs, the fiery red and green mystic energies imposing aura hit the two men in black who were unable to retaliate at the same time like a hot knife through butter. Pfft! 2 mouthfuls of blood spurted out, and the two men in black fell directly from the sky. The little old man, Empty, who had completed the mission, clapped his hands gently. Then he jumped onto the little peacock's back, grabbed a fruit, and began eating. Little peacock, let's go down and take a look at the spoils of war. We can't let others take advantage of us, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Yes, Mississippi. The little peacock flapped its wings gently and flew to the ground. It found the two men in black and descended beside them. Forget it. They look pretty poor, Leng Ruoxue said with little interest as she looked at the two people who had fallen into a daze. She casually released a small flame to destroy the 2 pieces of meat. Little peacock, bring us to the Wu family. Leng Ruoxue ordered the little peacock after she was done and moved Fengde and the others out of the bracelet. Okay, miss, the little peacock replied and flapped its wings as it flew toward the Wu family. Martial Immortal City. In the sky above the city lord's mansion, Leng Ruoxue and the others stood on the little peacock's back and looked down at every move of the city lord's mansion like they were watching a show. Fengde, knock on the door. Leng Ruoxue ordered with a faint smile on her beautiful face. Okay. Fengde gave Lin Yuan and the others a look. Then, everyone summoned their beasts tacitly. Man and beast, Exian, worked together to attack the Wu family's door. Boom. With a loud sound, the door that the Wu family had just used for 2 days was dead again. After hearing the sound, almost all the Wu family members moved, including Wu Ming and the elders. Leng Ruoxue, why are you back? Wu Ming looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others in the air and was shocked. Wasn't Leng Ruoxue taken away by those 2 seniors? Moreover, her subordinates were all locked in a cell and waiting to be dealt with. Who were these people in front of him? However, what he didn't expect was why there were so many dragons. It seems like Patriarch Wu knows that I left and doesn't want me to return very much. Leng Ruoxue said with slight mockery. Miss Leng and the others left without saying goodbye. I was just feeling regretful. Why wouldn't I want you to come back? Wu Ming probed. He couldn't understand now if Leng Ruoxue ran back by herself or if the 2 seniors allowed her to come back. If it was the former, it meant that something had happened to the 2 of them. If it was the latter, he didn't dare to imagine. Patriarch Wu, stop lying through your teeth. Didn't you send me away? Are you very curious now how I returned? Leng Ruoxue said in realization. Please enlighten me. Wu Ming said gloomily, cold sweat flowing down his back. Do you think those 2 will let me come back? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. Wu Ming stammered, not knowing how to respond. Miss Leng, is there a misunderstanding? We don't understand what 2 people you're talking about, First Elder said and pretended to be stupid. The Wu family are indeed birds of the same feather. The truth is in front of us, but they still pretend to be stupid, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Did these people think that they wouldn't pursue the matter if they pretended to be stupid? Miss, don't waste your breath on them. Just kill them. Fengde said impatiently. Hee, what a good opportunity to practice. Kill them directly. The Wu family head won't die for no reason. Let's do something good and let the Wu family head set his mind at ease. Leng Ruoxue said very kindly. Humph. You really overestimate your capabilities. Our Wu family is one of the top families after all. How can we be killed by you little shrimps just because you want to? Second elder said very unpleasantly after hearing Leng Ruoxue's words. Second elder seems to be very confident in the Wu family. Then let's see who kills who first. By the way, we've already killed the two mystics from the Sun family, Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. What? Wu Ming said in disbelief, his heart trembling in fear, and he almost fell to the ground. Don't be afraid. Hurry up and call your family's mystic supremacy out so that I can settle it together, Leng Ruoxue suggested, her beautiful face full of arrogance. Mystic supremacy? How could there be a mystic supremacy in their family? Boo-hoo. Wu Ming and the elders' hearts bled when they heard this. Feng De, attack. Let's end this quickly. Leng Ruoxue ordered directly after seeing no reaction from the Wu family. At the same time, she released more than half of her beasts and surrounded the entire city lord's mansion tightly. Okay. With Leng Ruoxue's order, Feng De, the others, and the beasts immediately jumped onto the ground from the little peacock's back. They casually found an opponent, and only two people, one person, and one beast stronger than them went up together. In an instant, cold glows emerged from the blades, and colorful mystic energy danced in the air like colorful butterflies, fighting until the sky darkened, ghosts wailed, and wolves howled. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the Wu clan members had been killed. The members of the Wu clan who wanted to sneak away, on the other hand, were caught by Leng Ruoxue's beasts lying in wait for them. Naturally, they would die as well. After all, Leng Ruoxue was well aware of the principle of elimination lest they become hidden danger down the road. Her principle was to either not kill or complete elimination. Leng Ruoxue, I won't let you off. Wu Ming looked at the dead clansmen and elders in front of him, his eyes bursting with hatred and bloodlust. However, in the battle with him, Wu he wouldn't give him the chance to do so, and directly used a wind blade to finish him off. At the same time, the other elders and Wu clan members were also eliminated one by one. After the battle ended, Feng Zhan and the other beasts cleaned up the battlefield very consciously. After that, a few fire phoenixes spat out a stream of Nanlingli fire and burned the city lord's estate to ashes. Master, these are the spoils of war. A few storage rings lay in Charm's furry little paws. It handed them over to Leng Ruoxue as though she was presenting a treasure. Okay. Leng Ruoxue took the ring and passed it to Qingju. She then hugged the small and cute Charm in her arms. Cute master. Baby also jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and found a comfortable position to lie down. Feng Zhan, not wanting to be outdone, also took one of Leng Ruoxue's shoulders. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue felt a headache coming on. She quickly placed the other beasts that were staring at her into her bracelet. Shuer, the martial immortal city is now ownerless. Should we send someone to take over? Wu Su suggested. Why send someone to take over? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. She had no intention of guarding such a lousy city. This city is also our spoils of war. If you don't send people to take over, before long, there will be other forces coming to fight for it. After all, there aren't many ownerless cities in the vast heaven continent now. Furthermore, it's such a large city. How can others not want it? Wu Qing said with a smile. Then let the Luo family send someone to take over. Leng Ruoxue said after thinking for a while. What he said made sense. There was no need to let someone else take advantage of the city she conquered. After all, the Luo family were her servants. Yes, the Luo clan is very suitable. The Luo clan's Luo city is only a day's journey away from here. Wu Tian nodded in agreement. Feng Zhan, make a trip to the Luo clan. We will wait for you outside Martial Immortal City. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Feng Zhan who was standing on her shoulder. Alright, master. Feng Zhan nodded his head before gently flapping his wings and disappearing into the sky. After Feng Zhan sent the message, Leng Ruoxue and the others left Martial Immortal City under the terrified gazes of the citizens. A day later, the news of the Wu family being exterminated and Martial Immortal City changing owners spread throughout the entire vast heaven continent. The names of Leng Ruoxue and the others also truly began to become known by people. In an instant, Leng Ruoxue, who had always been very low-key, also entered the sights of the various major forces. According to what the witnesses said, the battle that day was obviously one-sided. Because under the super-strong firepower of Leng Ruoxue and the others, the Wu clan had almost no chance to retaliate. Luo City. After flying for nearly a day, Feng Zhan finally arrived in Luo City. Luo City was much smaller compared to Martial Immortal City. It was also not as prosperous. Old man, how do we get to the City Lord Manor? Feng Zhan flew straight to an elder selling items and asked politely after entering Luo City. Turn left ahead. You'll reach there after walking 2 streets. The old man raised his head and looked at the little red bird that was shining with light in front of him with slight surprise. Is this bird a legendary beast? It actually know how to ask for directions. It's really too smart, he muttered to himself. It was also fortunate that Feng Zhan didn't know how to read minds. Otherwise, she would definitely be depressed after hearing the old man's thoughts. Thank you. Feng Zhan thanked him before vanishing with a swish in front of the old man. Ugh. This little bird is so fast. The old man muttered to himself. After that, he foolishly looked in the direction where Feng Zhan had vanished and didn't come to his senses for a long time. In the City Lord residence. At this moment, the upper echelons of the City Lord residence were gathered because of a shocking piece of news. In the conference room, the ancestor of the Luo family sat on the main seat. He looked at the elders below him and remained silent for a long time. Old ancestor, is this news be accurate? The great elder of the Luo clan asked in disbelief. His slightly turbid eyes were filled with suspicion. First elder, this news is definitely accurate. This matter is no longer a secret in the vast heaven continent right now, another elder said. Ancestor, if this is true, I feel that we should have made preparations earlier. There are definitely many aristocratic families who want a share of the loot now. We shouldn't let go of this opportunity. After all, this was obtained by our master. Therefore, it's only right for us to go. We can't let others benefit from it. The great elder analyzed. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. You want to recognize this master now? The Luo clan's old ancestor, who was sitting at the head of the table, lightly raised his eyelids and said indifferently. Humph. These old foxes, when they knew that his son had acknowledged them as master, they were all frightened. They even forced him to imprison Luo Xian and his sons as punishment. However, when they heard that their cheap master was actually so powerful, they wanted to admit it again. Humph. How could there be such a beautiful thing in the world? A person who could destroy the Wu clan just like that, how could he be controlled by others? Didn't we not know that master was so formidable? The great elder said somewhat embarrassedly, his face turning red. Yeah. Old ancestor, if we can have such a valiant master, then our Luo family can also do whatever we want in the vast heaven continent in the future, an elder said with a chuckle. Don't dream too early. From what I know, this master doesn't want to acknowledge us. The old ancestor reminded them. Ancestor, then we have to perform even better. First elder hurriedly said. Reporting to old ancestor, there is a little red bird outside that wants to see patriarch. At this time, a guard came to report. Previous chapter. What little red bird? The ancestor of the Luo clan frowned and asked in confusion. A bird actually wanted to see his son. What was going on? That little red bird said it was here to deliver a letter, the guard said honestly. Although he also found it a little unbelievable, it was the truth. Invite it in. The Luo clan's old ancestor said after pondering for a moment. Yes, the guard replied, then turned around and left. Before long, the guard returned with a small fiery bird. The Luo clan's old ancestor raised his head and carefully sized up Feng Zhan. The doubt in his heart grew heavier and heavier. What kind of beast is this? It has a phoenix crown on its head, its feathers are fiery red, and its body is burning with flames. People who first saw it would definitely think that it was a firebird, but he didn't think so. However, he didn't think too much about it. As for Feng Zhan, it was also observing the so-called patriarch of the Luo clan. This old man looked to be in his early 50s. His facial features were very handsome, and his eyes were bright and full of spirit. His strength was passable as well. He was a mystic emperor. However, where was the patriarch of the Luo clan? Why was the old ancestor of the Luo clan in charge now? He was puzzled. You're the person in charge of the Luo clan? Feng Zhan observed for a long time before speaking. I am indeed. The old ancestor of the Luo clan said. He was getting more and more curious about this little red bird. Where's Luo Xian? Feng Zhan asked curiously. He has something on now, so I will be in charge of the Luo clan for the time being. The old ancestor said. Oh, my master sent me to deliver a letter. Feng Zhan said calmly. May I know who is your master? The ancestor of the Luo clan asked. Leng Ruoxue. Feng Zhan chuckled. The moment its words left its mouth, the Earth Emanations Pavilion Luo clan's old ancestor and all the elders in the hall stood up in unison. Is master doing well? The first elder of the Luo clan asked excitedly. Of course. Feng Zhan said. At the same time, it couldn't help but feel uneasy in its heart. Wasn't that unnecessary talk? May I know what instructions does master has for us? The old ancestor of the Luo clan asked calmly. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum. Master has ordered you to manage Martial Immortal City. Feng Zhan did not beat around the bush and said straightforwardly. Really? Master is wise. All of the elders were overjoyed. There's no need for all of you to be so happy. Master just doesn't want the fruits of her victory to be taken away by others. With your strengths, it's difficult to say if you'll be able to defend it or not. Moreover, there are still some remnants of the Wu clan that you have to annihilate. Otherwise, even if I give Martial Immortal City to all of you for free, all of you can only dream of it. Feng Zhan reminded. It wasn't that it looked down upon the Luo clan, but it was because the Luo clan's strength was far inferior to those top-rate clans. Don't worry, messenger. We will do our best and not let master down. The ancestor of the Luo family promised. That's good. By the way, my master doesn't want you, even if you want to acknowledge my master. Therefore, you will have nothing to do with my master in the future by giving the Martial Immortal City to you, Feng Zhan said, acting on its own initiative. Humph. It had used its divine sense to scan the area, only to discover that Luo Xian had been locked up. It understood after thinking about it for a moment. It was the ruler of a clan. There was no way they could hide the matters of a large clan from it. Messenger. The ancestor of the Luo family was about to explain, but Feng Zhan did not give him any chance. It rolled its eyes at everyone in the hall before flapping its wings and flying away. The elders of the Luo family were stunned for a long time before they regained their senses. Ancestor, what should we do? The first elder of the Luo clan asked with a bitter expression. Wu. He really wanted to acknowledge this master of his. It was not easy to hug a big, thick leg. We'll talk about it in the future. Let's settle the matters in Martial Immortal City first. If Master sees our sincerity, she will definitely forgive us, said the Luo clan's old ancestor after thinking for a while. Yes. We must manage the Martial Immortal City well. By the way, ancestor, shouldn't we release the family head now? The great elder reminded carefully. Hurry up and release him. The old ancestor hurriedly said. Alas. That little bird had come too quickly. They had just received the news and had yet to react. Otherwise, if they had released Luo Xian earlier, they would not have angered that little bird. I'll go personally. The great elder said, and then left the meeting hall. Second elder, come up with a plan. We have to take over the Martial Immortal City as soon as possible, instructed the old ancestor of the Luo clan. It was perfectly justifiable for them to take over the Martial Immortal City now. Yes. All the elders replied before leaving the meeting hall. Proud Cold City. At the Leng family's residence. Leng Wuodi arrived at the back of the mountain with a belly full of doubts. This was the place where the seniors of the Leng clan cultivated after they were not in charge. The spiritual qi here was dense, and there was also a spirit vein underground. Hence, this place had always been regarded as a forbidden area by the Leng clan. Only the seniors of the Leng clan who were highly respected had the qualifications to cultivate here. Of course, if a talented junior like him obtained the permission of the ancestor, he could also cultivate here. However, he could only stay here for a month at most. Moreover, without the summons, no descendants of the Leng clan were allowed to enter this place. Seniors, the ancestor wants to see me. After arriving at the forbidden area, Leng Wuodi respectfully bowed to the guards at the entrance and said. Although he was the young master of the Leng clan, even the weakest guard in the forbidden area was a profound emperor, so he had to treat them with respect. Young master, please enter. The ancestors are already waiting. The guard returned the greeting. Thank you, seniors. After saying that, Leng Wuodi walked straight into the forbidden ground. Come in directly. Just as Leng Wuodi entered the courtyard, a cold voice entered his ears. Upon hearing that voice, he immediately pushed the door open and entered. Greetings to the three elders. Upon entering the room, Leng Wuodi saw three men sitting cross-legged on the ground. After bowing, he obediently stood in front of the three of them. He was a little nervous, but he was even more puzzled because he really couldn't figure out why these three elders, who hadn't shown themselves for a long time, wanted to see him. One had to know that these three people hadn't summoned anyone for at least 100 years. As expected of the most outstanding descendant of our Leng clan. He's still so calm even after seeing us. A young man in his 30s praised with a smile. Ancestor, you flatter me, Leng Wuodi said a little embarrassedly. Only he knew that his calmness was all an act. In fact, he was so nervous that his palms were sweating. After all, it was every member of the Leng clan's wish to be summoned by the ancestor, and it was also his first time meeting the three legendary ancestors. Wuodi, are you curious as to why we summoned you? The slightly older handsome man among the three asked kindly. Leng Wuodi was a descendant of his lineage, and he was quite satisfied with Leng Wuodi's performance. Yes, Leng Wuodi said honestly. He didn't dare to hide anything in front of the three elders. You know Leng Ruoxue, right? The cold man who hadn't spoken the entire time asked. We've met a few times before. Leng Wuodi said carefully, but he couldn't figure it out. Could it be that the old ancestor wanted to see him because of Leng Ruoxue? But, how did the old ancestor know about Leng Ruoxue? He couldn't understand. Does Leng Ruoxue come from the Lingfeng continent? The grim man asked somewhat anxiously. Old ancestor, I'm not sure either. Leng Wuodi composed himself and replied carefully. Second brother, I told you that Wuodi would definitely not know, the young man said knowingly. Forget it, Wuodi, go and invite Leng Ruoxue over. I have something to ask her. The cold man thought for a while and said. Sigh. He knew he was a little anxious. Yes, Leng Wuodi hurriedly replied. Even though he did not know where Leng Ruoxue was now, since it was the old ancestor who wanted to meet, then he had to find Leng Ruoxue even if he had to overturn the entire vast heaven continent. Wuodi, take your leave. Don't mention this to anyone, the older man instructed. Yes, three ancestors. Wuodi will take his leave. Leng Wuodi bowed and left the room. At the same time, Fengzhan also found Leng Ruoxue and the others who were waiting for him outside Martial Immortal City. Master. Fengzhan happily threw himself into Leng Ruoxue's embrace and affectionately rubbed against her. Afterwards, he took over Leng Ruoxue's shoulders. Fengzhan, you've worked hard. Leng Ruoxue gently stroked Fengzhan's feathers and said with concern. Hehe, it's not hard. Master, I have something to report to you. Fengzhan looked at Leng Ruoxue timidly and said softly. What is it? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Why is Fengzhan's expression so serious? Master, it's like this. Fengzhan went on and on, adding oil to the fire and telling Leng Ruoxue everything he knew about the Luo family. After that, he stared at his master with his red crystal-like eyes, feeling uneasy. Oh, that's it. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Actually, she had already expected something like this to happen. If it were her, she probably wouldn't be willing either, so she could understand. Master, aren't you angry? Feng Zhan couldn't help but ask. What's there to be angry about? Just like you said, I don't want them either. Leng Ruoxue laughed lightly. She wouldn't do something like sticking her hot face on someone's cold butt. Hee hee. Master, those people will definitely rely on you. Feng Zhan said with great certainty. Ignore them, let's go. Leng Ruoxue said to everyone. Yes. Everyone nodded and continued on their way. Half a month later, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at the foot of a mountain. Miss, why is it so hot here? Peach wiped the sweat off her forehead and complained. I don't know. Leng Ruoxue raised her head to look at the sky. It was already evening, logically speaking, the temperature shouldn't be so high. Hee hee, this should be the fiery mountain. Wu Qing smiled and said. In the past half a month, they had entered whenever they saw a mountain. He wondered if Xuer would choose to enter this mountain that was like a furnace. He was very curious. This mountain is called the fiery mountain? 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she said somewhat speechlessly. Hearing this name, she actually recalled a name from her previous life. There was a place called the Fiery Mountain. That's right. Girl, there are quite a few fire attribute medicinal herbs in this mountain. Let's go in and pick some. The little old man suggested excitedly. No. It's too hot here. Feng De pleaded with a dejected face. He would rather enter the snowy mountain than the flaming mountain. Young Feng De, there are many good things in this mountain, the little old man enticed. If he hadn't come with Xuer and the rest, to be honest, he didn't really want to go in. After all, the temperature inside wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. Really? There was a look of disbelief on Feng De's face. Boo-hoo. Could this old man have said that on purpose to deceive him? Of course it's true. Lass, shall we go in? The little old man asked with anticipation. Let's go in and take a look. If you find it too hot, then enter the space. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. Miss, I want to enter the space, said Peach quickly. She could not stand the heat. It was already so hot at the foot of the mountain. The temperature inside must be even higher. Who else wants to go in? Leng Ruoxue looked at everyone and continued to ask. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to ask this question. In the end, only Peach wanted to go in. Peach saw that no one else wanted to enter the space except her and felt a little embarrassed. In the end, no one went in. Let's go into the mountain. Leng Ruoxue smiled. Following Leng Ruoxue's order, the crowd walked into the fiery mountain with large strides. Just as they had expected, the temperature inside the fiery mountain was much higher than outside. However, it was indeed as the little old man had said. There were many herbs in the mountain. This was simply a paradise for fire attribute herbs and beasts. This place is not bad, I like it. Feng Zhan, who was standing on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder, happily said. Hee hee, this place is really suitable for the cultivation of fire attribute beast. Even the spiritual aura in the air contained only fire attribute. However, Feng Zhan's words attracted the collective disdain of Feng De and the others. It was because they were so hot that they were almost sticking out their tongues like dogs. They had already taken off all the clothes they could take off, but there was actually a beast making sarcastic remarks. It was really infuriating. Hee hee. Feng Zhan laughed foolishly. It also knew that its words had already aroused the wrath of the crowd. Boo-hoo, he didn't do it on purpose. Wait, gather all the herbs here and walk inside. As they walked, Leng Ruoxue discovered a large amount of herbs, so she stopped and ordered. Yes. Feng De and the others replied. They then bent down and prepared to collect the herbs on the ground. This is for you. Charm, which had been lying in Leng Ruoxue's embrace, suddenly spoke. After speaking, it used its ice-type technique to freeze quite a bit of ice and gave it to Feng De and the others. When Feng De and the others saw this, they immediately beamed with joy. Then, one after another, they started flattering Charm. Hee hee. Charm, you're amazing. Charm. You're the best. Everyone said excitedly. With the Charm's ice, they would feel much better in the fiery mountain. Thinking of this, their confidence was immediately boosted. Then, they squatted on the ground and started gathering herbs. An hour later, after everyone's hard work, the herbs on the ground were finally gathered. Leng Ruoxue and the others continued to walk into the mountain. Everyone paid attention to their surroundings as they walked. At the same time, they kept all the herbs that they passed by without wasting any. They even caught a lot of little beasts for dinner along the way. Xuer, let's camp here tonight. When they arrived at a relatively spacious open space, the monster reminded. Okay. Leng Ruoxue looked around and nodded. When Feng De and the others heard that, they immediately split up the work. Some set up tents, some started a fire, and some started food. There was order even though everyone was busy. Miss, the river water over there is hot. Lu Tao and Cui Zhu, who were in charge of preparing the vegetables, each held a blue seed in their hands as they said gloomily. They knew that there was a small river not far from here. Coincidentally, they had dug up quite a lot of wild vegetables and mushrooms along the way. They wanted to wash the vegetables there, but when they arrived, they realized that the river water was very hot. They casually threw a vegetable leaf into the river, and in the blink of an eye, it was cooked. After seeing this situation, how could they still dare to wash the vegetables there? Hot. I'll go take a look. Leng Ruoxue frowned slightly before pulling the demon to the nearby river. When they reached the river, Leng Ruoxue was pleasantly surprised. This was actually a natural hot spring. In short, the river wasn't very big. The surface of the river was filled with steam, and bubbles were popping up from time to time. When she saw this, she reached her hand down slightly. Oh, although it was a little hot, it was still bearable. Schwer, be careful, it's hot. The freak quickly reminded when he saw Schwer reaching her hand into the water. The temperature of the water looked very high. It's fine, demon, this is a natural hot spring. Leng Ruoxue said happily. She never thought there would be a hot spring here. Yes. It's just right to use it to cook eggs. The freak thought for a while and said. This temperature should be able to cook the eggs. You glutton. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. Is there anything nice to eat? Suddenly, Empty's voice came from behind them. Another glutton. Leng Ruoxue muttered to herself helplessly. I'm not a foodie, what are you guys talking about? Empty protested before looking at Leng Ruoxue curiously. I found a hot spring. The demon wanted to use it to cook eggs. Leng Ruoxue sighed and said weakly. Yes, it's good to cook eggs. It's very suitable here, Empty agreed. Schwer, this hot spring is a rare item. It's very rare in the vast heaven continent, Empty continued. Yes, there doesn't seem to be any in Ling Feng continent. Leng Ruoxue nodded and said. Miss, dinner is ready. Fengde walked over and said just as Leng Ruoxue and the other two were chatting by the hot spring. Oh, Leng Ruoxue replied, then the four of them returned to the encampment. After dinner, Leng Ruoxue was still thinking about the hot spring. However, Fengde and the others weren't very interested, so after everyone fell asleep, she asked the devil to accompany her to the hot spring. Schwer, are you sure you want me to soak in the hot spring with you? The freak asked uncertainly when they reached the edge of the hot spring. His beautiful face was slightly flushed, and his heart started to beat faster. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Aren't you afraid? The freak asked nervously, his heart pounding. What are you afraid of? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. She was also puzzled. What's wrong with this freak? Why is he so shy? What if I lose control and want to eat you? The freak stopped mid-sentence, too embarrassed to continue. His face was burning as if it was about to catch fire. Eat me? Maybe I would be the one who wouldn't be able to control myself and eat you instead. Leng Ruoxue teased. Hee, the freak's current appearance made her want to bully him. He was too cute. Oh, you're welcome to try me. I've been waiting for a long time. The freak smiled charmingly. His starry eyes were sparkling as he said with anticipation. Quickly take off your clothes. Leng Ruoxue urged. After speaking, she took off her clothes. Meanwhile, the freak kept his head down, not daring to look at her. Oh. The freak lowered his head and used his trembling hands to undo the buttons on his body. Wah, he was so nervous. Even though he slept with Schwer every day, they were still very pure and had yet to see each other's naked bodies. Freak, you're so slow. You don't have to take off all your clothes. Leng Ruoxue reminded with a wicked smile. Sigh. She was already sitting in the hot spring, but the devil was still slowly unbuttoning his shirt. She really didn't know why he was so embarrassed. Sooner or later, it would be her. Oh. The freak's face turned even redder upon hearing Schwer's words. In fact, if Schwer hadn't reminded him, he might have stripped naked. After a while, the freak finally took off his shorts. Then, he slowly walked into the hot spring with a red face. Schwer, I. The freak sat down beside Leng Ruoxue shyly. He was so nervous that he started stuttering. Oh, your figure is not bad. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and openly admired the benefits that belonged to her. A firm chest, flat stomach, long and strong legs, coupled with his beautiful and shy face, it was too tempting. Leng Ruoxue knew that she wasn't a woman that could be easily seduced by beauty. However, the devil's looks and figure were enough to attract her. Sigh. How could this man be so good-looking? Wasn't he obviously trying to make her commit a crime? She couldn't help but complain in her heart as her naughty hands uncontrollably caressed the freak's body. Schwer. The freak's heart trembled, and he narrowed his eyes, not daring to look at Schwer. Boo-hoo. Schwer was so alluring. She was only wearing clothes he had never seen before, the thinness of the cloth could not hide anything. So, Schwer's sexy and perfect figure could be seen at a glance in front of him. Moreover, even though the two of them were not hugging each other, they could feel the heat from each other's bodies. He did not know if it was because of the hot spring or because of their bodies, but it was very hot. Freak, you have a nosebleed. Leng Ruoxue looked at the two streams of blood flowing out of the freak's nose and quickly reminded him. Oh. Is that so? The freak wiped his hands. As expected, his hands were stained with blood. He used the hot spring water to wash them without thinking. Let me help you. Leng Ruoxue said with some heartache. Then, she used her small hands to clean the blood under the freak's nose. Schwer, it's all your fault, boo-hoo. The freak complained as he looked at Schwer with tears in his bright eyes. His peerless face was full of grievance. What does that have to do with me? Leng Ruoxue asked innocently. If you didn't wear so little, would I have a nosebleed if you didn't touch me? Boo-hoo. The demon felt that he had embarrassed himself in front of Schwer again. How embarrassing. Who asked you to be so attractive? Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue felt a little wronged. Sob, she wasn't a pervert at all. However, she had always wanted to take advantage of the freak, so it was all his fault. Swear, let me kiss you. The freak lowered his head and asked shyly. If you want to kiss me, then kiss me. It's not like I haven't kissed you before, why ask? Leng Ruoxue said generously and looked at the freak with a smile. Then I won't stand on ceremony, the freak said. Then, he stretched out his long arms and hugged Swear. He lowered his head slightly and his hot lips covered Swear's. Ugh. Freak, let me catch my breath. Their tongues intertwined as they chased each other passionately. The long kiss almost suffocated Leng Ruoxue. Let me give you some air. The freak said. Then, he deepened the kiss. They did not know how long the kiss lasted before they reluctantly left each other's lips. However, the two of them were still hugging each other tightly, and the heat in their bodies continued to rise. Freak. Leng Ruoxue felt the change in the freak's body and was extremely shy. Coupled with the heat from the hot spring, her beautiful little face was flushed red and looked even more alluring. Swear. The freak called out softly. Then, he could not help but bite Swear's soft face. Oh, it tasted so good. Freak, why did you bite me? Leng Ruoxue pouted and pretended to be unhappy. Hehe, my Swear is too tempting. I really want to eat her in one bite. The demon said with a face full of desire. After saying that, he took another bite of Swear's tender little face. My freak is also very attractive, I want to eat you too. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly, her naughty little hands caressing the freak's body. Hehe, it felt good to touch, his muscles were firm, his skin was tight and elastic, the 8 pieces of tofu on his abdomen were even more distinct. Swear, if you continue to touch me, you'll have to bear the consequences. The freak panted rapidly, his chest heaving up and down as he warned her. He really wanted to eat Swear right now but desired a title even more. Boo-hoo. Sorry, I accidentally touched too much. Leng Ruoxue was extremely embarrassed. Her beautiful face turned even redder, but she was more nervous. Swear, when are you going to give me a title? The freak took a deep breath before asking with a face full of desire. I'm not telling you, Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Actually, she had already thought about it, but she was not going to say it out loud. Swear, you're bullying me. The freak was so anxious that he was about to cry. His tears were even welling up in his bright eyes. Oh, looks like he had to use his trump card. Don't cry. I'll tell you, okay? Leng Ruoxue raised the white flag in surrender. Surrender. Even though she knew the freak was most likely faking it, she still fell for it. Her heart would ache every time she saw the freak staring at her with tears in his eyes. Boo-hoo, could it be that this freak was going to eat her up for the rest of her life? She couldn't help but feel a little depressed thinking of this. However, she felt even more happier. She was very grateful to have met a freak in this strange world and had so many family members who loved her. She felt that she was really a very lucky person. Then tell me quickly. The freak was very anxious. Boo-hoo. Swear was finally willing to give him a title. He felt as if he had waited for her for a lifetime. Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak's head down and whispered a few words into his ear. The freak revealed a beautiful smile and stood there in a daze. Swear, you're not allowed to lie to me. After a while, the freak regained his senses and warned her. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She had always been trustworthy, how could the freak not believe her words? Swear. The freak hugged Leng Ruoxue. The two of them continued to hug each other tightly. They did not speak for a long time. However, it was also because of this that silence was better than words. The two of them were filled with excitement. Even though it was hard to control their body's instinctive needs, they did not want their first time to be too careless. Therefore, the two of them controlled themselves well. Previous chapter. Next chapter. After a long time. Swear, let's go back and sleep. The freak released the soft body in his arms and said with a face full of reluctance. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Swear, go and put on your clothes first. The freak lowered his head and said. He did not dare to look at Swear anymore. The fire on his body had been extinguished with great difficulty. He did not want to waste all his efforts. All right. Leng Ruoxue smiled and left the warmth of the freak's embrace. Then, she walked out of the hot spring and put on her clothes. She then said to the freak, I'm done. The freak nodded and strode to the shore. However, when he picked up his clothes and put them on, he felt someone's eyes staring at him. Boo-hoo, he was being taken advantage of again. Leng Ruoxue looked at the depressed expression on the freak's face and laughed happily. Hee. The freak was really too cute. It seemed the benefits that came first were not bad. She could even admire the beautiful man changing. She would not be as shy as the freak, she would definitely watch it openly. Swear, you're too evil, the demon said, wanting to cry but having no tears. Sigh. Forget it, he had accepted his fate. He was going to be Swear's person sooner or later anyway. If Swear wanted to see him, she could see him as much as she wanted. Hee. Leng Ruoxue mischievously moved in front of the freak and quickly kissed his alluring red lips before running away. Swear, why are you running? The freak said with some dissatisfaction. Boo-hoo. This was too much. He ran away after taking advantage of her. Of course you have to run after taking advantage of me. Otherwise, you will take revenge. Leng Ruoxue said with understanding. Then, she stood a meter away and looked at the freak proudly. I won't take revenge. Come over quickly. The freak had already put on his clothes and coaxed her helplessly. Sigh. I didn't expect Xuer to be so naughty. She's so cute. Oh, you said it yourself. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she slowly and carefully walked over. Yes, I won't take revenge, but I will hit your little butt. The freak stretched out his long arm and pulled Xuer into his embrace. His large hand patted Xuer's perky butt a few times as he said proudly. Freak, how could you hit someone's butt? Leng Ruoxue's face was red with embarrassment. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at the demon as she said, sob. She had lived for 2 lifetimes, but she had never been spanked like this before. I want to take advantage too, the freak said matter-of-factly. Then, he picked Xuer up by the waist and strode towards the camp. After returning to the camp, the freak lowered his footsteps and entered the tent without alerting anyone. Then, he carried Xuer and lay down on the mat. The two of them slept together. The next day. By the time Leng Ruoxue and the freak left the tent, everyone was already up and busy with breakfast. After breakfast, everyone continued on their way. The group chatted and laughed along the way. Those who did not know would definitely think that they were here to play. In fact, they were here to train. Xuer, there's a sound over there. Let's go and take a look. Empty suddenly pointed to their left. Amen. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, the crowd walked towards the left. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at their destination. The sound came from there. Miss, are these fire foxes? Lu Tao looked at the 3 beautiful fire foxes and asked in surprise. It's a fire fox. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head. Not far away from them, there were 3 fire red foxes. 2 of them were as big as a small mountain and were lying weakly on the ground. Their fiery red fur was stained with blood, and their originally soft and smooth fur was almost all tangled together. The other small one was tightly held in the arms of a big fox. That small fox was not even the size of a palm, and its eyes had not even opened completely. At this moment, it was crying out with a sobbing sound from its mouth, and it was crying non-stop. Leng Ruoxue looked at the 3 foxes not far away and understood in her heart that this should be a family of 3. The little fox had just been born not more than 2 days ago, but its parents were seriously injured. Although they were unable to take care of the little fox, they still protected it tightly in their arms. Seeing this, she couldn't help but sigh at the greatness of the love of parents. Even if she was injured, she still had to protect her child. Perhaps sensing the approach of a stranger, the little fox warily pricked up its furry little ears and turned its head left and right as though it was looking for the source of danger. At this moment, the 2 huge foxes also felt the presence of a stranger. They forced their weak bodies to stand up from the ground and let out low growls from time to time, as if warning them not to approach. Leng Ruoxue looked at the 2 foxes with fierce eyes, bared their teeth and growled while releasing the pressure of a transcendent divine beasts. However, their 4 limbs were trembling non-stop and she was speechless. She knew that these 2 foxes were not weak and were both level 5 transcendent divine beasts. However, with their unstable posture, could they scare them? Little fox, your injuries are so serious, you are not our match. Leng Ruoxue reminded helplessly. However, she admired the spirit of these 2 foxes. Human, we would rather die than be caught by you. The largest male fire fox glared at them with a pair of glass-like eyes and said viciously. Are you guys planning to self-destruct? Leng Ruoxue asked. Humph. I'd rather die in pieces than live in dishonor. The male fire fox said with great momentum. Although they were already at the end of their flight, they absolutely could not be looked down upon by the enemy. Foxes also had their dignity. Even if they died, they had to die with honor. Oh. Leng Ruoxue softly replied. Then, she summoned the charm, treasure and the shine from the bracelet. Perhaps it would be easier to communicate with the same kind. Cute master. Baby first affectionately rubbed against Leng Ruoxue as soon as Baby came out, then, it took small, square steps and very elegantly walked in front of the 3 fire foxes. He carefully sized up the 3 fire foxes before calmly saying, Little fire. Don't treat my master as an enemy. My master is the best master in the world. Humph. No human is trustworthy. The male fire fox said with extreme disdain. It had lived for several hundred years and was well aware of the evil habits of humans. In the past, the number of fire foxes that died at the hands of humans was not small. Many of them were even forced to become contract beasts of humans. From then on, they lost their freedom and were ordered by humans, becoming humans' hired thugs. Little fire. I admit that there are degenerates among humans, but you can't overturn a whole ship of people with one stick. My master and the rest are all good people. Moreover, my master can also save you and your wife. Baby said confidently. Hee. This temptation is big enough, right? There's no need for that. We would rather die than become contracted beasts of humans. Humph. To think that even the purple pupil snow fox has fallen to attach itself to humans. To think that you are the king of the fox race. You have disgraced our fox race. The male fire fox glanced at Charm and said in extreme disappointment. There were not many foxes in this world. Other than those that had been killed and contracted by humans, there were probably less than 100 that had free bodies. As for the purple pupil snow fox, it had long vanished. And the one it saw today had acknowledged humans as its master. Therefore, it was rather disappointed. Standing not far away, Charm, which was shot while lying down, was still depressed. The fury in its heart burned wildly. Who do you think it provoked? It still hadn't said anything. Why did this detestable male fox direct the fire onto it? Of course, it was still unclear about the current situation of the vast Heaven Continent's fox clan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so angry. Leng Ruoxue looked at the aggrieved Mei and held her in her arms, comforting her. Charm, patients are all unreasonable, let's not argue with them. Charm nodded its furry little head. Its beautiful purple eyes were filled with tears of grievance. It would not bicker with a heavily injured and unreasonable fox even though this fire fox despised it. That would be too ungentlemanly. Good girl. Leng Ruoxue caressed its soft fur and felt a little guilty in her heart. Sigh. Initially, she thought it would be easier to communicate with her own kind. However, she was clearly wrong because this was clearly a little angry fox. However, she, who had always liked small animals, would not be calculative with a bad-tempered beast. Furthermore, she could not bear to let the little fox, who had just been born and had not fully opened her eyes, lose the protection of her parents and become an orphan. Therefore, she would save these two unfriendly beasts. Thinking up to here, Leng Ruoxue took out 2 round and pure white medicinal pellets and said to the male fox, I never thought of making you guys my contract beasts. I just want to help you guys. Here are 2 medicinal pellets, enough to treat your injuries. Of course, whether you eat it or not is up to you. After she finished speaking, Leng Ruoxue handed the medicinal pill to Dazzle. She indicated for Dazzle to place the medicinal pill beside them. After that, she gave everyone a look and everyone left with large strides. It was close to noon. Leng Ruoxue and the others found a random place to start a fire and prepare lunch. After the fire was lit, Leng Ruoxue placed the fish and meat she had prepared on the fire and sat down. Shuer, are you unhappy? The freak sat down beside Shuer and asked. No, it's normal for beasts not to like humans. It's not like I only found out today. Leng Ruoxue shook her head. She never liked to use her warm face to stick to other people's cold buttocks. If it wasn't for that newborn fox, she wouldn't have meddled in other people's business. Moreover, because she had loved animals since she was young, she couldn't ignore beasts. Therefore, even though the 2 big foxes were very wary of her, she still left them some medicine that could treat injuries. She hoped that the 2 stubborn fire foxes and their wife would work hard to live for their children. Cute master, I love you the most. Baby jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and said coquettishly. Then, it continued to rub against her chest. Be good. Leng Ruoxue caressed her baby's fur and said happily. Oh, her beasts were all so cute, she was already very satisfied. So, why did she have to take it to heart because of a beast that viewed humans as an enemy? Master. I'm very happy that you're my master. Charm also jumped into Leng Ruoxue's embrace and said with a face full of reliance. Even though she had just been looked down upon by her own kind, she was very glad that she had a master who cared about Beast and treated Beast like a family member. Charm is getting cuter and cuter. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with satisfaction. Shuer, am I not cute? The freak immediately protested. Cute. Leng Ruoxue quickly coaxed. Sigh. The freak always liked to fight for favor with her beast. She really couldn't do anything to him. That's more like it. The freak nodded in satisfaction. Miss, the food is ready. At this time, Fengda suddenly walked over and said. Let everyone come and eat. The meat is almost done roasting, Leng Ruoxue said. Then, she used a dagger to cut a few pieces of golden roasted meat and handed them to the little beastie around her. Fengda and the others also walked over and sat around the fire. Everyone was eating the roasted meat in their hands as they chatted. Suddenly, a red light flashed. After that, Lu Tao realized that the meat in her hands had disappeared. Where's my roast meat? Lu Tao asked in confusion. The red light was too fast for her to react. When she came back to her senses, the meat in her hand had already disappeared. Lu Tao, your meat is over there. Fengda pointed at the little fiery red beast that was eating the roasted meat with its eyes half closed and a slightly speechless expression. It's that little fox. Isn't it just born? Why is it so fast? Lu Tao was a little speechless. She was a mystic monarch after all. Her roasted meat was actually stolen by a little fox who had yet to fully open her eyes. If this got out, she would be too ashamed to face anyone. Fire foxes are most proficient in both fire and wind elements, and it specializes in speed, Charm explained. Little guy, why are you running around everywhere? Where are your parents? Leng Ruoxue picked up the little fire fox that was happily eating and asked in confusion. That way. The little fire fox gently pointed and said in a childish voice. At the same time, it didn't forget to nibble on the roasted meat in its paws. Oh, it was so fragrant. It couldn't resist the temptation of this delicious food, so it could only run over and snatch it. Leng Ruoxue looked in the direction the little fire fox was pointing at and saw 2 slightly shy fire foxes coming out from behind the bushes. Their fur was glossy and slippery, and their injuries were all healed. Why are you guys here? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. These two foxes hated humans so much, shouldn't they stay far away from them? Why did they follow them here? Don't tell her that this was purely a coincidence, she didn't believe it. Swear, this family of three has been tailing us all along. Empty said with a smile. Actually, he had already noticed the three little tails behind him, but he had not said anything about it. Oh. Why are you following us? Leng Ruoxue was speechless. What are these foxes up to? We're here to thank you. The fire fox couple looked at each other before the male fox spoke. There's no need to thank me. I gave you the medicinal pills because I didn't want this little fire fox to become an orphan at such a young age, and not because I want you to thank me. Leng Ruoxue said with a slightly cold tone. She still couldn't quite figure out what these two foxes wanted to do. However, she wouldn't think too much of herself and think that this fox couple was moved by her and wanted to sacrifice themselves. We. The male fox's face was filled with embarrassment. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He even stuttered. What do you guys want? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. Why did this hot-tempered male fox become so shy? Where did its imposing manner go? We don't have anywhere to go. The female fox could only speak up seeing that her husband couldn't speak. Leng Ruoxue was speechless. They had nowhere to go, what did it have to do with her? Could it be that they wanted her to take them in? Oh. This wasn't a shelter. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to occupy a territory. Empty smiled and said. These two foxes were both level 5 super divine beasts. If he said that he couldn't find a place to live in this mountain, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Our home has been taken over by another even more powerful beast, so we have no home to return to now, the fox mother said with a hint of sadness in her voice. It was getting harder and harder to encounter other foxes of the same species as her, but this woman had 3 of them by her side, and one of them was even a king of the fox clan. Thus, after discussing among themselves after recovering from their injuries, the 2 of them wanted to follow by the side of that snow fox. It was just that, her husband had been very rude to that snow fox, so they were a little embarrassed to speak up. In addition, they didn't know if these people would take in their family of 3. You want me to take you in? Leng Ruoxue asked. Amen. The 2 foxes nodded their heads in unison. This woman had saved their lives. As for wanting to follow by the side of the snow fox, other than the fact that the fox was publicly acknowledged as the king of the fox clan, they also wanted to repay Leng Ruoxue for saving their lives. After all, Beast knew how to repay favors. Charm, what do you think? Leng Ruoxue lowered her head and asked the Mei in her arms. That male fox was very rude to them just now. If it wasn't friendly to her, she could argue with them, but she didn't want her beast to suffer. Master, leave them behind. Charm looked at the little fire fox, who was eating roasted meat with its head lowered, and then looked at the expectant couple. Her heart softened as she spoke. In truth, she could understand the anger of a naturally proud beast and it heard that its own kind recognized another as its master. If their positions were reversed today, it was afraid that its reaction would be even more intense. Thus, after thinking it through, it no longer felt angry. And, since Charm said to keep you guys, then you guys can stay in the group. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Thank you. The 2 fire foxes were very happy. After thanking him, the male fox walked in front of Charm and bowed slightly. Then, he said, sorry about earlier. I was just. However, before the male fox could finish, he was interrupted by Charm. It's all right. I'm not angry anymore. Also, I can understand why your reactions are so intense. Thank you. The male fox felt relieved after hearing what Charm said. Little fire. Did you just say that a beast stronger than you guys occupied your home? At this time, Baby asked curiously. Yes, we were injured by that beast. The male fox lowered his head and said gloomily. Sigh. If this human hadn't saved them, they would have died and their children wouldn't have survived. What beast is that? Baby continued asking. That beast is covered in flames. I'm not sure what species it is, but it's very powerful. It's a level 8 super divine beast. The male fire fox told him what it knew. If it wasn't for the fact that I was giving birth, the 2 of us might not have been its match even if we worked together, boo-hoo. The fire fox said with great self-reproach. When that beast attacked, it happened to be giving birth. Hence, not only did its husband have to deal with that powerful beast, he also had to divert his attention to worry about it. And the fire fox was severely injured in order to protect the mother and son. After giving birth, its body was weak and it was no match for that powerful enemy. That was why the husband and wife almost died. Sigh. Luckily, this human saved them. Otherwise, their child would probably not have survived. Level 8 Transcendent Divine Beast? Its strength is indeed not low. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Other than Icy, that beast should be the highest rank she knew until now. Swear, it's not bad if a level 8 Transcendent Divine Beast becomes a contract beast, Empty said with a smile. I already have a lot of beasts. Even if they haven't reached the strength of a level 8 Transcendent Divine Beasts, no one is their match if we attack them in groups. Leng Ruoxue smiled. To others, a level 8 Transcendent Divine Beasts might be attractive, but she wasn't too interested. Miss, that beast is of the fire attribute. It's the most suitable contract for young master, Lu Tao suggested. Thank you for your kind intentions, Peach Lu. However, I really don't need it. It's better to give it to other people. Leng Ruohan declined. His beasts were enough. Even though the other party was a level 8 transcendent divine beasts, he still had no intention of taking it. Moreover, he believed that in time, his beasts would also advance to level 8 transcendent divine beasts. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. If anyone else knew that a level 8 transcendent divine beasts had appeared here, they would have come to capture it long ago. However, you guys are actually making excuses. Sigh. This is too much, Wu Xiao teased. So what if it's a level 8 transcendent divine beast? If my beast uses a tag team battle, it will still have to surrender. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. In fact, she knew that the higher the rank of the beast, the more prideful it would be and the harder it would be to tame it. Moreover, she did not want it to be difficult for strong beasts. Therefore, unless it was necessary, she would not use beast taming to forcefully tame those arrogant beasts. Moreover, she seemed to prefer raising them from a young age, hee. Therefore, although her beasts had yet to reach the 8th rank, their feelings for her were very deep. It was not something ordinary beasts could compare to. Yes, yes. My cute master, isn't it just a level 8 super divine beast? Don't be afraid, leave it to us, baby said confidently. Hee. They did not like to play by the rules, so they were not afraid of level 8 super divine beasts. Of course, that was excluding freaks like Icy. Master, I'll reach level 8 sooner or later, Charm said. Well, it had decided to cultivate hard and strive to become a level 9 transcendent divine beasts as soon as possible. Even though it might not be comparable to the Ice Qilin in terms of bloodline, it believed that it would not be inferior to the Qilin if it advanced to level 9 transcendent divine beast. And, I'm already very satisfied with you guys. Leng Ruoxue raised the 2 furry little beasts in her arms high up in front of her. Oh, her own beast looked so cute no matter how she looked at it. Hee. Our young Miss Beast pets are all delivered to her doorstep. Fengde said with a smile. He knew from the past that his young Miss attraction to beast pets was unrivaled. Sigh. You guys. Wu Qing sighed, his handsome face full of helplessness. Shuer, are we going to look for that level 8 super divine beast? Leng Qingtian, who had been silent all this while, asked. Let's go, we can train our beasts. Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and said. Although she was not very interested in the level 8 super divine beast, it was not bad to let the beast be a sparring partner for her own beast. I'll bring you there, the male fox volunteered. It was so excited. It finally had a chance to take revenge. Now that it and its wife were working together with this lady's beasts, that level 8 transcendent divine beast would definitely surrender. It was even more confident with a backer. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Looking at the excitement of the fire fox couple, she knew that these 2 little guys also wanted revenge. After everyone finished eating and tidied up, the fire fox couple led them to their former residence. After walking for nearly an hour and passing through several mountains, Leng Ruoxue and the others were brought to a mountain stream by Huohu and his wife. Before they even got close, they could already see 2 streams of fiery red magma like 2 red ribbons crossing the mountain stream, splitting the entire mountain stream into 2. It's so hot in here, Vonda said, unable to stand the heat. At the same time, she kept wiping the sweat from her forehead with her hand. This is the core of the entire fiery mountain, of course it's hot. Leng Ruoxue said knowingly. These 2 fire foxes were super divine beasts with both fire and wind attributes, so they naturally liked places with abundant fire attribute spiritual energy. Master, I like this place, hee. Feng Zhan chuckled as it spoke. It was so comfortable that its eyes were half closed, and its face was filled with enjoyment. Suddenly, Feng Zhan fell from Leng Ruoxue's shoulders with a plop sound, its claws hitting the ground. Who asked you to be so proud of yourself? Now, extreme joy brings sorrow. Fengde laughed happily. Damn it. Why did you kick me? Feng Zhan glared at the treasure that had yet to retract its leg and roared out fiercely. Because you're not pleasing to the eye. Humph. Who asked you to be so complacent? Baby said with a furious expression. After that, he released another water element profound technique that completely drenched Feng Zhan. Master, my darling is bullying me. Feng Zhan, who was drenched like a soup bird, had tears in its eyes as it looked at Leng Ruoxue pitifully. Unfortunately, it was ignored by its own master. Where is that level 8 transcendent divine beast? Leng Ruoxue pretended not to see Feng Zhan's pleading expression and said directly to the fire fox. It's in that cave. The male fire fox pointed at the cave nearby. Then, it looked at Feng Zhan with extreme sympathy. Sigh. Poor little red bird. It knew that other than fire attribute beasts, the other beasts wouldn't like this place, yet she was still so arrogant. Who else would he kick if not you? Oh, let's go in. Leng Ruoxue said. After that, she directly walked past Feng Zhan who was still lying on the ground acting shamelessly and headed towards the cave that Gong Huohu had mentioned. Everyone looked at Feng Zhan with sympathy and quickly followed Leng Ruoxue. Master, wait for me. Woo. Seeing this, Feng Zhan hurriedly got up from the ground and flew towards Leng Ruoxue. At the same time, it was a little depressed. Why did a trick of self-injury not work today? Actually, what it didn't know was that Leng Ruoxue also felt that it was a little too proud, so she deliberately ignored it. When Feng Zhan chased after them, Leng Ruoxue and the others were already standing at the entrance of the cave. The cave was about half the height of a person and wasn't very big. However, when they looked into the cave through the entrance, it was pitch black inside. Therefore, they were hesitating whether they should all enter. Master, leave the vanguard to me. Feng Zhan said with an ingratiating expression. It looked extremely obedient. Let's go in together. Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and said. There were level 8 super divine beasts inside. She was really worried about letting Feng Zhan go into scout. Furthermore, this was the fire fox's home, so they should be very familiar with the situation inside. With the two fire foxes leading the way, it would definitely be much safer than Feng Zhan going in himself. Previous chapter. Next, N. Feng Zhan quickly nodded his head and obediently stood on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder. Miss, apart from that level 8 transcendent divine beasts, there shouldn't be any other danger here. The male fire fox thought for a while and said. Even though this was their home, they had never ventured deep into the volcano before. Hence, they were not very clear about what was in the depths of the volcano. Let's go in. Leng Ruoxue turned around and said to everyone. As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, the fire fox couple jumped into the cave first, followed by Feng Zhan, Charm and Baby. Swear, I'll go in first. The demon said, then bent down and entered the cave. Okay. Leng Ruoxue agreed. She knew that the demon wanted to protect her, so she was very willing to give this opportunity to the demon. When everyone entered the cave one by one, they were surprised to discover that the situation inside was different from what they had seen outside. From the outside, the inside of the cave was pitch black. However, after entering, they realized that it was actually very spacious and bright inside. There were even sparks flashing on the fiery red walls from time to time. Moreover, the fire attribute spiritual energy here was also quite rich. Feng Zhan, this place seems to be bigger than the volcano beneath your phoenix nest. Leng Ruoxue sized up the surroundings before speaking. Yes. Feng Zhan nodded. This place was indeed much better than the volcano beneath their phoenix nest because the area here was large enough. Moreover, the location of their phoenix nest wasn't something that could be chosen by the Phoenix clan. Otherwise, they would have chosen a good place to be their home. Miss, that level 8 transcendent divine beasts should be at the magma pool, the male fire fox explained, because they also live there. Bring us there. Leng Ruoxue instructed. Yes. The male fire fox nodded. Then, he led Leng Ruoxue and the others to turn left and right. Soon, they arrived at their former residence. After Leng Ruoxue and the rest reached the magma pool, they looked around but did not find any beast. As for Feng Zhan, who was standing on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder, when it saw the fiery red lava pool that was emitting bubbles, it was as if it saw its own family. It directly flew to the side of the lava pool and plunged in. It doesn't mind being hot. Feng De said with a face full of black lines. He was so scared that his heart was trembling, and he couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. If it were him, he would have been roasted a long time ago. Humph. That little firebird loves lava the most. Baby said with disdain. Just as Baby finished speaking, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Two fiery red flames soared into the sky. One big and one small, they faced each other in midair. Damn it, who dares to snatch my territory without a care for their own lives? The huge flame roared angrily. Its powerful voice frightened Feng De and the others so much that they were trembling all over. Of course, they weren't scared. It was just that this voice was too valiant, comparable to the lion's roar. TCH, this is clearly the territory of those two big foxes. You actually have the nerve to say that it's yours. Feng Zhan said with contempt. This was really a good place. No wonder this fire phoenix had taken a fancy to it. You are the fire phoenix? Why haven't I seen you before? The huge flame felt the aura of its own kind and asked with some doubt. This fire phoenix's aura was very unfamiliar. It wasn't from their clan. Who do you think you are? Why must I let you see me? Feng Zhan said provocatively. Even though its strength was inferior to the fire phoenix's bloodline suppression was no use on him. Moreover, it had many helpers. Therefore, it was child's play to deal with this fire phoenix. Damn it, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The fire phoenix was enraged. The consequences were extremely dire. In addition, it was better to act than to be tempted. After which, it launched an attack towards Feng Zhan. In an instant, two balls of fire, one big and one small, intertwined. The fiery red flames burned with sparks, dancing in the enclosed cave. Everyone was dazzled by what they saw. Young lady, why isn't Feng Zhan transforming? Asked Lu Tao in confusion. That fire phoenix was so huge, so Feng Zhan would be at a disadvantage if he disguised himself. The small one is more agile. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. The difference in strength caused Feng Zhan to be very clear that even if he transformed, he would not be a match for this fire phoenix. Therefore, he might as well use the small one to fight the big one and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. Miss, let me help it. The male fire fox looked at the two balls of flames fighting in midair and said eagerly. It never expected that the beast that had stolen its territory was actually a fire phoenix. Sigh. The fire phoenix's bloodline pressure was above it, and its body was burning with flames. No wonder it couldn't tell what kind of beast it was. However, what surprised it even more was that the small bird was also from the Feng clan. Go. Leng Ruoxue nodded. She knew that the fire fox couple wanted to take revenge, so she naturally wouldn't stop them. Young miss, that fire phoenix is a shrew. It's really too scary, Feng De said with a face full of fear. Oh, this was the first time he had heard of a beast that claimed to be his mother. Damn it, who are you calling a shrew? Even though Fengda's voice was not loud, it could not escape the ears of a level 8 transcendent divine beast. Therefore, when it heard someone call it a shrew, it was a little angry. Humph. It especially hated hearing that word. Thinking of this, it split out a flame and attacked Fengda. Ah! Miss, save me! When Fengda saw the flame, he hurriedly cried for help. Boo-hoo! He did not like fire. Leng Ruoxue helplessly shook her head. After that, a fire attribute profound energy was released from her fingertip and she used the flame. How could this be? Seeing its own flame being absorbed by Leng Ruoxue, the fire phoenix couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Oh, you are indeed a shrew. However, your opponent is me. You are not allowed to be distracted. When Feng Zhan saw that the fire phoenix was actually in a mental state while fighting with it, it could not help but say with some dissatisfaction. Damn it! You're not allowed to call me a shrew. The fire phoenix instantly returned to its senses when it heard the word shrew, and then it roared fiercely at Feng Zhan. Humph. And you say you're not a shrew? I've never seen a phoenix as rude as you. Feng Zhan laughed evilly and provoked, then it found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. The male fire fox on the ground kept its eyes fixed on the two beasts and took advantage of their bickering to launch a sneak attack. Ah! Damn it, you all are too despicable. The fire phoenix who was successively ambushed became furious, truly wishing to cut this bird and fox into pieces. This is called all is fair in war. Humph. You said we're despicable, but aren't you despicable? Taking advantage of the fact that the fire fox is about to give birth to a baby and stealing other people's territory. You're the most despicable villain. Feng Zhan said with a face full of contempt. In this world, the strong are respected. Their strength is inferior to mine, so it's natural for them to give up their territory to me, the fire phoenix explained. It did not feel that there was anything wrong with snatching someone else's territory because this was the law of the jungle in the beast world. Yes, what you said makes sense. Then I'll seize your territory. Feng Zhan nodded and said. You want to snatch my territory? Can you defeat me? The F mocked. In truth, it was furious in its heart because this fellow was really too cunning. It actually used its impersonation to fight with it, causing its attacks to be unable to hit the fire phoenix. It was really infuriating. TCH, although my strength is inferior to yours, I have helpers. Feng Zhan said proudly. Just as he finished speaking, the male fox on the ground took the opportunity and successfully ambushed him again. Ah, the fire phoenix cried out in shock. After that, it glared fiercely at the male fox on the ground who was slightly complacent. It was really courting death. It actually dared to spank its butt. You are screaming so wildly. Could it be that you have hit an important part of your body? Feng Zhan laughed evilly. Its eyes were looking at a certain part of the fire phoenix. The expression on its face was really wretched. Damn it, you pervert. The fire phoenix was enraged by Feng Zhan's bloodshot eyes, and the flames on its body burned even more intensely. Listening to the conversation between the two beasts, Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, they couldn't help but think to themselves, Feng Zhan, you are so evil. At this moment, Silver Wings' dissatisfied voice came from Leng Ruoxue's heart. Master, I want to go out and teach this fire phoenix a lesson. Silver Wings, who had been shot while lying down, was furious. Alright then. Leng Ruoxue helplessly moved the Silver Wolves representatives out from the bracelet. She knew that the fire phoenixes, you pervert, had definitely caused the Silver Wolves to be dissatisfied. Her beasts all had very strong self-esteem. After the Silver Wolves came out, they formed a circle with tacit understanding and surrounded Feng Zhan and the fire phoenix in midair. Feng Zhan, quickly get this female bird off. Silver Wings roared loudly, and an angry aura emitted from its nose. How do we get it? Feng Zhan asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. It wanted to lure the fire phoenix down, but this female beast did not fall for it. Feng Zhan, take out your manly courage and force yourself on it. A silver wolf suggested with a serious expression. I don't want it. My standards are very high. I don't fancy such a shrew. Feng Zhan said with a face full of disdain. In its heart, it couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Why would this silver wolf have such thoughts? It was so depressed that it wanted to vomit blood. Damn perverts, I won't let you off. You're dead. When the fire phoenix heard the silver wolf's suggestion to get that fire phoenix to rape it, it was so angry that it almost vomited blood. Hey, you female firebird. You scolded others as pervert just now and now you're scolding us. Did our wolf clan offend you? Why are you making things difficult for us? Silver Wings roared with an unfriendly expression. It was so angry that the fur on its body almost stood up. You're all perverts to begin with, the fire phoenix said disapprovingly. Humph. If it wasn't a pervert, would that damned silver wolf have such obscene suggestions? On the battlefield, the beasts were engaged in a heated war of words, while Leng Ruoxue and the rest were whispering to each other. Schwer, your beast is really extraordinarily powerful, huh? Empty laughed naughtily. He almost burst out laughing when he heard the silver wolf's suggestion. How could there be such a cute beast? That's right. Leng Ruoxue's forehead was filled with black lines. She was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Sob, this was too embarrassing. How could her beast Beast have such evil thoughts? However, when her beast said those words in an incomparably serious manner, it was really extremely cute. A fire phoenix isn't that easy to force. Icy, which was lying in Leng Ruoxue's embrace after it came out with the silver wolves to watch the show, spoke with a serious expression. But I can help, Icy added. Leng Ruoxue wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Then, she looked at Empty with a faint smile and felt a little better. It seemed her beast wasn't the only one that was powerful. It was even more powerful and domineering here. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. Empty said without any composure. Okay. Icy replied happily and then jumped into the battlefield. Feng Zhan, who was in midair, looked at the ice unicorn that suddenly jumped out and was shocked in its heart. He almost fell from the sky. Woo! Was this fellow here to cause trouble? With Icy around, they could forget about attacking. Little Feng, I've come to help you. Icy glanced at Feng Zhan, who had a bitter expression, and said with a smile. Oh, it seemed like it hadn't made a move for a long time and its hooves were itching. Icy then opened its mouth and started brewing. A little dog actually dares to send itself to death. It really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The depressed fire phoenix said with a bit of mockery when it saw the little dog that suddenly rushed into the battlefield. You'll regret it if you look down on it. Feng Zhan kindly reminded and gloated at the fire phoenix. One had to know that Icy hated people calling it puppy the most. Hee. Apart from the fire fox and its wife who didn't know the truth, everyone present, as well as the beasts all looked at the fire phoenix with sympathy. At this time, Icy was almost done brewing. Its large mouth opened and closed, and a few sneezes were released from its mouth. With several loud bangs, the fire phoenix in the air was knocked down from the sky by that powerful sneeze without the slightest bit of preparation. As soon as the fire phoenix fell to the ground, the silver wolves that were on standby swarmed up and began to beat up the fire phoenix that was using them as a bargaining chip. When the fire fox couple saw the situation before them, they were stunned for a moment. However, they quickly reacted and joined the army. In an instant, fiery red feathers flew everywhere, and the painful cries of the fire phoenix could be heard from time to time. Save me! The fire phoenix cried out for help for the umpteenth time. Unfortunately, not a single person was willing to help it. Young lady, that fire phoenix is so pitiful. Cui Zhu said with some sympathy. Being soft-hearted to the enemy is the same as being cruel to yourself. Therefore, we definitely cannot sympathize with it. Baby said with a calm expression. Although it did not attack this time, it was still cheering. Baby is right. Leng Ruoxue caressed Baby's head and said happily. After an unknown period of time, the cries of the fire phoenix became weaker and weaker, and the beasts were also done fighting. At this time, Icy slowly walked over. When the beasts saw it, they felt that they had to give it space. Do you still dare call me a puppy? Icy looked down from above, its face full of arrogance. It extended a hoof, purposely stepping on the fire phoenix's wound, feeling extremely discontent inside. Humph. It would have killed this bird if not for the fact that it was from the Phoenix clan. No, I don't dare to, boo-hoo. The fire phoenix's face was filled with grievance as it carefully said. This fellow was really too abnormal. Just a few sneezes had caused it to be dazed. Not only that, but it actually didn't have the strength to retaliate in front of this little dog. At this moment, it also knew that this little dog's strength was above its own, so it didn't dare to act rashly. Humph. If you dare to call me a puppy again, I don't care if you are from the Phoenix clan, I will still roast and eat all your fur. Icy threatened. No, I don't dare anymore. The fire phoenix's fiery red eyes were full of tears, and it said with a face full of fear. Boo-hoo. It already didn't have many feathers left on its body, so it didn't want to become a bald fire phoenix. At least you know what's good for you. Little Feng, you can deal with this little fire phoenix however you want. It doesn't matter if you force yourself on it. Icy nodded its head in satisfaction, then said to Feng Zhan with a mischievous smile. I don't want to. My standards are very high. Feng Zhan was terrified to the point of trembling, and it hurriedly said. Sigh. Little Feng doesn't like you. Why don't I find you another bird? Icy frowned as it thought. No, there's no need. Thank you for your kind intentions. The flame phoenix said in a depressed manner. It was so scared that its body was trembling. Boo-hoo, this puppy was too terrifying. It decided that it would stay away from all puppies in the future. Hee, since that's the case, then I won't say anything more. In the future, you have to listen to Little Snowy. You have to do whatever she tells you to do. You are not allowed to resist, and you are not allowed to talk back. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Icy made its request without any hesitation. Yes, I understand. The fire phoenix said softly. Boo-hoo. Even though it did not know who Little Snowy was, it did not dare to disobey the little dog's words. Its heart was filled with regret. Boo-hoo. If it had known earlier, why would it leave the clan? Now, not only was it beaten up, it might even become a contract beast of a human. Even though it was extremely unwilling, it did not have any thoughts of resisting under the pressure of that little dog. Follow me. Icy pointed at the fire phoenix with its little hooves. After speaking, it walked in front, while the pitiful flame phoenix limped behind it obediently. Little Snowy, this fire phoenix is yours. Icy jumped into Leng Ruoxue's embrace and found a comfortable position to lie down on as it fawned over her. I don't want to. Leng Ruoxue looked up and down at the fire phoenix that was covered in injuries and looked pitiful. Her beautiful face was filled with disdain. Ugh. The fire phoenix, who was lamenting in its heart that it was about to become a contract beast of the human race, heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Not only did it not feel happy, it felt depressed instead. It was a phoenix. As a level 8 transcendent divine beasts, the genius of the new generation in the clan, it was actually despised by a small human. How could its proud heart accept this? Why? Icy blinked its beautiful ice blue eyes and asked in confusion. This beast's strength was not bad. At least it was stronger than that kitten. Why didn't little Snowy want it? I don't lack beasts. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Little Snowy, no one will complain about having too many beasts. Of course, Icy knew that little Snowy did not lack beasts. However, if they could contract more, who would complain about having too many beasts? One had to know that beasts were the greatest help in battle. Master, if you don't want to contract it, then let it be my subordinate. Feng Zhan flew over and spoke with an evil smile on its face. Hehe, taking in a level 8 transcendent divine beast as an errand boy, let's see if that cat still dares to bully it in the future. Little Feng, didn't you say you were not interested in it? Icy said meaningfully, its furry little face had a wretched smile. I just want to find an errand girl. Feng Zhan said somewhat angrily. However, it did not dare to flare up in front of this pervert. Boo-hoo, this little dog was not someone it could provoke. Oh. Little Snowy, since I've already given you this fire phoenix, you can decide. Icy intentionally made a long, oh sound and then calmly said to Leng Ruoxue. Do any of you want to contract this fire phoenix? Leng Ruoxue asked indifferently. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads in fear. What a joke. Who would dare to contract a beast that was so strong? Wouldn't that be finding an ancestor for themselves? So, no matter how strong this beast was, they would still keep a respectful distance because they couldn't afford it. Moreover, how could they lose a beast if they followed their miss? Oh, looks like no one wants to contract you. Feng Zhan, I'll give it to you as a subordinate. Leng Ruoxue said generously. Hee. Thank you, master. Feng Zhan said happily. With a level 8 transcendent divine beast as its subordinate, it would definitely be able to do whatever it wanted in front of that little white cat in the future. Little fire phoenix, from now on, you're my subordinate. You have to protect this big brother. Feng Zhan said to the depressed fire phoenix again. Yes, the fire phoenix said, a little depressed. Moreover, it was definitely not just depressed. It had originally thought that it would become a contract beast for humans, but it had actually been looked down upon by all the humans present. Boo-hoo. Even though it was better to be a subordinate to its own kind than to be a contract beast for humans, for some reason, it felt uncomfortable in its heart. Alright, from now on, we're all on the same side. Fire Phoenix, you're the strongest amongst the beasts but you're not allowed to bully other beasts. Leng Ruoxue warned. She was afraid that this proud phoenix wouldn't be convinced and would bully her cute beasts, so she naturally had to say the ugly words first. I understand. The fire phoenix said in an extremely wronged manner. Boo-hoo, its strength was clearly not the strongest, okay? That little dog was. However, it definitely did not dare to say these words under the threat of Icy's gaze. Let's go. Can we go out from that side? Leng Ruoxue pointed to the other side of the passage and asked. If they went back the way they came, it would be a bit far. Should be able to. The fire phoenix said with uncertainty. Ever since it occupied this place, it had always been cultivating in the magma pool, not going there. Shuer, let's go over there and try. Empty suggested. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head. After that, she pulled the two of them to walk side by side at the front. No one else followed closely behind. The few little beasts and the limping fire phoenix walked at the back. Little fire bird, don't even think about escaping. Silver Wing, who was following behind the fire phoenix, warned. I have no intention of escaping. The fire phoenix angrily denied. In fact, it really did have that thought. However, it didn't dare to implement it because it was very afraid of that little dog. Now that its thoughts had been seen through by that damned pervert, it was furious. Hee. Its injuries are so serious, where can it run to? The male fire fox gloated. Seeing this fire phoenix covered in wounds and limping, it was even happier than killing its enemy. You're right. Silver Wings sized up the fire phoenix and then said indifferently, hee. Master didn't give it any healing medicinal pills, probably afraid that it'll flee. If its injuries really recover, then it'll probably be difficult to capture it again. Leng Ruoxue and the others walked through two passageways and saw the exit. This entrance was much bigger than the one they entered earlier. The two of them could walk out side by side. However, when they got closer, they realized why no one entered or left this entrance. It was because the bottom of the entrance was made up of endless fiery red magma and a sea of fire. The scorching temperature inside was something even fire attribute beasts could not withstand. Little fire phoenix, how nice this place is. Tell me, why are you fighting over territory with the fire fox? Feng Zhan said with a grin. It was too hot here, and it could barely stand it. If you like it, you can stay here. The fire phoenix rolled its eyes at Feng Zhan and angrily said. Forget about the fact that it had not discovered this place back then. Even if it had seen it, it would not have chosen this place. Other than the heat, there was basically not much fire attribute spiritual aura here. Only a fool would like this place. Stop arguing, think about how to get out. Leng Ruoxue said with a headache. Sigh. If she had known this would happen, she would have gone back the way she came. It was stuffy and hot here, the air had evaporated, how could she still see the spiritual aura? Master, let little fire phoenix take us up there. Feng Zhan suggested. Even though it was hot here, it was still bearable for the fire phoenix clan. Moreover, the fire phoenix's strength was high, so it naturally had to do the manual labor. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, she put her grandfather and the rest of the beast men into her bracelet, leaving only the monster, Wu, Icy and Feng Zhan outside. What about them? The fire phoenix asked in surprise when it saw the others and the beast disappeared in front of it. Bring us out. Leng Ruoxue instructed, not answering the fire phoenix's question. Yes. The fire phoenix indicated for Leng Ruoxue and the other two beasts to sit on its back. Then, it flapped its wings and flew high up, leaving the cave. However, its heart was constantly thinking about the whereabouts of those people and beasts that had disappeared. After flying to a safe place, the fire phoenix descended while Leng Ruoxue and the others immediately jumped off its back. After that, she moved grandfather and the others out from the bracelet. When the fire phoenix saw all of this, its face was filled with disbelief. However, it did not ask anything else. However, it could not help but think in its heart, It seemed that this human had many secrets. Shuer, where is this place? Leng Qingtian looked at the bare hill in front of him and asked in confusion. Was this still the fiery mountain? It didn't seem as hot as before. This is the place? Leng Ruoxue looked at the scenery in front of her and shook her head. She didn't know where they were either. At this moment, they were on a hill and there were roads on both sides. She didn't know where they led to. Miss, this should be the southernmost area of Fiery Mountain. This place is already very far from the center of the Fiery Mountain, so it's not that hot anymore. The male fire fox carefully observed the terrain, then opened his mouth to speak. Those pink eyes were filled with admiration for Leng Ruoxue. That was because it never thought that this human woman would actually have such a beautiful space even in its dreams. The spirit chi inside was simply not something any place in the vast heaven continent could compare to. And this made it even more determined. It wanted to follow their determination. Oh. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Before she could figure out which direction to go, she saw a group of people coming from the left. There were about 30 people in this group. The one leading them was a middle-aged man with ordinary facial features and a pair of extremely bright eyes. He gave off an extraordinary presence and possessed the strength of a mystic sovereign. Not only that, most of these people were actually mystic sovereign. Only a small portion were mystic monarchs. Are you also here to look for the fire ginseng? After seeing Leng Ruoxue and the others, the middle-aged man in the lead asked enthusiastically. That's right. Leng Ruoxue's gaze collided with the freak's. After that, she faintly replied, even though she had no idea where the fire ginseng was. Since fate has brought us together, why don't we go together? The middle-aged man said straightforwardly and extended an invitation to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Uncle, their strength is so low. If we bring them along, they'll be a burden to us. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, someone immediately became displeased. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes and sized up the woman who spoke. She smiled lightly and said, thank you for your kind intentions. Since you're afraid we'll drag you down, then let's go our separate ways. Humph. At least you know what's good for you, the woman said proudly. I'm really sorry. I originally thought that the more people there were, the stronger I would be. I didn't expect. The middle-aged man said a little embarrassedly. He only spoke halfway before fiercely glaring at the woman who called him uncle. It doesn't matter, Leng Ruoxue said with some disapproval. However, she was thinking about how to get the ginseng out of their mouths. After all, Qingju had given her a mission just now, telling her to get the ginseng. Sigh. If only the baby was here. That way, even if she didn't ask, she would know what she wanted. Then we'll take our leave. The middle-aged man said somewhat embarrassedly. Then, he led the group past Leng Ruoxue and the others and headed towards the depths. Shuer, are you following them? Empty asked softly. He knew that Shuer was probably interested in the fire ginseng. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Since she didn't have a chance to get information out of him, she decided to follow behind them to where the fire ginseng might appear. Seeing Leng Ruoxue nod her head, everyone followed readily behind that group of people, heading deeper into the mountain. After walking for about an hour, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at a cave that was half a person tall. This seemed to be their destination because there were already many people gathered there. Hey! Why are you all so shameless? Why are you following us? The woman was no longer calm after seeing Leng Ruoxue and the others. What a joke. Does the road belong to your family? Only you can walk, but we can't. Besides, there are so many people here. Did they all follow you here? Feng De questioned with a face full of disdain. Mayor, shut up. The middle-aged man growled in anger. Sigh. This niece of his was really too insensible. There were so many people here, how could she have the right to speak? Miss Lu, we arrived here first. At this moment, a young man said with a faint smile. However, his gaze could not help but drift to Leng Ruoxue. The reason why he said this was to give Leng Ruoxue a good impression. Miss Lu, heavenly treasures don't belong to whoever gets there first. Another person echoed. You guys. Everyone's strange gazes made Lu Mei's beautiful face turn red. It's all your fault. I really don't know how you seduced them, to actually make them stand on your side. Lu Mei raged with jealousy, her face full of anger as she pointed the spearhead at Leng Ruoxue. Hearing Lu Mei's words, Leng Ruoxue was depressed. Sigh. What did this have to do with her? Did she get shot while lying down? Women who were burning with jealousy were indeed unreasonable, but this was the first time she had seen this woman. So, she really couldn't understand why this woman was so hostile towards her. Suddenly, Pa. Lu Tao slapped Lu Mei's face, making her dumbfounded. How can you slander my young miss? You really don't know what's good for you. Peach roared in anger, fully displaying her hidden lion-like qualities. My dear Lu Tao, does it hurt? You can just kill this kind of woman directly. Why do you have to do it yourself? Fengde took Lu Tao's fair and tender hand and gently blew on it, then said with a face full of heartache. That's true. Lu Tao nodded in agreement. Everyone, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault for not disciplining her properly. Please let Mayor off on my account. The middle-aged man hurriedly pleaded. Even though this niece of his was quite annoying sometimes, he couldn't just watch as these people killed Mayor right in front of him. Uncle. They're just some great mystic cultivators. Why are you begging them? I don't believe they'd dare to kill me. Lu Mei snapped out of her daze. When she saw her uncle begging Leng Ruoxue and the others, she instantly felt upset. She couldn't care less about the burning pain on her face and directly shouted. Shut your mouth. The middle-aged man roared in anger. She really was a blind person. If these people didn't have any backing, would they dare come here to look for the fire ginseng? Looks like your niece doesn't appreciate your kindness. Leng Ruoxue smiled and said to the middle-aged man. I am truly sorry. Please give me some face and don't lower yourself to her level. She has been spoiled by my brother. The middle-aged man said in a very humble manner. I'm best at educating the daughters of spoiled, arrogant daughters. Do you want me to help you train her? Leng Ruoxue said sincerely. Oh, she really wanted to help. There's no need. It's fine as long as you don't mind her lack of manners. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. Then, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead without leaving a trace. He couldn't help but feel nervous. The people around you are all so fierce. If Mayor really fell into your hands, that would be great. I'm sorry, I'm being calculative. Leng Ruoxue said coldly. Then, she pulled the demon to a secluded spot and sat down. Ugh. The middle-aged man was speechless. He didn't expect that the other party wouldn't even give him face. Sigh. Schwer, why didn't you let me take action just now? After sitting down, the freak pulled Schwer into his embrace and unhappily said. He had originally wanted to teach that woman a lesson, but he was stopped by a look from Schwer. Now is not the time yet. It would not be too late to teach her a lesson if she is still alive after we obtain the fire ginseng. Leng Ruoxue said with a wicked smile. It was just an insignificant woman and she did not put her in her eyes at all. However, if they killed Lu Mei in public, even if the middle-aged man did not want to be their enemy, it would be impossible. Furthermore, this would expose their true strength. This would be very disadvantageous for them who were pretending to be weak to snatch the fire ginseng. Alright. Once we obtain the fire ginseng, we will kill that Lu Mei. The freak gritted his teeth. Humph. She had to be prepared to die since she dared to humiliate Schwer. Schwer, these teams aren't weak. There are a few teams that seem to be determined to obtain the fire ginseng. Empty led everyone over and sat down beside Leng Ruoxue as he whispered. No, I must get the fire ginseng. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Why? Empty asked in puzzlement. Schwer had so many natural treasures, so she shouldn't lack a fire ginseng, right? Head butler Qing Ju gave me a mission. He said that he doesn't have any fire ginseng in his herbs. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Oh, that's true. Empty nodded his head. He was very clear about Qing Ju's herbalism. Miss, the tent is ready. Shall we prepare dinner? Fengde suddenly asked at that time. Yes, I'm going to rest for a while. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head before entering the tent. Schwer, do you have another plan? The demon also came in and asked with a mischievous smile. Hee, just now Qing Ju told me that the fire ginseng is in the cave. Let's go in and take it out. Leng Ruoxue laughed lightly. Then, she summoned Ling Tian and instructed him to cast an invisibility spell on them. The two of them then swaggered into the cave. One couldn't even see their own fingers inside the cave. Leng Ruoxue and the freak held hands as they slowly walked inside. Master, do you want me to light a small flame? Feng Zhan, who was standing on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder, asked softly. No need, don't alert the guardian beast inside, Leng Ruoxue said. Sigh. Who knows what kind of guardian beast was inside, causing the people outside to not dare to enter. Qing Ju also had a serious expression. Oh. Feng Zhan responded softly and didn't say anything else to avoid alerting the enemy. As Leng Ruoxue and the freak walked on, they realized the fog was getting thicker and thicker. Moreover, there was poison in the fog. Leng Ruoxue quickly took out 3 detoxification pills from her bracelet and gave one each to the freak and Feng Zhan. She also took one herself, then the 3 of them continued to walk inside. Suddenly, dong. Leng Ruoxue kicked something. She subconsciously looked down and realized it was a bone of some unknown creature. Moreover, it wasn't just a bone on the ground. Shuer, be careful. The freak hugged Shuer's waist tightly and reminded. N. Leng Ruoxue suppressed the feeling of nausea and continued to walk in with the demon. Finally, after walking for an unknown period of time, the two of them arrived at a spacious stone chamber. The stone chamber before them was so clean that not a single speck of dust could be seen. On top of that, there were no traces of humans living in it at all. Other than a pool, there was nothing else in the stone chamber. The two of them came to the side of the pool and saw that it was filled with fiery red crystals. In the middle of the crystals was a palm-sized fire ginseng. At this moment, the small leaves of the fire ginseng were trembling non-stop. It was unknown if it was because of the wind or because of fear. Leng Ruoxue looked at the cute little fire ginseng and couldn't help but reach out to touch its leaves. However, she was stopped by the freak. Be careful. We don't know where the guardian beast is hiding, the freak said cautiously as his bright eyes searched the empty stone room. Master, this little fellow is afraid. Fengzhan carefully observed the little fire ginseng before speaking with extreme certainty. Scared? Could it be that it already has intelligence? Leng Ruoxue guessed with a face full of suspicion. If it really had a spirit, then she could not let this fire ginseng stay here. After thinking for a while, Leng Ruoxue directly asked, Little fire ginseng, if you can understand my words, shake your leaves. As soon as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, the cute leaves of the fire ginseng started to shake violently, as if afraid she would not understand. It seems that it really has intelligence. Leng Ruoxue said with joy. A fire ginseng that could produce intelligence, even if it wasn't 10,000 years old, it would be several thousand years old. Sister, don't eat me. At this time, a childish voice sounded in Leng Ruoxue's ears. Don't worry, I won't eat you. I'm here to help you. Leng Ruoxue quickly comforted. Really? Sister is a good person, the childish voice said happily. You idiot, how many times have I told you not to trust humans so easily? A slightly louder childish voice roared with a hint of disappointment. There are good humans too. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but defend the humans. Sigh. Could it be that he's another young nationalist? Humph. How can we believe the words of a human? The childish voice said stubbornly. It was obvious that it did not have a good impression of a human. Little Flame, I believe this sister is a good person, the childish voice said with slight grievance. In your eyes, is there anything bad? The little flame roared furiously. Boo-hoo. Don't cry. Little fire ginseng, is Little Flame your guardian beast? Leng Ruoxue coaxed helplessly. Sigh. This isn't another crybaby. Yes, I'm too stupid. Little Flame has been the one protecting me, the little fire ginseng said somewhat embarrassedly. Its small leaves shook again. Humph. You also know that you're stupid. Little Flame roared through gritted teeth. Boo-hoo. Little Flame is so fierce. The little fire ginseng felt extremely wronged, and its leaves trembled even more violently. Little Flame, where are you? Come out and let's talk. Leng Ruoxue helplessly said to Little Flame when she saw the two little guys fighting again. Human, I'm here. A fiery red transparent little head popped out from the middle of the pool's crystal stone just as Little Flame's voice fell. A pair of similarly fiery red eyes stared fixedly at Leng Ruoxue. You're Little Flame? Leng Ruoxue said in disbelief. This Little Flame was a small snake. However, this small snake was a little too beautiful. Its entire body was fiery red in a transparent shape. It looked like a glass-type jade, sparkling and translucent. Moreover, it was small and exquisite. No matter how one looked at it, it looked cute. Previous chapter. I'm this stupid fire ginseng's companion beast. Little Flame said with slight dissatisfaction. Even though it didn't know how these two people broke through the poisonous fog it set up and entered this stone room, since these two people could enter, then they probably could only surrender. Who asked it to promise that stupid fire ginseng? I'm not stupid. Boo-hoo. Before Leng Ruoxue could say anything, she saw a fat child suddenly appear in front of her and the freak and rebutted Little Flame's words. Boo-hoo. He could call himself stupid but not Little Flame. This fat child was about a year old. He was a little clumsy, fair and fat. He had a pair of big eyes that were as bright as black grapes. His long eyelashes were like two small fans that protected his clear eyes in the middle. He was only wearing a red bellyband and had a small braid on his head. He looked very likable. You are. Leng Ruoxue looked at the fat baby in front of her and was extremely happy. However, she was not sure if this was the legendary ginseng baby. If this little baby was a little fire ginseng, wouldn't he be 10,000 years old? Sister, I'm a small fire ginseng, the chubby baby said in a childish voice. Oh, he liked the smell on this sister's body. It made him want to get close to her. Little fire ginseng is so cute. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but pick up the chubby baby and said happily. Oh. This little fellow is as white and fat as Qingju. However, Qingju is too serious, while this little fellow is as pure as a piece of white paper, hee. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but touch and pinch this cute little guy. Shuer. The freak softly said with slight dissatisfaction. His dark starry eyes were filled with resentment. Hee. Leng Ruoxue laughed awkwardly. Then, she stopped eating its tofu and said seductively, little fire ginseng, it's not safe here. You'll be discovered at any time. Why don't you leave with me? After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking like a big bad wolf trying to abduct Little Red Riding Hood, she stopped talking and waited quietly for the little guy to make a decision. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Little Fire Ginseng's eyes met with the little red snakes. They looked at each other, then nodded their cute little heads and said, I believe sister is a good person. I'm willing to leave this place with elder sister. Woman, you are not allowed to bully the Little Fire Ginseng, and you are not allowed to eat it. Little Red Snake warned with a sharp gaze after hearing the Little Fire Ginseng's words. Humph. Even though its strength was not high, the poison in its body could even poison a mystic supremacy to death. How could big sister bear to eat such a cute little doll? 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she speechlessly said. However, she quite admired the little red snake's protective behavior. Humph. It's best if you don't. Remember what you said. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I die, said the little red snake fiercely. Then, it showed its sharp fangs in a show of force to prove that what it said was true. I love cute little animals and little children the most. Leng Ruoxue handed the little fire ginseng to the freak, then lifted the little red snake with her hand and guaranteed. Actually, she did not really like snakes. However, this little snake was so beautiful that it was impossible not to love it. Looking at the sparkling and translucent fiery red snake, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but reach out a finger to stroke the snake's body. It was cool and soft, it felt good to touch. Woman, don't touch me. Little red snake growled shyly, as if its entire body was on fire. Leng Ruoxue's hand trembled and 2 black lines appeared on her forehead. Could it be that snakes were also shy? And this little snake was obviously shy. Elder sister, Little Fire Ginseng is embarrassed, the Little Fire Ginseng said very honestly. However, it received a big eye roll from Little Red Snake. Oh, haha. Elder sister will bring you to a good place. Leng Ruoxue saw that the little fellow was really shy, so she kindly stopped teasing them. What kind of good place? The Little Fire Ginseng asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. You'll definitely like it there. Leng Ruoxue said with a mysterious expression. After that, with a thought, she brought the freak and the 3 little guys into the bracelet. After entering the bracelet, the Little Fire Ginseng and the Little Red Snake looked at everything in front of them with their mouths agape. They blinked their eyes hard. After confirming that everything in front of them was not an illusion, they all stared at Leng Ruoxue in disbelief and said in unison, where is this? Hee. Welcome our new members. Before Leng Ruoxue could reply, Qing Ju appeared in front of them. The little black dog and Hor also appeared with him. You. You're also a sprite. The Little Fire Ginseng stared with its big bright eyes and said with a face full of surprise. Even though it could not tell what the little baby and the little black dog, which were about the same size as itself, were, it could tell at a glance that the little red kitten was also a sprite. Yes, I am mommy's darling. My name is Hor said proudly. Then, she jumped into Leng Ruoxue's arms and rubbed against her affectionately. Elder sister is your mother. But, sister is clearly a human. The Little Fire Ginseng blinked its big eyes, its cute little face full of question marks. That's right. She's my mother. The first person I saw when I opened my eyes was her, Little Flame said proudly. You are so lucky, said the Little Fire Ginseng enviously. He knew that his sister was a good person. Stupid Fire Ginseng, you're looking down on me. The Little Red Snake was unhappy upon hearing the Little Fire Ginseng's words. This was because the first creature it saw when it opened its eyes was it. No. Little Flame is the best, the Little Fire Ginseng hurriedly said. Humph. At least you know your place. Little Red Snake said arrogantly. The 2 of you are so cute. By the way, Little Fire Ginseng, how did you get discovered? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. Since Little Fire Ginseng had a companion beast and had cultivated to human form, logically speaking, it shouldn't be discovered. It's all this fool's fault. He went to save someone out of the goodness of his heart, but his good intentions were not rewarded. He was targeted, said Little Red Snake angrily. Previous chapter. After Leng Ruoxue heard Little Red Snake's words, her gaze turned towards the depressed Little Fire Ginseng. Not long ago, someone broke into the cave and was injured by the poisonous fog. I gave him a ginseng root and he Idiot. How can you believe the words of a human? Little Flame roared angrily, its face full of disappointment. Here are good humans too. Elder sister is one. Little Fire Ginseng explained softly. Of course there are good people among humans, but the problem is, Little Fire Ginseng, your temptation towards humans is too great, so. Leng Ruoxue stopped halfway, she believed Little Fire Ginseng would understand. Sister, I know my own value. I don't dare to be nosy anymore. Can we live here in the future? Little Fire Ginseng asked expectantly. Of course. From now on, this will be your home. Leng Ruoxue looked at the sensible Little Fire Ginseng and said with heartache. Thank you, sister, the Little Fire Ginseng said happily. Woman, I can also live here? Little Red Snake could not help but confirm. Yes. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Since this little red snake was the little fire ginseng's companion beast, it definitely wouldn't be willing to part with it. Thank you, woman. Those flame crystals outside are good stuff. Don't forget to take them, reminded little red snake. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Hee, little snake, I was wondering why there weren't any flame crystals in such a huge volcano. So it was you guys who collected them. Oh right, do you have the flame crystal core? At this moment, Feng Zhan, who was on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder, asked. Yes, there's one. It's buried under those fire crystals. Little red snake nodded and said. Hee. This is really great. Feng Zhan said happily. Master's luck was really good. She actually found another fire crystal core. Qingju, bring the two little ones around. I'm going out first, Leng Ruoxue instructed. After speaking, she brought the freak out of the bracelet. After the two of them left the bracelet, they stored all the flame crystals in the pool into the bracelet. They then walked back the way they came. At this time, the teams outside the cave had already started to eat dinner. Fengde and the others had also finished preparing dinner and were waiting for Leng Ruoxue and the freak. Leng Ruoxue and the freak returned to the tent and removed their invisibility. Empty's voice suddenly sounded behind them. Where did you guys go? We went to look for the fire ginseng. Leng Ruoxue smiled. You two baddies, you went to look for the fire ginseng but didn't call me along. Empty said with a bitter face. Hee, isn't it inconvenient? There are so many people outside. If the three of us enter the same tent and don't leave for a long time, there might be rumors spreading. Leng Ruoxue helplessly said. What's there to be afraid of? If anyone dares to say anything, just kill them. Empty said indifferently. Humph. He didn't care about those people outside at all. Ugh. Cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. He was getting more and more violent. Schwer, have you found the fire ginseng? Empty continued to ask. Leng Ruoxue nodded happily. Where is it? Let me take a look. I heard from the people outside that the fire ginseng seems to have developed intelligence. Empty said with a face full of excitement and swept away his previous resentment. Empty. It's not like you haven't seen a sprite before. Is there a need to be so excited? The freak said helplessly. I've never seen a fire ginseng before. Empty said matter-of-factly. Oh, here you go. Leng Ruoxue smiled wickedly as she moved the little fire ginseng out of the bracelet and into Empty's arms. Schwer, what's this? What I want to see is a fire ginseng. Why did you give me a child? Empty said in shock. Boo-hoo. He did not know how to carry a child. Empty did not know how to let go looking at the innocent child in his arms. You guys look like father and son, the freak teased when he saw Empty panicking. Which family is this child from? Don't tell me you guys gave birth to him. Isn't this speed a little too fast? Empty didn't want to be outdone and retorted hearing the freak's teasing. Humph. He couldn't watch him make a fool of himself, but the little child in her arms was too soft and tender. He didn't even dare to use too much strength. Unfortunately, we didn't give birth to him, the freak said with a face full of pity. Could it be that you kidnapped him? Empty guessed. Oh. It was very possible. Sister is a good person, I left with her willingly. Little fire ginseng couldn't help defending Leng Ruoxue. Oh. Empty looked at Leng Ruoxue with a strange expression, feeling even more admiration for her. He's that fire ginseng, Leng Ruoxue explained. Sigh. She didn't want Empty to think too much. Doesn't that mean you are at least 10,000 years? Empty said in surprise. The small fire ginseng nodded. Actually, it was more than 10,000 years old. Schwer, your luck is so good that there's nothing to say about it. Empty said enviously. Sigh. He really did not know what to say. Let's go out first. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Everyone was waiting outside. Okay. Wu Jiu returned the baby to Leng Ruoxue and said. Leng Ruoxue placed the little fire ginseng back into her bracelet and the three of them walked out of the tent. Miss, it's time to eat. Fengde quickly shouted after seeing Leng Ruoxue and the other two. Leng Ruoxue and the other two walked to the dining table and sat down. However, they felt many strange gazes on them. Hey, I'll pay you guys. Sell your food to me. Leng Ruoxue had just picked up a piece of roasted meat that was golden and fragrant. She heard an unruly and overbearing voice before she could put it into her mouth. I'm sorry, our food isn't for sale. Leng Ruoxue lightly raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the young woman standing in front of them with an arrogant expression. Damn it. Do you know who I am? I'm willing to buy your food because I think highly of you, so don't fail to appreciate my kindness. The woman was livid with rage, and she roared at the top of her lungs. I don't need you to think highly of me, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Sigh. I really don't understand why people always like to say, do you know who I am? You, don't refuse the face that is given to you. The woman's face was filled with anger as she continued to speak. Fuck off. Suddenly, Fire Phoenix, who was silently eating roasted meat at the side, roared with a displeased expression. After that, she spat out a mouthful of southern spirit flame at the woman without the slightest trace of politeness, and the woman's body instantly burned with flames. Help. Seeing that her body was on fire, the woman was so frightened that she hurriedly asked for help. Her teammates saw this and hurriedly came forward to help put out the fire. However, no matter what they did, they were unable to put out the fire, and the woman's cries for help grew louder and louder. Don't be so violent. Seeing that, Leng Ruoxue lightly smiled, then threw out a big water ball. Instantly, with a walla sound, the water ball hit the woman, and the flames on her body coincidentally extinguished. After the fire was put out, the frightened woman stood rooted to the ground in a daze. She did not realize that her entire body had turned red. When she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that everyone was looking at her strangely. At the same time, she realized that she was naked. Ah! The woman ran into her tent and refused to come out. You're much more violent than me. After that woman ran away, the fire phoenix couldn't help but feel uneasy in its heart. Actually, its flames just now were just to scare that woman. Even if it didn't extinguish her flames, she wouldn't die, and after extinguishing her flames, she would definitely be exposed. Hee hee. After Leng Ruoxue and the others killed the chicken to warn the monkeys, those who originally had the same thoughts as the woman no longer dared to step forward. Instead, they resigned themselves to their fate and began to eat the rations they brought. However, their hearts were bleeding. Woo, they were all camping, but why was it that others could only eat hot food while they could only eat dry rations? This was too unfair. After eating, everyone should rest early. Leng Ruoxue ignored everyone's gazes and calmly said to Fengde and the rest. Yes, yes. Fengde and the others nodded. After dinner, Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to their tents, while the fire fox couple volunteered to keep watch. The next morning. The moment Leng Ruoxue and the freak came out of the tent, they felt a gaze filled with hatred. Schwer, looks like someone is seeking death. The freak glanced at the lady who had left yesterday and laughed softly. I don't mind them fighting each other. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. Her beautiful eyes lightly swept across everyone present. Humph. If these people were too greedy, then next year's day would be their death anniversary. Yesterday, she had already understood from the little red snake's mouth that after they left the cave, the poisonous fog that had gathered in the cave would automatically disperse. After one night, the poisonous fog would most likely be gone. And once these people found out about the situation inside, they would probably lose their minds and rush in. Miss, breakfast is ready. At this time, Fengde walked over and reminded her. Leng Ruoxue pulled the freak to the table and sat down. Just as she took a few mouthfuls of porridge, she suddenly heard someone shouting. The poisonous fog has dissipated. When everyone heard that, they couldn't care less about the rations in their hands and quickly stood up excitedly. Only Leng Ruoxue and the others were still calmly eating the food in their hands. You really are an idiot. You shouted so loudly. Doesn't that mean everyone knows, said the fire phoenix who was eating with a face full of disdain. Even if he doesn't call out, others will still know. Leng Ruoxue understood. There were so many people here, yet there was only one entrance. It was impossible to avoid others entering, unless they could also hide themselves. Didn't you guys also want the fire ginseng? Why aren't you going in? Suddenly, Lu Mei's voice sounded. Are you blind? We are having breakfast. Can't you see that? Fengde said unhappily. Hee, we don't need to trouble Miss Lu. However, if you don't go in and your team obtains the fire ginseng, you won't have anything to do with it, Leng Ruoxue reminded. From the corner of her eye, she could already see several teams enter the cave, including Lu Mei's team. Humph. We'll definitely get the fire ginseng, Lu Mei said confidently. With that said, she followed her team into the cave. Miss, why don't we just kill her? Fengde made a throat-slitting gesture and said. That woman was really annoying. She always wanted to find trouble with his Mississippi. He really didn't know how his miss had offended her. Fengde. We are law-abiding children, how can we just casually kill people? Furthermore, even if we don't make a move, she might not be able to leave this place alive. Leng Ruoxue said sincerely. Oh. We cannot develop a bad habit of killing people. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down from Fengde's forehead. He thought to himself, is there a law in this world? Which law isn't determined by the strong? After all, this is a world where the strong reign supreme. Miss, are we going in later? The male fire fox couldn't help but snicker when he saw Fengde being humiliated. Then, he asked curiously. Eat first. Food is the most important thing for the people. Nothing is more important than food. Leng Ruoxue half-ordered. Yes, replied the male fire fox. Then, he started eating the roasted meat in front of him. After breakfast, more than half an hour had passed. At this time, only their team was left outside the cave. Seeing that there was no one around, Leng Ruoxue willed everyone and the beast into her bracelet. Sister. Feeling Leng Ruoxue's little fire ginseng, she ran over with her chubby little legs and threw herself into Leng Ruoxue's arms. Schwer, whose child is this? Leng Qingtian widened his eyes and asked in disbelief. When did the space have another baby? Grandfather, he's the fire ginseng. From now on, he'll be called Sun Sun, Leng Ruoxue explained with a smile. She hadn't even had the chance to report to her grandfather and the others that she had abducted the fire ginseng. Miss, you are too awesome. Fengde said with a face full of admiration. His admiration for his miss was like the endless waves of a river. Could this be the legendary ginseng baby? It's really too cute. Come, let big brother hug it. Leng Ruoxue's handsome face was full of love as he said and took the small fire ginseng from Leng Ruoxue's hands. The smell on big brother's body is also very nice, the little fire ginseng said sweetly. His cute little appearance quickly won everyone's affection and love. Come, let grandpa hug you too. Leng Qingtian also started fighting with his grandson. When Leng Qingtian was done hugging them, Fengde and the others started fighting for more. Little fire fox, do you have a name? Leng Ruoxue saw that everyone was fighting to contact little fire ginseng, so she turned her gaze to the fire fox couple and asked. Miss, we don't have a name. The fire fox couple looked at each other and said in unison. Oh. Then the male fire fox will be called Huyen from now on, and the female fire fox will be called Huoshi from now on. Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and said. She couldn't call them all little fire. She already had a little fire, and with the addition of the little fire ginseng, she also called that little red snake little flame. If there were too many little fires, she wouldn't know who she would be addressing. Thank you for granting us a name, young miss. The two fire foxes happily said. Woman, I don't have a name either. Little red snake crawled onto Leng Ruoxue's wrist and said with a bitter expression. Aren't you called little flame? Leng Ruoxue said with a slight headache. Boo-hoo, it was tiring to come up with a name. Moreover, she felt it was quite good to have one little fire and one little flame. Can that be considered a name? I don't care. You have to give me a nice name, said the little red snake domineeringly. Why don't we call you Fireball? Leng Ruoxue probed. She really couldn't think of anything else. I don't look like a ball. The little red snake glared at him with displeasure. I think it's better to call it Hot Pot. The freak said lightly. When Leng Ruoxue heard the freak's words, a few black lines rolled down her forehead. She secretly laughed to herself. Who would call a beast a hot pot? Hee hee. No. Little red snake frowned and objected. The name was really unpleasant even though it did not know what hot pot was. You should call yourself Little Flame for now. I'll change it when I think of a good name, Leng Ruoxue suggested. This little fellow was too hard to serve, so she had to coax him. All right then. The little red snake nodded in dissatisfaction. Sister, I don't have a name either. The little fire fox, who had been lying in its mother's arms, whispered. Aren't you called Little Fox? That's a nice name. Leng Ruoxue hurriedly cajoled. Boo-hoo. The heavens can judge. She really didn't want to give names anymore. It was even more tiring than cultivating a profound technique. Oh. The little fire fox nodded obediently and stopped making things difficult for Leng Ruoxue. Leng Ruoxue felt a little guilty seeing how sensible the little fire fox was. However, she quickly turned her gaze to the fire phoenix and asked, Little fire phoenix, you should have a name. The fire phoenix, who was looking around and sizing up the surroundings, nodded and said after hearing Leng Ruoxue, my name is Feng Miao. After it finished speaking, it continued to size her up and was secretly shocked. On this side, Feng Miao and the other beasts were busy touring the space while Leng Qingtian and the others were all fighting to carry the little fire ginseng. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but shake her head helplessly when she saw this, then she said to the freak and Empty, let's go out and take a look. The two nodded, and the three of them left the bracelet. After leaving the bracelet, the three of them entered the cave. The light in the cave was still dim. Even though the fog had dissipated, the smell of blood filled the entire cave. Leng Ruoxue covered her nose and hung on the freak's arm. The three of them arrived at the stone room where the little fire ginseng used to live. In the stone room, other than the corpse on the ground, there was no one else breathing. It could be seen how intense the battle was not long ago, especially the pool where the little fire ginseng was planted. It was packed with people. Unfortunately, the person who obtained the little fire ginseng in the end also died because he was too heavily injured. However, before he died, his hand was still tightly holding the half of the little fire ginseng that didn't have much use. Truly, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. If it wasn't for their greed, these people wouldn't have all died here. Unfortunately, the little fire ginseng had already given birth to a sprite, and its true essence was all in the little fire ginseng's body. So, that old fire ginseng didn't have much use anymore. I wonder if those people would die aggrieved if they found out that what they were snatching over was useless. Schwer, is this Lu Mei? Empty, who was wandering around, suddenly asked. Leng Ruoxue and the freak came to the side of Empty. They looked at the woman who was lying on the ground with her face almost completely disfigured and nodded. Oh. She was right. This Lu Mei did not survive. It seems like these dogs are quite fierce, the freak said in a good mood. The woman who had humiliated Schwer had died, which saved him a lot of trouble. The three of them looked around casually and found another familiar corpse not far away. It was the woman who was burned red by Feng Miao's flames. Schwer, looks like we don't need to do anything. Empty smiled and said. Oh. The charm of the fire ginseng is really not small. Yes, we can leave now. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, the three of them left the cave. After leaving the cave, Leng Ruoxue and the others wandered around the fiery mountain for a few days and collected all the herbs nearby. Then, everyone left the fiery mountain excitedly. Leng Ruoxue and the rest went south of the fiery mountain. 3 days later, they arrived at the nearest small city, Shadow City. Swear, even though this Shadow City is small, no one dares to look down on it. Standing outside the Shadow City, the little old man looked at the city wall that was half the height of a person and said mysteriously. Why? As expected, Leng Ruoxue's curiosity was piqued and she asked. Miss, the entrance fee for Shadow City is very expensive. Even a mystic supremacy would not be allowed to enter if you don't pay up. A sexy and beautiful woman next to Leng Ruoxue spoke. This beauty was none other than Feng Miao, who Feng De and the others called a shrew. How expensive is it? Lu Tao could not hold back her curiosity. 10,000 purple coins per person. Feng Miao looked at everyone and spoke calmly. What? Why don't they just go and rob? Feng De couldn't help but roar when he heard that. The city guard who heard Feng Da's roar only glanced at them indifferently. However, he ignored them because they were already used to it. Anyone who entered the city for the first time would have such a reaction. They're daylight robbery. But you have no choice but to give it, unless you don't want to enter the city anymore. Feng Miao sighed lightly and explained somewhat helplessly. Miss, what should we do? Are we still entering the city? Lu Tao could not help but ask. The entrance fee was really too expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it. Come in, I want to see if this city is worth it, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. She didn't expect the guards at the city gate to all have the cultivation of mystic sovereign. Now, she was really looking forward to this Shadow City. Hopefully, it wouldn't disappoint her. But there are so many of us. The cost of entering the city is not a small sum, said Lu Tao worriedly. Boo. It was not easy for Miss to earn some money. She had to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan in one go. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. Miss, why don't you send us into the space? Cui Zhu suggested. No, if that's the case, you can only stay in the space after entering the city. You can't appear in Shadow City anymore, Feng Miao explained. Swear, every person who enters the city has an identity card. If not. The little old man only said half of what he wanted to say. However, he believed that Swear would understand what he meant. It's alright, let's all go in together. Leng Ruoxue smiled and said. Everyone came out to train and this Shadow City was so mysterious. If she didn't let everyone experience it, it might be a pity. Okay. Everyone nodded and walked towards the city gate. We are going to enter the city, Leng Ruoxue said indifferently when they arrived at the city gate. A total of 350,000 purple coins. The city guard looked up and spoke. 350,000? There are so many of us, aren't we going to give a discount? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. I'm sorry, we didn't give any discounts. The guard said with a slight frown. He couldn't help but feel nervous in his heart. He had never heard of anyone asking for discounts for entry fees. Hee, there's a first time for everything. There are so many of us here, so let's not ask for a fraction. Just charge us 300,000. Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly. This. The guard hesitated. Even though there was no precedent of discounts in Shadow City, the higher-ups did not say that discounts were not allowed. However, he was just a small guard and could not make the decision. Humph. If you can't enter the city, then don't. What a disgrace. Just as the guard was hesitating, an inharmonious female voice suddenly interrupted and looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others with disdain. When Leng Ruoxue heard this voice, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself, how could I meet such a retarded daughter from a rich family everywhere I go? Whether she can enter or not, what does it have to do with anyone else? Could it be that the words easy to bully were written all over her face? Miss, I think I heard a dog barking. Feng De dug his ears and pretended to be puzzled. Ignore dogs you don't know, Leng Ruoxue said softly. Miss, I'm best at killing dogs. Should I kill her? Feng Miao suggested, her beautiful face full of ruthlessness. No need, it will dirty your hands, Leng Ruoxue disagreed. Oh, that's true. Feng Miao nodded in agreement. She narrowed her eyes and sized up that reckless woman. What are you looking at, you ugly freak? Haven't you seen a beauty before? That woman felt uncomfortable all over from Feng Miao's gaze and couldn't help roaring. Feng Miao was stunned. Was the ugly freak talking about her? Fine. She admitted that she wasn't as pretty as Miss, or even as pretty as that B*TCH from the Phoenix clan, but she couldn't be called an ugly freak, could she? What kind of eyes did this woman have? The woman's words instantly attracted Leng Ruoxue and the others' attention. They had never seen such a narcissistic woman before. Moreover, everyone was curious about her appearance. Only to see that the girl not far away had a delicate and pretty appearance, an average temperament, and her strength was not very high either. Furthermore, this kind of appearance and strength girl could be said to be everywhere in the vast heaven continent. Therefore, they really did not know why this woman was so proud. After seeing this woman's appearance, Feng De and the others couldn't help but feel uneasy in their hearts. Truly, there was always someone better out there, and there was always someone better out there. Today, they finally saw a super narcissistic woman. On the other hand, the woman who was being watched by the crowd was feeling pleased with herself. She even raised her chin high, almost sticking out her tail, if she had any. Miss, let's hurry into the city. Young Master Lan is still waiting in the city. At this moment, the guard by the woman's side reminded her in a soft voice. Alas. Miss didn't have good eyesight, and he wasn't stupid. These people looked to be filled with killing intent, and it was obvious that they weren't to be trifled with. So, he had no choice but to find an excuse to urge his Mississippi. Why didn't you say so earlier? I can't let Brother Lon wait for too long. Let's hurry up and leave. The woman complained. Then, she ordered her subordinates to pay the entrance fee and walked into Shadow City with her head held high. However, before she left, she gave Leng Ruoxue and the others a threatening look. Miss, are you going to let her go just like that? Feng De said, a little angrily. What else can I do? What's there to be calculative about with this kind of self-righteous woman? Even if I kill her, I'll feel ashamed, Leng Ruoxue said in extreme disdain. Sigh. There are many women like this in the world. She can't kill every single one of them. Moreover, as her cultivation level increased, she couldn't even be interested in killing this kind of ant-like woman unless she was really courting death. Miss, you have a point. Feng De quickly flattered. You can pay 300,000 to enter the city. Suddenly, the guard spoke. Thank you, big brother guard. Leng Ruoxue thanked him and paid the entrance fee before leading everyone into the Shadow City. Shadow City was not big. It was even smaller than Windless City, the first city they had been to. Furthermore, there were not many pedestrians on the streets. However, there were many shops on both sides of the street, and all kinds of items could be said to be present. Leng Ruoxue and the others originally planned to walk around the city, but in less than 2 hours, they had already walked all over the city. Miss, Shadow City is really small. Lu Tao couldn't help but sigh. And, even though the Shadow City is small, it has everything. The things sold in those shops might not even be able to be bought in some big cities. Leng Ruoxue said knowingly. It seemed that their 300,000 yuan entrance fee was not for nothing. At least, she was very satisfied with the things sold in this city. Lass, this Shadow City is known as, only you can't think of it, there's nothing you can't buy. Besides, there are many things here that can't be seen in public, the little old man said in a low voice. Cannot be seen in public? Thieves. Leng Ruoxue was shocked. Could this be the legendary black market? Yes, yes. The little old man nodded. Who is the owner of the Shadow City? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. This person was really smart. However, he was probably not weak. Otherwise, he would not dare to sell stolen goods. After all, the profits from such a transaction were huge. However, it was easy to offend the big families. Therefore, if the owner of the Shadow City did not have a certain power, he would not dare to open a black market that specialized in collecting stolen goods. I don't know. Shadow City has already stood towering in the boundless heaven continent for thousands of years. No one knows who Master is, the little old man shook his head and said. Oh. Leng Ruoxue did not expect the owner of Shadow City to be so mysterious. Swear, although no one has seen the owner of this Shadow City before, even the 3 super families would treat the people of Shadow League with respect. Empty smiled and explained. Shadow League? Leng Ruoxue's face was full of question marks. This sounded like an organization. Swear, the Shadow League is the manager of the Shadow City. The Shadow League was established by the owner of the Shadow City. If you want to sell some shady things, you just have to find a shop. Furthermore, all the shops here belong to the Shadow League. Therefore, no one knows that you sold those things. After all, the reputation of the Shadow League is still guaranteed, the little old man reminded. I really have some things that can't be seen in the light, Leng Ruoxue said rather awkwardly. Thinking back to when she first came to the vast heaven continent, she also robbed quite a bit of others. Then let's find a random shop and sell the items, the little old man suggested. Leng Ruoxue nodded, then led everyone into the nearest shop. This was a pharmacy. At this moment, there was only one attendant in the shop. When he saw the group of people, he hurriedly went forward to greet them. Hello guests, may I know what medicinal ingredients you would like to purchase? We have the most complete set of medicinal ingredients here. The waiter had a face full of smiles as he spoke in an extremely polite manner. He did not neglect Leng Ruoxue and the others because they were wearing ordinary clothes. What medicinal herbs do you have here? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. Sigh. This Shadow City is really full of talents. The guards guarding the city and the attendants of the shops are all mystic emperors. How could the various clans endure this? I don't dare to say that the medicinal herbs in our store can satisfy Mrs. Needs 100%, but I can guarantee that the medicinal herbs that Miss wants can be bought with me at least 90%, the waiter said confidently. Oh, Grandpa Du, what other herbs do you need? Leng Ruoxue turned to the little old man and asked. Swear, let's take whatever medicinal herbs he has. The little old man thought for a moment and said. There were a total of 4 alchemists among them, and the demand for medicinal herbs was quite large, especially ordinary medicinal herbs. Therefore, if they could buy more, they naturally had to buy more. Alright, pack all the medicinal herbs here for me. After Leng Ruoxue heard the little old man's words, she turned to the waiter and said. Miss, the herbs in our shop will be slightly more expensive than those outside. If you take all of them, you will need a lot of money. The waiter kindly reminded her. He had been managing the shop for so long, but he had never met such a generous customer. Although there were many people from various large families who came here to buy herbs. It doesn't matter, as long as it's worth it, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. If it was in another city, she wouldn't have the intention to buy so many herbs at once. However, she didn't have so many worries here. After all, Shadow City was different from other cities. Don't worry, Miss will definitely not regret it. Everyone, please follow me. The waiter guaranteed before bringing Leng Ruoxue and the others to the storeroom. The storeroom was located in the backyard of the medicine shop. It was a very inconspicuous small room. Other than an iron cabinet, there was nothing else inside. Miss, all the herbs in our store are here. Take a look first. If there are no problems, as long as you pay, these herbs will be yours. The waiter took out a few storage rings from the cabinet and handed one of them to Leng Ruoxue for inspection. Leng Ruoxue took the ring and sent her divine sense into it. After that, she nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad. I want it all. Here are some relatively expensive herbs. Naturally, the price is higher too. The waiter handed over another ring. Leng Ruoxue took the ring and confirmed it before handing it to the little old man. After the little old man looked at it, he nodded in satisfaction. How much do these herbs cost? Leng Ruoxue asked. 1.58 billion purple coins, but 1.5 billion will do. The waiter laughed. Hee, now that he had made a big deal, he was in a good mood. After all, his medicine shop hadn't opened for a long time, boo-hoo. I'll stay in this city for a few days. If I haven't left yet and you guys have new medicinal herbs, remember to inform me, Leng Ruoxue instructed. She handed over a common silver card of the boundless heaven continent to the attendant, which happened to have 1.5 billion in it. After receiving the silver card, the waiter confirmed the amount on it. Then, he handed Leng Ruoxue a black card and said happily, definitely. Miss, this is the VIP card of our Shadow League. With this card, everyone can stay in Shadow City for free and enjoy priority. Thank you. Leng Ruoxue received the silver card and kept it in her bracelet. Then, she said to the waiter, I heard you guys also accept things here? Yes, but it has to be something valuable. The waiter nodded his head in doubt. He thought to himself, could it be that this lady wants to sell something? I can't believe it. Such a beautiful lady actually has something shady. How rare. Can you take a look at these things? Leng Ruoxue took out a storage ring from her bracelet and handed it to the waiter. Miss, I can't make the decision on these things. Please wait for a moment, I'll go get the housekeeper. The waiter took the ring and looked at it before saying to Leng Ruoxue with a troubled expression. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded and followed the waiter to the living room. After finding a seat, the waiter went to look for the housekeeper. However, after waiting for more than half an hour, the waiter still hadn't returned. Miss, could this attendant have run away? Seeing that the guard left and did not return, Fengde could not help but tease. This is someone else's territory, what's there to run about? Leng Ruoxue laughed. Hee. If she wasn't wrong, the housekeeper was probably raising money. After all, the things she wanted to sell were worth a lot of money. I'm sorry for making everyone wait. Just as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, an extremely forthright voice rang out by their ears. Shortly after, a robust middle-aged man walked in with large strides. The middle-aged man had a resolute appearance. He was burly and possessed an extraordinary presence. With a single glance, one could tell that he was someone who had occupied a high position for a long time. Leng Ruoxue lifted her beautiful eyes and sized up this middle-aged man. However, she could not see his cultivation level. However, according to her guess, this person's strength should be above Xian Emperor. It's fine. Leng Ruoxue and the others stood up from their seats and lightly nodded their heads. I'm Yu Tian, the butler of Shadow City. The middle-aged man introduced himself. My surname is Leng. Housekeeper Yu, I have some things I want to take care of. Leng Ruoxue went straight to the point. Yes, I've heard about it. However, I have to be frank. The price of our items in the Shadow City is not high. Therefore, if you think it's not worth it, you can choose not to sell it to us, Yu Tian said honestly with a sincere expression. I know. But, if I don't sell it to you guys, I'm afraid that no one in the vast heaven continent would dare to buy these things either, Leng Ruoxue said knowingly. Young Lady Leng is right, Yu Tian said happily. He admired the straightforwardness of this stunning beauty in front of him. After all, their Shadow City's business had always adhered to the principle of mutual consent. Unless they were in a good mood and were willing to give a discount, they wouldn't accept bargaining. Then please take a look at these things first, Butler Yu. Leng Ruoxue handed the ring she left outside to Yu Tian. Alright. Yu Tian received the ring and sent his divine senses inside. However, even though he was mentally prepared, he was still frightened by the things inside. After all, there were quite a few things inside that were enough to make the various great clans go crazy, and those things couldn't be bought with money. Young Lady Leng, the items inside are quite valuable. Are you really willing to buy them? After Yu Tian finished looking through them, he asked with uncertainty. Of course, the things inside might be priceless to others, but to me, they are useless. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. If it wasn't for the fact that those things were useless and took up space, she wouldn't have wanted to sell them. Since young Lady Leng says so, then I am relieved. Young Lady Leng, I will bid 20 billion purple coins for the items inside. What do you think? Yu Tian probed. They were most afraid of the seller regretting their decision after buying the items as if they had taken advantage of them. However, Leng Ruoxue's reaction had improved his impression of Leng Ruoxue by quite a bit. It had also caused him to change the offer of 15 billion purple coins to 20 billion. Sure. Leng Ruoxue nodded. This price was already higher than she had expected, so she had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Then let's trade. There are 20 billion in here, please confirm it, Miss Leng. After Butler Yu said that, he handed Leng Ruoxue a silver card. After Leng Ruoxue accepted the silver card and confirmed it, their transaction was officially over. Young lady Leng, if you still have anything to sell, remember to look for me. Our Shadow League is definitely honest and priced fairly. Yu Tian put away the ring and then said to Leng Ruoxue. Okay, if there's anything good, I will definitely think of Butler Yu, Leng Ruoxue promised. Young lady Leng, do you have anything else you want to buy? Our Shadow City has a ruler. Yu Tian asked very amicably. Yes, there are still some. Leng Ruoxue nodded. If young lady Leng wants to buy anything else, just tell me. I'll send someone to get it so that young lady Leng doesn't have to look for it herself. Yu Tian said considerately. Then I'll have to thank Butler Yu first. Actually, I still want to buy some materials for refining weapons. Also, do you have any mystic skills for sale? Leng Ruoxue asked after thinking for a while. There are definitely equipment refinement materials, but it's a combat technique. I wonder what attribute young Miss Leng wants. Yu Tian couldn't help but ask. However, he was extremely surprised in his heart. He never expected that young Miss Leng would actually want to buy equipment refinement materials. Could it be that there was a tool master amongst these people? I need all sorts of earth rank and heaven rank techniques, said Leng Ruoxue. Presently, she only possessed the wind attribute earth rank and heaven rank techniques that Yu Lin had given her. Besides that, she didn't have any other attribute techniques. Boo-hoo. They were almost all mystic monarch now, but she hadn't gathered all the techniques yet. Moreover, it wasn't that she didn't want to buy them, it was mainly because they weren't for sale. Previous chapter. Miss Leng, you've really asked the right person. We do indeed have earth rank and heaven rank techniques of various attributes. However, the price is very high as well, said Yu Tian very honestly. The price doesn't matter. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. The higher the level of a mystic technique, the fewer people would sell it. Therefore, it was not easy to buy the entire set. Since that's the case, then I'll give you a discount. All the attribute techniques added together will be worth 10 billion purple coins. Yu Tian thought for a moment and said. Lass, I don't think you need to buy fire element ones, the little old man suddenly said. And you don't need to buy anything with the wind and water attributes, Empty said. Yu Tian looked at the two who spoke and felt bewildered. Who were these two people? Why couldn't he sense their cultivation? Furthermore, the more he looked at the little old man, the more familiar he felt. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Housekeeper Yu, your wind, water, and fire are 3 types of earth rank and heaven rank techniques. If we don't have them, I'll buy them too, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Other mystic cultivators might only be able to cultivate 1 or 2 heaven rank techniques, but she didn't have such restrictions. That's good. I'll send someone to bring it over and let young lady Leng take a look first, said Yu Tian. After that, he instructed the attendant of the medicinal shop to prepare it. When the waiter went to retrieve the items, Butler Yu accompanied Leng Ruoxue and the rest as they chatted leisurely. In fact, he originally wanted to find out the truth about these people in front of him. However, after chatting for nearly an hour, not only did he not manage to get anything out of them, he even explained everything to the 8 generations of his ancestors. Boo-hoo. He was so depressed. Luckily, he did not know who the owner of the Shadow League was. Otherwise, he was afraid that even his parents would have to confess everything. Just as Yu Tian was feeling extremely depressed, the waiter finally returned with 2 similarly dressed attendants behind him. Butler Yu, Miss Leng, I've brought her here, the waiter hurriedly said. He stole a glance at Butler Yu's expression and could not help but feel uneasy in his heart. What's wrong with Butler Yu? Wasn't he very happy just now? Could it be that he thought that he was too slow to come back? However, this could not be blamed on him. Young lady Leng, please take a look. Yu Tian said somewhat gloomily. After which, he indicated for the other 2 to bring the items over. Leng Ruoxue inspected the things that the attendant passed over, and then she glanced at the combat techniques before buying everything at the price of 12 billion violet gold coins. Because the wind, fire, and water techniques that Butler Yu sent over just happened to be different from the little old man Wu He's. After a pleasant shopping session, Leng Ruoxue and the others left the pharmacy. Accompanied by a waiter, they went to the largest guest shop in Shadow City, the Shadow Pavilion. After another round of shopping, Leng Ruoxue and the others had been upgraded to high-class VIPs in the Shadow City. Hence, their food and accommodations in the Shadow Pavilion were all free. In the guest room, Fengda had a bitter expression as he looked at the cheerful Leng Ruoxue and couldn't help but ask, Miss, you spent so much money, why are you still so happy? Why else would I cry? I sold those junk for 20 billion, but I only spent 13.5 billion to buy these things. All in all, we are still unhappy, so of course I'm happy. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Schwer, do you think those things are trash? However, many aristocratic families view them as treasures. Oh, if the Shadow League sells them, they will be able to earn twice as much. The little old man reminded. It doesn't matter. Since they took a certain risk, it's only right for them to earn some money. Leng Ruoxue said with understanding. Sigh. Those things couldn't be exposed, otherwise she would have long thrown them into the auction house. Lass. You're really open-minded. The little old man nodded his head in satisfaction. He liked this last carefree character. Grandpa Du, let's go down and eat something later. Try this restaurant's specialty dishes, Leng Ruoxue said with curiosity. On the way here, the waiter had been talking about how delicious the food here was, which piqued her curiosity. Don't wait any longer. Let's go down now. I'm already hungry, the little old man said hurriedly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. After speaking, everyone headed to the dining hall on the first floor. As soon as they entered the dining room, the waiter hurried over to welcome them. Then, he brought them to the table and went to prepare food for them. Huh. That's weird. Why didn't he ask us what we wanted to eat before leaving? Fengde, who had just sat down, asked in puzzlement. He was about to order some dishes when the waiter unexpectedly ignored him. Anyway, we don't have to spend money. We can eat whatever we give, said Peach disapprovingly. In fact, she felt that the waiter was afraid that they would ask for too much. If the food they ordered was too good, their restaurant would be poor, so he did not dare to ask them. Are you going to eat it even if I give you pig food? Fengde said speechlessly. Tisk, why would such a big restaurant give customers pig food? Peach's face was full of question marks. It's hard to say. The entrance fee is 10,000 purple coins, and all the shops in the city are black. Fengde said angrily. He was still thinking about the 10 billion purple coins that the young miss had spent. Woo, when the young miss spent it, she didn't even frown, but he felt his heart ache. If it doesn't taste good, then let's not eat it. After hearing Fengde's words, Peach was also a little scared. This shadow city was indeed evil. Swear, your subordinates are quite imaginative. Wu, who was not far away from Fengde, couldn't help but laugh at the conversation between the two. That's right. Leng Ruoxue said awkwardly, her forehead dripping with cold sweat. Sigh. These two fellows have so much to eat and so much to talk about. How could they possibly let guests eat pig food here? After all, they were distinguished guests. Fortunately, there were no waiters in the restaurant at the moment. Otherwise, when they heard the discussion of Fengde and the others, they would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting blood. Woo. These people were high-ranking VIPs. Not to mention eating pig food, they wouldn't even dare to slight them. A moment later, the waiter brought a group of people in with dishes. Previous chapter. After all the dishes were served, the waiter came to the table where Leng Ruoxue and the others were seated. He respectfully bowed and said, Miss Leng, these are the signature dishes of our shadow pavilion. Please enjoy. After speaking, the waiter retreated to the side to avoid disturbing Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue looked at the dishes on the table. There were a variety of dishes, and they looked quite tempting. However, she wondered what the taste was like. She held up a piece of soft and tender meat and put it into her mouth. The meat melted in her mouth and the fragrance was strong. It was quite delicious. Leng Ruoxue ate a few mouthfuls of each dish on the table before putting down her chopsticks. Swear, are you full? Seeing that Swear only ate a few mouthfuls and no longer moved her chopsticks, he could not help asking with concern. Although the dishes here could not compare to their own, they were already considered pretty good in the boundless heaven continent. You guys eat. Leng Ruoxue nodded, then lowered her head and looked at the little red snake on her wrist. Little Flame was jealous these 2 days. Because Xiaohua didn't need it as much as before, the little fella couldn't stand this difference and decided to wrap it around her wrist and play dead. But it was quite pretty. Brother Lan, I want that bracelet. Suddenly, a slightly familiar voice rang in Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears. Leng Ruoxue raised her head curiously and looked at the source of the voice. After that, she couldn't help but sigh softly. Sigh. I wonder if this is considered as enemies meeting on a narrow road. The woman who spoke was the one they met at the city gate. Moreover, the brother Lan that the woman was talking about was actually someone they were familiar with. Because that brother Lan was none other than the young master of the Lan family, Lan Lai. However, Lan Lai shouldn't be able to recognize them. She just didn't know if Lan Lai would recognize Grandpa Du. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the little old man. To be honest, she didn't want to acknowledge Lan Lai, so she could only pray that Lan Lai's memory wasn't good. Minner, don't be willful. That's someone else's thing, how can you take it? Lan Lai's voice rang in Leng Ruoxue's ears. Brother Lan, you dote on me the most. Help me buy it. The girl named Minner tugged at Lan Lai's arm and acted coquettishly. If I buy it for you, will you return to Blue Cloud City immediately? Lan Lai frowned slightly, the impatience on his face disappearing in a flash. Okay. Minner nodded obediently. However, she couldn't help but think in her heart, I'll agree to it first. After I get the bracelet, I'll decide whether to leave or not. Seeing that Minner had agreed, Lan Lai walked directly to Leng Ruoxue and said with some embarrassment, can you sell that bracelet to me? I can pay you a hefty sum. Bracelet? Leng Ruoxue was a bit confused. She only wore the heaven and earth bracelet on her wrist. However, from the way the woman was looking at her, it wasn't the heaven and earth bracelet. So, she was really curious, which bracelet did this woman like? I want that red snake-shaped bracelet. Before Lan Lai could reply, Minner spoke up impatiently. Then, she looked at Leng Ruoxue provocatively. Snake-shaped bracelet? Are you sure? Leng Ruoxue asked somewhat speechlessly. She really had good taste, actually liking Little Flame. But, how could Little Flame be bought so easily? Swear, since this miss likes your snake-shaped bracelet, then sell it to her. Wu Qing said with a smile, but she couldn't help but secretly laugh in her heart. Huh, what kind of eyes does this person have? He actually thinks Xiaohua is a bracelet, but that little fellow isn't easy to get along with. This. Leng Ruoxue was helpless. Little Flame couldn't be sold. Even if she wanted to sell it, Little Flame wouldn't be willing either. How much is it? Name your price. I want this bracelet for sure, Minner said arrogantly. Humph. She was determined to get this bracelet. It doesn't seem like you're the one paying. Leng Ruoxue glanced at Lan Lai beside her and said with slight sympathy. Although she didn't know what relationship this woman had with Lan Lai, she could tell from Lan Lai's expression that he was unwilling. Sigh. Poor Lan Lai. Brother Lan, tell this woman that you'll buy it for me no matter how much it costs, Minner said coquettishly as she tugged on Lan Lai's arm. Miss, please name a price, said Lan Lai gloomily. He only wanted to get rid of this pestering fly as soon as possible, so he really did not care about the price. 100 billion purple coins. Leng Ruoxue demanded. What? Are you robbing me? How can this lousy bracelet be so expensive? Minner roared in anger. Why? Can't you afford it? Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. If you can't afford it, then don't force yourself to buy it. What a disgrace, Feng Miao added oil to the fire, but her eyes were full of sympathy as she looked at Minner. She was not the only one. Feng De and the others' eyes were filled with sympathy. You ugly freak. You don't have the right to speak here. Minner immediately shouted angrily. Minner, is it? I realize that not only is there something wrong with your eyes, but your aesthetic sense is also very problematic. As long as you're not blind, you can probably tell that I'm prettier than you, but in your eyes, I'm actually ugly. This is really too laughable. Feng Miao was speechless. Sigh. She was someone who didn't care about her looks, yet she had no choice but to take this woman seriously, which showed how much influence this woman had. Nonsense. It's obviously me who's prettier than you. Brother Lan, tell me, am I prettier than all of them? Minner tugged at Lan Lai's arm, asking him to be her judge. The them that Minner spoke of naturally included all the women present. Yes, Lan Lai replied impatiently. However, the narcissistic Minner naturally could not tell. Humph. Did you guys hear that? Minner said smugly. Then, she clenched her fists, showing off to Leng Ruoxue and the others. Her words made Leng Ruoxue and the others speechless. Miss Minner, didn't you want to buy this bracelet? Leng Ruoxue couldn't stand this narcissistic woman and quickly changed the topic to the bracelet. That's right. Name a price. Minner hurriedly said. Humph. She definitely had to get her hands on this bracelet. Who asked her to like it at first glance? I said 100 billion. Leng Ruoxue reminded. Brother Lan. Minner looked at Lan Lai with a pleading gaze. Hearing this price, she knew that Brother Lan would not buy it for her. Miss, we sincerely want to buy it. Give us a real price. Lan Lai said bluntly. I'm also selling it with sincerity. It's a fixed price. If you can afford it, then take it. Otherwise, don't have any ideas about my bracelet, Leng Ruoxue said coldly. Minner, that bracelet is too expensive. Let's not buy it. Lan Lai saw that the beautiful woman in front of him could not get through to him, so he could only persuade Minner. Although he really wanted to send Minner away, he could not take out 100 billion to buy her a bracelet. Not to mention that he could not take out so much money, even if he could, he would not be such a spendthrift. Big brother Lan, you promised to buy it for me, Minner said with tears in her eyes, feeling extremely wronged. That bracelet is too expensive. I won't be able to afford it even if I sell myself. Lan Lai's patience had finally run out. After saying that, he went straight upstairs to his room without looking back. Just you wait. If you provoke our Lan family, you'll suffer. Minner saw that Lan Lai had gone upstairs and left behind a threatening sentence before chasing after him. Sigh. Miss, we've been threatened again. Feng De sighed helplessly. Hurry up and eat. After eating, rest early, Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. It wasn't like she hadn't provoked the Lan family before, why would she be afraid of a woman's threat? This small episode did not affect Leng Ruoxue and the others' mood. After eating, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Late at night. Leng Ruoxue and the freak were sleeping soundly on the bed. All of a sudden, the door to their room opened and a ghostly-looking man in black sneaked in. The man in black sneaked up to their bed and stared at the blood-red bracelet on Leng Ruoxue's wrist. Then, he reached out his hand and was about to remove the bracelet. Ah! Following that, a scream came from the man in black's mouth. The man in black quickly shook his hand and ran out of Leng Ruoxue and the demon's room in a sorry state. What's wrong? What happened? At this time, Feng De and the others heard the scream and rushed into their room. Miss, what's wrong? Wake up. Leto went up and pushed her miss, but Leng Ruoxue did not react. Seeing this situation, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Leto, don't be anxious. I have already asked Lin Yuan to look for the shopkeeper. Feng De quickly consoled her. His face was also anxious. Not long after, the shopkeeper who was woken up followed behind Lin Yuan and ran all the way to Leng Ruoxue and the demon's room. What happened? The shopkeeper looked at the two unconscious people on the bed and understood. Shopkeeper, my young miss is in trouble, boo-hoo. Once Lu Tao saw the shopkeeper, she immediately started sobbing. Shopkeeper, isn't the safety of your inn a little too poor? Why did such a thing happen? Could it be that someone in your shadow city is tempted by money? Feng De roared in anger. I can use the reputation of the Shadow Pavilion to guarantee that there will never be such a person in our shadow city. The shopkeeper quickly guaranteed. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. Who was it that did this? It was really too despicable. Wasn't this ruining the reputation of their shadow city? Humph. If he knew who this person was, he would definitely mobilize the entire Shadow League to hunt him down. Shopkeeper, if this old man didn't smell wrongly, there's clearly the smell of knockout powder in this room. Furthermore, it's the forgotten soul that's most harmful to the human body. My poor girl and kid. How did they encounter such an unlucky thing? At this moment, the little old man said faintly. Don't worry, old man. We'll definitely catch the culprit and give you an explanation. The shopkeeper's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he promised. Woo. These people gave him a lot of pressure. However, he had to report this matter to the butler as soon as possible. My granddaughter and grandson-in-law. Shopkeeper, could it be that they've been unconscious all this time? Boo-hoo. They're still so young. Damn little thief, it's best if I don't catch him. Otherwise, I'll definitely chop him into pieces. Leng Qingtian also cried with snot and tears. Everyone, don't worry. This happened in our Shadow City. Our Shadow League will definitely give everyone a satisfactory explanation. The shopkeeper hurriedly guaranteed. Shopkeeper, of course we believe in your guarantee. However, the most important thing now is to wake up my younger sister and brother-in-law. Otherwise, the longer they are unconscious, the more harmful it will be to their bodies. It might even affect their future cultivation. You have to know that they are all geniuses. Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of regret. His handsome face seemed to be saying, how did this happen? The 1,000-year snow ginseng is needed to save the girl, but we don't have it. The little old man said with a bitter face. Then, he turned to look at the shopkeeper and said with some embarrassment, Shopkeeper, can you help us think of a way? We are willing to spend a large sum of money to buy it. This. I'll try. The shopkeeper didn't dare to say that he didn't, otherwise, he believed that he definitely wouldn't be able to leave this place. Moreover, this happened in their Shadow Pavilion, so he really couldn't just leave it be. After the manager finished speaking, he bid farewell to everyone and left Leng Ruoxue and the freak's room. Who could have done this? After the shopkeeper left, everyone found a random place to sit down. Then, everyone began to discuss with question marks on their faces. Little Flame, did you see that person's face? Fengda asked carefully. No, but I bit him, so if anyone in this city planted snake venom, that black-clothed person just now would be that person, Little Flame said coldly, its mood extremely unpleasant. Will he die? Fengda asked again. Do you want him to die? Little Flame asked with a mischievous smile. Of course not. We want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Peach Lu said hatefully. Humph. He dared to hurt her young miss. He was really seeking death. As you wish. That person won't die, but he'll also live a very painful life. Fiery shook its little head and said with a bit of pride. Good job, Fiery. Fengda praised. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Fiery's head. However, he suddenly remembered how terrifying Fiery was, so he retracted his hand. Coward. Little Flame cursed in its heart with slight disdain. Humph. It won't bite people randomly, so why are these people so afraid of it? Women are better, it's never afraid of it. Being looked down upon by a small snake made Fengda extremely depressed. Woo, why was this snake also bullying people? Yes. Suddenly, a scream was heard. The painful scream seemed to be mixed with moans. What's that sound? It's so scary, said Lu Tao nervously. Lu Tao, children are not suitable. Fengda quickly covered Peach's ears. You're the child. Peach slapped Fengda's hand away and said angrily, Humph. Do you really think I'm a child who doesn't know anything? I'm not that white. Hee hee. Let's go and take a look. Lin Yuan smirked and said excitedly. I suggest you guys better not go. Otherwise, you'll definitely regret it. Fiery warned. Why? Lin Yuan was confused. It's a secret. In any case, don't go out, Little Flame said mysteriously. But women can go out and watch the show. Little Flame added. Everyone became even more puzzled. Why could women go and watch the show, but men couldn't? Could it be that Little Flame also favored women over men? I'm doing this for your own good. Trust me. Little Flame said with a face like a charlatan. Help. At this moment, a cry for help sounded in the room. It was obviously a man's voice. Ugh. Instantly, cold sweat dripped down Fengda and the others' foreheads. They were so frightened that their hearts trembled, and their thoughts started to run wild. Could it be? I'll go out and take a look. Feng Miao said with a face full of curiosity, then left the room directly. However, not even a moment later, Feng Miao returned with a pale face. Little Miao Miao, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Everyone asked curiously, their faces full of question marks. Men, don't leave the room. It's too dangerous. Feng Miao warned, but her expression was a little unnatural. Ha ha. Am I right? Fiery laughed mischievously, his face full of pride. That's right. None of you should go out. Otherwise, your innocence will be lost. Feng Miao nodded repeatedly. Mother. This was too unbelievable. This time, Feng De and the others all understood. Could it be that the poison was acting up? But what kind of poison was fiery? It was actually so powerful that it could make people lose their minds. Dong 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 dong. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was another hurried knock on the door. Feng Miao, who was closest to the door, reluctantly went to open the door under everyone's gaze. However, she couldn't help but feel nervous in her heart. This night was really busy. Feng Miao opened the door and saw the pale-faced shopkeeper and steward Yu, who was pretending to be calm, standing outside the door. She moved aside to let them in. Shopkeeper, why is your expression so unsightly? Leng Qingtian clearly knew what the consultant was saying. Oh, since such a thing had happened in the inn, the shopkeeper must be extremely depressed. I was anxious. I was worried about young Lady Leng. The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said with lingering fear. Boo-hoo. He could not say that he was almost. This was too embarrassing. Even the mystic sovereign could not withstand it. Who would believe this if news got out? How is young Lady Leng? I brought 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Are there any alchemists among you? Yu Tian's gaze swept back and forth between Feng De and the others as he asked. Yes, I am, Zheng En said under the little old man's signal. This is 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Yu Tian took out a rectangular cold jade box from the ring with some heartache and handed it to Feng De. He really didn't expect that there was actually an alchemist among them. He originally thought that only Miss Leng was one. However, if he knew that Leng Ruoxue and the others had a total of 4 alchemists, he would definitely be shocked. After all, there weren't many alchemists in the vast heaven continent. Especially alchemists above the alchemy grandmaster level, they were as rare and precious as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Zheng En received the jade box and carefully opened it. Instantly, a gust of cold air blew towards him. Following that, what entered his eyes was a snow-white and fat snow ginseng. This snow ginseng was slightly bigger than an adult's palm. Its roots were complete and its head had a faint outline of facial features. As an alchemist, he could tell with one look that this snow ginseng was definitely more than 1,000 years old. Old. Good ginseng, exclaimed the little old man. Man. Hee, who would have thought that the Shadow League really had some good stuff? This snow ginseng was the best he had ever seen. This snow ginseng is a treasure of our Shadow League. It was originally not for sale, but something happened to Miss Leng in the territory of our Shadow City, so. Yu Tian only spoke halfway before he looked at the snow ginseng in Zheng En's hand with a pained and reluctant expression as if he was about to be separated from his sweetheart. Hee, Butler you don't have to be reluctant. We won't let you suffer a loss, the little old man promised sincerely. Everyone, name a price. Yu Tian thought for a while and said. Although they were responsible for such an incident in the Shadow City, if such a precious snow ginseng was given to him for free, he definitely wouldn't feel good about it. Therefore, he had to accept some money. Otherwise, he would definitely be depressed to death. Steward Yu, I know that this 1,000-year-old snow ginseng can't be bought with money, so I don't plan on asking for a price. If you trust me, this old man, I'll get my girl to give you a medicinal herb of equal value after I save my girl. What do you think? The little old man thought for a moment and said. To every alchemist who valued medicine as much as their life, a snow ginseng was a good thing, and it was even more so for a senior alchemist like him. A medicinal ingredient of equivalent value? Yu Tian was stunned. Originally, when he heard the little old man say that he wasn't going to offer a price, he was a little angry. However, later on, when he heard that they were going to use medicinal ingredients of equivalent value to exchange for it, he couldn't help but be curious. He really wanted to know what kind of medicinal ingredients these people would use to exchange for it. I guarantee that Butler you will be satisfied with our medicinal herbs, the little old man promised mysteriously. After all, any medicinal herb that his lass took out would probably be worth more than this snow ginseng. It was just that they did not have the snow ginseng with them. Alright. Yu Tian nodded. They'd traded a few times, so he still believed in the credibility of these people. Everyone, I have a presumptuous request. Yu Tian continued. Everyone looked at Yu Tian with question marks all over their faces. They didn't understand what he was up to. Can you let us watch while you concoct the pill? Yu Tian asked, somewhat embarrassed. After all, they were outsiders. Sure. Zheng En nodded his head without hesitation. He was not so particular when refining pills. Thank you. May I know what kind of medicinal pill this grandmaster wishes to refine? Yu Tian asked curiously. Medicinal pills that could be used for snow ginseng were at least earth grade. Therefore, he really wanted to know if this young man in front of him had the strength of an alchemist grandmaster. The snow ginseng pill, of course, Zheng En said matter-of-factly. The snow ginseng pill was a heaven-grade medicinal pill. This was his first time refining it. He did not know what the success rate would be. Yu Tian was greatly shocked. Although he had never seen the snow ginseng elixir before, he was very clear about the rank of the elixir. Therefore, he really couldn't imagine that this man who looked to be in his 30s was actually an alchemy revered master. How could he not be surprised? Steward you, calm down. This is my first time refining a heaven-grade medicinal pill. It's hard to say whether I'll succeed or not. Zheng En scratched his head with his hand and said somewhat embarrassedly. Yu Tian was unable to remain calm. His forehead was even dripping with cold sweat. Using snow ginseng to refine a heaven-grade medicinal pill for the first time? This was too extravagant. Yu Tian was in a frenzy at the side while Zheng En calmly took out his own cauldron. After lighting the fire and preheating it, he placed the medicinal herbs into the cauldron in order. When all the medicinal herbs in the cauldron melted into liquid, he cut off a few ginseng roots and threw them into the cauldron. Then, he removed the impurities and purified them. Finally, he tempered them and condensed the pills. After all the steps were completed, he waited. Not long after, when the unique fragrance of the snow ginseng pill wafted out from the furnace, everyone knew that the pill had been successfully refined. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Zheng En opened the pill furnace. Looking at the snow-white medicinal pill lying in the middle of the pill furnace, he was elated. He didn't expect to succeed on his first attempt at refining heaven-grade medicinal pills. Even though there were only 10, he was already very happy. Congratulations, sir. When Yu Tian saw that the elixir had been successfully refined, his gaze towards Zheng En immediately became fiery, and he made up his mind to befriend them. After all, being able to become friends with an alchemy-revered master would bring about many benefits. I was just lucky. Zheng En said somewhat embarrassedly. You are too modest. Being able to refine a heaven-grade medicinal pill is not due to luck. Yu Tian was somewhat speechless as he spoke. If luck was really so useful, then how could there be so few alchemist honorable masters? Zheng En laughed foolishly, not knowing what to say. Silly boy, why aren't you giving the medicinal pills to the girl and the boy? The little old man patted his silly disciple's head and lightly reprimanded. Oh. Zheng En hurriedly said. Then, he took out 2 pills from the pill furnace and put them into Leng Ruoxue and the demon's mouths respectively. A moment later, they opened their eyes. When they saw the people in the room, their faces were filled with confusion. Why aren't you guys sleeping in the middle of the night? What are you doing in my room? Leng Ruoxue asked with a face full of question marks. Miss, something happened to you. Peach looked at her mistress with tears in her eyes. What happened to us? Leng Ruoxue and the demon asked in unison. You guys were drugged, Peach explained with tears in her eyes. Who would have the guts to do such a thing in the Shadow City? Isn't the security in the Shadow City very good? Could it be that our 10,000 purple coins entrance fee was paid for in vain? Can't even guarantee our basic safety? Leng Ruoxue asked like a cannonball, her beautiful face full of disappointment. Young Lady Leng, after such a thing happened, I am truly sorry. We will definitely give young Lady Leng an explanation. Yu Tian, who was extremely embarrassed, guaranteed. Butler Yu is here too. Leng Ruoxue said as if she had just seen someone. Yes. Yu Tian nodded speechlessly. Lass. Thanks to the housekeeper, who gave us the snow ginseng, we were able to wake you up. You have to return a good herb to her later. The little old man reminded her and even secretly winked at Leng Ruoxue. Thank you, Butler Yu, Leng Ruoxue said gratefully. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Young Lady Leng, did you lose anything valuable? Asked Yu Tian. He had been busy watching the concoction process earlier and didn't have the chance to ask for the details. My miss lost a bracelet, said Lu Tao. Bracelet? What kind of bracelet? Yu Tian asked with a face full of curiosity. What kind of thief would use forget soul for a bracelet? One had to know that this was the most damaging knockout powder. Not only would the person who planted the poison remain unconscious, even if he woke up, his cultivation would also be damaged. It might even affect his future cultivation. Therefore, this forget soul was absolutely considered a forbidden medicine in the vast heaven continent. A red, transparent snake-shaped bracelet. It's worth 100 billion. Lu Tao glanced at Little Flame and said calmly. Yu Tian couldn't help but wipe off the cold sweat on his forehead. He thought to himself, how could there be such an expensive bracelet in this world? Steward Yu, that bracelet is my family's young Mrs. family heirloom. She lost it just like that, sigh. Leto sighed heavily and said with a bitter face. However, when she mentioned the family heirloom, Xiaohua actually raised its little head with a proud expression. We will do our best to help young Lady Leng find the lost item. It is getting late. We will take our leave first. After Yu Tian finished speaking, he pulled the shopkeeper and fled as if his buttocks were on fire. Boo-hoo, if he continued, the old ancestor would probably come out to settle the score with them. Why did he run away? I haven't finished speaking. Lu Tao looked at Yu Tian's back and complained. I've already become a family heirloom. How could he still dare to stay here? Little Flame said with understanding. Family heirlooms were very valuable. You're just a small snake. Leng Ruoxue placed Little Flame in her palm and gently tapped its little head. I'm not a snake. I'm a family heirloom, Little Flame said very stubbornly. A family heirloom was much more important than a small snake, so it wanted to be a family heirloom. Little Flame, you are not lost, so you can't be a family heirloom, reminded Lu Tao with some amusement. Then I'm also a family heirloom. Humph. I'll bite whoever dares to say that I'm not. Little Flame glared with its crystal-like eyes and threatened. Eh. Everyone was speechless. Little Flame actually threatened them. Boo-hoo. This was really too much. You're a family heirloom, definitely. Feng Miao was the first to surrender. She had witnessed the tragedy outside with her own eyes, so she absolutely supported this little fellow. From now on, she would not go against anything that this little fellow said. And you're still the smart one. Little Flame nodded with satisfaction. Then, its fiery red crystal eyes lightly swept over everyone. You are a family heirloom. Everyone said in unison, extremely spineless. Hearing everyone's words, Little Flame was satisfied. Then, it formed a circle in Leng Ruoxue's palm and happily slept. Girl, you won't blame me for taking the liberty to use other herbs to exchange for that snow ginseng, right? After a while, the little old man asked. Even though he knew that the girl wouldn't hide it from him and blame him, he still felt a little uncertain since he hadn't heard her say it herself. Hee, no way. We don't have any snow ginseng, Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Sigh. Grandpa Du was thinking too much. She knew what happened back then, how could she blame him? Hee. Lass. This time, the Lan family will be implicated by that woman, the little old man said with a wicked smile. Doing such a thing in the Shadow League's territory was really courting death. Now, even the Lan family might not be able to protect her. If she didn't use Forgotten Soul, I wouldn't have dragged the Shadow League into this. Leng Ruoxue saw that there were no outsiders and that she wasn't acting anymore, so she told the truth. In fact, when the woman had just taken action, she had already discovered it. Originally, she only wanted Little Flame to bite her to punish her, but who knew that the knockout drug that the woman used was actually the Forgotten Soul that made people want to die. Therefore, she was a little angry at the time, so she decided to beat her at her own game and blow things up. And the need to use snow ginseng to solve Forgotten Soul was definitely unexpected for the Shadow League to have a 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Otherwise, she would probably still be unconscious for some time. Lass, even though I don't know what relationship that woman has with the Lan clan, she shouldn't be a member of the Lan clan. Do you think the Shadow League will vent their anger on the Lan clan? The little old man asked worriedly. He had some ties with that old geezer from the Lan clan, so he naturally didn't want to see any harm come to the Lan clan. Even though the Shadow League is mysterious and unfathomable, they shouldn't fall out with the Lan clan over such a small matter. However, after such a thing happened in the Shadow City, the Shadow League's face must be recovered. So, it's inevitable for the Lan clan to lose some money. Leng Ruoxue analyzed after thinking for a while. Her relationship with Lan Ming wasn't bad, so she naturally didn't want to make things difficult for the Lan clan. Moreover, it was hard to say whether the old man from the Lan clan recognized this woman or not. Moreover, with her understanding of that old man, that cunning old man would definitely not acknowledge this debt. Yes, but it won't be easy to get money from the Lan family. The little old man nodded in agreement. Grandpa Du, we don't have to worry about this. It's getting late, everyone should rest early. Leng Ruoxue smiled and said. Sigh. Because of a woman who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, they actually went through so much trouble. This was really too much. Aunt couldn't tolerate it. However, she blamed this on Lan Lai. Miss, we want to sleep in the space. Feng Dao and the others exchanged glances and then said in unison. All right. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. With a thought, she brought everyone into the space. 2 days later. Leng Ruoxue and the others finally left the bracelet. For the past 2 days, they had been staying in the space. During this time, only Feng Miao followed Leng Ruoxue's instructions and went to deliver the medicinal herbs to the housekeeper. The others didn't leave the room at all. At the same time, Feng Miao also informed the manager not to disturb them unless it was something important. When Leng Ruoxue and her group walked down the stairs and arrived at the hall on the first floor, the shopkeeper quickly came up to them and bowed slightly before asking, would everyone like to eat something? Sure. Shopkeeper, did anything fun happen in the Shadow City in the past 2 days? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously while looking at the shopkeeper with a smile. Cold sweat broke out on the shopkeeper's forehead as he hesitated whether he should say it or not. Shopkeeper, has the whereabouts of the thief who stole Our Lady's things been found? Lu Tao asked with anticipation. I'm not too sure about this. It's Butler Yu who's in charge. The shopkeeper pushed the blame onto Yu Tian. Oh. After we're done eating, let's go look for Butler Yu. It's been 2 days, there should be some progress. Leng Ruoxue said lightly. Actually, she knew clearly that Butler Yu was in a dilemma. After all, this matter involved the Lan family. I'll go prepare food for everyone. After the shopkeeper said that, he left the place as if he was running for his life. Leng Ruoxue and the others simply ate some food. After that, they majestically went to find Yu Tian. When they arrived at the entrance of Butler Yu's residence, Leng Ruoxue gave Feng De a look. Feng De walked up and knocked on the door a few times. Creak. The door opened and a guard walked out. When he saw Leng Ruoxue and the others, he politely asked, who are you looking for? Previous chapter. My Mrs. surname is Leng. We're looking for Butler Yu, Feng De replied. Oh. Please wait a moment, the guard said before closing the door to report to Butler Yu. A few minutes later, Butler Yu came out personally. Young Lady Leng, your body has just recovered. How did you come out? Huh, if you want to see me, you just need to send someone to inform me and I will personally go see you. Yu Tian's face was full of smiles as he spoke with great enthusiasm. Butler Yu is very busy every day, unlike me who has nothing to do, of course I have to personally visit. Leng Ruoxue said politely. Quickly come in. Yu Tian smiled awkwardly. His heart was beating like a drum. From her tone, could it be that young lady Leng was blaming him? Ooh-hoo, he was wronged. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded, then everyone followed the housekeeper into the courtyard. After bringing Leng Ruoxue and the others to the living room, Yu Tian instructed the waiter to prepare tea and snacks before sitting down to chat with them. Housekeeper Yu, have you found the thief? Leng Ruoxue asked bluntly when she saw that Yu Tian was looking left and right. This. Recently, someone in Shadow City has been poisoned. However, we aren't too sure either. Yu Tian said very implicitly. Butler Yu, to be honest, the symptoms of the snake poison aren't too obvious for the person who was bitten by my xiaohua. However, the person who is poisoned has an extremely strong physiological requirement. Before long, they will die from exhaustion. Moreover, this kind of poison can be transmitted through certain actions. So, it's best if you find this person as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Leng Ruoxue calmly explained. She didn't even ask who the person who was poisoned was. After that, she drank a mouthful of tea and looked at Yu Tian with her beautiful eyes that had a smile that wasn't a smile. She believed that housekeeper Yu knew what she said was true. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue stood up and left. After sending Leng Ruoxue off, Yu Tian sat alone on a chair and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he called out to the void, Shadow. Milord, what instructions do you have? A black ghost-like figure instantly appeared before Yu Tian. Shadow, how trustworthy do you think young Lady Leng's words are? Yu Tian asked his confidant very seriously. Sir, 2 of our men have already been poisoned, and they are still unconscious, the Shadow reminded. The 2 who had been poisoned had been bitten. Furthermore, their Shadow League's alchemists had tried all sorts of methods but were still unable to cure the poison. You mean to hand that woman over? Yu Tian hesitated. If it wasn't because that woman was the younger cousin of the Lan clan's young master, he wouldn't have to be in such a difficult situation. He definitely wanted to be on good terms with young Lady Leng, but the Lan clan wasn't willing to provoke them. Although the Shadow League wasn't afraid of the Lan clan, if he could sell a favor to the Lan clan, it would be beneficial to the Shadow League as well. Sigh. Could it be that there wasn't a way to achieve the best of both worlds? For the past 2 days, he had a headache over this matter. Sir, if I am not wrong, Miss Leng and the rest must know who the thief is. Therefore, it is unlikely that they will be able to make a comeback, the Shadow said carefully. Sigh. What you said makes sense. Yu Tian nodded, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Lord, you better remind the other lords about this. I feel that Miss Leng is even more difficult to deal with than the Lan clan. The Shadow said softly. Of course I know that young Lady Leng isn't someone to be trifled with. However, they have to listen to me. Yu Tian said in a somewhat depressed manner. At the same time, he recalled the fire lotus that Feng Miao sent over. Sigh. Using snow ginseng to exchange for the fire lotus was still them taking advantage of him. After all, even though snow ginseng was precious, it wasn't as widely used as the fire lotus. The Shadow fell silent. After Leng Ruoxue and the others left Yu Tian's residence, they returned to the Shadow Pavilion. In the room, Fengde could not help but ask, Miss, what does Butler Yu mean? The Shadow League's face is nothing more than this. Leng Ruoxue mocked. It seemed she had overestimated the Shadow League. Las, the relationships between the aristocratic families have always been very deep, so it's normal for the Shadow League to hesitate. After all, the Lan family's strength is obvious, and in their eyes, we can't be compared to the Lan family at all, the little old man said knowingly, consoling Leng Ruoxue. I know. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Although she was a little depressed, she also knew that in the eyes of the Shadow League, she couldn't compare to a super aristocratic family. Oh. Since ancient times, only the strong had the right to speak. Miss, didn't Butler Yu promise to give us an explanation? Is he trying to fool us? Peach Lu asked in confusion. Of course he'll give us an explanation. However, I'm afraid that it won't satisfy us. Leng Ruoxue said in understanding. After making a trip to the housekeeper's office, she was even more clear about the Shadow League's intentions. It looked like it was as she had expected, the Shadow League was currently in a difficult position. Miss, what should we do now? Lu Tao could not help but ask. Were they working for nothing? Wait. In any case, I'm not the one who was poisoned, I'm not in a hurry. Leng Ruoxue laughed lightly. Humph. No matter what relationship that woman has with the Lan family, since that woman dared to have designs on her, then don't even think about living well. The Lan family can't protect Minna either. Hee hee. Then let's wait, said Lu Tao with an evil smile. However, she had not heard any screams for the past 2 days. Could it be that the woman had already left Shadow City? Yes. Everyone nodded. Miss, when are we leaving this place? Feng Miao suddenly asked. After this matter is settled, we'll leave. Oh. What's the matter? Leng Ruoxue said with understanding. No. Feng Miao hurriedly said. Oh. If you have nothing to do during the day, you can enter the space to cultivate. Leng Ruoxue thought for a while and said. The Shadow City was too small and there was really nothing to visit. After all, everyone who came here was here for the transaction. N. Fengde and the others nodded. Just as they were about to enter the space, they heard a knock on the door. Fengde turned around to open the door, only to discover that it was Butler Yu and an unfamiliar middle-aged man standing outside. Butler Yu, we just came back from your place. We haven't even warmed up our butts. Why are you here? Fengde chuckled. I have something to discuss with young Lady Leng. I forgot to mention it earlier. Yu Tian said somewhat embarrassedly. Oh, then please come in. Vonetta moved aside and let them into the room. Butler Yu, what's the matter? Leng Ruoxue asked directly without even inviting Yu Tian to sit down. Are you Sir Du-min? Suddenly, the middle-aged man who had been standing next to Yu Tian fixed his gaze on the small old man and spoke with an excited expression. Oh. It's been a long time since someone called me by that name, the little old man said indifferently. Mr. Du-min, I really didn't expect to see you here. I'm so happy. The middle-aged man was extremely excited. Sir. Sir Du-min. Yu Tian also stuttered a little. No wonder he felt that this little old man was somewhat familiar. To think that this unremarkable old man was actually the godlike person in the hearts of all alchemists. Although he wasn't an alchemist, he was still very clear about Du-min's position in the alchemy world and even in the entire vast heaven continent. If he had long seen that this little old man was Sir Du-min, he probably wouldn't have hesitated either. He didn't know if it was still too late. What are you talking about? Just call me old man. The little old man said disapprovingly. Butler Yu, what are you here for? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but ask again. She didn't want to attend a fan meeting with her idol. Young Lady Leng, it's like this. Didn't I tell you that someone in the city was indeed poisoned? However, there isn't sufficient evidence. Moreover, 2 people in our Shadow League were poisoned and were bitten by someone. So, I'm here to ask for the snake poison. If it can cure my subordinate's poison, then we can basically confirm the thief. Yu Tian pondered for a moment before speaking in an extremely reserved manner. Oh, is that so? It seems that Steward Yu doesn't have any sincerity. Someone, send the guest out. Leng Ruoxue instructed expressionlessly. Humph. At this time, Yu Tian was still playing mind games with her. To think she had such a good impression of him. Young Lady Leng. Yu Tian wanted to explain, but Leng Ruoxue didn't give him a chance. She turned around and entered the inner room. Butler Yu, this way please. Fengde extended an arm and made an inviting gesture. Yu Tian gave the middle-aged man a look. The middle-aged man opened his mouth with some difficulty and said, Sir Du-min. However, just as he said a few words, he was interrupted by the little old man. Sigh. This old man is getting on in years. I don't care anymore. Our lass has the final say. The little old man pretended to sigh helplessly. Then, he shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he was helpless. Seeing this, Yu Tian and the middle-aged man had no choice but to leave with their tails between their legs. After leaving, the middle-aged man could not help but mutter as he walked, Butler Yu, why didn't you tell them that the thief was found? I have to tell you, if they can't get the snake venom, they will lose their lives. I know, they are my subordinates. I am also anxious. However, this matter is not something that I can decide alone. I have to go back and discuss it with the others. Yu Tian said with a troubled expression. Sigh. If he could say it directly, how could he not? Then you have to be quick. They won't be able to last much longer, the middle-aged man reminded her. At the same time, he was complaining in his heart. Sigh. If it weren't for that damn woman, he wouldn't have had the chance to get close to his idol. Got it. Yu Tian replied in an extremely depressed manner. After that, the 2 of them directly returned to the Shadow Alliance's encampment. The next day, Yu Tian and the middle-aged man came to visit again. They said a lot of good things and told Leng Ruoxue the truth. They even automatically signed numerous unequal treaties before coaxing Leng Ruoxue to take out 2 antidotes. As he looked at the antidote in his hand, Yu Tian's tears fell like rain, and he was extremely excited. Woo, what a rare antidote. For the sake of these 2 antidotes, he had cursed all those conservative and stubborn old things last night. Butler Yu, why aren't you going back quickly and giving these 2 antidotes to your subordinates? Leng Ruoxue reminded. Since Yu Tian was willing to lower his head for his subordinates, he could be considered to be a loyal person. Thus, she was magnanimous and didn't bother about Yu Tian's previous actions. After all, from his perspective, he didn't do anything wrong. Oh. Yu Tian hurriedly nodded, and then he vanished with a swish. Even though Yu Tian took the antidote and left, the middle-aged man didn't leave. He even stayed next door to them. Furthermore, as long as he had time, he would stick by the little old man's side. His diligence left even Zheng Yan, his disciple, in the dust. Another day passed. Leng Ruoxue and the others had just finished their lunch in the space when Qing Ju informed them that someone was knocking on the door. She quickly moved everyone out of the space. Oldly, what's wrong with you? Fengde, who went to open the door, saw the middle-aged man standing outside the door and teased him in a good mood. I have something to inform you guys, the middle-aged man called Old Li said as he panted, his face filled with anxiety. What's wrong? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. I just received news that someone from the Lan family is here, Old Li said after calming down a little. When Leng Ruoxue heard old Li's words, she frowned slightly. She thought to herself, has the Lan family finally shown themselves? I wonder who it is. But, it doesn't matter. Where is the Lan family? The little old man asked curiously, his face full of anticipation. They went to Butler Yu's place, old Li said speechlessly. It seemed like those people had heard that Butler Yu had the antidote, so they went to look for him. Sigh. He really did not know how this news was leaked. Then let's go too. Leng Ruoxue smiled. Of course, they were there to watch the show. All right. Everyone nodded excitedly, and then the group of them left the inn in a formidable array and headed straight for Yu Tian's residence. Because old Li was there, they didn't knock on the door this time and just strutted in. However, before they entered the living room, they heard an arrogant female voice from afar. Why didn't you give my daughter the antidote first? Leng Ruoxue stopped in her tracks and looked up at old Li, asking calmly, who is this woman? This woman is the mistress of the Hu family and also the aunt of the Lan family's young master, old Li explained. The Hu family? I've never heard of them. Leng Ruoxue's face was full of question marks. Was the Hu family very famous? This woman actually yelled at the housekeeper's office. Sigh. She really didn't know if she was dead or alive. However, she was even more surprised that Yu Tian was actually able to endure it. Could it be that the Shadow League had fallen? Miss Leng, are we still going in? Old Li asked carefully. Come in. Why not? Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she walked into the living room with the demon. Why are you guys here? After Yu Tian saw Leng Ruoxue, he kept giving her meaningful looks. Then, he glared at old Li who was beside Leng Ruoxue. Butler Yu has a guest? Looks like we came at the wrong time. Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid as she smiled. However, she did not have any intention of leaving. Instead, she found a seat and sat down. The demon sat beside her and Fengda and the rest did not need to greet her. Butler Yu, you must give me an explanation. Why didn't you give the antidote to my daughter first? My daughter is the future young madam of the Lan family. The Lan family will not let you off. A woman who had been ignored shouted at the top of her lungs. Leng Ruoxue, who was sitting at the side, lifted her beautiful eyes and sized up the woman who spoke. The woman in front of her was about 40 years old. She looked ordinary and her figure was long gone. As for her strength, it was so weak that it could be ignored. Moreover, this woman and Minner looked quite similar. However, Minner should be considered to have gained weight. At this moment, the woman was glaring fiercely at Butler Yu. Madam Hu, can you represent the Lan clan? Yu Tian sighed lightly and asked with slight uncertainty. Truthfully speaking, he had given the Lan clan's great master face, so he had tolerated this woman repeatedly. However, this woman thought that he was afraid of her. Humph. How preposterous. Of course I can. Madam Hu said domineeringly. Butler Yu, there's a problem with your question. The great master of the Lan family is just sitting by the side. Why don't you just ask him directly? Leng Ruoxue couldn't stand it anymore. Sigh. Just how cowardly was this Lan Lai's father? He actually let such an ignorant woman fool around. No wonder that damned old man Lan Tao refused to hand over the position of the family head. Sir Lan, what do you think? Can Madam Hu represent the Lan clan? Yu Tian nodded before he asked. Actually, he was giving Lan Tian face by not asking earlier, but who would have expected Lan Tian to remain silent? Lan Tian glanced at his beloved wife beside him. He didn't know what to say, so he could only remain silent. Of course she can't represent our Lan family. Lan Lai could not bear it any longer. To be honest, there were times when he really did not understand why his father would indulge this woman so much. Was it because she was his mother's younger sister? Liar, she's your aunt. A voice as gentle as water sounded helplessly. Lan Lai, you heartless. When Madam Hu heard that, she hurriedly tried to scold him. However, her words were interrupted by Lan Lai. So what? Her surname isn't Lan. Lan Lai said with a face full of anger. Just because this woman was his aunt and seemed to be indebted to his mother and son when they were young, their entire family had to treat her as their benefactor for the rest of their lives. To be honest, all these years, this so-called aunt had been using the Lan family's name to gain benefits for her husband's family. He and his father had also turned a blind eye to it and pretended not to see it. Even if they had repaid her kindness back then, this aunt's ambition was really too great. She actually wanted to marry her daughter to him. Humph. He didn't like that conceited and greedy cousin of his at all. If it wasn't for his mother, he wouldn't have bothered with that woman at all. Furthermore, after creating such a scandal, she actually wanted to enter the Lan family. He really didn't know what this pair of mother and daughter were thinking. Madam Hu, right? I was the one who gave Butler Yu the antidote. Leng Ruoxue, who originally wanted to watch a good show, didn't want to play dumb anymore, so she directly said, sigh. Looking at these people's acting skills, they probably wouldn't be able to put on a good show. And she had no interest in watching any further. It's you? Then why didn't you give my daughter to me? Don't you know she's the future young madam of the Lan family? After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Madam Hu's anger was immediately ignited as she roared like a lion. When Butler Yu saw this, he knew that Miss Leng was planning to remain calm. Hence, he pretended to be deaf and mute. Why should I give it to her? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. Of course you have to give it to her. She's the future young madam of the Lan family, Madam Hu emphasized. Future? In other words, she's not. Madam Hu, I don't understand one thing. After what happened, do you think the Lan family will still allow her to enter? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. What is it? Don't spout nonsense. My daughter was only poisoned. Nothing happened, Madam Hu said evasively. Madam Hu, young Master Lan is willing to be a spendthrift, but it doesn't mean that everyone is a fool. Who in the Shadow City doesn't know that Miss Hu Minner has 10 men at night, and she's spending the night with them? Leng Ruoxue laughed evilly. Miss, you cannot speak such nonsense. This concerns a woman's reputation. The moment Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, her gentle voice sounded again. Leng Ruoxue glanced at the middle-aged beauty who spoke. She thought to herself, is this person Lan Lai's mother? I really don't know if she was too well protected by her father and son, or if she was born so fair. Sigh. What a worrisome person. Now, she suddenly felt some sympathy for Lan Lai. Don't spout nonsense. My daughter is innocent. Don't slander her. At this time, Madam Hu also reacted and shouted furiously. Butler Yu, did I slander you? Leng Ruoxue looked at Yu Tian and smiled. No, what Miss Leng said is the truth. Miss Hu did indeed spend the night and night, pouncing on men whenever she saw them. Now, all the men in Shadow City are in danger. If there's nothing important, they wouldn't dare to go out at all. Furthermore, many good men have not only had their innocence ruined by Miss Hu, but they have also been poisoned by her and are still unconscious. Butler Yu added fuel to the fire. You all are speaking nonsense. My daughter was only poisoned. Madam Hu roared out. However, her confidence was clearly lacking. Does Madam Hu know why her daughter was poisoned? Leng Ruoxue asked with a faint smile. Hu Minner had ulterior motives and wanted to steal my bracelet, so she was bitten by my beast. Leng Ruoxue did not give Madam Hu a chance to speak and continued. So it was you who harmed my daughter. Madam Hu couldn't find the person who poisoned her daughter, so when she heard Leng Ruoxue admit it, she immediately exploded. Madam Hu, don't you understand human language? I told you before that I was the one who gave Butler Yu the antidote. Also, I said a few seconds ago that Hu Minner was here to steal my bracelet and was bitten by my beast. So, your precious daughter is asking for it. Leng Ruoxue sneered. No matter what, you're the one who harmed my daughter. I won't let you get away with it, said Madam Hu. That's just as well. I don't plan on letting your precious daughter off either. By the way, let me remind you that your daughter can only live for 3 days at most, Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Finished talking, she directly stood up. Then, she said to Tian, Steward you know better than me what kind of treatment people who use Forget Soul on the vast heaven continent will receive. Amen. Yu Tian nodded. He understood what Leng Ruoxue meant. Then we'll take our leave first, Leng Ruoxue said. After that, she brought the crowd and left Yu Tian's residence. After watching Leng Ruoxue and the others leave, Yu Tian turned to the guard and instructed, send the guests off. After speaking, Yu Tian left his residence. In the guest room. As soon as Leng Ruoxue and the others returned to the restaurant, Feng De and the others started discussing impatiently. That Madam Hu is a real piece of work. Feng De couldn't stand it anymore. He had seen many women, but this was the first time he had seen such a shameless woman. His daughter was already in such a state, but she was still dreaming about being the young madam of the Lan family. He really didn't know what that old woman was thinking. This is what you call having a daughter like her mother. Lin Yuan teased. I really wanted to kill that old woman just now. Peach clenched her fists and said rather violently. However, without Mrs. Order, she did not dare to do it. Leng Ruoxue sat on the chair, playing with the fire as she listened to her subordinates' discussion. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Feng De, go open the door. Leng Ruoxue instructed calmly. Yes. Vonda went to open the door, but he returned shortly after. Where are the guests? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. It's someone from the Lan clan. Does young miss want to see him? Feng De asked carefully. Of course I want to see her, Leng Ruoxue smiled. She had already expected the Lan family to come to see her, so she was waiting. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, Feng De turned around and invited the Lan family members in. What's the matter? Leng Ruoxue leaned comfortably in the devil's embrace, teasing the fire in her palm as she asked coldly. Miss Leng, we're here to seek the cure, the middle-aged woman said gently. Oh, I thought you guys were here to apologize. Leng Ruoxue said lightly. She took out a small red fruit from her bracelet and fed it to her. Miss Leng, I'm willing to apologize to you on Minner's behalf. Can you give me the antidote? The middle-aged woman asked very sincerely. Why should I give you the antidote? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. Although an apology was necessary, she did not think an apology would be enough to appease her anger. Miss Leng, Minner has done such a thing. I'm willing to compensate you for her loss, Lan Tian said directly as he could not bear to see his wife suffer. Compensation? How do you want to compensate? I was hit by Forget Soul and lost my family heirloom worth 100 billion. Can you compensate me? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked directly. Lan Tian remained silent. Miss Leng, Minner did something wrong. However, aren't you fine now? Please give her another chance. My sister only has one child. The middle-aged woman started crying as she spoke. Her tear-stained appearance was truly pitiful. Of course, this didn't include Leng Ruoxue and the others. Madame Lan, you think I'm fine, so I should let Miss Hu go, right? Humph. I'm fine not because Hu Min'er didn't succeed, but because I took the antidote. If it weren't for my grandfather and the others spending a huge sum of money to buy the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, I probably wouldn't have woken up. Leng Ruoxue said in an extremely cold tone. But Min'er has already been punished. Madame Lan whispered. Compared to the consequences of using forgotten souls, her punishment is not enough. Madame Lan, you are very lucky to have a husband who loves you and an obedient son. However, you are too ignorant. Actually, ignorance is not a serious problem. Your biggest problem is being unable to differentiate right from wrong. Leng Ruoxue pointed out the problem with the woman in front of her. However, it caused the father and son of the Lan family to glare daggers at her. Instantly, she felt that she was being a busybody, so she stopped talking. I can't tell right from wrong. I just want to repay your kindness. Madame Lan said softly. Fengde, send the guests away. I don't want to see them again in the future. Leng Ruoxue rudely chased them away. Sigh. Ignorant women weren't scary, but ignorant women who couldn't differentiate right from wrong were the scariest. She had always hated women who were as soft as water. Oh, Lan Lai was a good child, but it was a pity he had such a naive mother. Please. Fengde said lightly. Wait. Are you Leng Ruoxue? Lan Lai suddenly asked. For some reason, he felt that this Miss Leng was very similar to the person he knew. However, their appearances were worlds apart. Hence, he could not be sure. Does it have anything to do with each other? People who walk different paths cannot work together. Leng Ruoxue neither admitted nor denied it. However, she knew that she was a straightforward person. Hence, her relationship with Lan Lai could only be like this. I understand. Lan Lai was disappointed. Then, he left Leng Ruoxue and the freak's room with his parents. Swear, this kid from the Lan family is quite pitiful. After Lan Lai and the others left, the little old man sighed. Grandpa Du, I can't help him, Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Lan Lai's mother could not differentiate right from wrong. It was all because of the father and son spoiling. Also, his aunt was the same. So, if they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for not having principles. In the following 2 days, Lan Lai did not come to look for them again. And there was news that the Hu family offended someone and directly vanished from the vast heaven continent. However, regarding the Hu family's demise, the Lan family did not have any reaction. Even though Yu Tian didn't say it explicitly, Leng Ruoxue knew that Yu Tian must have sent someone to do all of this. As for the Lan clan, Yu Tian should have sent someone to greet them. As for Hu Min'er and her daughter in the Shadow City, they would naturally die. In the guest room. Leng Ruoxue looked at Feng Miao, who was standing by the window in a daze, and her heart was full of doubts. What's wrong with this guy these past 2 days? He's always restless. Miss, when are we leaving Shadow City? Feng Miao felt Leng Ruoxue's gaze and couldn't help but ask. I don't know. Didn't Butler Yu say that there will be a batch of medicinal ingredients arriving soon? After buying them, we will naturally leave. Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly. Little Miao Miao, is there something on your mind? Oh. Is it spring? Feng Zhan flew in front of Feng Miao and asked with a puzzled expression. Go to hell, you're the one who's in heat. Feng Miao roared rather angrily. Women must be gentle. You can't be so fierce. Be careful not to get married. Feng Zhan kindly reminded. Humph. Men don't have good things. I'm not getting married. After hearing Feng Zhan's words, Feng Miao became even angrier. Oh. It really is spring. Which beast did you take a fancy to, young miss? Feng Zhan said with understanding. Young Mrs. Beast was extremely beautiful and cute, so it was normal for this female bird to take a fancy to it. As for whether those beasts would take a fancy to her, it was unknown. I'm not interested in any of them. Stop talking nonsense and get lost. Feng Miao roared. Feng Zhan, come over. Don't provoke her. Leng Ruoxue helplessly said. Oh. Feng Zhan obediently flew to Leng Ruoxue's shoulder and affectionately rubbed against her. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Master, I'll go open the door, Feng Zhan said. Then, he flew to the door and opened it to find the waiter standing outside. What is it? Feng Zhan asked. I'm here to tell Miss Leng that the medicinal herbs have arrived. However, the attendant at the pharmacy can't leave now. He said that the goods will be sent over later, the attendant said hurriedly. He knew that Miss Leng's beasts were all very fierce, so he didn't dare to provoke any of them. Oh, got it. Feng Zhan replied, and then he closed the door with a bang. After Feng Zhanfei returned to Leng Ruoxue, before he could report, his master spoke. Feng Zhan, you and Feng Miao go get it yourself. Leng Ruoxue said after thinking for a while. Since Feng Miao was in a bad mood, then let her go out for a walk. Maybe her mood would improve. Master, can I not go? Feng Zhan spoke with slight fear. He really didn't want to be together with this violent dragoness right now. Without Master's protection, that female bird would definitely bully him. No, but I can ask Little Flame to go with you. Leng Ruoxue said with an understanding smile. Sigh. All right then. Feng Zhan's little head drooped as he replied extremely unwillingly. Feng Miao, go and get the herbs, then we'll be on our way. Leng Ruoxue looked at Feng Miao and reminded. Okay. Hearing that they were going to go on their way, Feng Miao's gloomy mood immediately turned gloomy. Go quickly and come back quickly, Leng Ruoxue said. Then, she passed Xiaohua, which was wrapped around her wrist, to Feng Miao. Master, don't miss me too much, Feng Zhan said with reluctance. F***ck off. The freak who had been silent all this while roared. Woo, they're all so fierce. Feng Zhan landed on Feng Miao's shoulder and complained with a face full of fear. Feng Miao rolled her eyes at the little red bird on her shoulder, then she left the guest shop with the two beasts in large strides. Shuer, when are we leaving? After Feng Miao left, the demon pulled Shuer into his arms and asked softly. Whatever. You can leave later or tomorrow morning, Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Should we bid farewell to Butler Yu and the rest? The freak suggested. There's no need. Leng Ruoxue pondered for a moment before replying. Actually, they weren't very familiar with Yu Tian. They only had a few happy exchanges with each other. Yes. The freak nodded. He was a filial fiancé, so he would naturally listen to whatever Shuer said. As the two of them were chatting, there was another knock on the door. They won't be back so soon, right? Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of suspicion. I'll open the door. The freak stood up and opened the door. Miss Leng, your subordinate has been captured by the patrolling guards. The moment the door opened, the waiter at the door shouted loudly. What did you say? Hearing the voice, Leng Ruoxue quickly walked to the door and asked. Her subordinates were all cultivating in the space. Feng Miao and the others had gone to the pharmacy to retrieve herbs, who would be caught. It's that Miss Feng and your two beasts. The waiter hurriedly explained. Previous chapter. Next. Why did you capture them? Leng Ruoxue asked with a cold expression. Humph. Did they really think she was easy to mess with? Well. I don't know what exactly happened. I heard it from a customer, so I came to tell you, the waiter explained. Thank you, where are they currently locked up? Leng Ruoxue took out a few purple coins and gave them to the waiter as thanks before asking. He's in Shadow City's dungeon. The server replied. Freak, let's go to the prison to take a look. Leng Ruoxue turned around and said to the freak. Okay. The freak knew that Shuer was very anxious, so he didn't waste time and pulled Shuer out of the restaurant. In the Shadow City dungeon. Feng Miao, Feng Zhan, and Little Flame were currently locked in the same cell. I'm sorry for implicating you. Feng Miao said somewhat guiltily. Sigh. What bad luck. She thought she could avoid it, but who knew that she still met it. Little Miao Miao, you are my subordinate. I don't want to hear such words. Feng Zhan's face was stiff as he said with slight displeasure. At this moment, he had already transformed into his human form. This is the prison. Little Flame wasn't as depressed as Feng Miao. Instead, it looked around curiously at the environment in front of it. Yeah. You've broadened your horizons today. Feng Zhan chuckled and teased. Actually, it was also the first time he was captured into a prison. A woman will come and save us. Don't worry. Little Flame nodded its little head and said in a very open-minded manner. Hee, it'll just take it as coming here to travel. Oh, Little Flame? Will you bite that woman to death with that strike just now? Feng Zhan asked with a mischievous smile. According to his knowledge, Fiery had at least 10,000 types of poison in its body. Moreover, it didn't even bite people in the same manner. I won't. The woman said before that living a life worse than death is 100 times more painful than directly cracking it apart. That's why I won't let her die so easily. Little Flame said with slight complacency, and its little tail curled up proudly. The truth. Feng Zhan spoke with a fawning expression, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. Oh, master is suspected of teaching children bad things. Thinking back, this little red snake was such a pure and kind child. Hee. That's for sure. Fiery became increasingly cocky. Looks like you guys have adapted quite well. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in their ears. The two humans and one beast raised their heads at the same time and looked at Leng Ruoxue who was right in front of them. They shouted enthusiastically in unison. Master. Woman. Miss. Feng Miao's voice was the smallest. After calling out once, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Who's going to tell me what's going on? Leng Ruoxue glared at Feng Zhan and asked. Woman, there was a very coquettish woman who wanted to snatch your family heirloom, me, so I bit her. After that, the man beside her wanted to teach us a lesson. After that, we started fighting. After that, we were caught here, Little Flame said. However, because Little Flame spoke too quickly, it didn't say it very clearly, but Leng Ruoxue finally understood a little. That was, there was someone who was so blind as to want to snatch Little Flame away. Looking at the sparkling, translucent, and incomparably beautiful little fellow, she couldn't help but feel uneasy in her heart. Little Flame actually became a disaster too. Miss, it's all my fault. Feng Miao lowered her head and said softly. Master, they're from the Phoenix clan, Feng Zhan explained. Phoenix clan, isn't that Feng Miao's clansman? Leng Ruoxue said softly, then looked at Feng Miao with a face full of question marks. Miss, that woman's name is Feng Xian. She's my cousin, but we don't have a good relationship. She likes to snatch my things, including men. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have wanted to snatch Little Flame. So, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Feng Miao said guiltily. She kept her head lowered, not daring to look at Leng Ruoxue. Does she want to snatch or buy? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. What was this? Initially, she thought all beast men were innocent, cute and kind-hearted. But who knew that even among beast men, there would be something like snatching things or even men? This was too unbelievable. Woman, she didn't even say she was going to buy it and directly snatched it. Humph. How could I do as she wished? I'm your family heirloom, woman. Those Tom, Dick, and Harry don't have the qualifications to have me. Fiery said with a fawning expression, then shook its head very cockily as if it had done something amazing. Well done. Leng Ruoxue patted Little Flame's head and praised it. Humph. Her family's beasts didn't allow others to bully it. Hee hee. Xiaohua climbed onto Leng Ruoxue's palm and licked her palm gently. Then, it coiled into a ring and lay down. Young miss, that damn woman is really too annoying. I've never hated a phoenix so much in my entire life. Feng Zhan continued to complain. He knew that his master wouldn't be angry with them. His master was a human who loved beasts the most. Feng Zhan, tell me what exactly happened. Leng Ruoxue asked. Fiery said it too simply. It only. Then did you guys suffer any losses? Leng Ruoxue asked worriedly. Oh. This was what she was more concerned about. Humph. She had always been protective of her own people. No one dared to bully her. Hee. Master, with me around, it's naturally impossible for us to suffer a loss. Even though those people are stronger than us, the ones who are injured are them. Feng Zhan said proudly. That's good. As long as you don't suffer any losses, it doesn't matter if the others live or die. Leng Ruoxue nodded in satisfaction. Listening to their conversation, Feng Miao was dumbfounded. Even though she hadn't been with Leng Ruoxue for long, she knew she was a good master. However, she didn't expect her to be so overprotective. Feng Miao couldn't help but feel touched. Feng Miao, tell me about the Phoenix clan. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and said. As the saying goes, know thyself and thy enemy. Since she had offended the Phoenix clan, she naturally had to find out more about them. Luckily, she had a branch of the Phoenix clan by her side. Young Miss, Feng Xian's mother, who is also my aunt, is now the acting clan leader of the Phoenix clan. As for my mother and some of the elders of the Phoenix clan, they are all in deep sleep. Therefore, the Phoenix clan is a little chaotic now. Furthermore, the Phoenix clan is no longer the Phoenix clan of the past. Feng Miao said sadly. Boo-hoo. If not for this, she probably would not have chosen to leave the clan and find a place to cultivate alone. She would not have met Leng Ruoxue and the others. Sigh. Thinking back to when she was defeated by Leng Ruoxue's beasts, she was still a little depressed. But now, she was rejoicing. Deep sleep? The Phoenix clan is in chaos, and they're still sleeping, Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. Weren't beasts cultivating when they slept? The Phoenix clan would be in irreparable state by the time they woke up. Would it? Miss, unless there's a miracle, I'm afraid they won't be able to wake up. Feng Miao said very sadly. The result of waking up was only death, so they could only sleep all the time. It was because of this that her aunt took a fancy to this point that she was so unrestrained. Why? Leng Ruoxue asked in confusion. Our Phoenix clan is unable to leave this realm, and the price of not being able to break through is death, Feng Miao explained. In fact, many members of the Phoenix clan could already advance to level 9 transcendent divine beasts. But they all chose to delay their advancement. Every day that could be delayed was a day. Because once they advanced to level 9 transcendent divine beasts, it meant that they were not far from death. Master, this realm's Phoenix clan is even more miserable than ours. Feng Zhan said. Back then, they were in the Ling Feng continent, because they had a boundary as a cover. The heaven and earth rules could not sense their ranks at all. But, the Phoenix clan's encampment on the vast heaven continent should not have any enchantment. Otherwise, it was also impossible for them to casually walk on the vast heaven continent. And the price of their freedom not being restricted was to pay with their lives. In fact, there was a way to solve this problem, because they only needed to recognize a master. However, proud existences like the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan who stood at the apex of beasts would never casually recognize a master. Therefore, they could only choose to sleep. Leng Ruoxue nodded. If one couldn't break through the limit, then death was also imminent. Schwer, someone's here. At this moment, the freak suddenly called out. Leng Ruoxue nodded slightly and stopped talking. Miss Leng. Yu Tian strode into the cell. When he saw Leng Ruoxue, he quickly greeted her. After that, he looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others with a Headache and sighed in his heart. Sigh. These people were really too troublesome. First it was the Lan clan, and now it was the Phoenix clan. The Lan clan was still alright. After all, it didn't have much to do with them, but the Phoenix clan wasn't easy to deal with. He was really worried. TM going to make things difficult for Butler Yu again. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Hee hee. Looking at the depressed expression on Yu Tian's face, she could guess what he was thinking. Miss Leng, this matter is a little difficult to handle. Yu Tian didn't beat around the bush and spoke truthfully. The Phoenix clan and Dragon clan were famous for their unity, and the injured person had an extraordinary status in the Phoenix clan. So, even if he wanted to help Leng Ruoxue and the others, those old geezers probably wouldn't agree. After all, the Phoenix clan was too formidable. What's so difficult about it? Didn't I also offend the Lan family? Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. That's different. The Hu family and Lan family don't have a deep relationship. The Lan family head wouldn't care at all. But, the Phoenix clan is different. The members of the Phoenix clan are very united. If they know that their own clansmen are injured, they probably won't let the matter rest. Yu Tian explained. Even though the Phoenix clan were beasts, their status among the beast clans was like those three great super clans in the vast heaven continent. Their status was transcendent and their strength was formidable. Hence, even the three great super clans were not too willing to provoke the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Their Shadow League was the same. *TD The Phoenix clan is very united, but that was in the past. Feng Miao exploded when she heard Yu Tian's words. Yu Tian was bewildered. He didn't know how his words had offended this woman. Why did she have such a big reaction? TM sure Butler Yu doesn't know. She's also from the Phoenix clan. Leng Ruoxue smiled as she introduced Yu Tian. He seemed to be in a hurry and probably didn't know the exact situation. What a coincidence. Yu Tian said with sudden realization. Since she was also from the Phoenix clan, then it should be considered an internal conflict between their clans. It seemed that they didn't need outsiders to interfere. Butler Yu, can you release my subordinates first? Leng Ruoxue asked politely. Hm. It was polite to ask, but if she didn't agree, she would have to use force. Yes, of course. Yu Tian hurriedly said. He didn't want to care about the matters of the Phoenix clan. He was thinking that since all of you are from the Phoenix clan, then you should settle this matter privately. After he finished speaking, Yu Tian took out the key that he had prepared earlier. He opened the cell door and let out the two people locked inside. Thank you, Butler Yu, Leng Ruoxue said. Then, she gave Feng Zhan a look and pulled the freak away. Miss Leng, please wait. Yu Tian quickly called out to Leng Ruoxue, seeing that she was about to leave. Butler Yu, is there anything else? Leng Ruoxue frowned and asked in confusion. That Feng Xian is still poisoned. Yu Tian reminded. Although he did not want to meddle in the Phoenix clan's affairs, Feng Xian was poisoned in Shadow City. After all, so he could not stay out of it. Oh. Where are they now? Leng Ruoxue asked with a smile. At the Shadow League encampment. Yu Tian replied honestly. However, for some reason, after he finished speaking, he felt a chill run down his spine. Oh. This young lady Leng's smile made him feel very pressured. Butler Yu, if you have something to do, go ahead. We're going to the Shadow League camp to see the patient. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, the four of them and the beast left the prison cell without looking back. Nothing will happen, right? Seeing the backs of Leng Ruoxue and the others, Yu Tian, who was standing at his original spot, couldn't help but mutter to himself. Woo. Why was his heart so uneasy? After Leng Ruoxue and the others left the prison, they slipped towards the Shadow League's camp. Master. We can't give the antidote to that D*MN woman so easily. We have to earn some money. I heard that the Phoenix clan is very rich. Feng Zhan suggested as they walked. Who said I sent her the antidote? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and asked calmly. Could it be that master wants Fiery to bite her again? Feng Zhan guessed. This idea was good. He liked it. Pa. Leng Ruoxue slapped Feng Zhan's head and said righteously, am I that kind of person? I just wanted to see if that woman is dead. Master is the kindest. She definitely won't watch that woman die in pain. Heh. If she hasn't died yet, then let's euthanize her to prevent her from suffering. Feng Zhan suggested. That's a good idea, but I've never eaten roasted phoenix meat before. I wonder if the meat is thick. Leng Ruoxue frowned and thought seriously. Swear, I heard that the phoenix meat is extremely delicious. Laughed. Master, let's have some roast phoenix meat. Feng Zhan said with an expectant look on his face. His saliva was about to drool at the mention of delicious food. Feng Zhan. Is that your kind? Leng Ruoxue said somewhat speechlessly. So what? Actually, in my eyes, they're only large-sized turkeys. Moreover, many carnivores will eat their own kind. We beast men don't care about that. Feng Zhan spoke indifferently. Humph. So long as it wasn't him who was eating. Then who would he care about eating? Feng Miao, who had remained silent at the side, broke out in a cold sweat after hearing their conversation. She thought to herself, these people are really too evil. Fortunately, I've long abandoned the darkness and turned to the light. Otherwise, wouldn't I become food in their mouths? The few of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at a very tall courtyard. Looking at the two words, Shadow League, on the plaque outside the courtyard, Leng Ruoxue signaled Feng Zhan to knock on the door. Dong! Dong! Feng Zhan knocked loudly a few times. Not long after, a guard came to open the door. Who are you looking for? The guard asked curiously. We are looking for Feng Xian. We heard that her injuries are not light, so we specially came to take a look, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly. You're from the Phoenix clan as well? The guard was confused. The Shadow League hadn't received any news that other members of the Phoenix clan were here. We are not, my beast bit Feng Xian, as the owner, I naturally have to come and ask. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with a wicked smile. Wait a moment. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the guard turned around to report. Not long after, he opened the door and invited them in. The guard brought Leng Ruoxue and the others into the living room. At this moment, there were 3 inconspicuous old men sitting in the living room. When the 3 old men saw them, they didn't even lift their eyelids, nor did they invite them to sit down. When Leng Ruoxue and the rest saw that no one called out to them, they did not stand on ceremony and found a chair to sit on. Then, they took out tea and snacks from their bracelets. The 4 of them and the beast began to eat as if there was no one else around. Originally, Feng Miao was still a little nervous when she saw the 3 of them and the beast, but after being infected by them, she started to gorge herself. Miss, this snack is really too delicious. Feng Miao stuffed her mouth without any care for her image and said with a little unclear mouth. Of course. Don't you know who did it? Feng Zhan said proudly. Miss, please order more dishes. It's almost noon, I'm hungry. Feng Miao looked at Leng Ruoxue pitifully and pleaded. Okay. You guys bring that small table over, let's have lunch, Leng Ruoxue instructed. All right. Feng Zhan and Feng Miao moved at the same time, each moving a small table and piecing them together. Meanwhile, Leng Ruoxue took out plates of food from her bracelet and placed them the table. The aroma of the food immediately spread far and wide. After the food was taken out, Leng Ruoxue's group of 4 and 1 beast began to gorge themselves. Their actions had angered the 3 old men sitting in the hall to the point of almost spitting blood. Seeing the 4 people and 1 beast eating happily not far away, they were envious and angry at the same time. Woo! Originally, they had assumed their stance to give Leng Ruoxue and the others a show of strength, but who knew that they didn't take them seriously at all and instead treated this place as their own dining hall. This was too much. Cuckoo. At this moment, the stomach of the old man sitting in the middle actually let out a disappointing cry. Instantly, the old man's face turned red with embarrassment and was extremely embarrassed. He wished that there was a hole in the ground for him to crawl into. The hungry voices seemed to be contagious, and the stomachs of the other 2 old men started to protest. However, the skin of the other 2 old men was obviously thicker, because their faces were not red, and their hearts did not skip a beat as they sat calmly on the chairs. Actually, no one knew who was hungry, but the 2 of them did not feel good either. Moreover, the gluttonous worms in their bodies had been lured out by the table of food that could only be hoped for but could not be obtained. Right now, it could be said that they were riding a tiger and couldn't get off. They wanted to leave, but they couldn't bring themselves to do so. However, if they didn't leave, they would have to starve again. Sob. They asked for it. At this moment, the 3 of them were filled with tears of regret. About an hour later, Leng Ruoxue and the others finally finished their meal. Stealing a glance at the 3 old men sitting in the hall, Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but exclaim, oh, Xian Zun indeed lives up to his name. His willpower isn't something an ordinary person can compare to. Master, we've already finished our meal, yet no one in the Shadow League is paying attention to us. Why don't we head back first? Otherwise, if we continue waiting like this, I'm afraid we'll have to eat dinner here as well. Feng Zhan spoke with displeasure. It doesn't matter. It's not a problem for us to eat our food for a few decades. I just don't know if Feng Xian can wait any longer. Leng Ruoxue said. Disapprovingly. Oh. That's true, hee. Feng Zhan lightly glanced at the three old men whose expressions were very unsightly, and agreed with a mischievous smile. However, he couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. Humph. I'll starve all of you to death, damn old geezers. You actually want to take them down a notch. If you're not hungry, who are you going to starve? As for the three old men in the hall, when they heard their conversation, they could not remain calm anymore. Boo-hoo. It seemed like they had been taken down a notch. If they really ate here for decades, they would have starved to death long ago. Oh. Miss Leng, right? An old man cleared his throat and asked lightly. Leng Ruoxue nodded, and didn't say anything else. Miss Leng, since you're here, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Please. Take out the antidote. RLL plead for leniency on your behalf to the Phoenix clan, the old man continued. However, his stomach started growling again. This old man must have misunderstood. I am not here to give Feng Xian the antidote. Feng Xian bullied my subordinates. I am here to get back at them. Leng Ruoxue smiled wickedly. What? Miss Leng, did we hear wrongly? Your subordinates are not injured at all. You want to get back at them? The three old men stared with their eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. Were they hallucinating? The one who was injured was Feng Xian. Not only was she poisoned, her injuries were not light either, and Feng Yan was also badly beaten up. They're unharmed because the other party isn't strong enough. So, this doesn't mean that the other party didn't bully my subordinates. Oh. This should be called an unsuccessful attempt at bullying, and my subordinates are purely defending themselves. So, as their boss, I must get justice for my subordinates. Leng Ruoxue calmly said, and a gorgeous smile hung on her beautiful face. When the three old men heard Leng Ruoxue's words, they all stared at her as if she was a monster. Moreover, their slightly turbid gazes were constantly sizing her up. Even though they had carefully observed Leng Ruoxue and the others. When they entered earlier, they were even more careful this time. Oh. These four people looked like dragons and phoenixes amongst men, but the strength of three of them wasn't that high. 3 mystic kings, 1 mystic venerable. And a little red snake whose level couldn't be determined. Even if they had Min backing them up, they shouldn't be so arrogant. The three of them were confused. Miss Leng, they're the Phoenix clan. After a long while, an old man finally spoke up to remind her. Actually, if this matter could be resolved peacefully, that would be for the best. After all, they did not want to offend the Phoenix clan. But, Lord Du Min, whose status was extraordinary in the vast heaven continent, they also wanted to befriend him. Therefore, if they could not offend either side, that would be the most perfect. I know. The Phoenix clan are only beasts. If they're happy, they'll sign the contract. If they're unhappy, they'll roast it, Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. The three old men's foreheads were filled with black lines. They thought to themselves, as expected, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Could it be because they haven't traveled the continent for a long time? Why are the young people nowadays so arrogant? However, they were more curious about what Miss Leng was relying on. Could it be that she was related to the Leng clan? As the saying goes, you can't have both the fish and the bear palm. So, you guys better think this through carefully. Don't take the wrong side. Leng Ruoxue laughed lightly. Humph. This time, she would not allow these old foxes to benefit from both sides. The three old men were depressed. Were they being threatened? They didn't expect that they would be threatened by a puny King Xian one day. However, even if they were angry, with Du Min backing Miss Leng, they couldn't do anything to this little girl. Boo-hoo. At this moment, they felt that they were too cowardly. However, who asked the other party to have the esteemed Du Min by his side? Sigh. In this world, anyone could be provoked. But they absolutely could not provoke an alchemist. The three old men were extremely conflicted in their hearts. They constantly weighed the importance of both sides to them and did not say anything for a long time. Leng Ruoxue and the rest naturally would not wait foolishly in the living room. While the three old men were frowning in thought, they quietly left the living room and went straight to Feng Xian and Feng Yan's residence. In the room, Feng Xian lay on the bed with a pained expression, while Feng Yan sat by the bed and waited, holding her hand tightly. As for the alchemist old Li sent by Shadow League, he turned his head to the other side with a helpless expression, his heart constantly twitching. Sigh. He really did not know why those old men had sent him here. Without the snake poison, he could not refine the antidote. Could it be that they had sent him here to admire these mushy people? Brother Yan, you must take revenge for me, the pale and weak Feng Xian said with hatred. Yes, don't worry little sister Xian. I'll definitely take revenge for you. I've already sent someone to send a letter, and I believe it won't be long before the clansmen of the clan will rush over. Feng Yan hurriedly consoled. Brother Yan, I want Feng Miao to die. Feng Xian no longer concealed her feelings for Feng Miao, she said directly. If it was in the past, she might have put on an act in front of her clansmen, putting on a show of sisterly affection. But after she was bitten and tortured by that little red snake, the hatred in her heart could no longer be hidden. Alright, I'll help you once you've recovered. Feng Yan consoled. Suddenly, with a loud bang, their door was kicked open. Both of them looked up at the door at the same time. Feng Miao, you bitch, you dare to appear in front of me, Feng Xian forced herself to sit up, she shouted fiercely, all of her hatred erupted at once. Previous chapter. Little sister Xian, don't be agitated. Feng Yan hurriedly reminded, and he looked at the uninvited Feng Miao with a hostile gaze. His will was extremely firm as he said, don't waste your efforts, I won't change my min. What's going on? Leng Ruoxue and the devil looked at each other, a huge question mark appeared in their hearts. Oh. From what he said, could it be Jo? Hey. I say, you cheap man, don't think too highly of yourself, okay? Little Miao Miao isn't here to change your mind. Feng Zhan couldn't stand it anymore. Humph. How dare she bully his people, she was really courting death. Who are you talking about? You're merely a second-rank super divine beast. You really don't know the meaning of death. Feng Yan was instantly infuriated when he heard Feng Zhan, and he roared loudly. In the clan, he was a beast that was respected by his peers, yet a tiny second-rank super divine beast actually dared to humiliate him in front of him. He'd really lived long enough. Even if I'm a level 2 super divine beast, I can still beat you up like a pig's head. Humph. Aren't you just a level 7? What's so great about that? My master's food rank is even higher than yours. Feng Zhan said with a face full of disdain. Pfft. Hearing Feng Zhan's words, Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but laugh. Where's your master? I want to kill him. Feng Yan roared with rage from embarrassment when he heard this laughter. Humph. He'd lived for so many years and had always been a proud son of the heavens. When had he ever suffered such a humiliation? You want to kill my master? You want to kill me? Two voices rang out at the same time. Feng Zhan looked at Feng Yan as if he had heard a fantasy story while Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless as she said, Wu, did she get shot again? This guy couldn't win against Feng Zhan, so why did he start with her? Although she was here to get back at him for the beast, what right did a smelly bird have to target her? You're his master. Feng Yan was stunned, and he looked at Leng Ruoxue with a stunned expression. How could there be such a beautiful human like Feng Xian who was called the #1 beauty in the Phoenix clan? Compared to this woman before him, even a phoenix had become a chicken. It's real. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head as her beautiful eyes sized up the pretty boy in front of her. Oh, this fire phoenix's skin is tender, and it's strong. It looks quite delicious. Moreover, since he's about to kill her, then there's no need for her to be polite. Brother Yan, kill this woman for me. Feng Xian, who was sitting on the bed, saw her man staring straight at another woman and suddenly roared with jealousy. However, what made her even angrier was that this woman was even more beautiful than her. Sigh. Leng Ruoxue looked at the demon with slight grievance. Boo-hoo, someone wanted to kill her again, why was she so easy to kill? However, she had always thought that jealousy was human specialty, but now it seemed that the world of beastmen wasn't peaceful either. However, wasn't the person. This woman was jealous of Feng Miao? Why did it turn to her now? She really couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she thought. Oh. No wonder people always said that a woman's heart was like a needle in the ocean. Don't be afraid. With me around, no one will be able to kill you. The demon pulled Shuer into his arms to comfort her. At the same time, his cold, bright eyes swept across Feng Xian in an unfriendly manner. Humph. Two little birds actually wanted to kill her woman. These two birds had touched his soft spot. Therefore, his heart was filled with killing intent. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Hee. The feeling of having a man to protect her was indeed different. She was so happy in her heart. In reality, no matter how strong a woman was, she still needed a man to protect her. Humph. An adulterous pair. On the bed, Feng Xian saw the two of them flirting with each other, her jealousy intensified, she shouted again, humph. This is really infuriating, not only is this woman prettier than her, even her man is better than the man she had fought so hard to get. This is really infuriating. At this moment, she had already forgotten that she was not human. Adulterous pair? Us? Leng Ruoxue looked suspiciously at the demon. Emichim, it looks like they're talking about us. The demon shrugged his shoulders innocently and said helplessly. Boo, he and Shuer were engaged. How did they become an adulterous couple in the mouth of that ugly woman? At this moment, Feng Zhanzai couldn't help but laugh wildly as well. He truly admired this woman's way of thinking. He was clearly the adulterous couple, yet she actually threw dirty water on his master. Thus, he could already foresee the outcome of this woman. What are you laughing at? You and Feng Miao are also an adulterous pair. Feng Xian said angrily. Feng Zhan really couldn't laugh after hearing this. Boo-hoo, he felt wrong too. He and Feng Miao were obviously very pure colleagues, but when it came to that woman's mouth, it was, sigh. Feng Xian, how shameless can you be? You and him are the adulterous pair, but now you are shamelessly accusing others, humph. How can there be a clan member like you in the Phoenix clan? I really feel ashamed for the Phoenix clan. Feng Miao pointed at Feng Xian and Feng Yan, she could not bear it any longer and scolded. Humph. Feng Miao, even though Feng Yan was once your fiancé, he did not like you at all, he loved me. So, no matter what you do, it is useless, he will never change his mind, just give up on that thought. Furthermore, you actually colluded with outsiders to harm your clansmen, if your clansmen find out about this, they will not let you off. Feng Xian looked at Feng Miao provocatively, saying with a bit of pride. Aren't you afraid we'll kill the birds to silence them? Leng Ruoxue said lightly. She really didn't expect these three people to have such a complicated relationship. Sigh. Poor Feng Miao. We are the Phoenix clan. You will not dare to kill us. Feng Xian said confidently. Is that so? But, you're all going to kill me. Do you think I'll leave behind a hidden danger for myself? Leng Ruoxue lightly smiled. Then, with a thought, she summoned her food from her ring. As soon as the food appeared, the small room naturally could not contain them. Therefore, they all squeezed together. Suddenly, a few loud cracking sounds could be heard. The house had already been torn apart, but there were no casualties in the room. Feng Xian and Feng Yan were both dumbfounded. Previous chapter. Old Li, who hadn't said a word in the room, glanced around and saw that there was no room to hide from the wind. He sighed helplessly and then found a corner to sit down. He planned to continue watching the show. Oh. Based on his understanding of Leng Ruoxue and the others, the feud between them and the Phoenix clan was probably settled. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Miss. We. The huge black python looked at the collapsed house and said with slight uneasiness. Woo. It was said that this was the Shadow League. Would they compensate for destroying the Shadow League's room? They did not have money. I's okay, it's just that the quality of this room is too poor, Leng Ruoxue said without blushing. She directly attributed the collapse of the room to the quality of the house. Yes, yes. You really can't blame us. The black python nodded repeatedly. Woo. Miss is really too understanding. You. Feng Xian, who only came back to her senses after a long time, saw that there was no cover left, she was furious. What happened to us? Leng Ruoxue looked at Feng Xian who was sitting on the bed with a smile that was not a smile, she asked, oh. This room had collapsed quite well, not a single brick had fallen in. However, the furniture in the room had been destroyed by the pythons, the only thing that was intact was the bed that Feng Xian was sitting on. Shadow Alliance will not let you off. Feng Xian gritted her teeth, her eyes were burning with flames. Oh. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to know if the Shadow League will let us go. Leng Ruoxue pretended to ponder. Big Blackie. These two birds will be your snacks. Leng Ruoxue said to the rest of the pythons again. She really did not expect that this big black python had actually advanced to the next level not long after it had cultivated in the space. Oh. Not counting Feng Miao, now she was also a level 8 super. Divine beast, hee hee. And the effect of this big black python's advancement was that it greatly stimulated the cultivation of other beasts. Thank you, miss, for your reward. The black python said happily. At the same time, its dark eyes stared at the so-called snacks in front of it. The other pythons surrounded Feng Xian and Feng Yan in unison. You, what are you doing? Stay away from me. Feng Xian could not bear it any longer and shouted. She hated snakes the most. If she had seen these snakes before she was poisoned, she would have immediately released the Nan Lingli fire to burn them to ashes. But now, she was weak all over. How could she still have the ability to release the Phoenix clan's flames? Young mistress said that you two birds are our snacks, the aqua-blue python said kindly. Hee hee. Young mistress was so good to them. After eating these two birds, it would definitely advance to the next level. As for the consequences of eating the members of the Phoenix clan, they didn't care. If it was in the past, they might not have had the guts to do so, but now, with young mistress backing them up, there was nothing to be afraid of. How dare you? I am from the Phoenix clan. Feng Xian said with a trembling voice. Woo, why were these snakes not afraid of her suppression? How could this be? Brother Yan, save me. Seeing that, Wind Fairy hurriedly cried for help. The water far away couldn't quench the fire near. Now, only Brother Yan could save her. Unfortunately, what she did not expect was that Feng Yan could not do anything at the moment. He was already surrounded by a few giant pythons, so how could he care about Feng Xian? Feng Yan looked at the impenetrable wall that surrounded him, and he felt a headache and depression. Moreover, he couldn't figure out why these pythons weren't afraid of his pressure. He was a level 7 divine beast. Not only was his bloodline above these pythons, his strength was also stronger than theirs. But he didn't expect that not only did these pythons not take his pressure seriously, they even looked at him with ridicule in their eyes. In fact, those pythons were indeed looking down on them very much. Moreover, all the pythons simultaneously felt uneasy in their hearts. Humph. A level 7 super divine beast actually dared to show off in front of them. Did it really think that its pressure was invincible? One had to know that they had undergone demonic training. Therefore, they could withstand the pressure of a level 9 super divine beast for a while. Dahe, hurry up and do it. After eating the snacks, we can go back and prepare dinner. Leng Ruoxue saw that they were staring at each other and couldn't help but urge them. Yes, miss. The black python flashed in front of the snake brothers, and then all the pythons collectively executed the same move, divine snake tail swing. In an instant, thick snake tails of various colors danced in midair, and along with the snake tails, 2 red rays of light floated past. Miss, what are they doing? Feng Miao asked in confusion when she saw the python's actions. They are exercising for food. Before making roasted chicken, they need to be touched. Leng Ruoxue looked at the red light floating in the air and explained with a smile. Oh. Feng Miao understood and looked at her cousin and ex-fiancé with a hint of sympathy. Ahem. For some reason, knowing that they were about to become food, not only did she not feel worried at all, she even felt a hint of joy. Half an hour later, the pythons felt that they should be done with their exercise, so they threw the 2 red shadows down from the sky. Pa! 2 loud sounds were heard, and 2 large red birds landed on the ground. Just you wait. You're dead for sure. Feng Yan stuttered as he spat out the filth on the ground. Woo. It was too much. Even if they possessed wings, they were unable to endure being tossed around like balls by a few beasts with inferior bloodlines. This was an extraordinary humiliation to the proud Phoenix clan, so he would absolutely not let these damn snakes off. Big brother, we're being threatened by a bird, the aqua blue python yelled. It doesn't matter, it doesn't have a chance anymore. The black python said disapprovingly. Oh. These 2 birds' stamina was really too poor. After just a few moves, they had already been tormented to the point of recovering their beast bodies. With such a small physique, they actually had the delusion of not letting them go. It was truly laughable. Brothers, quickly eat your snacks. Black Python said again. Yes, yes. The pythons nodded excitedly. Then, they swarmed forward and pounced on the 2 giant birds that had been tormented to the point that they could not resist at all. For a moment, the fiery red feathers abandoned their owner and danced in the air. Previous chapter. Next chapter. It was really too violent. These snakes ate birds without spitting out their bones. Old Li, who was hiding in a corner and watching, broke out in cold sweat. If he didn't know that Leng Ruoxue and the others wouldn't kill him to silence him, he would have probably fainted from fright. However, after seeing this scene, he was even more determined to get along well with these people. At the same time, the 3 old men in the hall who were deep in thought also received the report. However, when they rushed to the courtyard where Feng Xian and Feng Yan were staying, they only saw a collapsed room and a few fiery red feathers floating in the air. Leng Ruoxue and the others were sitting calmly at the side, and there was a group of pythons on the ground that seemed to be regulating their breathing. After seeing all of this, the 3 old men's hearts couldn't help but thump. A bad premonition surged in their hearts. Where are Feng Xian and Feng Yan? An old man could not help but ask. Eat it. Leng Ruoxue, who was leaning comfortably in the embrace of the demon, lightly spat out 2 words before she stopped talking. What? Who ate it? Asked the old man in disbelief. My beasts. Can't you see that they're regulating their breathing? They might even advance in a moment. Leng Ruoxue said with satisfaction. Oh. The Phoenix clan's bird meat was indeed extraordinary. Many pythons showed signs of advancing. You really ate it? That old man still didn't believe it and confirmed. Eyes true. If you don't believe me, ask Old Li. Leng Ruoxue pointed at Old Li in the comber. Yes. Old Li smiled bitterly and nodded. He had indeed seen it with his own eyes. Not only that, but these snakes were also very humble. They could eat more meat if they had a chance to advance. Sigh. He really did not know how other beasts were trained. It's over, it's over. The old man stomped his feet anxiously, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Sigh. The princess of the Phoenix clan had died in Shadow City. The Phoenix clan wouldn't let it go, much less Leng Ruoxue and the others. The Shadow League had also been implicated by this girl. Sob. These people really had it coming. Little girl, you've implicated us. Another old man spoke and looked at Leng Ruoxue with a bitter face. Why would I implicate you guys? Those 2 birds were eaten by my beast, it has nothing to do with you guys. Leng Ruoxue smiled and played dumb. That Feng Xian is the princess of the Phoenix clan. Since she died in Shadow City, that old hag from the Phoenix clan will naturally hate us as well. So, tell me, did you implicate us? The old man said. His shrewd eyes continued to size up Leng Ruoxue, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. Ha! This girl is really too bold. She even dared to provoke the Phoenix clan. He was getting more and more curious. What exactly did this young girl rely on? The princess of the Phoenix clan? Old man, as far as I know, the current clan leader of the Phoenix clan is just a substitute. So, Feng Xian can't be considered a princess, right? My subordinate is the real princess of the Phoenix clan. Don't pick up the sesame seeds and throw the watermelon. That would really be a joke. Leng Ruoxue said indifferently. It was both a reminder and a warning. The old man looked at Leng Ruoxue, then turned his gaze to Feng Miao and examined her carefully. Little girl, no matter what, you still dragged us into this. After a while, the old man, who had finished sizing her up, spoke again. Ahem. He really hadn't expected Feng Miao to be the daughter of the Phoenix Clan's clan leader, which surprised him. If you insist on saying that, there's nothing I can do. However, if you want to protect yourselves, when the people from the Phoenix Clan come to find you, you can also hand us over. Leng Ruoxue suggested disapprovingly. The old man was a little depressed. He didn't expect Leng Ruoxue to be so straightforward. Actually, he didn't mean it that way at all. The reason why he said this was because he hoped this girl could give him some assurance. However, who knew that she wouldn't fall for it at all? Sigh. Didn't they say that the older the wiser? Why did they all transfer over in front of this little girl? Think carefully. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she ignored the three old men and closed her eyes. Not long after, the heaven-earth law that advanced finally descended. More than half of the giant pythons had successfully advanced. Even those that did not advance, their profound strength had also increased quite a bit. It would not be long before they advanced. After the pythons advanced, Leng Ruoxue and the rest led them out of the Shadow League's camp and back to the inn. In the guest room, all the pythons obediently lay on the table. Leng Ruoxue also removed everyone from the bracelet. Young miss, what should we do now? As soon as they came out, Fengde couldn't help but ask. They were sweating in the space just now. They were afraid that those old fellows from the Shadow League would lock young miss and the others up. Nothing. Leng Ruoxue leaned against the demon and said calmly. Girl, you're really bold. You even dare to kill the Phoenix Clan. The little old man chuckled. Sigh. He knew that he wouldn't be bored by this side. Look, even the powerful Phoenix Clan had been provoked. Grandpa do, they wanted to kill me first, I was just defending myself. Leng Ruoxue said innocently, her face full of grievance. Yes, that's right, the little old man quickly agreed. Miss, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. Feng Miao said with a face full of guilt. Sigh. Initially, she was in a hurry to leave Shadow City because she was afraid of meeting Feng Xian, but she did not think that she could not escape and even cause trouble for Mississippi. You don't need to blame yourself anymore, I won't watch my beast man get bullied. Leng Ruoxue comforted. Humph. Her beasts were not to be bullied by anyone, not even the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Miss, let's leave Shadow City quickly. The vast heaven continent is so big. It's also impossible for the Phoenix clan to find us for a while. Feng Miao thought for a moment and suggested. Although Miss was very formidable, the Phoenix clan had many level 9 super divine beasts. Therefore, she was very afraid that Miss and the rest would get injured. Feng Miao. It's not my nature to run away. Let's not go anywhere and just wait here for the Phoenix clan to arrive. Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. If she was not strong enough, she naturally would not fight them head-on. However, she had many methods now. Even if the Phoenix clan had many level 9 super divine beasts, she was not afraid. Little Miao Miao, you have to have confidence in Master. Feng Zhan said with displeasure. Oh. What was so great about the Phoenix clan? He also had the entire Phoenix clan behind him. Although his clansmen might not be comparable to those Phoenix clan in the vast heaven continent in terms of strength, if they really fought, he believed that the Phoenix clan in the vast heaven continent would definitely not be their match. As for why he was so confident. Haha. It was a secret. Feng Miao nodded skeptically, then fell silent. Shuer, what do you plan to do with these people from the Shadow League? Wu asked curiously. I don't know, but if they can make the right choice, then we will have a chance to work together in the future. Otherwise, we will have to part ways. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and sighed. If only she knew who the owner of the Shadow League was. If that's the case, then even if the Shadow League annoyed her, she wouldn't have to worry too much. After all, knowing one's enemy is the key to victory. Shuer, let's make preparations earlier. I think the news of those two phoenixes dying will be sent back to the Phoenix clan very soon. Leng Qingtian said with a frown. The Phoenix clan should already know. Before each of us left the clan, we would leave behind a soul jade tablet. Right now, Feng Xian and Feng Yan's jade tablets are probably shattered. Feng Miao explained. That means they're almost here. Leng Ruoxue said excitedly. And they will arrive at Shadow City in at most 3 days. Feng Miao nodded. Shuer, we only have 3 days to prepare. Leng Qingtian reminded. Grandfather, don't worry. We have space and plenty of time. We have 3 days to consider the Shadow League. Leng Ruoxue gloated. Fengde, go tell the shopkeeper that the Phoenix clan will arrive in 3 days. Tell them to make preparations. Leng Ruoxue turned around and instructed Fengde. Yeah, I'll be right there, Fengde said, and left the room to deliver the message. Miss, if you have a captive of the Phoenix clan, can you give him to me as a servant? Lin Yuan asked expectantly. Sure. The Phoenix clan in the vast heaven continent is too disobedient. They can only be servants too. Leng Ruoxue nodded and said. As long as you want it, you will get a share. Leng Ruoxue added. Hee. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard that. 3 days passed quickly. Compared to Leng Ruoxue and the rest who were relaxed, the upper echelons of the Shadow League weren't calm at all. Especially when they found out that the Phoenix clan would arrive in 3 days, they exploded. Because of this matter, the Shadow League was divided into 3 opinions. One was with Yu Tian as the representative, agreeing to cooperate with Leng Ruoxue. These people placed more importance on the alchemists around Leng Ruoxue. After all, in their eyes, the Phoenix clan might be very powerful. But the members of the Phoenix clan didn't know how to refine medicinal pills. Therefore, Leng Ruoxue and the others were more beneficial to them. The second option was to cooperate with the Phoenix clan and hand Leng Ruoxue and the others over. In their eyes, Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't be compared to the powerful Phoenix clan. The last one represented neutrality. In their opinion, neither side would help the other. This way, both sides would not be offended. However, they ignored Leng Ruoxue's thoughts. Would she be willing to let them remain neutral? The truth was, of course, not. After 3 days of urgent discussions, the Shadow League had been debating non-stop. As time passed, the Shadow League finally came to a consensus: they would wait and see. Because of their indecision, in the future, they would not be able to become Leng Ruoxue's true allies and could only exist awkwardly as partners. In the guest room, Leng Ruoxue chuckled and looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was fiery red. Of course, these weren't clouds of fire, but the Phoenix clan. The flames on their bodies dyed the sky red. "Miss, we are surrounded," Feng Dao reminded her smilingly. There was no fear on his handsome face. Yes. Leng Ruoxue was still looking out the window, thinking that the Phoenix clan was obviously trying to intimidate them by making such a big fuss. Unfortunately, they were looking for the wrong person. "The person who killed my daughter and son-in-law, get the hell out here." At this time, in the air outside the guest shop, the acting patriarch of the Phoenix clan, Feng Yun, finally couldn't hold back and shouted out loud. "Humph. She only had this one daughter. She was actually killed by someone." When she found out that the person who killed her daughter was a human and that she lived in the Shadow Pavilion, she immediately rushed over with her clansmen. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes lightly glanced at the beautiful middle-aged woman floating in the air. She completely ignored her and continued to comfortably lean against the freak's chest while eating her delicious food. It was as if she was watching a show as she watched the middle-aged woman prancing around by herself. "Feng Miao, you traitor who betrayed your own people, come out and accept your death." After a while, Feng Yun saw that no one was paying attention to her, and the fire in her heart burned even more fiercely, and she continued shouting. However, Feng Miao was also eating the food in front of her very calmly, ignoring Feng Yun. In these 3 days, after knowing the Mrs.'s detailed plan, her confidence multiplied. "You bunch of cowards. What kind of ability do you have to hide in the Shadow Pavilion? If you have the guts, then get the hell out here." After a long time, Feng Yun, who still didn't receive any response, was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. Thus, she didn't care about her image and roared out loud. "Humph. If it wasn't because she was worried that the Shadow Pavilion was the property of the Shadow City, she would have burned it down a long time ago." Even though she wasn't afraid of the Shadow Alliance now, she was still afraid of the mysterious master behind the Shadow Alliance. So, as long as the Shadow Alliance didn't protect the person who killed her daughter, she wouldn't fall out with the Shadow Alliance. "That person is the acting clan leader of the Phoenix clan?" Leng Ruoxue pretended to be stupid as she pointed at the middle-aged shrew outside the window and asked Feng Miao. "Emichim." Feng Miao nodded. She thought to herself, this old woman is really mad. She actually disregarded her image and cursed. Hee hee. If the other members of the Phoenix clan knew about this, it would be useless for her to pretend anymore. "Miss, when are we going out?" Feng De asked eagerly. Previous chapter. "Feng De, we have to respect our elders. Let that old woman curse for a while. When she gets tired, we'll go out." Leng Ruoxue chuckled. Sigh. This old woman is full of energy. No wonder she wasn't tired after scolding for so long. Feng Yun constantly cursed outside. Unfortunately, the people in the room did what they were supposed to do. No one bothered with her. After cursing for a long time, she was already so tired that she was gasping for breath. "Miss, that old woman seems to be tired of scolding." Feng De pricked up his ears and listened carefully. However, it had been quite a while since he heard any cursing. It's time for us to go out and show off," Leng Ruoxue calmly said with a smile that could topple cities. "Miss, let's go," Feng De said impatiently. He rode his beast and flew out of the window. After Feng Da's dragon carried its master out of the window, it immediately transformed into its largest form to avoid losing to those stinky birds. The others naturally followed the same method, while Leng Ruoxue, the freak, the strongest among them, was the last to fly out of the window. Feng Yun looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others who flew out of the inn, and her fiery red phoenix eyes immediately released a light of hatred. However, when she saw Feng De and the others riding the giant dragon, her pupils shrunk, and her face was filled with disbelief. "Why do you have dragons?" Feng Yun angrily asked. How could these people have any connection with the dragon race? With her relationship with a certain dragon, even if she were beaten to death, she wouldn't believe that the dragon race would help someone who had a grudge against her for killing her daughter. "Not only do we have dragons, we also have phoenixes." Leng Ruoxue chuckled. "That's right, you damned old hag. You and the clansmen you brought here are the true trash. Feng Zhan roared with extreme rage. Humph. He'd originally intended to spare their lives for the sake of all of them being members of the Phoenix clan, but he'd changed his mind now. All of the Phoenix clansmen that had come today would die. You bastard child that came out of nowhere, who are you scolding? When Feng Yun heard Feng Zhan actually call him an old woman, he immediately became even more angry. After all, women didn't like to hear such words, especially women of a certain age. So, when Feng Yun heard this, his reaction was extraordinarily great. Damned old hag, you're the bastard. Your entire family are all bastards. Feng Zhan retorted without the slightest trace of politeness. F***ck. He, who possessed the noble bloodline of the Phoenix King, actually dared to call him a bastard. He was truly courting death. You. Feng Yun wanted to curse out loud, but was stopped by Leng Ruoxue. Patriarch Feng Dai, do you want to continue bickering or take revenge for your daughter? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. She didn't want a battle that was waiting to happen to become a war of words. Moreover, she wanted to take this rare opportunity to test the strength of her beasts. Humph. Of course I want to take revenge for my daughter. Miss Leng, as long as you hand over those snakes that ate my daughter, I will spare your life. Feng Yun stated her conditions. She had already investigated clearly. Her daughter and future son-in-law had been eaten by several pythons. Leader Feng Dai, this is not possible. Feng Xian and Feng Yan were given to them by me, moreover, they are my beasts, how could I hand them over? Leng Ruoxue said calmly, not accepting Feng Yun's kindness at all. Miss Leng, as long as you hand over those snakes to me, I promise I won't kill you. Feng Yun guaranteed. In truth, she didn't even think that way in her heart. She only wanted to coax Leng Ruoxue to hand over those stronger snakes first, and then slowly deal with these weaker little beasts. But, I don't believe you. Besides, I don't think you can kill me. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Offending our Phoenix clan won't do you any good. Feng Yun threatened. Even if I don't offend him, I have no choice. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. You. Feng Yun was so angry by Leng Ruoxue that she couldn't speak. Clan head Feng, you have to take care of yourself. You haven't become clan head yet. Leng Ruoxue kindly reminded. Damn it, go. Kill all of them. Feng Yun was angered to the extreme and directly ordered. Yes, Patriarch. All the phoenixes replied in unison as they stared intently at Leng Ruoxue and the others. Feng De, you guys don't need to watch the show anymore. Prepare to fight. Leng Ruoxue indifferently looked at Feng Yun and ordered. N. Feng De and the others hurriedly nodded. Hehe, they had waited for this moment for a long time. Today, they could finally let loose. My citizens, all of you have to perform well as well. Feng Zhan said to all his clansmen. Even though this generation's patriarch of the Phoenix clan before him was also a member of the Phoenix clan, he wasn't able to sense the imperial bloodline in her at all. So, he determined that this old woman was only an ordinary phoenix. So, even if he really killed her, he wouldn't feel any pain in his heart. As for those phoenixes that assisted the wicked, they deserved even more death. Humph. They really were tired of living for daring to be arrogant in front of him. Yes, King. All of the phoenixes said in unison. After that, their phoenix eyes stared at Feng Yun and the other phoenixes with extreme hostility. King? Why do they call you king? You're quite bold, actually daring to call yourself king. Hearing this title, Feng Yun immediately acted as if he had found something that could be used against Feng Zhan, and loudly said. Idiot. Feng Zhan couldn't be bothered to explain to her, and directly shot a glance at his clansmen. After that, all of the phoenixes very tacitly locked onto their opponents. Oh. One-on-one they definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Feng Yun and the other beasts, but they had too many phoenixes. Hee. 1 against 5 they still had some left. Chief, their numbers are greater than ours. A phoenix said in a low voice, feeling a bit uneasy. Ant. Miserable screams could be heard from the battlefield. Feng De and the others, who had yet to make a move, became even more excited. Brothers, let's attack as well. After Feng De said that, he took the lead and charged into the battle, taking advantage of the situation. Woo, why were the birds brought by this Phoenix clan's substitute clan head so lousy? They hadn't even made a move, yet they were about to be killed by Feng Zhan's subordinates and the silver wolves. This wouldn't do. Charge. Lin Yuan and the rest shouted loudly to boost their morale. Then, they rushed in as well. What are you all doing? No one is allowed to scratch anymore, quickly get up and fight. Feng Yun, who was watching from the side, was so angry that his face was a bit dark. His pair of phoenix eyes glared fiercely at Leng Ruoxue. Unfortunately, because it was too itchy, none of her trusted subordinates paid attention to her. Devil, let's go play with Feng Yun. Leng Ruoxue suggested with a smile. Good. The freak spirit nodded, agreeing. He also felt that Feng Yun was too idle. Schwer, what about me? Leng Ruoxue and the freak were just about to find trouble with Feng Yun when they were stopped by the pitiful empty. Boo-hoo. He also wanted to find a bird to play with, but those birds were all split up by Schwer subordinates and beastmen, so he was fine. Lass, why don't we do it together, the little old man suggested. Actually, his hands were itching. Master, there's still us. The Mei and the other beast men hurriedly said. At the same time, they were still grumbling in their hearts. Feng Yun had brought too few birds. There was not enough to share. Miss, there's still us. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Previous chapter. You guys are finally willing to come out. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Sigh. During this period of time, Cheng Wu and the rest had been secretly following them. They really thought she didn't know. She just didn't expose them. Hee hee. I knew I couldn't hide it from Mississippi. Cheng Wu said with an embarrassed smile. Although Miss and the others had already left when they were sober, they had finally caught up with Miss when they were in Moonview City. However, because they were afraid that Miss would chase them back, they never dared to show themselves. Miss, I'm here too. Ningda said in embarrassment. The union has arranged everything. Leng Ruoxue said with some understanding. Yes, yes. Ningda nodded obediently. Do you all want to join in the fight against these phoenixes? Leng Ruoxue asked the advisor. Yes. We haven't praised the phoenix yet. Cheng Wu said excitedly. He was so excited. Hee hee, if they didn't want to participate in this grand occasion, they would continue to secretly follow Miss. Alright, then go beat up whoever you don't like. You're welcome. Leng Ruoxue said generously. Alright. Miss, don't worry about us. We will find our own entertainment. Song Di hurriedly said. Then, they all headed towards their target, Feng Yun. Swear, they stole our opponent, the freak said with slight dissatisfaction. Humph. These people had made him the scapegoat in Moon-Gazing City. Now, they actually stole the enemy that he and Swear had set their eyes on. This was too much. That's right. But, who asked this old woman to have such poor social relations? Leng Ruoxue gloated. After that, she resigned herself to fate and pulled the monstrous genius to the side to watch the battle. Boo-hoo. Feng Yun had brought over 30 phoenixes, and there were nearly 100 people including Cheng Wu and the others who had appeared later. There were even more beasts, so they didn't even have a chance to attack. I want to beat him up too. Empty whispered with tears in his eyes. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. She thought in her heart, if you attack, then wouldn't her subordinates and beast men have fewer opportunities to train? So, you should just watch from the side. Oh. If they can't deal with you, then you're welcome to attack. Swear. Empty said softly. Go beat up whoever you want. Leng Ruoxue said with a headache. Then I won't hold back. Without finishing speaking, he ran to the battlefield to cause trouble. Master, what about us? Charm could not help but take the lead and ask. Boo-hoo. How could they not have a chance to attack? How regretful was that? You guys go too. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Thank you, Master. The demons and the other beast men immediately rushed toward the battlefield upon hearing this. At this moment, only Leng Ruoxue, the freak, the little old man, and Icy were in the audience. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield changed. Every single phoenix was surrounded by over 10 beasts, and they either utilized mystic techniques, grabbed, or bit. In short, there was nothing that one couldn't think of and couldn't see. On the other hand, Feng Yun was in an even more miserable state. She was surrounded by almost 30 mystic sovereigns, and not only was she unable to split herself apart, she was even attacked by various profound techniques from all directions. Her originally bright and beautiful clothes had already become tattered at this moment, and her hair was even more disheveled while her face was covered in bruises. Damn it, where did you all come from? Feng Yun saw that he was being besieged by more than 30 mystic sovereigns. He was furious. This was clearly bullying. You're the one who should die. You old hag. Song Di mimicked Feng Zhan. You. Feng Yun was so angry that she was at a loss for words. Her ample chest was heaving up and down. Unfortunately, the man in front of her had turned a blind eye, and even. Stupid old woman. You're already so old, why are you still wandering around? You're disgusting. Cheng Wu said viciously. Pfft. Feng Yun was angered to the point of vomiting blood. Her phoenix eyes fiercely glared at Cheng Wu, but he couldn't say anything. Boss. You're amazing, said one of the mystic sovereigns. Hee hee. It's no big deal. Old woman, don't look at me like that. I don't like you, Cheng Wu said angrily. Pfft. Pfft. Feng Yun was angered to the point of vomiting blood. But, he could only stare at Cheng Wu. Phoenix blood is also a good thing, don't waste it. The quick-witted Leng Ruoxue took out a jade bottle and caught Feng Yun's blood. Then, she said very frugally. Miss, give me the bottle. Cheng Wu said. Okay. After Leng Ruoxue said that, she threw the jade bottle towards Cheng Wu. After Cheng Wu caught the bottle, he maliciously smiled and took out a dagger. Then, he stabbed towards Feng Yun's body without any mercy. However, he never thought that he would actually stab into Feng Yun's butt. You're courting death. Feng Yun cried out, feeling endless pain. My family's young miss said that phoenix blood is a good thing, since you're going to die anyway, don't waste your blood. Cheng Wu said matter-of-factly. Hearing Cheng Wu's words, Feng Yun was both angry and in pain. But, she couldn't help but look at him with a vigilant expression, afraid that he would stab her in the back. At the same time, she had to guard against the sneak attacks of others. At this time, she could absolutely be considered to be facing enemies from both sides, impossible to defend against. Everyone, let's finish this quickly. Don't delay eating. Leng Ruoxue suddenly reminded as she looked at the sky. Leng Ruoxue's words were unanimously echoed by everyone. Thus, they were even more ruthless in their attacks. As for Feng Yun's side, they had been completely beaten up. The itching fans from before had already caused their attack power to greatly decrease, so their fighting spirit had also become increasingly low. And this scene greatly stimulated some people who were secretly watching from the shadows. Originally, because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, many people didn't think highly of Leng Ruoxue's side. However, they never thought that Leng Ruoxue and the others would continue to abuse the clansmen that Feng Yun brought. Moreover, it was a one-sided battle. Boo-hoo. To most people, this kind of battle was unimaginable. Previous chapter. Next chapter. After a long time, the clansmen that Feng Yun brought no longer had the slightest bit of combat strength. All of them lay on the ground with wounds all over their bodies. As for Feng Yun, she was in an even more miserable state. The current her was no longer human. You're quite durable. Seeing that the battle was almost over, Leng Ruoxue came to Feng Yun's side and kicked her. Leng Ruoxue's kick was neither light nor heavy. However, it was this strength path kick that caused Feng Yun to turn back into his beast form. Do any of you want to contract this dying bird? Leng Ruoxue pointed at the dying Feng Yun. No. Everyone shook their heads like a rattle drum. No one was willing to take in Feng Yun, who had poor affinity. Oh. Then which one of you wants to contract these 30 over phoenixes? Leng Ruoxue looked at Feng De, Cheng Wu and the others and asked. Young lady, Cheng Wu and the others' beasts aren't very good. Why don't you give them a contract? Feng De and the others looked at each other before he spoke on behalf of everyone. No need, no need. It's better for you to sign a contract. This can increase your strength. Cheng Wu and the others quickly rejected. However, their hearts were warm. Boo-hoo, the people around Miss were all so understanding. Alright, you don't have to give way. This time, I made the decision to contract these 30+ beasts for Cheng Wu and the others. Coincidentally, their numbers are about the same as yours. They were prepared for you. As for Feng De and the others, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Leng Ruoxue said fairly. In fact, she felt that Feng De and the others all had dragons, while Cheng Wu and the others' beasts were indeed lacking, so she decided to give them the beasts. Thank you, Mississippi. Cheng Wu and the others saw that their miss had made the decision, and no longer refused. They looked gratefully at Leng Ruoxue, Feng De, and the others. Wah! These were all transcendent divine beasts of the 8th and 9th ranks. And they were the strongest of the Phoenix clan. However, Miss and Feng De had chosen to give them to them without even blinking. How could they not be moved? We're on the same side, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Leng Ruoxue indifferently replied. Ever since she guessed that they had followed her here, she knew that these people had already made up their minds to follow her. Furthermore, she was more and more satisfied with Cheng Wu and the rest. Hence, she no longer had the intention to reject them. After speaking, Leng Ruoxue stored the 30+ phoenixes into her bracelet, leaving Feng Yun alone outside. Humph. She wasn't stupid enough to tame these beastmen in front of those hidden eyes. The current her was already in the limelight, so it was better to keep a low profile. What should we do with Feng Yun? Leng Ruoxue looked at the big red bird lying on the ground. Master, of course we kill it. Feng Zhan hurriedly suggested. He didn't have a good impression of this old woman, so he naturally didn't care about this fellow's life. Blackie. Can you eat this bird? Leng Ruoxue looked at the black python lying on the ground. Yes. The black python nodded as it looked at Feng Yun, who was around its size. Then eat it. Maybe you can advance to a 9th level transcendent divine beasts. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and said. Oh, killing Feng Yun would be a bit wasteful, so it would be better to give her beast some nourishment. After all, this phoenix meat was one of the best supplements. Thank you, master, but I don't think it's a good idea for me to eat alone, the black python said in embarrassment. It's okay, hurry and eat. Leng Ruoxue urged. Yeah. Boss, hurry up and eat. All the pythons echoed. Last time, the 2 phoenix bosses did not eat much. Since there was such an opportunity this time, they naturally did not want boss to let it go. That's right. Quickly eat. Feng Zhan roared impatiently. Alright then. The black python wriggled its way to Feng Yun's side. Then, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed Feng Yun whole. Seeing this, Leng Ruoxue kept all the beast into her bracelet and led everyone into the shop. In the guest room, Leng Ruoxue brought Feng De, Cheng Wu, and the others into the bracelet. Inside, she tamed the 30 or so phoenixes that she had brought in. After that, she instructed Cheng Wu and the others to sign a master-servant contract with them. Afterwards, she led everyone on their way. As Leng Ruoxue and the others had left stealthily, the Shadow League did not receive any news. Hence, when they tried to approach Leng Ruoxue the next day, it was already too late. The room was already empty. They left without saying goodbye, causing the higher-ups of the Shadow League to almost vomit blood. And at this time, the news of Leng Ruoxue and the others taking care of the Phoenix clan had already spread throughout the boundless heaven continent. For a time, the various parties were in an uproar and did not react uniformly. 3 days later, Leng Ruoxue and the others had once again stolen the limelight. They didn't know how shocking their actions were, but they had come to the territory of the Phoenix clan in an extremely low-profile manner. And their purpose in coming to the Phoenix clan was naturally to subdue the Phoenix clan. In truth, Leng Ruoxue was also afraid that the people of the Phoenix clan would cause trouble for her in order to take revenge for Feng Yun, so she decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. After all, she didn't like being remembered by others. Outside the Phoenix clan's territory. Feng Miao, does your clan live here? Leng Ruoxue asked as she looked at the inconspicuous grove. Yes, this place is called Phoenix Forest, and it was chosen by the seniors of the Phoenix clan. It's far away from the sphere of influence of humans, and it's both quiet and undisturbed. So, for thousands of years, our Phoenix clan has always lived here. Feng Miao explained. Alas. After being away from home for so many days, she had finally returned. To be honest, she was actually a little timid. After all, when she left back then, she mostly wanted to escape. Then let's go in. I can't wait to see how this realm Phoenix clan is doing. Leng Ruoxue said very curiously. Then let's go. Feng Miao said helplessly. After saying that, she walked in front of Leng Ruoxue and the others, leading them into the Phoenix Forest. Even though there were many trees planted outside the Phoenix Forest, those trees were obviously not parasol trees. The deeper one went into the Phoenix Forest, the more one could feel the scorching fire attribute spiritual chi inside. Master, the fire attribute spiritual chi here is quite dense. It's not a bad place even though it can't be compared to the Phoenix nest I used to live in. Feng Zhan, who was standing on Leng Ruoxue's shoulder, commented. It looks quite ordinary from the outside, but inside, it does look like a place where phoenixes reside. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Stop right there. Feng Miao, how dare you bring a human back to the Phoenix Forest without permission? All of a sudden, a delicate voice sounded in Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears. Hearing this shout, Leng Ruoxue and the others couldn't help but look at Feng Miao, while Feng Miao's face turned red from their slightly teasing gaze. Ignore her. Let's go in. Feng Miao said helplessly. Sigh. There were some self-righteous people in the Feng clan, their levels were obviously not high, but they always felt that they were superior to others. Okay, if you say so, then so be it. Leng Ruoxue gave Feng Miao face and said, then they continued to follow Feng Miao. Seeing that she couldn't stop Leng Ruoxue and the others, the voice angrily appeared in front of them. Stop right there. You're not allowed to go any further. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. A beautiful woman with a sexy figure shouted. How do you want to be impolite? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes lightly swept over the beautiful woman in front of her and asked curiously. Oh, this fire phoenix wouldn't think that it could do anything to them just because it had the strength of a rank 2 transcendent divine beast, right? Or was it that she was very confident in the few escorts behind her? Humph. If you take another step forward, I'll make you regret it. The woman spoke with confidence. Leng Ruoxue laughed lightly, as if she had heard something funny. Then, she turned to Feng Miao and said, Feng Miao, is this how all the members of the Feng clan behave? According to Leng Ruoxue's knowledge, the hierarchy of the beast world was very strict. Furthermore, it placed great importance on bloodline. But the Phoenix clan in the boundless heaven continent that she saw was just like those clans in the human world. Inside, it was filled with mutual deception and scheming. Sigh. Compared to her own cute and simple beasts, she was disappointed in the Phoenix clan in this world. Otherwise, she would not only let Cheng Wu and the others sign master-servant contracts with those captives. Miss. Feng Miao didn't know what to say. In fact, the Phoenix clan in the past wasn't like this. However, ever since Feng Yun became the previous clan head, the atmosphere in the clan had changed. Thus, many phoenixes who looked down on Feng Yun chose to go into seclusion out of helplessness. Sigh. Wasn't this also a manifestation of avoiding responsibility? Little Meow Meow. Even though the dog blocked the way, you still have to think of a way to bring us in. Feng Zhan reminded. Feng Miao nodded. Then, with a light raise of an arm, she sent Feng Linger and the others who were blocking her way into the distance, directly giving way. Plop. Plop. Following a few loud sounds, Feng Linger and the others fell to the ground. She widened her phoenix eyes in disbelief and glared at Feng Miao. Feng Miao, how dare you treat me like this? How dare you? Feng Linger, didn't the first elder teach you what respect and seniority is? You're only a second-level transcendent divine beast, yet you actually dare to be impudent in front of me. You really don't know the meaning of death. Feng Miao questioned loudly. The aura of an expert on her body was instantly displayed, and the pressure of her bloodline made Feng Linger and the others unable to breathe. If it was in the past, perhaps Feng Miao would have ignored their provocation. However, it was different now. Since she had already abandoned the dark and toured to the light, these Phoenix clan members could only be considered passers-by or enemies before Miss subdued them. Therefore, there was naturally no need for him to be polite to them. Feng Miao, you're just a traitor of the Phoenix clan. How dare you cause trouble in the territory of the Phoenix clan? I think you're the one who doesn't know the difference between life and death. Feng Linger wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said indignantly. Humph. If it was in the past, she would really be a little afraid of Feng Miao, much less speak to her like this. However, ever since Feng Miao was deemed a traitor by the clan leader, many of the clan members who had once been jealous of Feng Miao felt that there was no need to be afraid of her anymore. Otherwise, how would she dare to stop Feng Miao? Patriarch? Didn't the first elder tell you that Feng Yun is already dead? Dead? Feng Miao asked with a faint smile. Hehe, I really didn't expect that big black python to be so hardworking. After eating Feng Yun, it actually advanced to become a level 9 super divine beast. This is definitely good news for them. Not only that, before that big black python advanced, Miss even made it sign a life contract with Feng Moran. And Feng Moran also advanced to become a mystic sovereign because of the big black python's advancement. What? How is this possible? Feng Linger and the others were stunned. It took them a long time to recover from their shock. What's impossible about it? You'll eventually die if you get older. Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Then, she released a trace of green profound energy from her fingertips and tied Feng Linger and the others into dumplings. Leng Ruoxue looked at Feng Linger and the others with dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction. She couldn't help but complain, these phoenixes are too weak. Why don't they eat meat? Her standards were getting higher and higher. She didn't plan to let her subordinates contract the transcendent divine beasts below level 7, and the highest level of these phoenixes was only level 5. However, she didn't want to slowly raise them. Oh, it was really difficult. Leng Ruoxue's brows were knitted together in a dilemma. Swear, even though you despise them, others will treat them as good stuff. Why don't you tame them and sell them? With their status and strength, they can definitely be sold for a good price, suggested Wu Qing with a smile. Master, this won't do. Even though I don't like them, they're still members of the Phoenix clan. How could they fall into the hands of another? So, you should just kill them. Feng Zhan hurriedly stopped him. Oh, what it meant was that since Master didn't like them, then they could only be killed. In short, they couldn't fall into the hands of an outsider. And, then let's kill it and eat it. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head. Oh, she always said she wanted to eat a phoenix, but this goal had never been achieved. In reality, a phoenix was just a big-sized turkey. It didn't matter, she couldn't help but comfort herself. Actually, she could not bring herself to say anything about a beast that could already transform into a human form. Hence, she could only say something. Sob. Why was she so kind? Master, kill these phoenixes and leave their blood. Let those pythons eat the meat. Charm lying in Leng Ruoxue's arms suggested. Boo-hoo, it was the same as Master. It didn't like to eat beasts that could take human form. Its meat would grow old. Charm's suggestion is not bad. Leng Ruoxue stroked Charm, soft fur and agreed. Hehe, Charm is really understanding. How dare you? Feng Linger almost vomited blood when she heard Leng Ruoxue and the others' discussion. However, her body was tied up too tightly, so she couldn't resist even if she wanted to. However, she believed in the strength of the Phoenix clan. At the same time, she didn't believe Feng Miao's words. In short, she was very certain that these humans wouldn't dare to touch them. Moreover, these damned humans dared to treat them like this. She would definitely teach them a lesson later. What's there to be afraid of? I've already eaten Feng Yun for my own beast, let alone you weak little phoenixes. Sigh. It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my beast's teeth. Leng Ruoxue said in disdain. You're lying. The clan head is powerful, how could he be eaten by your beast? Feng Linger was still unconvinced. Linger, what she said might very well be true. At this moment, a young man who was also tied up spoke softly. How did you know? Feng Linger ignored Leng Ruoxue and the others and asked directly. When I went to the elder conference yesterday, I accidentally heard those elders say that the patriarch's soul tablet had already shattered. None of the other clansmen that the patriarch took away returned. However, their lives shouldn't be in danger, the young man explained. You all really killed the clan chief? Feng Linger did not believe the words of Leng Ruoxue and the others, but she had no choice but to believe the words of her guardian angel. She knew very well that these people would not dare to say anything to her. So, after knowing that it was most likely true, she became a bit afraid. Of course, only Feng Yun died. The other phoenixes were all contracted by my subordinates. After all, with their strength, it's not bad to be a meat shield or something like that. But you guys. Your strength is too low. You don't even have the chance to be a hired thug, you can only be my beast's snack. Leng Ruoxue said with a wicked smile. No. I don't want to die. Don't eat me. I'm willing to be your slave. I'll do anything as long as you don't eat me. Suddenly, a young man begged with tears in his eyes. Boo-hoo. He felt that he was only standing behind Feng Linger and wasn't disrespecting these people. So, he didn't want to die. But, your strength is too low, it really doesn't have much use to us. Leng Ruoxue didn't like these little phoenixes at all. Humph. Who asked her to hate this kind of second generation who relied on their power to bully others? TM willing to be a slave, as long as you're willing to let me live. The young man continued begging. Oh, Feng Zhan. This fellow is the most sensible Phoenix clan I've ever seen. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped from Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she said speechlessly. Oh, this was the first time she'd seen such a cowardly Phoenix clan. Today, her horizons had been broadened. Master, since this fellow wants to work like a slave, then hand him over to me for a good round of training. Training. Feng Zhan laughed evilly. Alright then. Feng Zhan, let him learn our rules. Leng Ruoxue waved her hand and the young man was released from his restraints. On the other hand, Feng Zhan flew over to the young man and chanted a few incantations. After that, the young man's eyes flashed before he bowed respectfully to Feng Zhan. Greetings, Your Majesty. Report the situation within the Phoenix clan to my master. Feng Zhan commanded. Earlier, he'd utilized a contract that only the members of the royal clan of the Phoenix clan knew about, and it could be considered a form of contract between master and servant. This sort of contract was usually utilized to restrain the members of the side branches of the Phoenix clan. After all, there were many branches in the Phoenix clan, and no one could guarantee that every side branch would be loyal to the Imperial clan. At the time, his queen mother had been too trusting of those branches, and that was why she'd ended up being sealed. Now, he naturally wouldn't give these side branches any chance to betray her. Yes, Your Majesty. The young man nodded, and then continued. 3 days ago, Feng Yun took away a group of phoenixes and said that he wanted to avenge his daughter and son-in-law. However, he hasn't returned until now, and Feng Lin said that Feng Yun has already died. However, most of the clansmen still don't know about her death. As for the elders, they've always closed their doors and refused to see any of my clansmen. Tell me about the current strength of the Phoenix clan, Feng Zhan said with dissatisfaction. Sigh. This servant was just too stupid to say anything useless. Right now, in the Phoenix clan, besides the elders of the Council of Elders, a portion of the other clansmen are level 7 or 8 transcendent divine beasts. However, most of them are level 4 or 5 like me. The man continued to explain. Many of the Phoenix clan's powerful transcendent divine beasts had been taken away by Feng Yun 3 days ago. Therefore, the strongest people in the Phoenix clan should be the elders of the Council of Elders. They were basically level 8 or 9 transcendent divine beasts. Of course, he didn't count those who had been sleeping. Damn it, why do you keep saying useless things? Feng Zhan couldn't bear it anymore and roared. He really doubted the intelligence of this servant of his. One had to know that they had already heard these situations from Feng Miao. Did he still need to repeat them? Boo-hoo. The man was extremely aggrieved, but that was all he knew. Feng Zhan, don't ask him anymore. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. Sigh. This Feng's strength was too low. It was impossible to rely on him to know the core secrets of the Phoenix clan, and Feng Miao only cared about cultivation and didn't care much about the matters of the Phoenix clan, so it seemed. It was impossible to hear anything useful from them. Almo a little. The elder conference is like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bow. The young man, Feng Lin, who was the first to speak, also spoke up. Boo-hoo. As the saying goes, those who know the truth are the elites. If one could survive, no one would want to be eaten. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, he wisely decided to surrender. Tell me about it. If you satisfy me, I won't give you to the beast as a snack. Leng Ruoxue enticed like a big wolf trying to abduct Little Red Riding Hood. That day, when I went to the Elder Conference, I unintentionally heard them say that Feng Yun had died. Furthermore, the Elder Conference has divided into 2 opinions. Those who have a good relationship with Feng Yun are in favor of avenging her. The other person is proposing to choose a new generation patriarch. Currently, they are in a deadlock. Feng Lin thought for a moment before speaking. Other people, why don't you agree to take revenge? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Oh, I heard the Feng clan is very united. They don't like Feng Yun. Those clansmen are almost all elders left behind by the patriarch, so. Feng Lin looked at Feng Miao and hesitated to speak. Oh, Feng Miao, I'll give you a task. Get those clansmen who are dissatisfied with Feng Yun for me. If they know what's good for them, I will definitely not treat them badly. Otherwise, they can only be servants. Leng Ruoxue instructed. Oh, since the Feng clan is not on good terms, this is a good opportunity. For them. Miss, I'm not very familiar with them. Feng Miao said with some difficulty. Other than cultivation, socializing was her weakness. Woo. So it's like that. That Feng Lin, right? I'll give you a chance to make a contribution. Whether or not you can catch him will depend on yourself. Leng Ruoxue furrowed her brows in thought, then pointed at the young man. Please rest assured, Mississippi. I will definitely cooperate with Feng Miao to do this. Feng Lin hurriedly promised. Your Majesty, I can cooperate as well. Feng Zhan's new servant also hurriedly expressed his opinion. Boo-hoo. It was really too unfair. Why was Feng Lin's treatment so different from his? Feng Zhan, take that Feng Lin as your subordinate. Leng Ruoxue raised her hand, and Feng Lin was released from his restraints. Alright, master. After Feng Zhan said that, he also recited a few incantations. Humph. The Feng clan in the vast heaven continent still couldn't believe it too much. Better safe than sorry. Greetings, your majesty, Feng Lin said respectfully. Yes, all of you heard what my master said, right? Quickly go do this. Feng Zhan glanced at his servant and Feng Lin. Yes, the two of them replied extremely politely. After signing the contract with Feng Zhan, they did not dare to show any disrespect to him. Miss, I'll bring you guys to my place first. Feng Miao saw that she had helpers and felt relieved. She then said to Leng Ruoxue and the others. N. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, she followed Feng Miao deeper into the phoenix forest. Feng Linger and the other two men were still tied up. Not only that, Leng Ruoxue also summoned Big Harry and Air Mao. The two of them carried the three men and walked in together. After walking for about half an hour, Leng Ruoxue and the others arrived at a forest filled with parasol trees. Little Miao Miao, is this where you live? Feng Zhan couldn't help but ask curiously as he looked at the incomparably huge and luxuriant towering trees in front of him. Oh, their clan's habit was to use the number of sycamore trees to determine their position in the clan. Since Feng Miao was able to live in a place with so many sycamore trees, her position in the clan was definitely 1 to 2. No, to be more precise, Feng Miao was able to live here because of her mother. After all, her mother was the head of the clan. And this is the residence of our clan's clan chief. Was able to live here because I borrowed mother's light. Feng Miao said with a bit of self-mockery. This was the place with the densest fire attribute spiritual energy in the Phoenix Forest, and also the residence of their Phoenix clan's previous clan chief. Feng Yun had wanted to live here more than once, but unfortunately, he had never succeeded. Who asked Feng Yun to only be the substitute clan chief? The parasol trees here didn't recognize her identity. Oh, only the clan leader can live here? Then will we not be allowed to enter these trees? Feng De asked worriedly. These parasol trees that had lived for a long time basically all had tree spirits, and they were not familiar with them. If they were really rejected outside the trees, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? They won't. With me leading you, they will let you through. Feng Miao chuckled. Then, she said a few words in the phoenix language to the parasol trees, and they automatically opened up a path for her. Hee. They're really obedient. Feng De said excitedly. Feng De, don't embarrass yourself, alright? It's not like you haven't seen those sycamore trees that I live in. Feng Zhan spoke with slight speechlessness. The Phoenix clan and the sycamore trees were companions, so as long as they allowed it, the sycamore trees naturally wouldn't refuse. So, it was normal for these trees to let them pass. Hee. The trees you live in have never stopped us. That's why I'm curious. Vanda scratched his head and said in embarrassment. Let's go in. Feng Miao snickered. The people around the young miss were really too cute, much cuter than some people of the Feng clan. Leng Ruoxue and the others nodded and followed Feng Miao in. After they entered, the road behind them returned to normal and disappeared. Miss, it's so hot here. Peach Lu wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, unable to bear it. This place is filled with fire attribute spiritual energy. If you aren't fire attribute, you will naturally feel hot, Leng Ruoxue analyzed. Miss, you guys can stay here as you wish. I'll go talk to those people with them first. After Feng Miao brought Leng Ruoxue and the others into her own residence, she left them alone. Because she knew very well that Miss and the others would take good care of her. Go. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head, then turned to the thickest Chinese parasol tree and ordered, tie these 3 people to your tree trunk. Don't let them escape. The giant tree nodded its head and shook its branches. Then, it extended a branch that was as thick as an adult's arm and firmly tied Feng Linger and the others to its trunk. Wow. Miss, you're so amazing, this tree actually listens to you. Green Bamboo looked at Leng Ruoxue with admiration, her bright eyes were filled with stars. Needless to say, even these trees can't resist our young Miss Charm, Feng De said matter-of-factly. The others nodded their heads in agreement. It was obvious that their admiration for Leng Ruoxue had reached an unattainable height. Previous chapter. Next chapter. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead, and her beautiful face was filled with speechlessness. Sigh. Her subordinates were too exaggerated. If outsiders heard these words, they would definitely laugh at them. In reality, she only had a slight connection with that tree, she really didn't do anything. Actually, this was something Leng Ruoxue did not know. Her natural affinity, regardless of whether it was to animals or plants, was extremely attractive. Otherwise, the king of plants like Little Fire Ginseng and Little Fire Ginseng would not like her so much, and these trees were the same. After all, almost all of them had a tree spirit, so Leng Ruoxue's attraction to them was no less than that of the Phoenix clan, which had always depended on them. In fact, it seemed to be stronger. Hence, they could not reject Leng Ruoxue's request. Damn it, you traitors of the Phoenix clan. How dare you listen to those humans and treat us like this? Feng Linger was furious when she saw that she was tied to a tree trunk by a Chinese parasol tree. Damn it. Who said that these trees were the best friends of the Phoenix clan? They were obviously lying to children. If they were really friends of the Phoenix clan, would these dead trees treat her like this? In fact, she had really wronged these trees. The sycamore trees were indeed the best friends of the Phoenix clan, but no one could replace them. And now, someone who made the sycamore trees feel closer to them had suddenly appeared. That was why the sycamore trees listened to Leng Ruoxue. After all, They were very simple tree spirits who only knew how to respect the thoughts in their hearts. Big Harry, shut her mouth. Leng Ruoxue couldn't stand it any longer. Feng Linger had acted quite obediently before entering this place. Sigh. In such a short amount of time, this woman could no longer continue acting. Yes, miss. Big Harry obediently walked over to Feng Linger and the other two who were tied up on the tree trunk. It was in a difficult position. Oh. What should it use? It didn't have anything suitable on hand. Don't you dare. You stinky dead bear, stay away from me. Feng Linger couldn't help but shout loudly. The smell of these two bears was just too unbearable. She didn't want to faint from the smell. It turned out that the reason why Feng Linger didn't say a word along the way wasn't because she was pretending to be obedient. Rather, it was because she had been affected by the two hairy beasts' scent. Smelly? Where? Big Harry was stunned and asked in confusion. It stinks everywhere. Every part of my body stinks. Feng Linger roared in anger. Moreover, the bear was too close to her, making her feel a bit dizzy. Miss, do I stink? Big Harry's eyes were filled with tears as it turned its head and asked pitifully. It doesn't smell bad. This is the embodiment of your masculinity. Leng Ruoxue quickly comforted him. Actually, the two hairy beasts loved cleanliness and would wash themselves clean every day. However, the natural smell couldn't be washed away just by bathing. After smelling it for so long, they had already gotten used to it. That was why they didn't find the two hairy beasts smelt unpleasant. In fact, Feng Linger's words were a little exaggerated. Compared to other bear-type beasts, the two hairy beasts' smell was negligible. That's right, Big Harry, don't listen to the nonsense of this crow bird. How would she understand the good of men? Feng Da and the others also comforted him. The two hairy beasts was one of them, and definitely wouldn't allow outsiders to bully him. And, that's right, Big Harry. Don't listen to the nonsense of outsiders, quickly shut her mouth. Empty also reminded. Okay. Big Harry was very touched. Woo. He knew that Miss and the rest would definitely not despise him. Humph. This woman was really too evil. Thinking of this, he looked around to see if there was anything suitable to shut that annoying woman's mouth. I got it. Big Harry smiled when he found his target. Then, he quickly stripped off the clothes of a man who was tied to a tree trunk. He then found something that he thought was suitable and stuffed it into Feng Linger's mouth. When Leng Ruoxue and the others saw this, black lines appeared on their foreheads at the same time. They thought to themselves, Big Harry is really getting more and more two-faced. He actually used that person's underwear to cover Feng Linger's mouth. When Feng Linger saw this scene, she directly fainted. Oh, this time it was definitely a gas drip. Miss, how did I do? Big Harry scratched its head and smiled. It's not bad. Leng Ruoxue braced herself and said. She didn't dare to say it was good, in case Big Harry developed a bad habit of taking off other people's clothes. After settling Feng Linger and the other two down, Leng Ruoxue and the others found a place to rest. Some of them found it hot and requested to enter the space, while others stayed outside out of curiosity. After a long time, Feng Miao came back full of joy. Miss, I'm back. Feng Miao walked into the parasol tree forest and said loudly. Feng Lin came back with her. Emin, what did those birds say? Leng Ruoxue, who was leaning against the freak's chest, asked indifferently with half-closed eyes. Miss, those elders promised to consider it. Feng Miao could not help but say with some self-satisfaction. Hee, to think that those elders gave her face and did not directly reject her. After all, the Phoenix clan did not like to acknowledge humans as their masters. Think about it. Leng Ruoxue said with slight displeasure. Humph. She knew those old fogies wouldn't agree so easily. However, she had a bad habit. When she took the initiative, if the other party didn't grasp the opportunity, then she wouldn't give the other party another chance. Thinking of this, she turned to Feng Lin and said, go tell those ignorant birds that I won't beg them to acknowledge me as their master. However, I'll only give them 3 days to consider. I won't wait. Yes, Feng Lin hurriedly replied. Alas. He knew that the king's master wouldn't be satisfied. However, he was slightly puzzled as well. Why didn't the king allow them to reveal its identity? If those traditional and conservative elders knew that the king was a member of the royal clan, they would definitely agree. Unfortunately, the king didn't allow them to say anything. After receiving Leng Ruoxue's order, Feng Lin turned around and left. Feng Miao, you guys go and rest first. Leng Ruoxue said. Yes, Mississippi. Feng Miao was a little upset. After seeing Leng Ruoxue's reaction, she knew Miss wasn't satisfied with what she did. After Feng Miao heard Leng Ruoxue's words, she went back to her own place gloomily. Swear, didn't you already expect such an outcome? After Feng Miao left, Wu Qing smiled and said. In fact, he was very clear about the mentality of those high-end beasts. How could those arrogant fellows be willing to be contracted by humans? Therefore, unless there were sufficient benefits, those beastmen that had almost been assimilated by humans would not easily agree. Actually, it's good that they don't agree. I can practice now. Leng Ruoxue smiled. Previously, when she asked Feng Miao to negotiate, it was just to be polite before resorting to force. In reality, she didn't care about the result at all. That's right. There are so many phoenixes in the Phoenix clan. I can beat them up to my heart's content. Wu Shang smiled. I've never beaten up a phoenix before, the freak said half-jokingly. Miss, didn't you give them 3 days to think about it? What if they agree? Zheng Yan couldn't stand it any longer and reminded her. Sigh. Half a day had not even passed and Miss and company were already discussing how to beat up those phoenixes. Those unlucky phoenixes were really too pitiful. They were actually targeted by Mississippi. With this in mind, he felt some pity for those firebirds. Don't worry, those noble phoenixes with a sense of superiority will not agree. Oh, Zheng Yan, when the time comes, I will also get you a level 9 super divine beast to be your servant. Leng Ruoxue guaranteed. The Phoenix clan had so many clansmen, so her subordinates should be enough to split them. Even though those phoenixes were a little tactless, she was still very satisfied with their numbers. Even though the Phoenix clan in this world did not have as many clansmen as Feng Zhan, there were nearly 1,000 of them. Miss, I don't need a level 9 one. I'm already very satisfied with a level 8 transcendent divine beast. My biggest wish now is to advance to Mystic Sovereign. Boo-hoo. Mo Ren clearly cultivated as a Mystic Cultivator later than me, but he's already a Mystic Sovereign, Zheng Yan said enviously. Don't be anxious. Aren't you going to advance soon? Leng Ruoxue hurriedly consoled. Sigh. Big brother Feng was just lucky. Coincidentally, there was a beast that advanced to the 9th level transcendent divine beasts. Otherwise, Big brother Feng would also need some time to advance. Yes, soon. I can feel the barrier now, but I'm still lacking an opportunity. Zheng Yan nodded. Silly boy, eat more of the spiritual fruits in the space. When the spiritual aura is saturated, you'll naturally advance, suggested the little old man who was listening to their conversation. Master, I eat it every day. But I really can't eat it now. Zheng Yan said with a bitter face. Boo. I can't stand eating too many spirit fruits. Zheng Yan, the fire attribute here is very dense. Cultivate well for the next few days. You might be able to advance in 3 days, Leng Ruoxue reminded. For fire attribute mystic cultivators, this place could absolutely be considered heaven. Furthermore, not everyone could cultivate in the Phoenix clans. Territory. Miss, actually, I prefer to cultivate in space, Zheng Yan said honestly. Even though the fire attribute spiritual energy here could be directly absorbed without changing into one's own attribute, the spiritual energy here was not as dense as in Mrs. Space. Then enter the space. 3 days later, we will have another battle. Leng Ruoxue said calmly. Miss, I must participate in the battle in 3 days. Zheng Yan requested. He had not had enough fun fighting the Phoenix clan last time. Don't worry, there were too few Feng clan members last time. This time, all of you will have a chance. Leng Ruoxue smiled and promised. Girl, you can't leave this old man behind, the little old man quickly said. His expression was extremely nervous, as if he was afraid Leng Ruoxue would forget about him. Yes. Don't worry, Grandpa we are now at the base camp of the Phoenix clan. There are many phoenixes here, Leng Ruoxue promised. Amen, the people present nodded repeatedly. 3 days passed quickly. For the past 3 days, Zheng Yan had been cultivating diligently in the space. 3 days later, when Zheng Yan came out of the space, he finally became a mystic sovereign as he wished. Congratulations. Leng Ruoxue looked at Zheng Yan, who had just had his breakthrough, and said happily. She had another mystic sovereign by her side. Their strength had increased again. Thank you, miss, Zheng Yan said happily. In the past, his focus was on alchemy, which was why his cultivation as a mystic cultivator advanced so slowly. However, he was finally a mystic sovereign now. Boo-hoo. I'm so happy. The higher your strength, the happier I am. This way, you guys can protect me. Leng Ruoxue said with a face full of anticipation. It feels pretty good to be a manager who does nothing. Miss. Zheng Yan was a little speechless. Sigh. Miss is being unreasonable again. He really couldn't do anything to her. Actually, he really wanted to say that they could protect her now. Even though there weren't many people around Miss, they were all elites in his eyes. Especially Cheng Wu and the others, all of them were mystic sovereign. In addition to Miss's terrifying beasts, before others wanted to bully his Miss, they'd better weigh their own worth first. Leng Ruoxue laughed awkwardly. Oh, mystic sovereign. When can I reach that level? At this moment, Fengde looked at Zheng Yan, his eyes shining with envy as he muttered to himself. Don't be anxious. You will also make a breakthrough soon. Zheng Yan also used the same words to comfort Fengde and the others. They haven't even advanced yet, why are you guys so anxious? Leng Ruoxue glared and pretended to be unhappy. Young miss. Didn't you just say that the stronger we are, the more we can protect you? Fengde rolled his eyes and reminded. That's right. When your strength becomes stronger, I will be able to wash my hands off everything and focus on being a rice worm. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with expectation. Swear, don't you want to be an expert? A worm can't become an expert. Empty reminded helplessly. TCH, what I mean is that after I become strong, I can focus on being a rice worm. I didn't say now. Leng Ruoxue quibbled. Previous chapter. Next chapter. After we all become experts above everyone else, Schwer just needs to be a rice worm. I will feed Schwer every day, the freak promised. Hee. You are still the most obedient, Leng Ruoxue said in satisfaction. Then, she patted the freak's head like she was petting a puppy. That's for sure. The freak almost raised his tail from the praise. Oh, okay, let's get down to business. Leng Ruoxue cleared her throat and stopped joking with them. Miss, when are we going to make a move? Cheng Wu asked impatiently. He knew that Miss had given those phoenixes 3 days to consider, but now, 3 days had passed. However, those phoenixes who didn't keep their promises didn't give them any reply. Humph. Miss being willing to accept them was because she thought highly of them. Those dead birds really didn't know what was good for them. Ever since he found out about the Miss's mysterious space, Cheng Wu and the others' respect for Leng Ruoxue had risen to a whole new level. Moreover, he would never forget the shock he felt when he first saw the space. He had never thought that he could still live in a space similar to the storage ring. Moreover, the spirit chi inside was so dense that it was almost solid. Sigh. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to beat up those suicidal firebirds, he wouldn't even be willing to come out from inside. Right away, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. In her heart, she sighed helplessly. Sigh. These battle maniacs. As soon as they heard that there was going to be a fight, they actually couldn't wait any longer. However, for the past 3 days, the Phoenix clan hadn't been peaceful. Their arrival had attracted the attention of the elders who were on good terms with Feng Yun. Furthermore, those phoenixes had tried to barge in more than once to avenge Feng Yun. Unfortunately, they were all blocked outside by the parasol tree. Should we go out now? Feng Da asked. He knew that there was a phoenix monitoring outside their residence. However, the young lady did not give any orders, so the person monitoring them was naturally ignored. Let's go out. Leng Ruoxue nodded and said to everyone. All right. Everyone agreed excitedly. They were already prepared. They were just waiting for Mrs. Order. Leng Ruoxue was very satisfied with everyone's high spirits. Then, she sent a voice transmission to the parasol trees that had been protecting them from the outside world for the past 3 days. After receiving the order, the parasol trees revealed their path. After Leng Ruoxue and the others walked out of their residence along the small path, they saw the phoenix guarding outside the forest. There were a total of 5 phoenixes monitoring them. Seeing them come out, one of them immediately went back to report, while the other 4 looked at them very vigilantly. These phoenixes weren't very strong, about level 4 or 5. Leng Ruoxue looked at the serious expressions on their faces and held back her smile. She said lightly, are you the bodyguards arranged by the Phoenix clan? Thank you for your hard work. The phoenixes that were about 10 meters away from Leng Ruoxue and the others were depressed. Boo-hoo. The Phoenix clan does not welcome you. We are here to monitor you. Unfortunately, none of them dared to say this because they were afraid that they would become hostages like Feng. Linger. Little Phoenix, I think you guys are quite smart. Oh. Do you guys want to surrender yourselves, or do you want me to use force? Leng Ruoxue asked in a good mood. Even though the Phoenix clan had been playing tricks on her for the past 3 days, she still had to thank these firebirds for finding fun for her. Otherwise, she would definitely be bored. Moreover, almost all of the sycamore trees in the Phoenix forest had been turned against her. Didn't those phoenixes want to capture her? Then she would have no choice but to steal from the Phoenix clan. As long as she gave the order, these Phoenix clans would become the first Phoenix clan in history to be abandoned by the sycamore trees. Of course, those poor phoenixes still didn't know about this. After hearing Leng Ruoxue's words, the phoenixes were dumbfounded. However, most of them did not know what to do because they had never seen such a confident human being. One had to know that this was the territory of the Phoenix clan. However, these humans had the attitude of turning the guest into the host, as if they were the guests. Boo-hoo, how could this be? They could not understand. There won't be a shop like this after we pass this village. Leng Ruoxue continued to tempt Little Red Riding Hood, as if she was a big bad wolf trying to seduce Little Red Riding Hood. Surrender. The youngest phoenix said in a low voice. Boo-hoo. For some reason, this human gave it a lot of pressure. It was even greater than the tribe leader. Furthermore, its idol, Feng Miao, was also with this human, that was why it wanted to surrender. You are very smart, Leng Ruoxue praised. Lamb also willing to surrender. The other phoenixes couldn't hold on any longer and announced their own decisions one after another after someone took the lead. Boo-hoo. They had already heard that Feng Yun Patriarch had died at the hands of these humans. And they weren't willing to die like Feng Yun, so they could only surrender. Just like that, under the wise decision of these phoenixes, Leng Ruoxue effortlessly subdued these phoenixes that were not very strong and handed them over to the Feng Zhan to contract. As for Feng Zhan, who had the most underlings, he naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing. By the time the first elder of the Phoenix clan arrived with her clansmen, the people she had sent to keep an eye on Leng Ruoxue had already become Leng Ruoxue's property. When she saw what had happened, she almost vomited blood. She cursed inwardly. Damn, these humans were really fast. It had only been a few minutes. Her clansman had no backbone. Humph. You humans who don't know life from death, quickly release my daughter and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, don't even think about walking out of this phoenix forest. The first elder was angry and her aura would not lose to anyone. Humph. If it weren't for those trees, she would have saved her daughter a long time ago and wouldn't be in such a passive state now. Damn it, she really couldn't understand why those parasol trees were protecting Leng Ruoxue and the others. They were the beasts that depended on the parasol tree. Hence. This fact made her feel extremely unfair. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Old woman, you'd better worry about your own life and death. We don't need your mercy. Fengde said with a venomous tongue, his face clearly still carrying a provocative smile. Old woman? Damn it, who are you talking about? The first elder instantly became even more furious when she heard herself being called an old woman. F***ck, she was so young and beautiful, so beautiful that it could topple kingdoms. How did she look like an old woman? What kind of taste did this human have? Of course I'm talking about you. Fengde repeated kindly. However, he could not help but feel uneasy in his heart. He really did not expect this beast to care so much about her appearance. How am I old? I'm not even 1,000 years old. The first elder couldn't help but emphasize. Her beautiful face was so angry that it was changing color. Less than 1,000 years old? How is that not old at all? Fengde rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. She was about to become a 1,000-year-old demon, yet this old woman still refused to face reality. First elder, you mustered such a large force, could it be that you're only here to discuss your age with us? Leng Ruoxue held back her laughter and pretended to be confused as she asked. Sigh. Any woman would lose their composure when it came to age. It seemed even beasts were no exception. Of course not. First elder hurriedly denied. Damn it, after being disturbed by this human, she was so angry that she even forgot the proper business. Then what are you waiting for? If you don't make a move, I'm going to make the first move. Leng Ruoxue was very particular. Before she started to beat them up, she even notified them so that they wouldn't feel too unsatisfied. Human, you are really too arrogant. Humph. Die. After the first elder finished speaking, she signaled her subordinates to attack. Leng Ruoxue and the others who were already prepared also took out their beast at the same time, ready to attack. 10th elder, how could you all? First elder looked at the beasts that Cheng Wu and the others summoned and was instantly somewhat dumbfounded. Damn it, these clansmen had clearly already become the contracted beasts of these humans from the look on their faces. But, how was this possible? According to what she knew, in the boundless heaven continent, there was simply no beast tamer who could tame her clansmen. First elder, don't force yourself anymore. Surrender. There's no benefit in going against them. The 10th elder advised with good intentions. Sigh. If first elder insisted on doing things her way, she would probably end up in a worse state than them. Humph. I'm not going to embarrass the Phoenix clan like you. You want me to work like a slave for the human race? Dream on, the first elder said stubbornly, looking down on the clansmen who had already defected. Sigh. First elder, I've already tried to persuade you, but I can't do anything about it if you don't listen to me, the 10th elder said in a speechless manner. Boo-hoo, how was this voluntary surrendering to the enemy? It was clearly impossible to choose, but unfortunately, he didn't dare say these words in front of that little demon. Do it. Leng Ruoxue ordered lightly. Charge. Fengde shouted. Then, he took the lead and charged into the battlefield. The others followed closely behind. In an instant, the two sides started fighting. On Leng Ruoxue's side, the principle of group attack was still firmly established. However, this time, the first elder had brought almost half of the Phoenix clan's strength, so there was no situation of dozens of beasts attacking the same Phoenix. As for Leng Ruoxue and the others, the greatest benefit of having more opponents was that they also had a chance to beat someone up. This time, the freak and her each found an opponent to beat up. Icy, who had not fought for a long time, also jumped into the middle of the battlefield. Bullying, kicking, and playing happily. In an instant, all sorts of profound energy flew through the air like beams of light, and the parasol trees that didn't want to be affected by the battle tacitly cast a barrier to protect themselves, so as to avoid being accidentally injured by the Phoenix whose eyes had turned red from killing. The gains would not make up for the losses. After all, they were trees. Even though they liked the fire attribute, they were also very afraid of fire. After Leng Ruoxue finished dealing with one of her opponents, she stood at the side and watched the battle for a while. As for the beast men that had been beaten black and blue by her subordinates and beast men, they were all sent into her space. In the space, she specially asked Qing Ju to set up a cell to imprison these beast men. Schwer, let's go deal with that old woman. If I'm not wrong, there should be a phoenix coming to die later. After beating his opponent half to death, the freak walked to Leng Ruoxue's side with the level 8 transcendent divine beast in his hand. Freak, aren't you a little too heavy-handed? Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless as she spoke. He forced this transcendent divine beast to fight with its real body and ended up beaten up like a pig head. It could be seen how ruthless the freak was. Hee hee. I thought that this level 8 beast would be very strong. Who knew that it wouldn't be able to take a beating? The freak was very disappointed as he said this. His face was full of "T've been tricked by it." Leng Ruoxue laughed happily seeing the freak's depressed expressio. She took the phoenix from the freak's hand and threw it into the space cell. On the other side, the first elder of the Phoenix clan watched as the number of clan members on the battlefield decreased. She was so angry that she almost went berserk. Damn it, where were her clansmen? She wanted to see them if they were alive, and if they were dead, she wanted to see their corpses. However, all her clansmen had mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that all her clansmen had been put into the beast cages? She could not help but guess. However, she really wanted to know how many beast cages these people had to prepare to store so many beasts. Leng Ruoxue and the freak were right in front of the first elder. What do you want to do? The first elder asked with a face full of vigilance. Boo-hoo, she was too confident when she came. She thought that these humans would be captured quickly. However, she did not expect that the captured ones were her own clansmen. This made her unable to accept it for a moment. Thus, when she looked at Leng Ruoxue, there was a trace of fear that even she did not notice. Don't be afraid, I just want to spar with you. Leng Ruoxue consoled her kindly. Oh, she didn't like opponents who threw themselves into chaos before the battle. If that happened, there would be no sense of accomplishment. The first elder looked at Leng Ruoxue with a face full of confidence until she recalled her fierce performance with the man in front of her on the battlefield just now. Her heart trembled. Even though she really wanted to refuse their spar, she couldn't say it out loud. Boo-hoo, the pressure was too great. Shuer, the first elder has agreed. Let's make our move. The freak laughed softly as he looked at the first elder who was silent. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Then, the two of them attacked at the same time. Two streaks of mystic power, one red and one black, floated in front of the first elder. Furthermore, their speed was not very fast, enough for the first elder to dodge. However, the first elder, whose reaction had suddenly become a bit slow, could not dodge entirely and even suffered some injuries. This caused Leng Ruoxue, who was looking forward to battling the mystic supremacy, to be somewhat disappointed. Since she was already disappointed, Leng Ruoxue naturally didn't want to waste any more time. Just now, Qingju had already sent a voice transmission to her, telling her that another phoenix was rushing over. Furthermore, it should arrive in a few minutes, so she felt that she could end this quickly. Leng Ruoxue gave the evildoer a look when she thought of this. After that, the two of them consecutively used several profound techniques. In the blink of an eye, red and black colored profound energy tightly wrapped around the Feng clan's first elder. Damn it, what the hell is this? The first elder couldn't help but curse as she looked at the red and black colored mystic power that was entangled around her body and tied her up. Huh, this is a new mystic supremacy developed by me and the freak. It's called Never Leave. You're the first beast that I use it on. You must be very happy. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Oh, looks like this new mystic technique of theirs was quite useful. Even a mystic supremacy was unable to break free. During these past 3 days, the freak and her had randomly thought of such a technique out of boredom. However, never had they imagined that the effect would actually be so good. After all, the technique Never Leave was modified according to the high grade would attribute mystic technique bind. So, they weren't confident in its effect. However, they really didn't care about whether it was good or bad. What they cared about was that they possessed this mystic technique together, and only the two of them were able to complete it together. Let go of me, you guys, this is an unfair victory, the first elder said, unable to accept it. Boo-hoo. She had not even made a move yet, how could she lose like this? This result was really unbearable for her. TCH, if we win, we win. Just accept the truth. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she directly threw the first elder into the space cell. Then, she cleaned up the remaining phoenixes. After cleaning them up, she stood in place and waited for the arrival of the other phoenixes. A moment later, another several hundred phoenixes arrived, led by the 17th elder of the Council of Elders. When the 17th elder arrived with his men, he only saw the humans Feng Miao mentioned. He didn't see any of his clansmen. Where did all his clansmen go? Although he and the first elder were not on good terms in politics, they were still of the same clan. Thus, he naturally did not want to see them fall into the hands of humans. Otherwise, he would not have hurriedly gathered his clansmen to rush over after receiving the news. But where was the first elder and the others? Why didn't he even see the feather of a phoenix? The 17th elder was puzzled. Even though he had heard from Feng Miao that these humans were very powerful, due to his bad impression of the deeply rooted humans, he didn't believe Feng Miao's words at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the wrong decision. In fact, he was a little arrogant. He had always thought that Leng Ruoxue was able to kill Feng Yun because of good luck, and with Feng Miao's help, he had never planned to avenge Feng Yun. However, he couldn't just leave those clansmen behind. Miss Leng, is it? May I know where my clansmen have gone? The 17th elder asked politely, but his heart was in turmoil. They are now my captives and have been locked up by me. Leng Ruoxue smiled lightly. Oh, this handsome man who looked to be in his 30s should be the Phoenix clan's 17th elder. In these 3 days, she had also learned about the situation of many phoenixes with high status in the clan. Including this guy. What? Just as Leng Ruoxue's voice fell, the 17th elder and the other members of the Phoenix clan couldn't help but take a deep breath. They were afraid that they had heard wrongly. Then, they looked at Leng Ruoxue with disbelief. After all, in order to capture them alive, the first elder had brought nearly half of his clansmen. Moreover, there was no lack of 8th and 9th level legendary beasts among them. The first elder was even more powerful and her cultivation was above Feng Yun's. So, they really didn't expect to hear such a result. How could the proud Phoenix clan endure this? 17th elder, Mrs. words are all true. You'd better believe it. Feng Miao said coldly. Humph. Actually, she was also very angry at the 17th elder and the others for being immoral. Therefore, she naturally did not intend to put in a good word for them. Who asked these people to not shed a tear? Until they saw the coffin. This. How is this possible? Feng Miao, I watched you grow up. You can't lie to me, the 17th elder reminded, and even started to form a bridge. TM telling the truth. Believe it or not. Feng Miao said unhappily. Her temper was famous in the clan. Therefore, before she was designated as a traitor of the Feng clan by Feng Yun, other than Feng Xian, no other clansman dared to provoke her. However, after she became a traitor, some people who only dared to secretly envy her in private no longer had any scruples. Feng Linger was the best example. Hence, she had been suppressing her anger these past few days. And just as she was worried that she had not finished venting her anger, another person fearlessly came to her door. Right now, you all only have two choices. One is to surrender, and the other is to use force. Leng Ruoxue repeated what she said to the first elder Hehe. She was talking about surrendering, not surrendering. This was naturally different in terms of status. Miss Leng, why don't we have a good talk, the 17th elder said with a troubled expression. Boo-hoo. He didn't want to surrender, but he didn't want to use force either. Actually, he was very clear about the strength of the clansmen he had brought. He seemed to have brought more people than the first elder had brought earlier, but in terms of strength, he was incomparable to the clansmen that the first elder had brought over. The first elder had been completely annihilated, so he really didn't dare to guarantee that the clansmen he had brought would be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, it was naturally the best if they didn't fight. Tunder what the 17th elder wants to talk about. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile that was not a smile. The word ridicule was written on her beautiful face. Humph. These fellows who don't know what's good for them. 3 days ago, she sent people to rope them in and gave them 3 days to consider. They didn't even give her an answer. Now, they actually want to talk to her. It's really too laughable. However, she was still kind enough to see what this old phoenix was planning. Previous chapter. Miss Leng, if I'm willing to bring my clansmen to acknowledge you as my master, I wonder what benefits we can obtain. The 17th elder asked somewhat embarrassedly. 3 days ago, when Feng Miao came to look for him, she had already said that she hoped they would acknowledge Leng Ruoxue as their master. She had even said that this was a great thing and that they would regret it if they rejected her. However, at that time, he had tried to trick them for half a day. But Feng Miao did not say anything. This made him a little angry, so he casually brushed them off and did not give these humans a reply. However, now he knew that it was impossible not to give them an answer. Furthermore, almost half of their clansmen were still in their hands. However, even if he wanted to acknowledge her as his master, he had to fight for sufficient benefits for his clansmen. Moreover, he was truly curious exactly what ability this young human woman before him possessed to make them willingly acknowledge her as their master. After all, they were from the Phoenix clan. So, how could ordinary beasts compare to them? At this very moment, the Phoenix clan's lofty sense of superiority still occupied their thoughts. And this was also the common understanding of all humans in the boundless heaven continent apart from Leng Ruoxue and the others and the beast men. However, this 17th elder would soon know that in Leng Ruoxue's eyes, all the beast men were equal. However, this did not include the Phoenix clan in the boundless heaven continent that had angered her. 17th elder, if I remember correctly, I only gave you 3 days to consider this matter. It's already been a long time, don't you think it's a bit too late to discuss this with me now? Leng Ruoxue said in an extremely cold tone. She would usually only give them one chance. If she couldn't grasp it, then she naturally wouldn't have another chance in the future. But, it's only the 4th day. We've thought about it for 3 days, and we'll give you an answer on the 4th day. Isn't the timing just right? The 17th elder quibbled. First elder, do you have too many deals with humans? Leng Ruoxue mocked. Humph. This old man was playing word games with her and playing dirty tricks with her. A simple beast had learned all the tricks of humans who didn't keep their promises. No wonder the Phoenix clan was taken down so easily. We do have a lot of dealings with humans, but that doesn't stop us from making deals with each other, the 17th elder promised while feigning ignorance. However, he couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. This girl was actually so sharp-tongued at such a young age. She didn't even use vulgarities when she scolded others. Boo-hoo. The language of humans was really broad and profound. Fortunately, he usually preferred to study the things of humans. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to hear the sarcasm in her words. However, under the current circumstances, he could only continue feigning ignorance until the end. 17th elder, I will only give you one chance. Right now, you no longer have any chance to bargain. You only have 2 choices. One is to surrender, and the other is to fight. Leng Ruoxue saw that this old man who had lived for an unknown amount of time was acting stupid, so she could only be more straightforward to prevent him from continuing to pretend. Miss Leng, don't be like this. If there's anything, we can have a good talk, the 17th elder said with a chuckle, his attitude very good. Old man, it's too late. Since you guys aren't willing to surrender, then let's not waste time and just fight. Leng Ruoxue said straightforwardly. Don't be rash, Miss Leng, fighting is a barbaric act. We're all polite children. It's better to resolve this matter in a civilized manner, the 17th elder said in a hurry. In any case, he didn't want to be tortured. He didn't want to take the risk of losing the first elder and the others. Sob. The Phoenix clan was getting worse by the day. Isn't this world where the strong are respected? If we don't use force, how can you be convinced? Furthermore, martial force is also the fastest solution. So, 17th elder, take this. Direction of 17th elder. After Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she directly threw a light blue-colored water attribute profound energy in the. How can you hit me just like that? The 17th elder hurriedly jumped aside and dodged that water attribute profound energy attack. However, there was still a portion of water droplets that touched his body, and it was so painful that he couldn't help but cry out softly. Woo! What kind of water was this? Why did it hurt so much? Furthermore, the water droplet even carried a frightening cold aura. One had to know that he was a fire attribute beast, so the thing he hated the most was naturally water. However, not to mention water attribute profound energy, even water attribute profound techniques would find it very difficult to injure him. However, Leng Ruoxue's profound energy caused him to feel pain. This was truly inconceivable. However, the other clansmen who were also affected were much more miserable than him. Sigh. Who asked those clansmen to have such low strength? What else? Leng Ruoxue looked at the 17th elder with a bit of amusement, as if what she heard was a joke. Actually, she really didn't use too much force just now. Otherwise, those little phoenixes that were affected would have long been frozen into ice. Can we not fight? The 17th elder's handsome face was full of charm as he smiled and said, boo-hoo. Leng Ruoxue's display of power earlier actually made him feel a lingering fear. This was not a good sign, so he really did not want to fight. Sure. Leng Ruoxue nodded her head. Just as the 17th elder was about to heave a sigh of relief, she added, you can choose to surrender yourselves. Can I choose the third option? The 17th elder refused to give up. I'm sorry, there's no third option, Leng Ruoxue sneered. She did not want to waste any more words with this old man who was pretending to be a fool, so she gave everyone a look. Everyone understood and immediately surrounded the 17th elder and the other phoenixes. The beasts were still baring their teeth and glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey. Sob. The 17th elder and the other members of the Phoenix clan were very upset. They were actually afraid of these people or beasts who were weaker than them but were threatening them. The 17th elder exchanged glances with the other elders and said helplessly, we surrender. Sob. Those who know the truth are the elites. Surrendering is better than being beaten up and then being captured. At least they didn't suffer any physical pain. The 17th elder kept hypnotizing himself and consoling himself. Leng Ruoxue calmly nodded her head, as if she had already expected them to be like this. Oh, she liked people who knew their own limits. So, even though this 17th elder was a bit slippery, he wasn't hopeless. The 17th elder and the others were extremely surprised by Leng Ruoxue's indifference. They couldn't understand why this human girl, in front of them was so used to their surrender. If it was any other human, wouldn't they have fainted from happiness? Later on, when they had a deeper understanding of Leng Ruoxue, they found out that many beasts sent themselves to her doorstep. So, she really didn't care about their existence. Feng Zhan, contract them first. Leng Ruoxue looked at Feng Zhan who was standing on her shoulder and said. Amen. Feng Zhan nodded, and then he chanted a string of incantations. The 17th elder and the other phoenixes were instantly enveloped by a circle of light, and then they lowered their proud heads towards Feng Zhan. This subordinate pays his respects to the king. The 17th elder and the other phoenixes said in unison, hiding the shock in their hearts. None of them had expected that this fire phoenix in front of them actually had the bloodline of the royal family. Sigh. Master, the 8th and 9th rank transcendent divine beasts have been contracted by Feng De and the others, right? Feng Zhan spoke. With the enhancement of his will, he did not even need Master to use beast taming techniques anymore. This discovery was something he had unintentionally discovered during the last few times he had used the contract. All phoenixes that had been contracted by him could not resist his will at all, even if their ranks were higher than his. This was the benefit of having a bloodline. Alright, Feng De, go and choose the beast you want to contract. Leng Ruoxue said to Feng De and the others. With Feng Zhan and Feng Da's double contract, these phoenixes can forget about playing any tricks. Yes. Feng De, Zheng En and the rest answered happily. Then, they each went forward to choose a level 9 transcendent divine beasts that they found pleasing to the eye and signed a master-servant contract. Grandfather, why aren't you guys going? Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that her grandfather, Grandpa Du, brother, and brother Feng didn't go up to pick. Swear, there's no hurry. Let them choose first. Leng Qingtian chuckled. With so many phoenixes, it didn't matter if they chose first or later. Miss, we are done choosing. Feng De and the others said with embarrassment. Grandfather, go and choose. Leng Ruoxue smiled. Okay. Leng Tian and the rest walked forward and casually chose a level 9 transcendent divine beasts to sign a master-servant contract. Then, they returned to Leng Ruoxue's side. Leng Ruoxue looked at the other beasts, then looked at Empty before saying, Empty, you're not choosing a contract? No need, I only need icy. Empty said indifferently. Oh. Leng Ruoxue helplessly replied. Sigh. Why did it seem as if the people around her were very unwilling to enter into contracts? If it were someone else, with such a good contract opportunity, they would have long fainted from happiness. No one actually contracted the 17th elder. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when she saw the aggrieved look on the 17th elder's face. She thought to herself, what's with that old man's expression? It's just that he hasn't been contracted, is there a need to be so pitiful? However, with the level 8 or 9 transcendent divine beasts of the Phoenix clan, their strength has increased by more than a little. Moreover, with these beasts, she believed that she would have the strength to fight even against the 3 super clans. Therefore, the most important thing to do now was to improve their strength. Otherwise, if they were too weak, they would be a burden. Thinking of this, Leng Ruoxue decided to let everyone go into seclusion for now. However, she still had something to do before she went into seclusion. Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment, then she took out the phoenix she had locked in the space cell. When Feng Zhan saw them, he didn't even need his master's reminder and immediately entered the contract. Greetings, Your Majesty. The first elder and the other phoenixes who had been contracted by Feng Zhan bowed very respectfully. Yes. In consideration of your performance, all of you can only be servants in the future. Feng Zhan spoke in a cold voice while revealing the imposing aura of a king. Yes, the first elder of the Phoenix clan said in a hurry. Sob. She had accepted being a servant since she was the ruler. However, she had never expected to see the royal family of the Phoenix clan in this world. This might be a rare opportunity for them. After doing all of this, Leng Ruoxue moved all the phoenixes into the space. Besides those that had already recognized their masters, the other phoenixes were naturally managed by Feng Zhan. After that, she told everyone her plan and received everyone's response. Oh, they also felt that their strength was a little weak now, so they had long wanted to go into seclusion and cultivate properly. Just like that, Leng Ruoxue and the others went into seclusion, and the Phoenix Forest temporarily regained its peace. 3 months after their seclusion, Lin Liang and the others came out. After Lin Liang and the others came out of seclusion, they heard that Leng Ruoxue and the others had gone into seclusion. They couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Boo-hoo. It's been so long since I've seen them, I wonder when I'll see them again. Within the Heaven and Earth bracelet. Empty. How strong is the last now? The disheveled old man asked curiously. Ever since he came out of seclusion, he had advanced 2 levels consecutively and consumed the silver snow pills that Schwer had left for them. Now, he was already a mystic monarch. How wonderful. Before they entered into closed-door cultivation, their strengths were the same as all of you. It would be hard to say after they came out of closed-door cultivation. Empty smiled as he spoke. These old men had just advanced to TH Mystic Monarch realm and were feeling happy in their hearts. However, they probably wouldn't be able to laugh after hearing his words, right? He guessed. That can't be, right? Why aren't those perverts waiting for us? The disheveled old man and the others could not help but grumble. They were depressed. Extremely depressed. Boo-hoo. They had finally become Mystic Monarch after much difficulty, but by the time Schwer and those perverts came out of seclusion, they might have advanced again. Also, that old fellow Leng Tian had advanced faster than them. Boo-hoo. Sigh. They were depressed, but so was Leng Tian. He originally wanted to show off to his old friends, but the plan didn't change quickly. In order to not drag everyone down, he could only work hard to cultivate in seclusion. Actually, you don't have to be too depressed. Schwer left you a gift before she went into seclusion. Empty smiled mysteriously. What gift? The few of them were full of curiosity. They had just come out of seclusion and were in a hurry to advance after coming out, so they really did not know much about Schwer and the others' recent actions. Feng Zhan. Empty called out softly. Not long after, Feng Zhan brought the 8 and 9 level transcendent divine beasts in his hand to their side. Where did these phoenixes come from? Little Feng, did you add new members? Lin Liang looked at the unfathomably powerful phoenixes in front of him, his face filled with question marks. They did not know any of these phoenixes, so he was very sure that these phoenixes were new. With this in mind, he could not help but be curious about the recent happenings of Schwer and company. That's right. They are all my servants. Master instructed for you to contract as you wish. You can sign a master-servant contract with them. In the future, they will be your servants. Feng Zhan explained with a grin. Our servants? Lin Liang and the others were all experienced, so how could they not understand Feng Zhan's words? Oh. It seemed that these phoenixes had provoked their little princess. Otherwise, with Schwer's degree of love for animals, how could she let them sign a master-servant contract? However, since these ignorant phoenixes had angered their little ancestor, then it was only right for them to receive some punishment. Thus, their thoughts destined these unlucky phoenixes to work like cows and horses in the future. Yes. Feng Zhan nodded. Hee, since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony then. The disheveled old man rubbed his palms together and said excitedly. Hee. Even though these phoenixes weren't obedient, they were pretty. He could have a beautiful beast now. However, who knew that the disheveled old man's thoughts would incur the displeasure of his beast men? Master, you're despising us. The disheveled old man's beast spirit sent a voice transmission with an aggrieved expression. Boo-hoo. Even though they weren't as pretty as those phoenixes, their relationship with Master was definitely deeper than those phoenixes. That damned phoenix wanted to fight for their favor the moment he arrived. He was dead meat. No, I'm not despising you guys. The disheveled old man hurriedly consoled them after hearing their words. Boo, he really didn't. Boo-hoo. The beasts cried bitterly. Don't Harry, don't cry. I won't take in any more servants, all right? The disheveled old man said helplessly. Boo-hoo. Even though he could not bear to part with it, a lousy phoenix was not as important as his beasts. No, the beasts said in unison. If their master didn't take in a phoenix as a servant, who would they bully? The disheveled old man was conflicted. He could not stop crying. What did they want from him? Master, why don't you take in a phoenix and become our subordinates, the beastmen suggested. Even though the phoenix in front of them was stronger than them, the phoenix came later. All right, the disheveled old man agreed before turning his gaze towards the phoenixes before him. Oh, as long as these beasts were happy, everyone would be biased. Lin Liang and the others surrounded the phoenix in front of them and looked at it several times. Then, they finally each chose a phoenix to contract. Your Majesty, why didn't anyone choose me? Looking at the contracted phoenixes with slight jealousy, the 17th elder said with a gloomy face. Boo-hoo. Even though there was no longer any threat of death in this space, if they didn't have a master, they could only rely on themselves to advance. Boo-hoo, this would be very slow. So, he also wanted to find a master, but no one was willing to take him. So sad. What's the rush? Someone will definitely take a liking to you. Right, how's the matter I asked you to handle? Feng Zhan asked. Awakening the patriarch and elders is a long process, so I still need time, the 17th elder said hurriedly. And, don't be lazy. The sycamore trees will tell me your every move, Feng Zhan warned. I promise I won't. The 17th elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said. Boo-hoo. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the sycamore trees that they had relied on for so many years would actually betray them. This was too inconceivable. How could it be like this? Moreover, they already knew that if they didn't surrender, or if they defeated Leng Ruoxue and the others, then the sycamore trees that they had raised for so many years would also be taken away. And, you guys can continue with your work. After Feng Zhan finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Qing Ju to send the 17th elder and the other phoenixes out of the space. After busying himself with his master's instructions, Feng Zhan returned to his own territory to cultivate as well. Recently, his master's beasts had been cultivating diligently as well, so he naturally couldn't fall behind the beast queen. After Feng Zhan and the other beasts left, Lin Liang looked at the few old men beside him and said, I've decided to continue my seclusion. I can't be left behind by old Leng. And, I also want to enter seclusion. The old man also spoke of his decision. Let's continue our seclusion then. The disheveled old man and the other two's gazes clashed as they said in unison. Since they were tempted, they might as well take action. After making their decision, they greeted Empty and then returned to their respective rooms to enter seclusion. Seeing that he and Icy were the only ones left in the lively garden, he could not help but sigh softly. Boo-hoo, when would Schwer and the others come out of seclusion? Ever since Schwer decided to go into seclusion, the space had been in a craze for cultivation. All the people and beasts were busy cultivating, so this place seemed much quieter. After another 3 months, there was finally some movement in the purple bamboo house where Leng Ruoxue and the freak were. Empty, who had been sitting on the stone bench in front of the purple bamboo house, couldn't help but look towards the door with a face full of anticipation. After waiting for a while, the commotion stopped again. Sigh. So it was a false alarm. Boo-hoo. Empty was very sad, the consequences are very serious. However, just as he was feeling melancholic, the door to the purple bamboo house suddenly opened. The two people he had been looking forward to for a long time finally walked out of the house hand in hand. You guys are finally willing to come out. Empty said with a bitter face. At this moment, he looked like a little wife who had been abandoned by someone. That's right. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead as she helplessly said. Sigh. What kind of expression is that? In reality, she'd entered into closed-door cultivation this time for the sake of absorbing even more spirit energy to prepare for her advancement into the mystic sovereign realm. However, she'd never imagined that after she'd cultivated the heaven-defying skill to the 5th level, the spirit energy required would be at least twice as much as before. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used such a long time. Alas. What a pitiable spirit energy. Fortunately, the spirit energy here was sufficiently dense, otherwise, she would really be unable to find a way to fill that bottomless pit. However, after she advanced into the mystic sovereign realm, the spirit energy she'd painstakingly stored during this period of time would probably be depleted again. Schwer, when do you plan to advance? Empty asked. Let's wait for grandfather and the others. After cultivating for so long, I think they're about to come out of seclusion. Leng Ruoxue said after thinking for a while. Then, she sensed the condition of her own beasts. Oh, the beasts were also in seclusion. That's fine too. By the way, the Phoenix clan's elder who were in deep sleep have already woken up. However, I didn't ask Qing Ju to let them in. Right now, Feng Miao and the others are accompanying them outside. Elder explained. Oh, let's go out and take a look. Leng Ruoxue changed her mind and brought the freak and empty out of the bracelet. Miss, you've come out of seclusion. The moment Leng Ruoxue and the other two appeared in the parasol forest, Feng Miao sensed her aura and immediately ran out of the house, looking at her with joy. Amen. Leng Ruoxue nodded, and then she turned her gaze towards the middle-aged beautiful woman that walked out from the room with Feng Miao. This woman seemed to be around 40+ years old, and she was extremely beautiful. She was 70% similar to Feng Miao, and the aura on her body was restrained. Merely based on her appearance, it was practically impossible to discern this woman's cultivation. However, no one was able to overlook her existence. Oh, this woman ought to be Feng Miao's mother. Miss Leng, thank you for taking care of my daughter. Feng Wu bowed. Her attitude was proper and neither servile nor overbearing. That was why Leng Ruoxue had a good first impression of her. Only someone like her deserved to be the head of the Phoenix clan. That Feng Yun was nothing compared to this woman. She's my subordinate, it's only right for me to protect her, Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. Anyone that she recognized was her subordinate, so she couldn't bully others. Miss Leng, I'm willing to accept you as my master. I wonder if you're willing to give me this chance. Feng Wu volunteered. She knew that Leng Ruoxue's subordinates had all signed master-servant contracts with members of the Phoenix clan, but she couldn't blame Leng Ruoxue for that. After all, her own clansman had offended Leng Ruoxue. Moreover, she had heard her daughter talk a lot about this human woman. Hence, from her perspective, she really admired Leng Ruoxue. It would be nice to have such a master. Alright, you can sign the contract. Leng Ruoxue didn't argue. She had quite a good impression of this fire phoenix. Oh, okay. Feng Wu was surprised by Leng Ruoxue's words, but she quickly realized what was going on. Since her future master had asked her to sign the contract naturally wouldn't be a master-servant contract. At that thought, she signed the sole contract without hesitation. As the rules of the contract descended, the contract was officially established. Feng Wu greets you, master, Feng Wu said in a very formal voice. Well, that was great. With master around, she wouldn't have to worry about her own life anymore. Feng Wu, as my beast, you don't have to be so polite in front of master, Leng Ruoxue reminded her. She and her beast were like family. Yes. Of course Feng Wu knew that. However, she had to be polite since it was her first time. Feng Wu didn't want her master to think that she didn't respect her. Feng Wu, you've been awake for a while now. I want to know what the other phoenixes are thinking. Leng Ruoxue chuckled. In fact, the phoenixes she had tamed before were only small shrimps. The real big lobsters were all sleeping. The phoenixes that had fallen asleep were the true strength of the phoenixes. Moreover, from what the 17th elder and the other phoenixes said, unless it concerned the safety of the Phoenix clan, it was impossible to wake them up. However, the Phoenix clan had been subdued too quickly this time, so they didn't have time to ask for help at all. Furthermore, it wasn't them who asked for help. These old phoenixes that had been sleeping for a long time would wake up. After all, waking up required time, and the price they had to pay to wake up was also very high. Because once these old phoenixes were awakened, it also meant that their time of death was coming. Master, they want to see you first, Feng Wu said after some thought. Those seniors were different from her. She didn't want to be separated from her daughter because her daughter had decided to follow them. However, the seniors in the clan would rather die than acknowledge her as their master. Hence, she wasn't sure of their intentions. Sure. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Till let them know right away, Feng Wu said anxiously. She then left the forest in a hurry. Half an hour later, Feng Wu returned. Master, the seniors have all arrived, Feng Wu reported and introduced the person behind her to Leng Ruoxue. After both sides nodded their heads, they began to size each other up. After a while, a middle-aged man spoke very politely, Young Lady Leng, we wish to see Feng Zhan. Is that possible? Sure. With a thought, Leng Ruoxue brought Feng Zhan out from the bracelet. Feng Zhan, who had just exited the space, couldn't help but feel a bit lost. However, when he saw Leng Ruoxue, he quickly threw himself into her arms and affectionately rubbed against her. After that, he contentedly stood on her shoulder. As for the others, they were completely ignored by him. The seniors of the Phoenix clan were all very embarrassed and looked like they wanted to cry but had no tears. This little guy only cared about his master. It really made them sad. However, as expected of the bloodline of a king, he was already a level 2 transcendent divine beasts at such a young age. They were very gratified. Therefore, they were not that sad about being ignored. Feng Zhan, they want to see you. Leng Ruoxue pointed at a group of old phoenixes with bitter faces not far away. I don't even know them. Feng Zhan said somewhat helplessly. Brother, don't be anxious. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly as 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Then, she threw herself into her brother's arms from her grandfather's embrace, making him happy. However, her grandfather, who had yet to hug her enough, was unhappy again. Leng Ruoxue was at a loss, but when she accidentally looked up and saw the teasing look in her grandfather and brother's eyes, she realized she had been bullied by them. They were too evil. Seeing Leng Ruoxue's depressed expression, the grandfather and granddaughter couldn't help but laugh happily. Grandfather, brother, you guys are too bad. Leng Ruoxue pouted and complained unhappily. Everyone laughed. Is it very funny? Leng Ruoxue lightly asked, her beautiful eyes filled with warning. It's not funny. It's not funny at all. Fengde hurriedly said. Boo. They were a little too smug. It's not funny, it's really not funny. Cheng Wu and the others also said knowingly. Oh, Miss was probably shy. All of you can advance now, right? Leng Ruoxue sized up Fengde and the rest with her beautiful eyes and changed the topic. Yes. Everyone nodded heavily, the joy on their faces overflowing. Hehe, the spirit chi in the space was so dense, and they had cultivated for so long. In addition to the acceleration of time, if they still could not advance, then they were too lousy. Since that's the case, then let's quickly advance. Leng Ruoxue urged. Hehe, she had been waiting for them. Everyone nodded. Then, Leng Ruoxue thought for a moment and moved them out of the bracelet. After taking out the bracelet, Leng Ruoxue looked at the surrounding sycamore trees and said to her grandfather, Grandfather, let's advance here. With the protection of the sycamore trees here, it was much safer than any other place outside. No one could enter even if they wanted to. Moreover, this place was big enough for them to advance together. Okay. Leng Qingtian, the filial grandpa, naturally followed whatever his granddaughter said. Leng Ruoxue and the rest summoned their beasts. As there were too many of them, they could only stay in the forest in their transmogrification states. As for Leng Ruoxue and the others, they each found a place to sit. After sitting cross-legged, they began to break through one after another. Not long after, the heaven-earth law arrived one after another and continued for a very long time. Due to the large number of people advancing, the scene of the advancement was incomparably grand. Even the old phoenixes, who were used to seeing big scenes, were speechless when they saw this dazzling and spectacular scene. After Leng Ruoxue and the others finished their advancement, the beast tide started again. Because the advancement of Leng Ruoxue and the others led to the advancement of their respective beasts, and after the beasts advanced, they started to give back to their masters. So, after a grand banquet of advancement, no matter if it was humans or beasts, all of them were incomparably happy. Among them, Leng Ruoxue obtained the most benefits. Who asked her to have so many beasts? Not only did she advance to become a mystic sovereign, but the beasts also advanced. White Dawn became a level 7 transcendent divine beast. Fengzhan was a level 6 transcendent divine beast. Mei was a level 5 transcendent divine beast, and Darling was a level 3 transcendent divine beast. All the Silver Wolves and Fengzhan's clansmen also advanced one level each. In short, they were all extremely happy. After advancing, everyone had a good celebration. Young miss, I really didn't expect that I would actually have the chance to advance to become a mystic supremacy in my lifetime. I'm really too happy. At the dining table, Cheng Wu had tears in his eyes as he spoke excitedly. He didn't have much of a background and frequently traveled alone, so he'd always felt that he was very satisfied to be able to become a mystic sovereign. However, he never imagined that he'd actually encounter a benefactor. After following young miss, he'd obtained medicinal pills, equipment, and even less to worry about beasts. Otherwise, just these extremely expensive things would make him poor. Alas. No matter how rich a mystic sovereign was, they couldn't afford to spend money on these things. However, he couldn't do without these things. Cheng Wu, now that you are a mystic supremacy, you should know that mystic supremacy is not the end point of cultivation. Therefore, you still have to work hard on cultivating. Empty reminded him. Yes, I know. Cheng Wu nodded, his gaze unusually firm. Alright, stop sighing. Today should be a happy day. Leng Ruoxue couldn't take it anymore and said. Oh. She didn't like the slightly oppressive atmosphere. Furthermore, she didn't need their gratitude because since she had already acknowledged them, they were her family. Alas. Unfortunately, those old geezers aren't here. Leng Qingtian sighed. If he counted the time, then it had been over a year since he'd met those old fellows. Moreover, it seemed like those old fellows had already left their closed-door cultivation when they were in closed-door cultivation. However, when he saw that they were in closed-door cultivation, then they'd gone back into closed-door cultivation. Alas. He didn't know when he would be able to meet them. Grandfather, they are already mystic monarchs. They should come out of seclusion soon to meet us. Leng Ruoxue comforted him. Sigh. Grandfather and the others had been in seclusion for almost a year. Hopefully, Grandfather Lin and the others would come out soon. Otherwise, Grandfather would definitely become a friend-seeking stone. And I'm still counting on those few old fellows to fight side by side with me. Leng Qingtian said with a face full of anticipation. He was finally the mystic sovereign. He could also be considered a powerhouse in this boundless heaven continent. Furthermore, Cheng Wu and the rest advanced to become mystic supremacy again. Therefore, he could finally relax completely. Grandfather, that day will come, Leng Ruoxue promised. It's getting late, everyone should rest early. We'll be leaving Phoenix Forest tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue said to everyone. Yes. Everyone nodded. They were almost done eating. After everyone was done eating, Fengde and the others cleaned up a little, then went back to their rooms to rest. The next day. After Leng Ruoxue brought everyone and the members of the Phoenix clan away from the bracelet, she thought for a moment and stored all of the sycamore trees in the Phoenix Forest into the bracelet. Before this, the 17th Elder and the other Phoenixes had already moved all of the Phoenix clans collections into the space and handed them over to Qingju for safekeeping. Leng Ruoxue looked at the barren land in front of her and then looked at the old Phoenixes. She couldn't help but say, let's stay a little longer if you guys can't bear to part with it. Thank you for your understanding, master. We can go on our way now, Feng Zhan said very respectfully. Oh, there was nothing to be reluctant about. To the people of the Phoenix clan, a place with sycamore trees was their home. Therefore, unlike humans, they did not have much attachment to their former residence. Furthermore, they had spent most of their time in the space recently. Therefore, they did not have much feelings for this place. Alright, let's go. Leng Ruoxue put the Phoenixes into her bracelet, leaving Feng Wu, her mother, Feng Zhan, and Charm with her. After Leng Ruoxue and her group walked out of the Phoenix Forest in a grandiose manner, they discovered that there were a few tails following them. Master, it should be the Dragon Clan, Feng Wu said in a low voice. They were all top-notch beasts, and even if the dragon could hide its aura, it wouldn't be easy to hide it from them. However, the dragons following them weren't very strong, and she didn't know any dragons, so she really couldn't tell. Who was following them? Dragon Clan? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with confusion. In her memory, she didn't seem to have any interactions with the dragon race of this world. Why were the dragon race following her? However, she wasn't narcissistic enough to think that the dragon race was attracted by her charisma and wanted to acknowledge her as their master, so they secretly followed her. Thinking up to this point, Leng Ruoxue stopped in her tracks and turned to everyone, I'm tired, let's camp here today. Everyone was stunned. They seemed to have just left the Phoenix Forest. How did young Miss get tired so quickly? Moreover, it wasn't even noon yet, so why were they setting up camp? With their speed, if they were to fly, they would be able to reach the nearest city very quickly. Therefore, they couldn't figure out why they were setting up camp here. As for the few dragons secretly following behind them, they completely ignored them. Hence, they naturally couldn't guess what Leng Ruoxue was thinking. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and set up the tent. Leng Ruoxue chuckled as she urged. Oh. She realized she was quite happy seeing the confused expression on her subordinate's face. Miss, it's not noon yet. Fengde couldn't help but remind her. Cold sweat was flowing down his forehead. I know. You guys set up the tent first, then make lunch, then after that. Naturally, it will be a nap. Leng Ruoxue said her plan without blushing or panting. Alright. Fengde and the others were speechless. However, whatever the miss said was the truth. As a filial subordinate, it was always right to listen to the Mississippi. Everyone moved together. Soon, they set up several tents and started a fire for lunch. The dragons who had been following them were very happy to see them stop. One of the dragons even reported back. Shuer, are you waiting for food to drop from the sky? With his divine sense, he could naturally sense the small movements of those dragons. However, they were just a few small dragons and were not worth taking to heart. TM waiting for the dragon to drop from the sky. Oh. I wonder how the dragon meat tastes. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was filled with curiosity. Fengde and the others finally understood what was going on after overhearing Leng Ruoxue and empty. After all this time, Miss wanted to catch a dragon. Moreover, she was afraid that those stupid dragons would find it hard to find them, so she specially chose a fixed place to stay. Oh. The young Miss was too kind. Miss, do you want me to catch a dragon? We'll know after we try it, Cheng Wu said softly. The few dragons following them were only level 3 or 4 transcendent divine beast. Therefore, they were more than enough to deal with them. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded in agreement. Master, you aren't really planning on eating dragon meat, right? Feng Wu asked somewhat uncertainly. Master was definitely the first person in the boundless heaven continent to dare to eat dragon meat. I do have that idea, but I want dragon blood more. Leng Ruoxue said with a smile. Compared to dragon meat, she preferred dragon blood that could be used for refining weapons. Oh. Looks like I can get quite a lot of dragon blood today. Master, leave this small matter to us. Cheng Wu and Song Di looked at each other before saying. After saying that, the two of them quietly sneaked to the side of the few dragons that stayed behind. When they weren't paying attention, they knocked them out and took them away. Bang! Cheng Wu and Song Di casually threw the heavy objects in their hands, causing the dragons to fall to the ground. Luckily, they were not in their strongest state, otherwise, Cheng Wu and Song Di would not have been able to carry them. And, not bad, even though it's a bit small. Looking at the unconscious little dragons in front of her, Leng Ruoxue said with dissatisfaction. Master, even though they're in a semi-formed state now, there's enough dragon blood. Feng Wu observed them for a moment and then told the truth. Bring me dragon blood. Leng Ruoxue took out a pile of white jade porcelain bottles from her ring and handed them to everyone. Yes. Cheng Wu and the others looked at the hundreds of porcelain bottles in front of them and couldn't help but mourn for these dragons for 3 seconds. Sigh. Poor dragons. I wonder if the dragon blood on their bodies is enough to fill these bottles. Schwer, I'm afraid the blood on these dragons won't be enough to fill your bottles, right? Empty said everyone's suspicions. Boo-hoo, he felt that even if the blood on these dragons had dried up, they probably wouldn't be able to hold more than half of the bottles. It doesn't matter. If there's a dragon, isn't it going back to look for helpers? In a while, there will even be dragons coming to give me blood drops. Leng Ruoxue said disapprovingly. She had already planned everything in her heart. Hee, hurry up and get their blood. Leng Ruoxue added. Okay. Everyone answered and divided the 3 dragons on the ground. Then, everyone took out a dagger from their rings and stabbed it into their thick skin. Clang. Cheng Wu's dagger broke. Damn it, why is this skin so thick? Cheng Wu was furious. It seemed like ordinary daggers would not work. Thinking of this, he took out a sacred artifact dagger that his miss had given him. Oh, he had never been willing to use this dagger. Today, he was going to test it out with these few dragons. Then, he angrily stabbed the dragon's body. Pfft. The dagger stabbed into the dragon's body, and dragon blood flowed out along the blade. Cheng Wu saw this and immediately pulled out the saber and placed the small jade bottle in his hand on the wound to generously accept the dragon blood. The others did the same. After a while. Ouch. The 3 unconscious dragons, whose bodies had been stabbed into a beehive, finally woke up from the pain. When the 3 dragons opened their eyes and saw the situation in front of them, they were so angry that they almost fainted again. Boo-hoo. Their bodies were tied up like dumplings. And there were many small wounds on their bodies. Moreover, blood was flowing out non-stop. What was even more despicable was that these humans who didn't know life from death actually used the bottle in their hands to take the blood that was flowing out. It was really unbearable. Dragons couldn't bear it. As noble dragons, when had they been humiliated like this by humans? However, they were helpless now. They couldn't do anything to these humans at all and could only let them do whatever they wanted. Boo-hoo. They wouldn't die, right? They might not have a high status in the clan, but their will to live was still very strong. Therefore, they didn't want to die. However, according to the blood flow, they would probably die from excessive blood loss even if these humans didn't kill them. Don't be scared. I won't kill you. Leng Ruoxue comforted them with a smile after sensing the fear of the 3 dragons. The words, I'm a good person, were written on her beautiful face. Boo-hoo. A relatively timid dragon cried when it heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Boo-hoo. This woman was a demon. Didn't she not kill them for the precious dragon blood on their bodies? They didn't know if crying was contagious. After one dragon cried, the other 2 actually cried bitterly. Boo-hoo. They also understood that it wouldn't be so good to live. I already said I won't kill you. Why are you still crying? How dare you follow me like this with your little guts? Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly. Alas. She really didn't know why these cowardly dragons were following her. However, they were a little too timid. You won't kill us, but you will torture us, a dragon whispered bravely. No, I'll just take some blood from time to time, Leng Ruoxue threatened with a smile. Kill us. One of the dragons couldn't take it anymore. Boo-hoo. Taking dragon blood alive was more uncomfortable than killing them directly. Moreover, according to this human woman, she wanted to take some blood from time to time. It was really too despicable. The 3 dragons didn't dare to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. Boo-hoo. Just give them a quick death. Haven't you heard of a saying, better to die than to live? You can't be so spineless as a dragon. Isn't it just some blood? You can still be reborn if it's gone, but if your lives are gone, you won't be able to live anymore. Leng Ruoxue advised patiently, seeing that a dragon was suicidal. Human, you better let us go. Otherwise, the dragon race won't let you go. At this moment, another dragon reminded as if it was returning to its death. Well, it could also be considered a threat. Is that so? Why won't the dragons let me go? Leng Ruoxue's face was full of curiosity. She had wiped out the entire Phoenix clan, so she naturally didn't care about the dragons. No one on the boundless heaven continent dares to offend the dragon race. Anyone who provokes the might of the dragon race is no longer in this world, the dragon continued. Is that so? In fact, it's not impossible for me to let you go. As long as you tell me why you're following us, I'll let you go. Leng Ruoxue began to state her conditions. Anyway, she had almost obtained the dragon blood from the 3 dragons, so let them go. After all, the dragons were too gluttonous. She didn't want to raise a few idle people just to obtain some blood. That would really be too much of a loss. Moreover, she could go to the dragons at any time if she needed dragon blood. Really? The dragon asked doubtfully, its pitch-black eyes full of disbelief. Of course it's true. I won't lie to beasts. Moreover, you have to spend money to raise me. It's not worth it. Leng Ruoxue said honestly. In fact, we don't know why we're following you. This is an order from the top. We're just running errands. Boo-hoo. Let us go, the dragon pleaded with a bitter face. Leng Ruoxue was a little depressed after hearing what the dragon said. These dragons didn't know why they were following them after all this time. However, several teams of dragons were arranged to look for you. We were only responsible for monitoring outside the Phoenix clan, the dragon continued. Are you sure the order you received was to monitor my tracks? Leng Ruoxue asked uncertainly. Well, could these dragons have mistaken someone? Are you Leng Ruoxue? The dragon asked curiously. It was not sure if these people were their target, but it knew that they were from the Phoenix clan and were humans, so it followed them. Your mission is to follow Leng Ruoxue asked instead of answering. Well, it seemed that their target was really her, but she had no dealings with the dragons of this world. Why were they following her? Okay. The dragon nodded. Who ordered this? Leng Ruoxue asked again. Of course it's the upper echelons of the dragon race. However, our status in the dragon race is too low, so we don't know who ordered it, the dragon said very honestly. Boo-hoo. Let them go, seeing that it answered every question. It kept praying in its heart. The upper echelons of the dragon race? Leng Ruoxue frowned in thought. Swear, when did you offend the dragon race? The little old man asked speechlessly. Alas. This girl's ability to cause trouble was really too great. Moreover, she specialized in provoking people who were not to be trifled with. I don't know. I've never seen the dragons of the boundless heaven continent, Leng Ruoxue said aggrievedly. Master, the dragon race is about 2 days away from here. The 5 heavenly dragon race should be here by the latest if we wait for them here, Feng Wu said after some thought. Oh, then let's wait. Leng Ruoxue's curiosity had been piqued. She didn't understand if she left this place. Otherwise, the dragons would still have to look for her all over the world. Hee hee. See how understanding she was. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Upon hearing this, the 3 dragons understood even without Leng Ruoxue saying it. It seemed like they had collided with their target. Boo-hoo. Their luck was really not ordinary good. However, it was very bad to be caught and bled. In this way, Leng Ruoxue and the others stayed here for the time being. 5 days passed quickly, but the dragon still didn't come. Little dragon. Aren't your dragon race's efficiency a little too poor? It's already the 6th day today, why isn't it here yet? If it's not here today, I won't wait anymore. Leng Ruoxue said while leaning in the freak's arms with a grilled golden rabbit leg in her hand. She looked at the 3 dragons in the tent. And ate. The 3 dragons that they had thrown into the tent opened their aggrieved eyes and looked at the grilled meat in Leng Ruoxue's hand with incomparable pity. They were so hungry that their saliva was about to drip down. Boo-hoo. These humans were really too despicable. It was fine if they didn't give them anything to eat, but they actually ate such fragrant grilled meat in front of them. They obviously wanted to glutton them to death. At this moment, they only had food in their eyes. As for Leng Ruoxue's words, they automatically ignored them. What fragrant meat. Big brother, let's camp here too. A clear female voice sounded in everyone's ears. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes slightly and sized up the group of people walking toward them from the road. She was a little displeased in her heart. Humph. These people really didn't know the rules. Didn't they see that there were already people here? They actually came here. One had to know that. Such behavior was very rude in a world where the strong were respected. However, this group of people was quite strong. Apart from the woman who spoke just now, who was slightly weaker and was only a great mystic, the remaining dozen people were above mystic monarch. Moreover, there were actually 3 mystic supremacies in their group. Well, Leng Ruoxue already had an idea in her heart seeing such a lineup, but she didn't know which super family they belonged to. After these people arrived near Leng Ruoxue and the others, they directly set up tents opposite them without even greeting them. TM sorry. My young miss likes this place. Sorry for disturbing you. A middle-aged man who looked like a leader walked over and said apologetically after setting up the tent. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others ignored him, which couldn't help making him very embarrassed. Young man, do you know what is first come, first served? The bored little old man couldn't help asking. I'm really sorry. My young miss wants to camp here, so. The middle-aged man's face was full of embarrassment, and he stopped mid-sentence. What he didn't say was that his young miss liked this place, and it was already very polite of us not to chase you away. Butler Lu, they came first. You can't chase them away. At this moment, the young lady's voice sounded again. Leng Ruoxue raised her eyes speechlessly when she heard this and looked at the woman who spoke. Well, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. This woman looked pretty and cute, but why did she say so? Miss, don't worry. I won't do such a thing, Butler Lu hurriedly promised. Old man, stay here with ease. However, don't disturb my young master and young miss. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Steward Lu turned his head to the little old man and said with a threatening tone. He turned and returned to his camp after speaking. Damn. Which family does this top grade belong to? Feng De couldn't help but grumble. Damn, if it wasn't for Mrs. Gaze telling them to calm down, he would definitely go up and slap that man a few times. The Leng family. The little old man looked at Leng Ruoxue and said with a spurious smile, his old face full of anticipation for a good show. What a coincidence. Feng De was a little speechless. This world was really too small. However, this was not a big city. Why did the Leng family come here? He couldn't understand. Miss, I don't think these Leng family members are normal. Let's stay away from them. Lu Tao whispered. She hated evil and had a bad impression of these people, so she naturally didn't want her excellent young miss to have anything to do with them. Lu Tao. Wishes are good, but reality is cruel. Even if we want to stay away, I'm afraid they will take the initiative to lean forward, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly because she had already seen the Leng family's young lady stand up and walk toward them as she spoke. Alas. Lu Tao sighed softly. What should come couldn't be avoided. She also saw the woman walk over. Hello, I'm Leng Ruoxue. Your grilled meat smells so good. I want to buy some. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly, Leng Ruoxue said very politely after walking to Leng Ruoxue and the others. However, for some reason, everyone felt uncomfortable hearing her words. Sorry, we won't sell these meat. We don't have enough for ourselves. Fengda said reluctantly after receiving Leng Ruoxue's gaze. TL pay 100 purple coins. Sell me a piece. Leng Ruoxue said proudly, thinking in her heart. Well. 100 purple coins for a piece of meat should scare them. Their clothes were so ordinary, and there were so many people, their lives would definitely not be easy, so she specially set a price that she thought was very high. I said I'm not selling. Fengda said impatiently. Damn, they wanted to buy their special grilled meat for 100 purple coins. Did they think they were beggars? They didn't lack 100 purple coins. Fengda couldn't read Leng Ruoxue's mind, so he naturally couldn't hear her thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely be angered to death because she really treated them as poor paupers. Moreover, she gave them 100 purple coins because she was sure that they lacked money. That's 100 purple coins. I don't know how many pieces of grilled meat I can buy. I only want one piece. Leng Ruoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. She didn't expect someone to refuse her request. No one had dared to treat her like this since she was young. This couldn't help making her proud heart a little unbearable. Upon hearing this, the three dragons understood even without Leng Ruoxue saying it. It seemed like they had collided with their target. Boo-hoo. Their luck was really not ordinary good. However, it was very bad to be caught and bled. In this way, Leng Ruoxue and the others stayed here for the time being. 5 days passed quickly, but the dragon still didn't come. Little dragon. Aren't your dragon race's efficiency a little too poor? It's already the 6th day today, why isn't it here yet? If it's not here today, I won't wait anymore. Leng Ruoxue said while leaning in the freak's arms with a grilled golden rabbit leg in her hand. She looked at the 3 dragons in the tent. And ate. The 3 dragons that they had thrown into the tent opened their aggrieved eyes and looked at the grilled meat in Leng Ruoxue's hand with incomparable pity. They were so hungry that their saliva was about to drip down. Boo-hoo. These humans were really too despicable. It was fine if they didn't give them anything to eat, but they actually ate such fragrant grilled meat in front of them. They obviously wanted to glutton them to death. At this moment, they only had food in their eyes. As for Leng Ruoxue's words, they automatically ignored them. What fragrant meat. Big brother, let's camp here too. A clear female voice sounded in everyone's ears. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes slightly and sized up the group of people walking toward them from the road. She was a little displeased in her heart. Humph. These people really didn't know the rules. Didn't they see that there were already people here? They actually came here. One had to know that. Such behavior was very rude in a world where the strong were respected. However, this group of people was quite strong. Apart from the woman who spoke just now who was slightly weaker and was only a great mystic, the remaining dozen people were above Mystic Monarch. Moreover, there were actually 3 mystic supremacies in their group. Well, Leng Ruoxue already had an idea in her heart seeing such a lineup, but she didn't know which super family they belonged to. After these people arrived near Leng Ruoxue and the others, they directly set up tents opposite them without even greeting them. Sorry. My young miss likes this place. Sorry for disturbing you. A middle-aged man who looked like a leader walked over and said apologetically after setting up the tent. However, Leng Ruoxue and the others ignored him, which couldn't help making him very embarrassed. Young man, do you know what is first come, first served? The bored little old man couldn't help asking. I'm really sorry. My young miss wants to camp here, so. The middle-aged man's face was full of embarrassment, and he stopped mid-sentence. What he didn't say was that his young miss liked this place, and it was already very polite of us not to chase you away. Butler Lu, they came first. You can't chase them away. At this moment, the young lady's voice sounded again, at the woman who spoke. Well, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. This woman looked pretty and cute, but why did she say so? We don't lack those 100 purple coins. Fengda roared and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Alas. Was this the Leng family's young miss? She really had poor judgment. Then I'll pay 150. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. No, we won't sell even if you offer 1.5 million. Fengda's tolerance had already reached its limit, and he directly roared at the top of his lungs. Boo-hoo. How can you shout at me? Leng Ruoxue sobbed aggrievedly. 2 streams of clear tears flowed down her beautiful face. Seeing this scene, not only was Fengda dumbfounded, even Leng Ruoxue and the others were a little dumbfounded. This woman reigned quite quickly. Moreover, looking at the expression on her face, it was as if they had bullied her. Damn it, how dare you bully my sister? Sure enough, her brother immediately came to her door after hearing Leng Ruoxue's cry. Me? I didn't. Fengde looked at the young man staring at him angrily and pointed at himself speechlessly. When did he bully his sister? Boo-hoo. Even if he looked very honest and easy to bully, he couldn't be wronged like this. Boo-hoo. Do-yi. I understand you. Humph. You didn't bully my sister. Why is she crying so sadly? The young man questioned. Really didn't bully her. I just told her that we won't sell our grilled meat for money. Fengde explained helplessly. Boo-hoo. He couldn't be bothered to explain if the person in front of him wasn't from the Leng family. Why not? My sister is willing to buy your grilled meat because she thinks highly of you. Not only can't you take money, but you should also take the initiative to deliver yourself to her door, understand? The young man said matter-of-factly. I don't know. Why is that? Fengde asked foolishly. He realized that his ability to understand seemed to be problematic today because he actually couldn't understand this man's words. Brat, do you know who we are? The young man was a little angry because he felt that this man was pretending to be stupid. I don't know. Who you are has nothing to do with me. Fengde said nonchalantly. Humph. So what if they were from the Leng family? They had already given them face once just now. Could it be that they would always accommodate you? Even if they were willing, their young miss would probably not be willing to let them suffer. Moreover, their young miss didn't want to acknowledge them. We are from the Leng family, one of the 3 major families. The young man gritted his teeth and glared at Fengde. Oh. Even if you are one of the super families, you can't forcefully buy other people's things. If news of this spreads, the Leng family will lose all their face, Fengde reminded. He had heard the little old man say that the Leng family had very strict requirements for the juniors in the family. We will pay, the young man said with a black face. That's not for sale. If you want to eat meat, there's a small forest not far away. There are many low-level beasts like rabbits and wild boars there. You can hunt them yourself. Fengde reminded kindly. Just want to buy a piece to try. At this moment, Leng Ruoxue stopped crying and said pitifully. Boo-hoo. At home, she could have whatever she wanted whenever she cried. Why didn't it work here? She couldn't understand. Miss Leng, I said I'm not selling. Go ahead if you want to eat. Don't tell me you can't even hit a few rabbits with so many of you. Fengde rolled his eyes and said irritably. Well, for some reason, he could still explain a little when facing her elder brother. However, he didn't have the slightest patience with this seemingly weak and delicate young lady from the Leng family. Moreover, he was even more annoyed seeing her beautiful eyes brimming with tears because it was too fake. But I want to eat it now, Leng Ruoxue said. What she implied was that it was a waste of time to fight now, and she didn't want to wait. Fengde was completely convinced. In fact, he really wanted to say, eat your sister. Boo-hoo. He was very sure that he would have attacked long ago if the person in front of him was not from the Leng family. Can sell you this piece of meat, but it will be very expensive. Lu Tao pointed at the fist-sized grilled meat in her hand. It's okay, After all. It's more expensive as long as you're willing to sell, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. In fact, she didn't know why she wanted to eat their grilled meat so much. Well. Perhaps it was because they were unwilling to sell. Therefore, she had to buy it even more. She was from the noble Leng family. 100,000 purple coins, no bargaining, Li Tao said after some thought. She was still a little regretful after bidding, wasn't her price too cheap? After all, the other party was a wealthy Leng family. What? You're killing me. How dare you ask for 100,000 purple coins for such a small piece of meat? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. TM a good child. I don't kill people, Li Tao said with a chuckle. She also added in her heart, well. I don't kill people. You want 100,000 for such a small amount of grilled meat, isn't it considered slaughtering? The young man was a little speechless. This should be the most expensive grilled meat he had ever seen. To tell you the truth. You will definitely feel that it's worth a lot after buying this piece of grilled meat. This piece of grilled meat of mine took more than 1,000 seasonings and marinated for a night before it was grilled. It took time and effort, so you will definitely regret it if you can't eat it. However, forget it if you don't have that much money. Lu Tao doubted their lack of money after promoting it and angered this pair of Leng siblings. Who said we don't have money? The siblings roared in unison. Humph. Didn't they know that the Leng family had the most money? Oh. Hand over the money and the goods at the same time. Li Tao stretched one hand out in front of the siblings, and the other raised the delicious grilled meat that was still covered in oil. For you, here are 100,000 purple coins. The young man reluctantly took out a transparent white card from his ring and handed it to Lu Tao under his sister's gaze. Lu Tao took the card, glanced at the number inside, and then handed the card to Leng Ruoxue and the grilled meat in her hand to the young man. The siblings walked gloomily back to their camp with a piece of grilled meat worth 100,000 purple coins in each hand. However, their eyes lit up when they tasted the grilled meat, but no one dared to buy it anymore. After all, such a small piece of meat had cost them almost a year's pocket money. Boo-hoo. Their hearts were bleeding. Miss, this pair of siblings might be a little extreme, but they are quite particular. I thought they would snatch it by force. Lu Tao whispered after watching the siblings walk back to their camp. They snatched it for a piece of grilled meat. The mystic supremacies in their team won't let them go even if we don't do anything, Leng Ruoxue said understandingly. The three mystic supremacies didn't look at them when the Leng siblings walked over just now, but she knew that their divine senses had been observing this place. Ah. Why? Aren't those two the young masters and young ladies of the Leng family? Li Tao asked in puzzlement, her beautiful face full of question marks. Family honor. The Leng family's upbringing is very strict, so on the surface, the juniors of the Leng family don't dare to snatch things by force with their status. However, it's difficult to say in private, Leng Ruoxue explained lightly. Miss, will they hate us? Li Tao said worriedly. Boo-hoo. She was afraid that she would cause trouble for Mississippi. What? Scared? Leng Ruoxue raised her eyebrows and said with some amusement. No. I'm not afraid. We didn't force you. Li Tao said resolutely after some thought. So what if they hate us? If they dare to cause trouble for us, we can just crack them directly, the freak said nonchalantly. 2 drops of cold sweat dripped down Leng Ruoxue's forehead. Alas. The freak was becoming more and more violent. However, there was indeed nothing to be afraid of in the Leng family. Leng Ruoxue and the others tidied up simply after eating. Then everyone walked into the tents of the 3 little dragons. After entering the tent, Cheng Wu and the others looked at the 3 dragons lying on the ground and asked, Miss, what should we do with these 3 dragons? Oh. Take some more blood and then kill him. Leng Ruoxue smiled evilly to scare him. Just as Leng Ruoxue finished speaking, she saw the fear and tears in the eyes of the 3 little dragons as she wished. This couldn't help boosting her mood. Well. Why did she like to tease these dragons more and more these 2 days? Boo-hoo. Don't kill us. The blood on our bodies hasn't grown yet, a dragon said with tears in its eyes. But your dragon race's efficiency is really too slow. You haven't arrived yet, so I can't raise you for nothing, right? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of helplessness. You don't have to spend money. We'll pay the child support fee, okay, another dragon said with tears in its eyes. Boo-hoo. This demon hadn't given them a meal at all for 6 days. He actually despised them. Was there any justice in this world? Child support fee? Do you have money? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes glittered. Well, it seemed like dragons liked shiny things the most. However, would there be good things in their poor appearance? Money? We don't have money, but we can use something to pay for it. With that, the dragon poured out the treasure it had stored for many years from the storage space in its body. These are your collections? Leng Ruoxue looked at the gold, silver artifacts, and shiny crystals lying on the ground by the silly dragon and was a little speechless. Well, the things this dragon collected were really too tacky. They were either gold or silver, and there were also some gems of all colors that were useless to her. Yes, I've been collecting these for many years, the dragon said gloomily. Boo-hoo. Looking at this little demon's expression, it was obviously dissatisfied. However, all its things were here. What should it do? Its blood, its life. How are you going to pay for the child support? Leng Ruoxue turned to the other 2 dragons with slight disappointment. The other 2 dragons hurriedly poured out their collections and let their little demons choose. Boo-hoo. It didn't matter if they took these things away as long as they didn't kill them. Leng Ruoxue looked at the trash in front of her with a slight headache and couldn't help but sigh. Alas. These dragons' taste was really too poor. These things could neither concoct pills nor refine artifacts. They were really useless to her. Are these okay? The 3 dragons looked at each other and asked carefully. Do you want to hear the truth? Leng Ruoxue asked with a light smile. Yes. The 3 dragons nodded, but then shook their heads violently. Do you want to hear it or not? Leng Ruoxue teased. Yes. No. The 3 dragons said in different voices, their opinions a little different. After speaking, they lowered their heads dejectedly. Boo-hoo. Leng Ruoxue and the others laughed happily seeing the pitiful appearance of the 3 dragons. Bad people. Bad people. A group of bad people. The 3 dragons were very depressed. Boo-hoo. They could finally tell that this little demon just wanted to see them make a fool of themselves. It was really too inhumane. This was a sadistic animal. Miss, the dragons should be here, Feng Wu, who was abnormally sensitive, reminded her softly. She had already sensed the dragons even though they were about 1,000 meters away. Okay, let's go out. Little stupid dragons, I won't make things difficult for you since your clansmen are here. Well, I'll collect your child support fees from your clansmen. Leng Ruoxue said very seriously. Well. She was a good child and would never make things too difficult for these small fries. With that, Leng Ruoxue left the tent with everyone, planning to wait outside for the dragons to arrive. After exiting the tent, they found a random place to sit down and even looked up at the sky from time to time. A moment later, a group of dragons flew over from the north of the sky. The leader of the dragons was huge, covered in golden scales that were golden and bright enough to be a mirror. This dragon was a level 8 transcendent divine beast, and the clansmen that came with it were almost level 8. And 9 transcendent divine beasts. There were nearly 100 dragons in this group. Leng Ruoxue looked at the dragons approaching them and thought to herself, the strength of the dragons should be about the same as the Phoenix clan, but the dragons were 2 times that of the Phoenix clan. Well. It seemed that the dragons could still give birth. The dragons had already descended in front of them while she was letting her imagination run wild. After the lead golden giant dragon descended, its huge dragon eyes kept looking around, calculating in its heart, why are the Leng family here? Could Leng Ruoxue really be related to the Leng family? Well, it would be a little troublesome if that was the case. One had to know that their emperor had warned the dragon race not to provoke the people of the 3 major super families more than once. Therefore, it couldn't help being a little conflicted when it saw the Leng family present. May I know who you are from the dragon race? A mystic supremacy in the Leng family team asked. Alas. Why did they meet the dragon race here? One had to know that the territory of the Phoenix clan was not far away. It was said that the dragon race and the Phoenix clan had no intimate dealings. Could it be that someone in the family was foolish and offended the dragon race, so they came to denounce them? Well. These dragons were obviously here to seek revenge. Thinking of this, his heart sank, and he became more and more worried. If the dragons were really here to seek revenge, just the dozen of them would probably not be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Alas. How was this good? Long Hui, the 5th elder of the dragon race, the golden dragon, said arrogantly. Then its golden red dragon eyes kept looking at the Leng family and Leng Ruoxue. Well. It was easy to recognize the Leng family's clan emblem on their bodies, but not on some others. Moreover, it could smell the aura of the Phoenix race on those people, so it was very easy to confirm that the other party was its target. Hello, 5th elder. I'm the Leng family's guardian, Yin Liang. May I know why 5th elder is here? Yin Liang asked curiously. Guardian Yin, are you together? Long Hui pointed at Leng Ruoxue and the Leng family. Yin Liang was thinking about how to answer this question, but someone rushed to answer. Of course not. We are the noble Leng family. How can we be together with people of unknown identity? Leng Ruoxue interrupted. She even glanced at Leng Ruoxue and the others provocatively. Long Hui was overjoyed when he heard that they were not together. After all, he was unwilling to provoke the Leng family if possible. Miss Xian, you talk too much. Yin Liang said with some displeasure. In his opinion, Leng Ruoxuan's behavior just now was really embarrassing for the Leng family. He secretly glanced at Leng Ruoxue and the others while he was at it but found that their expressions were still as usual. Alas. The difference. Among the younger generation of the Leng family, only the young master, Leng Wudi, could do it. There was no other decent one. However, this was also beneficial. At least the young master's status was very stable. TM just telling the truth, Leng Ruoxue whispered aggrievedly. Guardian Yin, I'm here to look for them. Please leave immediately since you're not together. Long Hui pointed at Leng Ruoxue and the others and reminded them. Grandpa Yin, let's go quickly. This place is too dangerous. Leng Ruoxue said hurriedly. She was very afraid of these dragons, but she knew that as a member of the Leng family, the dragons would not touch her as long as she didn't anger the dragons. However, she was under a lot of pressure staying by these huge beasts. Therefore, she really wanted to grow a pair of wings and fly far away from here now. Shut up. Yin Liang said resentfully. Humph. How could the Leng family be so cowardly? Grandpa Yin, let's leave quickly. Leng Ruoxue pleaded again. Boo-hoo. She didn't want to be implicated by others. Those dragons were obviously not to be trifled with. Moreover, the dragon might on their bodies made it difficult for her to breathe. Miss Xian, you're the one who wants to camp here, Yin Liang reminded her. But I don't want to stay here anymore. Let's leave this place quickly, Leng Ruoxue said anxiously. She was really afraid that she would become the punching bag of those dragons if she stayed any longer. Guardian Yin, listen to this young lady. You should leave quickly. I have some scores to settle with them, so you should avoid them, Long Hui reminded very kindly. Blades had no eyes. It didn't want to accidentally injure the Leng family, so the best way was to let them leave by themselves. Grandpa Yin, let's go quickly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack up, Leng Ruoxue ordered directly. Miss Xian. Yin Liang was a little displeased with Leng Ruoxuan's presumption. Guardian Yin, don't forget that I am the young lady of the Leng family. You are just a guardian of the Leng family. The purpose of your trip is to protect us siblings. If anything happens to us, you will be held responsible. Leng Ruoxue raised her status as the young lady of the Leng family. Her parents had reminded them repeatedly to listen to the 3 guardians and not to contradict them before they came, and the siblings had been very respectful to these 3 along the way. However, it concerned their safety now. Therefore, she couldn't let them do whatever they wanted. Humph. She wanted them to know that she was the daughter of the Leng family now, and the others, including the 3 guardians, were only servants of the Leng family. Let's do as Miss Xian says. Yin Liang said furiously. Then he flicked his sleeves and left while the other 2 mystic supremacies followed closely behind. Everyone, follow quickly, Leng Ruoxue hurriedly shouted to the others when she saw Yin Liang and the others leave first. Then she pulled her elder brother along. After sending the Leng family away, Long Hui's gaze turned to Leng Ruoxue and the others and asked, Are you Leng Ruoxue? Would you believe me if I said no? Leng Ruoxue asked instead of answering. No, Long Hui said confidently. Then why are you asking? Leng Ruoxue said impatiently. Humph. In that case, die. Long Hui was angry, and the consequences were serious. Wait, I don't want to be a fool. You have to tell us why before you kill us, right? Leng Ruoxue's beautiful face was full of question marks. Because you killed Feng Yun, and I'm here to avenge her, Long Hui said with hatred. Feng Yun? Could you be her adulterer? Feng De laughed fearlessly. Shut up. I'm not an adulterer. Long Hui glared at Feng De through gritted teeth. Damn, how did I look like an adulterer? I like Feng Yun. Feng Xian is your child? Feng Wu suddenly asked. That's right. Long Hui said with a face full of hatred. Damn humans, they killed its wife and children. Humph. It had to avenge them. Long Hui, don't you know that dragons and phoenixes can't marry each other? Feng Wu said with displeasure. In order to maintain the purity of their bloodline, the members of the Phoenix clan had never married outsiders, especially dragons. Humph. So what? We even have a child, Long Hui said provocatively. It would have reunited with the Feng Yun family long ago if it weren't for the broken rules of the Phoenix clan. Therefore, it hated the people of the Phoenix clan a little. You. Feng Wu was so angry that she couldn't say anything. Humph. Dragons were so shameless. Fifth elder of the dragon race, attack since you're here for revenge. Leng Ruoxue didn't want to talk nonsense with them after knowing the answer she wanted and urged bluntly. Humph. Leng Ruoxue, die. None of you can run away today. Long Hui said confidently. Yes, that's what I want to say too. I'll let your family reunite, Leng Ruoxue promised. Well, she couldn't stop them since they wanted to take revenge. However, she also didn't want to die, so there could only be one winner among them. Go, kill these humans. Long Hui was furious when he heard Leng Ruoxue's words. Then he ordered his subordinates directly. Yes, fifth elder, the dragons answered loudly. The deafening voice sounded in Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears, making their eardrums hurt. TCH, so what if you have a loud voice? We'll still beat you up badly. You dragons. I'm afraid you won't be able to return. Feng De teased with a chuckle. Miss, should we still contract these dragons? Cheng Wu asked with shining eyes. Well, he already had a phoenix. How awesome would it be if he had another dragon as a contract beast? He thought happily. Anything, sell them if you're not interested. Well, with the strength of these dragons, they should be able to sell for a good price. Leng Ruoxue's beautiful eyes kept looking up and down at the dragons as she spoke, as if she was measuring their true value. Damn it, you're dead meat. A certain dragon was provoked by Leng Ruoxue's gaze and roared uncontrollably. Do it. Remember. Don't waste the dragon blood and dragon scales. I'm useful. Leng Ruoxue reminded her before the fight began. Okay. Cheng Wu and the others answered. Then they collectively flashed their beasts with a swish. The appearance of many phoenixes dazzled the huge dragon eyes of the dragons. At the same time, it did not stop them from being dumbfounded. What's going on? These phoenixes look so familiar. The dragons were puzzled. Damn it, how dare you betray Yuner? Long Hui was furious as he looked at the phoenixes that appeared in front of him. Because these phoenixes were Feng Yun's trusted subordinates. It had a close relationship with Feng Yun, so it was very clear about her subordinates. Humph. These traitors. Yuner was dead, but they had no backbone to rely on the enemy. It was really too despicable. Unfortunately, Long Hui's words didn't receive any response. In fact, the phoenixes were also aggrieved. After all, they didn't recognize him as their master willingly, but now that the entire Phoenix clan had become his, and they had signed a master-slave contract with these humans, they naturally had to stand on their master's side. Fifth Elder Long, this is called recognizing facts, Leng Ruoxue provoked with a light smile. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. Long Hui was so angry that he was about to vomit blood as he roared at his subordinates. Fifth Elder isn't calm anymore. Cheng Wu said understandingly. Then he gave Feng De and the others a look and attacked first. The two sides quickly engaged in a chaotic battle. Cheng Wu and the others were agile and kept shuttling between the dragons, so they quickly confused the huge dragons. Well, those dragons were too big, so it was really too easy to attack them. Howl. Ouch. Who poked my butt? Damn it, you despicable humans. Screams and curses sounded at the same time. Cheng Wu and the others played with these immobile dragons with just a small dagger. At this moment, the dragons really hated their huge bodies. Boo-hoo. They should have shrunk a little if they knew. They originally returned to their largest state mainly to give these humans a psychological threat, but who knew that they actually hindered their movement now? Moreover, they would immediately collide with their companions' butts as long as they turned around. In contrast to the depressed dragons, Cheng Wu and the others were in a very happy mood. Moreover, they hadn't even used their mystic techniques yet. They only stabbed these dragons from time to time, let out some blood, and went for scales. Scales. Hee hee. There was no need to mention how satisfying this fight was. Damn it. Supreme Crazy Wife. Chapter 746. The transmogrified beasts immediately went straight for the dragon scales as soon as they emerged. Immediately, they saw palm-sized little beasts dragging dragon scales that were dozens of times larger than their bodies, shuttling back and forth between the battlefield and Leng Ruoxue. Hee, lass. They cooperated well. The little old man smiled happily with his eyes curved when he saw this situation. Well, so many dragon scales could refine a lot of equipment. Yes, who will be the fifth elder of the dragon race belong to? Leng Ruoxue looked at the angry Long Hui and asked with a light smile. Of course it's mine. A dragon's skin is so thick and isn't suitable for girls. Therefore, you just have to rest by the side. Leave that old dragon to me. Empty said matter-of-factly. Well. A dragon's skin was rough and thick, so it should be more resistant to beatings. All right. Leng Ruoxue said helplessly. Alas. Seeing that Empty was so excited, the battle this time probably had nothing to do with her and the freak. However, such an opportunity should still appear in the future, so she was not very anxious. TM going. Empty heard Schwer's words and ran to Long Hui without delay, afraid that she would regret it. Then he looked at it provocatively and said, I hope you can take a beating. With that, he directly punched at Long Hui, his fist containing light blue mystic energy. When did Empty use his fist? Leng Ruoxue looked at the freak with a face full of question marks. I don't know, the freak replied with a face full of innocence. Boo-hoo. Damn Empty, he actually infringed on rights. His fist was his specialty. However, the power of his fist was incomparable. After all, he used darkness attribute mystic energy, and the non-attribute was water attribute. Even though water attribute mystic energy could also attack, the effect was much worse than the dark attribute. While the two of them were chatting, Empty had already beaten Long Hui up badly on the battlefield. Moreover, he kept muttering, humph. A lecherous dragon who doesn't learn to find a female dragon actually seduced a phoenix. Dragon slag. I'll beat you to death. Yes, beat it to death. Feng Wu, who had been watching the commotion, shouted in unison. Then she couldn't help joining the battle. However, she went to scrape Long Hui's scales. Moreover, more than half of the scales on Long Hui's body disappeared in the blink of an eye, and blood kept seeping out of his wounds. Ouch. Long Hui screamed in pain, but it still couldn't stop the scales from abandoning it. It was simply heartbreaking. Feng Miao, is your mother so violent too? Leng Ruoxue, who was not far away, was a little dumbfounded. Well, she had always thought that this was a phoenix with an elegant temperament. She didn't expect her to be so violent. No, my mother rarely gets so excited. I think she slept for too long, that's why she wants to exercise. Cold sweat dripped down Feng Miao's forehead, and she thought, Mother. Your image as a virtuous lady is all ruined today. Oh. Should I summon those old phoenixes and let them exercise too? Leng Ruoxue murmured to herself. Miss, if the ancestors all come out, then these dragons won't have a way out, Feng Miao said with a face full of black lines. Those ancestors. They were all battle maniacs, so it was better not to let them out for no reason lest they cause trouble. She couldn't help muttering in her heart. However, she didn't dare to say this. Otherwise, if those ancestors who had lived for countless years knew, they would definitely pluck all her hair and cook her up. That's true. Leng Ruoxue nodded and gave up on this idea. Then she turned her gaze to the battlefield. Bang! 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 After a few loud bangs, the dragons reacted like dominoes and overlapped on the ground one after another. Moreover, every dragon was covered in wounds, and more than half of their scales had fallen. Empty, who was beating Long Hui up, turned back to look at the situation behind him when he heard the sound. Then he beat Long Hui up fiercely a few times, and Long Hui, who had no power to fight back, collapsed weakly on the ground. That's it? How useless. Empty kicked Long Hui and said with slight dissatisfaction. Alas. It was really too disappointing. Long Hui, who was lying on the ground with no intact skin and no strength at all, vomited a mouthful of blood in anger after hearing Empty's words. Then he fainted with his eyes wide open. You infringed. The freak said very seriously to Wayless, who had returned to their side but obviously hadn't had enough. Empty was stunned and speechless. What a waste. What a waste, the little old man said with a face full of pity as he looked at the dragon blood that spurted onto the ground. It's okay. We've already collected a lot of dragon blood today, Leng Ruoxue said nonchalantly. Well. We've profited this time. Lass, what should we do with these dragons? The little old man looked at the dragons on the ground with a headache and thought, these dragons are taking up some space. You must have contracted. Leng Ruoxue said and then directly domesticated the dragons lying on the ground. Of course, Long Hui was an exception. She could let these small fries go, but she would not let their heads go. After training Leng Ruoxue, Leng Qingtian and the others each found a relatively pleasing dragon and signed a master-slave contract. After the contract was completed, they each stored them in the beast space. After the dragons on the ground disappeared, their vision became spacious again. As for the unconscious Long Hui, since Leng Ruoxue had decided not to keep it, it naturally became the snacks of the pythons again. This time, it could be considered a family reunion. After settling all this, Leng Ruoxue left with everyone. Leng Ruoxue and the others were sitting on the little peacock's back on the way to the dragon race. Miss, I heard that the dragon race is very rich. Feng De said with a smile. Well, since the dragon race came knocking on their door, of course they couldn't refuse. Feng De, dragons love shiny things the most, but those things are not very useful to us, Leng Ruoxue said, very disappointed. In her opinion, the taste of dragons was really too poor. It was fine even if you collected some crystal cores of transcendent divine beasts. At least they contained spiritual energy, but only those good-looking but useless gems. However, those gems might be able to be sold for a price if they were sold. After all, not liking them did not mean that other women did not like them either. Previous chapter. Next. That's true. Feng De scratched his head shyly. Master, dragons of the dragon race can definitely sell for a good price on the boundless heaven continent, Lin Yuan reminded. TCH. Of course. However, we don't lack money now, so it's not too late to sell when we can't take the blame. Feng De patted Lin Yuan's head gently. Everyone chatted and laughed along the way. The dragon race was their destination. Humph. The dragon race came knocking on their door. Wouldn't they be wasting the dragon race's good intentions if they didn't accept it? Miss, we can't fly forward anymore, the little peacock suddenly said while flying. What's wrong in front? Why is there so much fog? Leng Ruoxue frowned in puzzlement. Moreover, the fog was grayish-black and poisonous gas filled the air. Master, we should be at Black Mist Cliff, Feng Wu said after some thought. Black Mist Cliff was a necessary route to the dragon race, so they had to pass through this place if they wanted to reach the dragon race. Otherwise, they could only return the way they came. Black Mist Cliff? Leng Ruoxue carefully searched for information about this Black Mist Cliff in her mind. Black Mist Cliff could also be considered a strange place on the boundless heaven continent. Below the cliff was a bottomless abyss, and the sky 10,000 meters above the cliff was even suffused with poisonous fog. If one wanted to go north from this Black Mist Cliff, they had to pay a high price. Otherwise, no one could think of going there. It was said that this Black Mist Cliff was the territory of the Black Mist Stronghold. The people of the Black Mist Stronghold were not afraid of these poisonous fog, they would allow others to pass through this place as long as they satisfied their conditions. Otherwise, they could only return home. The origin of this Black Mist Stronghold was very mysterious. No one even remembered when they occupied this place. However, whenever someone wanted to pass through this place, the people from the Black Mist Stronghold would appear and propose conditions. They would send you there safely as long as you could do it. Miss, looks like we have to land, Feng Wu whispered. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Since they were passing by this place, they should do as the Romans do. No antidote pill could be used here. A special herb was needed to dispel the poisonous fog here, and this herb could only grow under the Black Mist Cliff. The little peacock hurriedly descended upon hearing this. Then it panted heavily. Boo-hoo. The poisonous fog was so powerful that it found it difficult to breathe from so far away. Miss, what should we do now? Feng De said with a slight headache. Find the people from the Black Mist Stronghold to bring us there, Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. She didn't know what the price would be, but she didn't want to take the risk before she had absolute confidence in bringing everyone there safely. Moreover, this was a place that had to be passed to. Go to the north of the boundless heaven continent. Presumably, the people from the Black Mist Stronghold wouldn't propose any too excessive conditions. Otherwise, this Black Mist Stronghold would probably have become the public enemy of the continent long ago. If that was the case, they would probably be unable to be carefree even with these poisonous fog protecting them. Where are the people from Black Mist Stronghold? Everyone jumped down from the little peacock's back, their shrewd eyes searching everywhere. The little old man was calm and looked like he had nothing to do. Well, it was time to test their vision. Leng Ruoxue looked up at the faintly discernible plaque in the gray-black fog not far away and smiled gently. Then she walked to the bottom of the plaque and stretched her hand in. Finally, she found a button on the left wall and pressed it. There's no need to look. I've already contacted them, Leng Ruoxue said with a light smile. Feng De and the others were stunned, thinking, Miss is so fast. A group of people walked out of the thick fog and not long after Feng De and the others returned to their senses. There were about 10 people in this group, and each of them was above Mystic Sovereign. Moreover, their auras were restrained, and their expressions were calm. It would really be difficult to notice their low profile if they didn't often hide their strength. We want to pass through here, Leng Ruoxue said bluntly after seeing this group. Yes, as long as you can fulfill our conditions, the man leading the group said with a very friendly attitude. Even though these people's strength were all great mystic on the surface, it was suspicious to have so many great mystics gathered together. Moreover, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons on the boundless heaven continent. Therefore, they would also treat them politely even if the other party was only a small mystic. After all, who knew if they were pretending to be pigs to eat tigers? There were many people who liked to hide their strength in this world. What conditions? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. There are 2 ways to pass through Black Mist Cliff. The first is to pay, and the other is to complete our mission, the leader said with a smile. It will be 10 million purple coins per person. If you choose to take on missions, you only need to complete 3 of our missions, before you will all be able to pass through here safely, the leader added. 10 million? You're robbing money. Feng Da's forehead was full of black lines. He couldn't help shouting. If each person was paid 10 million, the money that Miss had worked hard to save would be reduced by more than 1 billion in an instant. This Black Mist Stronghold was really too evil. He originally Thought that the Shadow City was already dark enough, but compared to this Black Mist stronghold, it was basically a small house seeing a big house. Isn't there another choice, the leader said without anger. In fact, he didn't care about Feng Da's reaction at all. He had seen many people after guarding Black Mist stronghold for so many years. There were many people with more intense reactions than Feng Da, so Feng Da's reaction was really nothing. Tell me about your mission too. Leng Ruoxue said after some thought. For some reason, she had a feeling that the Black Mist stronghold collecting money was just a cover for them to complete their mission. Miss, our missions are all here. You can choose 2 from them to complete, and the last is the designated mission. If you complete all 3 missions, not only will you be able to pass Black Mist Cliff safely, you will also become guests of our Black Mist stronghold in the future, the leader explained. Then he took out a beast hide scroll from his ring and handed it to Leng Ruoxue. Oh. Leng Ruoxue took the hide scroll, opened it, and looked at it. Then she handed the hide scroll to the little old man. The little old man took the hide scroll curiously and browsed through it. After reading, he couldn't help widening his eyes because the difficulty of the mission on it was really abnormally high. Master, what mission? Zheng En asked curiously. Take a look for yourself. The little old man handed the beast hide scroll to his disciple and began to think. In fact, he knew the rules of the Black Mist stronghold. However, he hadn't come here often. Moreover, if he wanted to pass through this place, he would basically have to pay directly. The others who wanted to pass through this place to the north should be similar to him. After all, everyone who could afford to go to the north was not short of money. Therefore, there was naturally no need to waste precious time. Therefore, he really didn't know that the mission of Black Mist stronghold was actually so stringent. Alas. How many people could complete such a mission? It seemed like paying would save a lot of trouble. However, they seemed to have more people. This would cost a lot of money. Thinking of this, his heart ached a little. Zheng En took the mission and looked at it, but his eyebrows were locked tightly, making Feng Da and the others' hearts turn cold, and they were even a little at a loss. You can discuss whether to pay or do the mission, the leader said with a friendly smile. Okay, please wait a moment. Leng Ruoxue communicated via voice transmission. Lass, you have to think carefully. It might be a little too much, but it's not difficult. This mission is really too dangerous, the little old man reminded helplessly. In fact, he knew that Schwer had long decided that the discussion was only for outsiders to see. Grandpa Du, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. In fact, I want to go to the bottom of the cliff to take a look even without this mission. This thick fog is really strange, Leng Ruoxue comforted with a voice transmission. She was originally thinking of ways to go to the bottom of the cliff openly. After all, if she wanted to cure the poison in the thick fog, she had to use a herb here. That herb grew at the bottom of the cliff and happened to be a type of mission, so this mission was the most suitable for her. Eyes good that you know. The little old man sighed helplessly. Okay. Leng Ruoxue directly said to the man leading the group after communicating with everyone, we don't have money to do missions. Okay. The leading man smiled. In fact, he was very happy. It had been thousands of years. It was really not easy to meet someone who was willing to do missions. There are 2 missions to choose from here, right? Leng Ruoxue pointed at the hide scroll. Okay. The leader nodded. Then I choose these 2. Leng Ruoxue pointed at the last 2 missions on the hide scroll. Are you sure? The leading man looked at the mission and then looked at Leng Ruoxue with slight surprise. He thought to himself, this young girl really impressed him. Because not only were the 2 missions she chose not the easiest among the dozens of missions, they were the 2 with the highest difficulty. In order to complete these 2 missions, strength, guts, and luck were indispensable. Yes, but I want to know what protection can you provide me if I go down to the bottom of the cliff? Leng Ruoxue asked curiously. Well, if she could go to the bottom of the cliff, the thick fog would be nothing to them, so she felt that these people had to provide them with some antidote pills and the like. Otherwise, they would probably faint from the poison before they could continue waiting. If you choose other missions, you will definitely have to rely on yourself to complete them. However, these 2 missions. We will provide you with a few antidote pills, but you have to complete the mission in 24 hours. Otherwise, the antidote pills will be ineffective, the leader said with a smile. But he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Well, this girl was really smart. It seemed that not all beautiful women were brainless. Okay. When do we begin the mission? Leng Ruoxue asked. Tomorrow morning. You can stay here for the night today and discuss which few people will go down to the bottom of the cliff. After all, we can only provide 5 antidote pills, the leader reminded. Okay. Leng Ruoxue nodded. Do we need to spend money to stay here? Feng Da couldn't help asking. Well, these people were too evil. Therefore, it was better to ask clearly. Don't worry. Since you've chosen to do the mission, our Black Mist stronghold won't take a single cent from you. Don't be afraid, the leading man comforted. Or, Sref. Sayus. Then follow me into the village. The leading man made an inviting gesture and was about to bring Leng Ruoxue and the others in when he was interrupted by an unpleasing voice. Wait. We want to enter the village too. A delicate shout suddenly sounded in Leng Ruoxue and the others' ears. Do you want to stay too? The leader asked with slight displeasure. In fact, he had just discovered the traces of these people. However, these people seemed to want to fish in troubled waters. Well, this couldn't do. Of course. The person who spoke was a woman who looked to be in her early 20s. She was very beautiful, but her face was full of arrogance and she was looking at the man leading the group with a condescending gaze. Yes, 100 million purple coins per night. The leader said calmly. Upon hearing this, Fengda and the others couldn't help but drip several drops of cold sweat on their foreheads. They thought, this is really extraordinary black. Fortunately, they didn't need their money. Otherwise, the money they had worked so hard to save would probably all be taken advantage of by Black Mist Stronghold. What? You're ripping us off. Why can they not charge us 100 million purple coins each? The young woman said with displeasure, her beautiful face a little deformed from anger. Hee. This is the rule of our Black Mist Stronghold. If you want to go directly, you just have to pay 10 million for each person's travel expenses. If you want to stay in the inn, of course, you have to pay 10 times the price. Of course, you can also do missions if you don't have money. Moreover, once you choose a mission, food and lodging are all free. You can discuss it. Our Black Mist Stronghold is famous for being honest with everyone, the leader said good-naturedly. Miss, let's pay and go home quickly. Old Master is still waiting at home, the guard beside the young woman reminded softly. No, how can we be looked down upon, the young woman said indignantly. Humph. Why could others stay for free while they had to pay? This was too unfair. So Miss chose to do the mission, the leading man said understandingly, but he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Alas. What an ignorant young lady. Want to choose the same mission as them. The young woman pointed at Leng Ruoxue and said with a face full of jealousy. Humph. How can this woman be so beautiful? She's really infuriating. Miss. The guard beside the young woman wanted to stop her, but the words he was about to say were scared away by the woman's gaze. Are you sure? Miss, don't blame me for not reminding you. The mission they chose is very dangerous. If they can't complete it, they will probably stay inside forever, the leading man said very implicitly. Well, he didn't think highly of the team later. Humph. How can a mighty mystic monarch like me not dare to accept a mission that even a great mystic dares to accept? Moreover, if there's really danger, they will probably be the ones to die. We definitely won't die, the young woman said confidently. However, her words angered Fengda and the others. Damn, this woman looked decent, but why was her words so vicious? Leng Ruoxue stopped them with a look when she saw Fengda and the others rubbing their palms together, wanting to attack. Humph. It was not that she did not want to teach this woman a lesson, but she felt that there was really no need to waste time on such a woman. These people would probably not survive until they reached the bottom of the cliff. Come in with me. The man leading the group looked at Leng Ruoxue and the others mysteriously and said to the two groups of people. Then he led his subordinates in front to lead the way. After passing through the thick fog, Leng Ruoxue and the others' vision became clearer. Moreover, there was actually a completely different world behind the thick fog, and the scenery inside was even more beautiful. This place is so beautiful. The young woman exclaimed as if she was ignorant. This is the only place on Black Mist Cliff where outsiders can stay. At the same time, it might be the last place you will live in this life, the leader said with a light smile. What do you mean? The young woman asked in puzzlement. Didn't I say that we have to stay here if the mission fails? Well. In layman's terms, the outcome of the mission failure is only death, the leading man said. What? The young woman was a little dumbfounded. She didn't expect to die if she didn't complete the mission. Miss, let's pay and leave this place. I keep feeling that this place is strange, the guard beside the woman advised again. It's too late to pay now. Since you've chosen the mission, you can only complete it. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this place, the man leading the team interrupted gloatingly. Alas. He had reminded this woman long ago, but she refused to listen and insisted on doing a mission like him. It was really hopeless. Miss, what should we do? The guard said with a pale face. He had heard of the mystery of Black Mist Stronghold, so he was really a little afraid. To complete the mission, of course, the young woman said with a slight headache. Alas. She knew that she was a little impulsive, but she just didn't like that woman. Moreover, she didn't believe that she, a mighty mystic monarch, wouldn't be able to complete a mission that even a great mystic dared to accept. Moreover, she had so many guards by her side. She couldn't help becoming confident with this in mind. Miss, old master is still waiting for you at home, the guard reminded softly. What's the use of saying this now? Can we leave without completing the mission after coming in? The young woman roared furiously. Yes, that's right. Therefore, stay here and do the mission with ease, the man leading the team said happily. No one had been willing to do the mission for thousands of years. 2 groups actually came today. One was only to make up the numbers, but it was better than none. Therefore, he was very satisfied today. With that, the man in the lead got someone to arrange residences for Leng Ruoxue and the woman, and then he went about his business. Leng Ruoxue and the others lived in an independent yard that was planted with unknown bright red flowers. Moreover, they were the only house in the huge place. They didn't know where the woman had been arranged to. Shuer, I have a question that I don't understand, Leng Qingtian said with a face full of question marks after casually finding a place to sit down in the yard. Grandpa, what problem? Leng Ruoxue asked in puzzlement. Swear, isn't there poison in the fog of Black Mist Cliff? Why didn't we feel anything when we walked in? Leng Qingtian was very puzzled. They had passed through a thick fog when they entered Black Mist Stronghold, but they didn't feel any discomfort. What was going on? Grandpa, we were brought in by the people from the Black Mist Stronghold. If something happens to us, won't the reputation of the Black Mist Stronghold be ruined? Moreover, I think they should have something that can avoid poison, Leng Ruoxue analyzed. In fact, any medicine had something that complemented and restrained it, like the 10,000 root grass at the bottom of the cliff. However, the 10,000 root grass had to be refined into a pill to restrain this poisonous fog, so the people from the Black Mist Stronghold should have other ways to avoid these poisons. Yes, that makes sense. Leng Qingtian nodded. Miss, that woman was too uncouth just now. She's really annoying, she actually snatched the mission from us, Cui Zhu said indignantly, her cute little face bulging with anger. So be it. We're not the only ones who can do missions. Leng Ruoxue gently pinched Cui Zhu's face and said nonchalantly. The 2 missions she chose were the most difficult among all the missions. Even she didn't dare to say that she was absolutely confident that she could complete them before she descended to the bottom of the cliff. Moreover, that woman didn't even know what the missions were. Wouldn't she be courting death if she wanted to snatch them from her? However, she didn't have any sympathy for such a woman with poor judgment. Previous chapter. Lass, if I'm not mistaken, that woman should be a young lady from the Sun family, the little old man said after some thought. He had unintentionally discovered the Sun family's emblem on a guard just now. Miss, I heard a year ago that there was another genius after the Sun family's young master, Sun Teng. She advanced to Mystic Monarch at the age of 22. If she's the Sun family's young miss, then the new genius of the Sun family should be her, Cheng Wu said after some thought. Back then, when they quietly followed their young miss, they had collected a lot of news from the various families. Therefore, after hearing the little old man's words, he combined his intelligence and easily guessed the woman's identity. Well, if it weren't for the young miss and the others, advancing to Mystic Monarch at the age of 22 could indeed be considered a genius. Moreover, she was a woman, so this was even more precious. After all, there were really too few female powerhouses in this world. Oh, Leng Ruoxue answered lightly, obviously not too interested in the woman's identity. Swear, let's discuss who will go down the cliff with you tomorrow. Empty reminded her. I definitely want to go down with Swear, the freak said before anyone else could say anything. Want to go down too? Feng Wu looked at everyone and said resolutely. Well, she believed that she had an obvious advantage over these people. Feng De and the others looked at each other, and no one said anything, boo-hoo. They also wanted to accompany Miss down the cliff, but there were really too many perverts around Miss, and they actually couldn't compete. Miss, bring me. Cheng Wu said. Well. He was already a mystic supremacy now, but he still had his fighting spirit. Stop arguing. The freak, Empty, Grandpa Du, Feng Wu and I will go. Stay in the space. Leng Ruoxue said resolutely after some thought. Woman, you can't leave me behind. Little Flame, which had been pretending to be a bracelet, couldn't take it anymore seeing that Leng Ruoxue didn't mention it. Well. It was a born king of great poison. It had to go down and take a look because it could already feel that there seemed to be a lot of poisonous things down there. This was absolutely a huge challenge for it and also a great supplement, so how could it let go of such a good opportunity? But there are only 5 antidote pills. Leng Ruoxue was in a dilemma. Little Flame's poison was very powerful, but she didn't know if Little Flame could withstand the poison under the cliff. Moreover, being nourished by the poisonous fog, there must be a lot of poisonous things growing below. This strong dragon couldn't suppress the local snake, so she really didn't think much of Little Flame. After all, other than poison, Little Flame didn't have much attack. Woman, I don't need antidote pills, Little Flame said proudly. Hee, as a spirit poison nurtured by heaven and earth, its status was countless times higher than those poisonous creatures below the cliff. Therefore, this poisonous fog might be very powerful, but it couldn't hurt it. Moreover, its goal was the poisonous creatures living in the bottomless abyss. Boo-hoo. Its current strength was too low, and it needed those nutrients to improve itself. Little Flame, aren't you afraid of this poisonous fog? Leng Ruoxue said in surprise. Well, Little Flame's resistance to poison was really extraordinary. No, these poisonous fog contain a trace of spiritual energy, which is also beneficial to me, Little Flame explained. Oh, then go down with us tomorrow. Leng Ruoxue was relieved. Yes, yes. Little Flame nodded vigorously and then found a spacious place to cultivate. Let's rest early today. We still have to do missions tomorrow, Leng Ruoxue said to everyone as she looked at Little Flame that coiled up. Okay. Everyone nodded and then found a room to rest. At the same time, the man who brought Leng Ruoxue and the others in just now came to the back mountain of the entire Black Mist Cliff. The man came to the back mountain and made a few hand seals in the void. A door automatically opened in the empty back mountain, and the man walked in directly. After entering, the man strode to a hall. At this moment, there were 3 people sitting in the hall, 2 men and 1 woman. Their eyes couldn't help widening when they saw him. Xiao Fan, you should be on duty today, the only woman reminded him teasingly when she saw him. I came to tell you that someone wants to do missions. Moreover, they chose the 2 most difficult missions. Xiao Fan smiled proudly. Really? The three of them stood up from their chairs in surprise when they heard this. Their faces were full of disbelief. They knew the difficulty of the mission very well, so not many people dared to choose to do the mission after so many years. However, they didn't expect someone to do the mission today. Would I lie to you? Moreover, it's not just one team. However, the other team is just for show. The chance of failure is very high, Xiao Fan said after some thought. What's going on? The three of them were a little puzzled. They were all looking forward to success since someone was willing to do the mission. However, Xiao Fan's reaction was really strange. Look at it yourself. Xiao Fan said and waved his hand gently. A light curtain appeared in front of the other three people, and what happened in front of Black Mist Cliff just now appeared in front of them. Which family does that woman belong to? She's really courting death, the woman said with disdain on her beautiful face. That woman is Sun mating from the Sun family, which is the new genius of the Sun family. Well, as for the other one. Guess? Xiao Fan kept them in suspense. Say it if you have something to say. Spit it out if you have something to say, the woman roared, very displeased. Baishi, you're really too crude. Alas. You're a woman. How can you marry in the future like this? Xiao Fan said worriedly. TM not getting married. Tell me quickly. Stop keeping me in suspense. Baishi roared furiously and raised her fist threateningly. Don't scare me. I'm scared. The other woman is Leng Ruoxue. Xiao Fan said honestly. Boo-hoo. What a terrifying violent woman. Yet he couldn't beat her. The Leng Ruoxue who destroyed the Wu family and dealt with Feng Yun? Baishi's eyes lit up. Hee, she was just looking for an opportunity to meet this Leng Ruoxue. She didn't expect her to deliver herself to her door. This would be a great opportunity. Yes. Xiao Fan nodded. Are you sure? Baishi asked uncertainly. Do you doubt my intelligence network? Xiao Fan was very angry that someone questioned his ability. Therefore, he had to pretend not to know anything else about Leng Ruoxue. TM afraid you got the wrong person, Baishi said honestly. Well, she was only interested in Leng Ruoxue. She would be angry if Xiao Fan got the wrong person. TM sure she is Leng Ruoxue, Xiao Fan said confidently. Oh, when will they begin the mission? Baishi asked curiously. Tomorrow. Xiao Fan replied. Then I have to see her tomorrow. After all, it's not easy to have a woman that I like, Baishi said after some thought. Ladmit that Leng Ruoxue is very beautiful, but you're not a man. Why are you so interested in her? Xiao Fan asked in puzzlement. Well, he thought that Baishi was interested in Hong Ying. Who knew that she would actually be interested in a woman? Who said I can't be interested in her? Humph. You men. Your brains are always full of nonsense. I only admire her purely. It's not what you think, Baishi said with a face full of disdain. I didn't do anything. Xiao Fan was very aggrieved. Boo-hoo. He really didn't. He was just a little curious. Not all men have such thoughts, so don't compare us, a handsome man said while adding insult to injury. Boo-hoo. You're bullying me. Hong Ying looked at the man who spoke and said pitifully. There was really no justice in this world. The three of them were bullying him. Hong Ying might not have said anything, but he knew that that fellow was in the same pants as them. When did we bully you? Baishi asked in puzzlement. You do. Boo-hoo. I'm a disadvantaged group. I want to seek support. I want to look for Leng Ruoxue, Xiao Fan said half-truthfully. Idiot. Baishi's pink lips spat out softly. Xiao Fan was depressed. He was actually being treated as an idiot. Boo-hoo. Alright, are you done? Hong Ying, who had been pretending to drink tea but was actually watching the commotion, said. That's enough. The three of them became well-behaved after hearing what Hong Ying said. They found a chair and sat down obediently. What are your plans for tomorrow's mission? Hong Ying looked at the three people in front of him and asked lightly. Big brother, Sun mating definitely won't be able to complete the mission tomorrow, so we don't have to count on her, Xiao Fan said bluntly. Oh. Do you think so highly of Leng Ruoxue? Hong Ying said in surprise. He knew that Leng Ruoxue had some strength, but the difficulty of the mission was really too high, so he didn't have the intention to definitely complete it. Okay. Xiao Fan nodded. In fact, he didn't know why he was so confident in Leng Ruoxue, but he had a feeling that Leng Ruoxue would definitely succeed. What do you think? Hong Ying turned his gaze to the other two. Won't we know tomorrow? Why think so much? Chao Yi, who was stared at by Hong Ying, said uncomfortably. Well, Big Brother's gaze was still so oppressive. Of course I hope Leng Ruoxue can succeed. However, don't forget that the last mission is the most difficult compared to these two missions. It will probably be very difficult for anyone to complete that mission in this world, Baishi said worriedly. How will we know if we don't try? Hong Ying said with a deep gaze. Big Brother, will you kill Leng Ruoxue if you can't complete the last mission? Baishi couldn't help asking curiously. Won't you know then? Hong Ying actually kept him in suspense. Then he said, if the first two missions fail, they probably won't survive without me killing them. That's true, Baishi said after some thought. Alas. If she couldn't even complete the first two missions, there would naturally be no third mission, so her worries were really a little unnecessary. Xiao Fan, send someone to the Sun family to send a message to Sun mating. Honging ordered coldly. Okay. Xiao Fan nodded. Well. The news that Honging mentioned was naturally news of death. Because Sun Meiting was already a dead person in their hearts. Let's send them off tomorrow, Honging said. Okay. The three of them nodded. After that, the four of them discussed some details and left alone. The next morning. Leng Ruoxue and the others saw Xiao Fan standing in the yard waiting for them as soon as they walked out of the room. However, his gaze was fixed on Fiery, who was lying on the stone table cultivating. Xiao Fan looked up at them in surprise after sensing the auras of Leng Ruoxue and the others. Why are there only the 5 of you? Where are the others? Only the 5 of us went down the cliff. The others didn't go, so they stayed in their rooms to cultivate, hoping that no one would disturb them, Leng Ruoxue explained lightly. Oh. Don't worry, it's very quiet here. My subordinates won't barge in without your summons, Xiao Fan promised. By the way, I didn't introduce myself yesterday. I'm Xiao Fan, the 4th butler of Black Mist Village, Xiao Fan added. TM Leng Ruoxue. They are my family, Leng Ruoxue said politely. She didn't intend to introduce anyone else but herself. Okay, please follow me. Xiao Fan nodded and then left with Leng Ruoxue and the others. Leng Ruoxue and the others followed Xiao Fan to the edge of a cliff. The cliff that was not very spacious at this time was already full of people. There were a few people they had not seen before other than Sun Meiting and the others they saw yesterday. However, the aura on their bodies was identical to Xiao Fan's. You came so late even though you knew you were going to do a mission today, wasting our time. Sun Meiting took the lead to launch an attack before Leng Ruoxue and the others approached. Humph. Why couldn't they do the mission first without this woman? She was really about to die of anger thinking of this. Previous chapter. Next. Unfortunately, her provocation didn't receive a response from Leng Ruoxue and the others because in their eyes, Sun Meiting was similar to a dead person. Who would waste time on a person who was about to die? Especially when she was courting death. Hey. You're too rude. I'm talking to you. How dare you not answer me? Sun Meiting roared furiously. Miss Sun, who said that we have to answer you if you talk to us? Moreover, we each do our own missions. If you can't wait, go down first. I don't want you to wait, Leng Ruoxue said speechlessly, but she couldn't help but grumble in her heart. She really didn't know how the Sun family educated their juniors. Why were they all so annoying? Humph. Do you think I want to wait for you? They were the ones who asked me to wait. Sun Meiting pointed at the 2 men and 1 woman standing quietly beside her. Oh. Leng Ruoxue raised her beautiful eyes to size up the 2 men and 1 woman not far away. These 3 people were very outstanding in appearance, and their temperament was very similar to Xiao Fan's. Therefore, if she was not mistaken, these 3 people should be the other 3 butlers of the Black Mist Village. Well. She didn't expect them to take this mission so seriously, the 4 butlers were actually all here. At this moment, Honging and the others were also looking at Leng Ruoxue and the others. However, the more they looked, the more surprised they were because they actually couldn't see the true strength of these 5 people with unknown means. The 5 of them were great mystics on the surface, but they wouldn't believe that a great mystic could deal with Feng Yun even if they were beaten to death. Everyone is here now. The mission can begin. Sun Meiting, who was waiting impatiently, urged. Miss Sun, are you in such a hurry to die? Baishi said speechlessly. Alas. The ignorant were unafraid. She felt some pity for Sun Meiting. Damn it, who are you talking about? They're not even afraid of a few great mystics. What's there to be afraid of as a mystic monarch? Sun Meiting roared angrily. Miss Sun, your courage is commendable, but we have to say the ugly things first, Baishi said with a smile. Tell us quickly. We're in a hurry, Sun Meiting said anxiously. Miss Sun, do you know what the mission is? Leng Ruoxue suddenly asked curiously. I can do any mission as long as you can do it, Sun Meiting said confidently. Oh, that's good. Leng Ruoxue was a little speechless. Missus, these are antidote pills. Eat them first. Baishi handed each of them 5 black pills and reminded them. Leng Ruoxue took the pills and distributed them to the freak and the others before taking them herself. Sun Meiting mimicked Leng Ruoxue and distributed the pills. Miss Sun, aren't you going to leave one for your beast? Baishi asked with a naughty smile. Why should we give it to a beast? It doesn't need to do missions, Sun Meiting said nonchalantly. But the beasts have to carry you to the bottom of the cliff. What if your beasts are poisoned on the way? At that time. Baishi reminded, but she only spoke halfway, leaving everyone with imagination. We have to go to the bottom of the cliff for our mission? Sun Meiting's expression changed as she said anxiously. Boo-hoo. She knew that she couldn't enter the bottomless abyss casually no matter how ignorant she was. Legend had it that the bottom was the heaven for poisonous creatures. Anyone who went down would definitely die. Of course. Baishi's smile was very bright. Damn it, did you know all along? You deliberately didn't say it because you wanted us to accompany you to your deaths. You're really too devious. Sun Meiting pointed at Leng Ruoxue and complained resentfully, her fierce gaze seeming like she wanted to eat her up. Miss Sum, did you lose your memory? I didn't ask you to take on this mission. Leng Ruoxue couldn't help rolling her eyes and said speechlessly. Alas. There were really all sorts of birds in the forest. It was obviously her fault, but she insisted on blaming others. Miss Sun, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't spout nonsense. You were the one who accepted this mission. What does it have to do with my master? Feng Wu said mockingly. But I don't know that I have to go to the bottom of the cliff. I've decided not to do this mission now, Sun Meiting said after some thought. Boo-hoo. She was really a little scared when she heard that she was going to the bottom of the cliff, so she would rather play dirty than do this so-called mission. Moreover, she believed that with her status, these people would definitely not dare to make things difficult for her if she was unwilling to do it. Miss Sun, what do you think our Black Mist stronghold is? How can we let you have your way? I already said yesterday that we have to complete it since we accepted the mission. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear, Xiao Fan said with slight displeasure. How dare you? I'm the most favored young lady of the Sun family. Sun Meiting said arrogantly. Obviously, she didn't take Xiao Fan's threat seriously. The Sun family? Who does the Sun family think they are? Even if you are the patriarch of the Sun family, you have to do the mission for me, let alone being the young lady of the Sun family, Xiao Fan said with disdain. Black Mist Village had always been very low-key, but at times, he didn't mind letting others understand their true strength. Miss Sun, in our Black Mist stronghold, everything has to follow our rules, Bai Shi said with a light smile. Miss Sun, you can choose not to do the mission, Chao Yi reminded her. Really? I won't do it then, Sun Meiting said hurriedly. Okay, then die now. Chao Yi said emotionlessly and raised his right hand. Wait, I'll do it. Sun Meiting had no choice but to compromise when she saw the red mystic energy gathering in Chao Yi's palm. Boo-hoo. She didn't want to die. She still had a bright future. How could she die in this lousy place? Miss, it's very dangerous down there. We'll definitely die if we go, the guard beside Sun Meiting reminded her anxiously. Boo-hoo. They were killed by this willful miss. Do you think I want to go? But if we don't go down, they will kill us now. If we go, we might be able to complete the mission. Moreover, the few great mystics are not afraid of death. What are we afraid of? If someone really dies, there will still be those people to cover us. Sun Meiting whispered to her. Subordinates. This idea had already taken shape in her mind after she felt the threat of that man. In short, she had to live. Previous chapter. But. The guard was a little uneasy but couldn't say why. But what? Do you have a better way? Sun Meiting glared and questioned softly. No. The guard stopped talking. Then do as I say, Sun